Chapter 1, Immortal Venerable Reborn. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, casting the last rays of dusk upon Southern Hills City. The city walls stood tall, covered in green moss at the corners, while citizens, merchants, and carriages queued to enter the gates. Inside, the streets were a spider's web of activity with inns, shops, and willow-lined alleys bustling with life. Children frolicked in the lanes, while hawkers shouted to sell their crafts on the street corners. Jianghu drifters drew crowds with their gong and drum performances, their feats of skill captivating the onlookers. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from households, blurring the twilight. At 16, Fang Wang stepped through the gates of the Fang State Duke's mansion. Clothed in a white garment that clung to his body, his bearing was both scholarly and heroically youthful. The servants at the gate greeted him with smiling faces, and he nodded back without any hint of pretension. Shadowless step really is extraordinary. From now on, nobody can harm me within 5 steps. A smile spread across Fang Wang's face as his inner strength reached a legendary realm in the martial world. With proficiency in first-class swordsmanship, palm techniques, and footwork of the present age, he felt invincible. After all, he was only 16. 16 years after his reincarnation, he had reached the pinnacle that many strive for their entire lives, and now he could truly enjoy life. Full of anticipation for the future, Fang Wang walked on. The servants he passed greeted him, calling him by his title, the 13th Young Master. Fang Wang's grandfather, Fang Wang, was a founding hero of the Qi Dynasty, holding the noble rank of a second-grade duke, while his father Fang Yin was the youngest son of Fang Wang. Among the third generation, Fang Wang was the 13th in age, hence his title. In this ancient-like dynasty, the atmosphere within the Fang State Duke's mansion was harmonious, without much deception or treachery, perhaps due to Fang Meng's powerful influence. With the connections and prestige of the Duke's mansion, Fang Wang started to collect martial arts secrets since the age of 12. After 4 years of training, he managed to emit inner strength from his body, strong as an elephant, but no one knew this. They merely thought he was another young master of Fang residence, dreaming of the Jianghu. Entering a garden, Fang Wang saw a group of maids huddled together, no doubt gossiping about trivial Fang residence affairs. With his exceptional hearing, he could make out their conversations despite being 10 yards away. Zhou Xue has gone mad. Today, she's been warning all the young masters around that Fang residence is about to be annihilated. I heard it too. She's got guts, visiting all the masters in the mansion. Now, her father, the 4th master, has locked her in her room. Who dares to annihilate our Fang residence? Even the current emperor wouldn't dare. Shush, don't say such things. 4th master is so fond of his adopted daughter Zhou Xue, she'll likely be released in a few days. At the mention of annihilation, Fang Wang's heart skipped a beat. Fang residence, facing annihilation? After listening for a while and pondering the situation, Fang Wang decided to investigate. With nothing else pressing to do, and Zhou Xue's abnormal behavior hinting at a reason, he made his way towards her courtyard. The 4th uncle Fang Jin had joined the army when he was young and almost lost his life on the battlefield. Fortunately, Zhou Xue's father sacrificed himself to save him. Even so, Fang Jin was left with a lifelong disability. After leaving the army, he took his savior's ashes back to his hometown. There, Zhou Xue's mother, bedridden by illness, learned of her husband's death, despaired, and passed away. Fang Jin had no choice but to take the infant Zhou Xue back to Fang residence and adopt her as his daughter. Zhou Xue was an introverted girl who seldom left her courtyard. Growing up, Fang Wang had only seen her a few times, remembering her as a shy young girl about the same age as him, delicate and pretty. Since the 4th uncle was extremely protective, Zhou Xue had never been bullied, so it seemed unlikely for her to go mad without cause. Could there really be a threat of annihilation? A sense of dread weighed on Fang Wang. What kind of force could bring about the annihilation of the Fang State Duke's mansion? Could it be the emperor's doing? The Duke's mansion was extensive, occupying 1/5 of Southern Hills City, virtually a city within a city. The Fang family had thousands of household guards. Sometimes, Fang Wang would see his eldest uncle Fang Xing training them in martial arts. Could such a formidable Fang residence be annihilated? Fang Wang picked up his pace. Activating his inner strength, he concentrated with condensation and stepped with mystifying step, reaching Zhou Xue's window without making a sound, carefully eavesdropping. The room was silent, but Fang Wang's acute hearing could detect Zhou Xue's breathing, rapid and clearly not yet calm. A moment passed. Alas, to think that I, an immortal venerable, have returned to my youth, yet am unable to alter my family's fate. Is heaven playing tricks on me? If only I had one more month, it might not have come to this. Fang Wang heard Zhou Xue's faint sigh, too soft for ordinary ears to discern. Return to her youth? Rebirth? And immortal venerable? Fang Wang's heart trembled. Having heard many legends of immortal gods since his own reincarnation, he had yet to hear of rebirth. Her words were so convincing. Could it be true? He couldn't take the chance. After all, he himself was a reincarnated soul. Encountering someone reborn was not so far-fetched. The thought of Fang residence being wiped out made his heart feel tight. He adored this life, his parents who treated him so well, his uncles who were kind to him, and he cherished Fang residence. He didn't want to see it fall. Afterward, Zhou Xue fell silent, no longer murmuring to herself. The room returned to calm. Hesitating for a moment, Fang Wang forcefully opened the window and leaped inside. Zhou Xue was not startled by his entry, she simply sat at the table, calmly looking at him. She wore a green dress, her makeup meticulous despite her slightly disheveled hair. Still, she exuded grace and beauty, maintaining the elegance of a well-bred lady. As their eyes met, the room lapsed back into silence. Your agility is impressive. I sensed nothing. Who are you? Zhou Xue broke the stillness, asking him. Chapter 2, Immortal Venerable Reborn _2. Fang Wang, upon hearing this, clenched his right hand hidden in his sleeve. Am I so inconspicuous within the Fang residence? All right, I admit I've kept a low profile in the past 16 years, which is nothing compared to the overflowing talents and arrogance of my brothers. Fang Wang said, I am Fang Wang, my father is Fang Yin. Zhou Xue narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, how long have you been here? Upon hearing your visit to my uncles and claiming that the Fang residence faces the danger of annihilation, I came with the attitude that it's better to believe it's true. However, this matter is of great importance, and I dare not fully trust it. Fang Wang didn't answer her question but steered the conversation towards the danger of the family's annihilation. Zhou Xue frowned. She had intended to dismiss Fang Wang but was reminded of his martial skills, which could prove to be a significant help. Even though in her previous life she was an immortal venerable, she had now been reborn with a body weaker than that of ordinary mortals. In 7 days' time, she wasn't able to change the course of the family's demise with her own strength. Did you overhear something just now? Zhou Xue stared at Fang Wang, realizing she had been careless. She could only blame herself, first, for not knowing enough about the experts of the Fang residence in her past life, and second, for being mentally unsettled after rebirth. In her previous life, the Fang residence was slaughtered overnight, leaving only her and a few others to escape. Thus subconsciously, she thought the Fang residence had no experts, which led her to speak her troubles out loud in her room. Fang Wang was silent for a moment before deciding to lay it all on the line. After all, it concerned the annihilation of the Fang residence. You said you are reborn. I am willing to try to believe you. Since you are the rebirth of an immortal, your mind must surely contain immortal laws. I don't need you to show them to me, just teach me any move at random. I have ways to verify its authenticity. If it's real, then I am willing to believe your words and join you in reversing the fate of the Fang residence, as I too carry the Fang surname. In his mind, there lay a heavenly palace, a place he discovered the first time he engaged with inner strength. Once he commenced the training of inner strength and martial arts, his consciousness would enter the heavenly palace, where he could survive without eating or drinking until he perfected these extraordinary abilities. Only then would he be able to leave the heavenly palace and return to reality. No matter how long he stayed within the heavenly palace, it was only a moment in reality. This was the reason he had reached the mythic realm of martial arts at the age of 16. Zhou Xue's brows tightened as she stared intently at Fang Wang, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. She did not speak immediately. Fang Wang was not in a hurry either, sitting down at the table opposite her, patiently waiting for her response. Alas, he had hoped to quietly acquire skills before adventuring through the martial world, living a carefree life. He hadn't expected to encounter such a predicament. Fang Wang felt miserable, but his current martial prowess allowed him to stay calm. The sun outside the window gradually set, and the residual glow was like blood, painting a tragic yet beautiful scene. Zhou Xue broke the silence and asked, "Why do I need your trust? You are just a third-generation descendant, with no say in the matter." Fang Wang replied calmly, "But you have no other choice right now. If you can gain my trust, I will certainly support you fully." The words of one Fang family disciple might be taken as a joke, but what about two? "I can at least persuade my father, and with the family's survival at stake, if you speak the truth, please believe in me." Zhou Xue, hearing this, felt there was some sense to it. Indeed, she had no other option. The Fang residents had to be forewarned. So be it. I cannot just abandon the Fang residents. Since you are the only one willing to believe me, I will teach you the sword control technique. The sword control technique is the gateway spell for a cultivator and also the threshold between cultivation and martial arts, Zhou Xue said softly. Fang Wang nodded slightly on hearing this, feeling a nervous tension inside. He hoped it was real, yet feared it was real. If it was real, then the Fang residents faced great peril. But if it was real, the pursuit of eternal life through cultivation would also be real. If one could cultivate, who would practice martial arts? Zhou Xue began to recite the mental method formula for the sword control technique, and Fang Wang listened intently. The sword control technique emphasizes projecting spiritual power to control a flying sword. Fang Wang had heard from a knight-errant that a sword saint 100 years ago could achieve such a feat. Could it be possible that this individual was a cultivator? Zhou Xue spoke while observing the other's expression closely. The cultivation level from her previous life was gone, and even her thoughts were now akin to those of a mortal, without the divine consciousness that she had cultivated in the upper realm. All these made her feel as if she were in a dream. What made her feel helpless was that 7 days were too short. There was no time to cultivate anew. Moreover, her current status was low and no one believed her. Only the youth before her was willing to attempt to trust her words. After an incense stick's worth of time, Zhou Xue finished recounting all the key points of the sword control technique. No sooner had her words fallen than Fang Wang's mind exploded, and his consciousness instantly arrived within a majestic, resplendent palace. This was his very own heavenly palace. When he first arrived, he stood outside the heavenly palace where he could see the plaque with the words Heavenly Palace. Afterwards, he would directly appear inside the heavenly palace. The space inside the heavenly palace was vast, but through his explorations, it only had this one hall. On both sides of the hall were 18 types of weapons. He could further imagine weapons and martial arts equipment, creating anything at will. He could even change the environment inside the hall, all with just a thought. It's real, it's real. Fang Wang could barely contain his excitement. When Zhou Xue described the sword control technique, he already found it profound. Now that he had entered into the heavenly palace and verified that the sword control technique was real, such a supreme technique must indeed be a cultivation law. Most importantly, even if it was a cultivation law, he could still enter the heavenly palace. What did this imply? It meant that in the future, his cultivation would not require the actual time to practice cultivation techniques and spells. This would be his greatest advantage. Fang Wang could not help cheering, utterly ecstatic. Since childhood, he had dreamed of wandering the ends of the earth. He had planned to travel the world after turning 18, living a joyful life with his martial skills. Now that he knew of cultivation's existence, his wanderlust grew even stronger. After calming his emotions, Fang Wang thought of the Fang residents' impending doom and immediately began practicing the sword control technique. Cultivation within the heavenly palace was monotonous. It had taken him nearly 20 years to reach the great perfection in his inner strength, and with the addition of other peerless martial arts, he appeared 16 but had actually lived through 70 to 80 years. Fortunately, the heavenly palace did not affect his physical lifespan. Fang Wang was proficient in a set of first-class sword techniques of his time and had his own understanding of swordsmanship. Practicing the sword control technique was not so difficult to comprehend, but the sword control technique utilized the spiritual power of cultivators, whereas he had the true Qi of a martial artist in his body. He wondered whether true Qi could control a sword. A full 10 years passed before Fang Wang arduously achieved great perfection in the sword control technique. Great perfection was the highest state of that supreme technique, far from just a simple matter of mastery. The moment he reached great perfection, his consciousness returned to reality. After Zhou Xue finished explaining the sword control technique, she kept her gaze on Fang Wang, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have. However, there was no change in Fang Wang's expression, which left her a bit disappointed. She promptly asked, "Now, do you believe, or do you not believe?" A gleam flashed in Fang Wang's eyes, and he smiled, showing the vigor of youth on his face. "I believe." Such an extraordinary technique is not something ordinary people could conceive. From now on, I shall join you in changing the destiny of the Fang residents. Fang Wang declared emphatically, his heart filled with excitement which he was eagerly trying to control. Zhou Xue was taken aback and looked at Fang Wang with a peculiar expression. In her heart, she couldn't quite distinguish whether she felt relief, moved, helpless, or amused. The setting sun outside the window grew lower, as if to tell her that there was not much time left. She could only put her faith in the young man before her, just as he had believed in her. Chapter 3, The Righteous Path and the Demonic Path. Right, before your rebirth, how did I perform on the night our clan was exterminated? Fang Wang's question snapped Zhou Xue back to reality. With his superior martial skills, he must have been outnumbered and exhausted to death, right? As Fang Wang pondered this, he heard Zhou Xue say, "I don't remember you at all. You must have died on the night of our clan's extermination." After that, only a handful of people from the Fang residence survived, and you weren't among them. I, the 13th son of the distinguished Fang residence, left no impression on you? Fang Wang felt insulted, but Zhou Xue's subsequent words gave him the sensation of having been sentenced to death. The thought of all the people he cared about dying made his heart tense up. "Let's talk about this extermination night you mentioned and see what we can do about it," Fang Wang stated earnestly. To annihilate the Fang residents meant either an army besieging the city or martial arts sects infiltrating it. And it had to be a joint effort by many top-notch experts, as the Fang residence's servants included quite a few retired maestros from the rivers and lakes. Zhou Xue tucked her hair behind her ear and took a deep breath before saying, 7 nights from now, the Fang residence will face its doom. The enemies are all martial artists, including 6 of the most formidable from the imperial city, masters from the Qi Dynasty, and 1 cultivator. Most of the Fang residence's people died at his hands, and he possesses a strange treasure that can absorb the souls of the deceased. Cultivator. No wonder he died. Fang Wang's heart sank. By practicing the sword control technique, he'd realized the vast gap between warriors and cultivators. Even though he had reached a legendary realm in the martial world, facing an unknown cultivator still placed a huge pressure on him. How big is the gap between this cultivator and ordinary martial artists? Fang Wang asked, staring at Zhou Xue. Zhou Xue sighed and answered, "He's just low-ranking in the cultivation world, but in the martial world, he could be invincible. 100 top martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against him. Then, if one masters the sword control technique, could he be slain?" Fang Wang pressed. Zhou Xue looked at him strangely and said, "It depends on the level of mastery. All cultivators can use the sword control technique, but someone like a low-ranking cultivator can barely manage it. Don't even think about it. Within 7 days, you won't be able to master the sword control technique, let alone use it to kill a cultivator." Fang Wang got the gist and didn't underestimate the threat, despite never having faced a cultivator himself. "In these 7 days, I can't regain my cultivation abilities. At most, I can concoct some poisons. You're the son of my 5th uncle and closer to the head of the household. It might be best if you tried to persuade him. Even if you can't convince the Fang residents to leave Southern Hills City, it would be wise to start preparing early," Zhou Xue advised seriously. After calming down, she realized her previous recklessness. She had been so focused on saving the Fang residents that she had forgotten its status and her own identity. As the Duke's mansion, it would be impossible for the Fang residents to flee Southern Hills City. Moreover, fleeing would be more dangerous. Without the protection of commoners, the Fang residence's situation would be even more perilous. Fang Wang nodded, then cautioned, "The matter of rebirth is too absurd. Don't talk about it anymore, not even when alone. If word of this gets to the ears of cultivators, it would be even more dangerous." If Fang Wang had been reborn, he would have kept the secret of his rebirth to himself, just as he did with his transmigration. Zhou Xue nodded slowly, her gaze at Fang Wang changing. Fang Wang felt alarmed by her look. She wouldn't be thinking of killing him to silence him, would she? Afterwards, they talked for a while longer, settling on a rough outline of their statements and actions. Then Zhou Xue urged, Fang Wang, hurry and get ready. I need to start preparing as well. Fang Wang had intended to acquire cultivation techniques earlier, but seeing Zhou Xue's increasingly peculiar looks, he simply nodded, stood up, and left through the window. Zhou Xue stared at the shoe prints on the windowsill, sitting idly on the stool for quite some time. At nightfall, the Fang residence was brightly lit. What? Someone wants to slaughter my entire Fang residence? Fang Yin, dressed as a refined scholar, put down his utensils, his anger out of control as he asked. Fang Wang's mother, Lady Jiang, turned pale with fright, while the room was devoid of servants, as Fang Wang had sent them away before the conversation. Fang Wang frowned and said, Last month, I heard some wandering heroes mention this, but thought it was just a baseless rumor. Today, after asking Zhou Xue, I confirmed it. Some mysterious expert secretly informed her, pushing her to desperation. In her urgency, she started making inquiries everywhere. Fang Yin snorted, Why did that expert seek her out rather than going to me, or your 4 uncles? Fang Wang shook his head, How could I know? But father, consider this, I heard about it, and so did Zhou Xue. It's better to believe it than to risk disbelief. The Fang residents cannot afford such consequences. Upon hearing this, Fang Yin's expression darkened. After pondering for a few moments, he slammed the table and stood up, leaving with these last words before departing, I'm going to see your grandfather. Lady Jiang sighed, and while serving Fang Wang some dishes, she cautioned, Wanger, try to avoid contact with those adventurers in the future. It's too dangerous. I understand, mother. I won't do it again, Fang Wang replied with a smile. Once this crisis was over, he would pursue the path of immortality. As for the unfortunate martial world, he wouldn't bother with it. If he was going to venture into anything, it would be the cultivation world. After dinner, Fang Wang waited in the hall. It took a full hour before Fang Yin returned, his expression extremely grave. In front of the son, who had always been intelligent and sensible, he did not hide the truth. Your grandfather believes it and is preparing to take precautions. You don't need to worry about these matters. With us here, nothing will happen to the Fang residents. Hearing this, Fang Wang finally felt reassured, then took his leave. That night, Fang Wang had a rare dream where he soared through the heavens and earth on his sword, becoming a carefree true immortal, feeling thoroughly exhilarated. The next morning, Fang Wang got up, washed, and then instructed his closest servant, Li Jiu, within 6 days, I want the sharpest sword. No matter the cost. Fang Meng had followed the late emperor in conquests to the south and north, accumulating illustrious military achievements. Though he had his military power stripped after the founding of the dynasty, he exchanged it for a vast wealth, making descendants like Fang Wang equally wealthy. For his only son, Fang Yin provided whatever amount of gold, silver, and jewels he requested. Very well, I'll make sure to satisfy the young master. Li Jiu, only 2 years older than Fang Wang, left giddily. Seizing the moment when the courtyard was empty, Fang Wang began attempting the sword control technique, using a tree branch as his sword. Although he had practiced the sword control technique to the great perfection, he had never actually fought with it. It was nearly impossible for martial arts experts to control swords with true Qi, let alone to achieve sword flight. But fortunately, his sword control technique had reached great perfection and, having mastered it, he could use his true Qi to control the sword against his enemies. The faster the speed, the greater the consumption. After attempts that lasted more than half an hour, he realized he only had a chance for one strike. He had to seize the opportunity to execute that cultivator in one blow. In the afternoon, Fang Wang went to visit Zhou Xue, hoping to learn some cultivation techniques that didn't require much spiritual power. With only 6 days, even if he mastered a cultivation technique, there wasn't enough time to accumulate the spiritual power of a cultivator. It might be better to master more techniques to kill his enemy. However, Zhou Xue had been released from confinement, and Fang Wang missed his chance, forcing him to give up. Perhaps she had other plans, even her own parents didn't know where she'd gone. During these days, the numbers of servants at the Fang residence grew. Fang Wang's eldest uncle was openly recruiting wanderers from the martial world within the city, and Fang family disciples who practiced martial arts elsewhere were called back, mostly those from sects closest to Yanghu County. The most noteworthy was Fang's third son, Fang Hanyu. This ninth young master of the Fang residence had a good relationship with Fang Wang when they were younger, with only 2 years between them. However, when Fang Wang was 7, Fang Hanyu was sent to train at the largest martial arts sect in Yanghu County. He would send letters home every year, and last year Fang Yin even mentioned that he had reached the standard of a first-class martial arts expert, a true martial arts prodigy. Having not seen each other for many years, Fang Wang somewhat missed his little cousin who used to pester him as a child, but now was not the time for reminiscing. The 6th day, afternoon. Zhou Xue came looking for Fang Wang, who led her inside the house and closed the door. Today's Zhou Xue wore a tight red dress, looking valiant and spirited. She had removed her usual headgear and hairpins, tying her hair up with a red ribbon at the back of her head, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She looked quite striking. That's what Fang Wang thought. Then he sat down with Zhou Xue. Zhou Xue took out a sachet from her bosom and said, "This is the fragrant soft bone powder I refined. Just sprinkle it on your enemy, and as long as they breathe in the powder, they will fall to the ground within 3 breaths. However, this powder is only effective against martial arts experts. It won't work on that cultivator. If you encounter him, you must flee." Zhou Xue had a favorable impression of the first member of her clan to trust her and didn't want him to act recklessly and die tomorrow night. Fang Wang picked up the sachet, unable to resist asking, "Is the cultivation world divided into righteous and demonic paths?" Zhou Xue glanced at him and hummed softly, "Of course, it's divided. That's right, I'm a cultivator from the demonic path. Countless humans, demons, and monsters have died by my hands. Are you afraid?" Fang Wang earnestly said, "I often hear the heroes in the city say that one is subject to forces beyond one's control in the martial world. The danger in stepping on the path of immortality must be even greater. The fact that you've returned from rebirth and still care about the Fang residence is enough for me not to fear you. You are forever a part of the Fang residence, my clan member. This, a cultivator of the demonic path." Fang Wang felt a bit unsettled. With his reminder, he might be the only one who knows about Zhou Xue's rebirth in the future. Would this bring trouble? Seeing his seriousness, Zhou Xue gave a small smile and began to look him over. She noticed he was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, full of vigor. That made sense, since his father, Fang Yin, was well known as a handsome man in Southern Hills City. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Xue said solemnly, "Your martial skills are not bad, but they can only deal with mere warriors. Leave the cultivator to me and don't you be overly brash." She had a fondness for Fang Wang but also understood the temerity of young geniuses. Fang Wang had mastered powerful martial skills at a young age, and in his impulsiveness, he could likely challenge a cultivator. Fang Wang pondered for a moment then slowly nodded. After all, as a reborn individual, she must have some tricks up her sleeve. Eager to learn about the ways of cultivation, Fang Wang did not wish to die before he even began his journey on the path of immortality. The two talked for quite a while, mostly Zhou Xue outlining plans with Fang Wang listening. Zhou Xue needed Fang Wang to pass on some of her suggestions. After all, as an adoptive daughter, she had no say within the Fang residence. Throughout the conversation, Fang Wang tried to seek cultivation methods, but she sternly rejected him, claiming that with the Fang residence on the brink of life and death, it was not the time to think about such futile matters. After Zhou Xue left, Fang Wang went to see his father and relayed her suggestions. Fang Yin showed appreciation for Fang Wang's proposals and immediately went to seek Fang Meng, his father. That night, many in the Fang residence had trouble sleeping. Anyone who heard their family was on the verge of annihilation would be in turmoil. Fang Wang was no exception. He practiced his internal skills to accumulate true Qi, seeking to strengthen his confidence. Chapter 4, You're not that special in front of me. On the 7th day, which was the most oppressive one since the Fang residence was established, most people were disdainful of the looming threat to destroy the residence. However, as night fell, everyone in the Fang residence grew tense. The night skies were like water, and the cold wind whistled through the silent Southern Hills City, once bustling and prosperous, now punctuated occasionally by the barking of dogs. Fang Wang sat atop the eaves, touching a treasured sword in his hand, a sword that Li Jiao had taken 3 days to purchase, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud, truly a divine weapon. His gaze settled on a figure on a distant rooftop, his cousin, Fang Hanyu. Fang Hanyu stood tall and straight, holding a sword, his head slightly bowed as if dozing off. The cold wind tugged at his long hair and robe, lending him the air of a chivalrous warrior set to conquer the world. Impressive skills, he's indeed reached the premier level of the martial world, and not just entered it, he's a true martial arts prodigy, Fang Wang commended internally. In the martial world, practitioners divided their realms from low to high as follows: non-proficient, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, pinnacle, and the legendary martial mythical realm. The pinnacle masters were rare, usually from major sects, seldom wandering the world. To be first-rate was to run rampant across the land. Fang Wang had reached the martial mythical realm at 16. He should have been a legend of his time, if not for the cultivation world's dimensional strike that he encountered. Facing the imminent cultivators, Fang Wang felt no fear or panic. Instead, a fervent passion stirred within him. For years into his martial practice, he had yet to kill an enemy. Even in sparring, he wore a mask and challenged other masters, always stopping at the point of contact. His confidence lay in his martial arts and the great perfection of his sword control technique, which he relied on to challenge the weakest of the cultivation world. Moreover, with Zhou Xue, a reborn immortal venerable, in the Fang residence, he believed she surely possessed exceptional skills, especially since Zhou Xue understood the gap between cultivators and mortals. The night grew deeper, with frog croaks echoing frequently in the courtyards, and troops of family retainers patrolled the area, especially around the Fang residence where even the officials were alerted to stand guard at night. Zhou Xue sat at a stone table in the courtyard, wiping silver darts, her expression icy cold. Her eyes were colder than the moonlight reflected on the blades, and a trace of black malevolence seemed to well up within them. Elsewhere, atop the eastern city wall of Southern Hills City, silhouettes leapt up like soaring eagles or skimming geese, swiftly infiltrating the city. The last figure landed on the wall, overlooking the vast Southern Hills City, his chingy fluttering, broad shoulders and a thin waist, his long hair casually tied with a cloth strip. He appeared to be in his early 40s, and the horsetail whisk in his hand made him resemble a Taoist, yet his eyes held a serpentine coldness. As expected of one of Daqi's most prosperous cities in the south, it will surely enable the soul-burning banner to resurrect, he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curving upwards slightly, his tone laced with ruthlessness. He then leapt up, vanishing into the vast night. In the main hall of the Fang residence, which was brightly lit, the master of the house, Fang Wang, was seated at the head, surrounded by the lords and ladies of the residence. Fang Wang, nearing 70, had white hair but the presence of an elderly lion. Sitting on his chair, hands braced on his walking stick, he looked sharply and calmly toward the night sky outside the door. It's the hour of the rat, and no invaders have attacked. It was indeed a false alarm. I told you, you can't just blindly trust the words of a couple of kids. Isn't Fang Wang usually quite clever? How could he believe such rumors? The Fang residence is the Duke's mansion. Who would dare to barge in? They'd be risking their heads. Quiet down. What do you women understand? The sky isn't even fully bright yet. We can't let our guard down. Father, I'm actually feeling increasingly uneasy. The lords were Fang Wang's uncles, and their expressions were somber. The ladies tried to appear relaxed in an effort to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Fang Zhen, the fourth lord, had an impact with his words, because he had served in the military, and had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His sense of danger far surpassed the others. With a snort, Fang Wang said, I have been a soldier all my life. Now that I've returned to the fields and handed over military power, it doesn't mean just anyone can provoke me. Whoever dares come must die, and this affair won't end here. His ire was great, as he looked across the vast lands of Qi. Who would dare to target a Fang state duke's mansion so recklessly? And who would have the power to do so? Fang Wang had his suspicions, but he did not voice them. Suddenly, ah! A scream echoed from the east, the terrified voice of a maid. Fang Shi, Fang Wang's eldest uncle, immediately rushed out, disappearing from sight within a few strides. The remaining 4 lords of the Fang residence, Fang Zhe, Fang Jin, Fang Zhen, and Fang Yin, immediately went outside the main door, looking around. Their ladies were startled but not panicked, huddling together and shivering. Fang Wang coughed a few times and slowly stood up with the support of his wife. Soon, the Fang residence echoed with screams, shouts of combat, and the clashing of swords and blades. Perched on the eaves, Fang Wang saw mysterious black-clothed persons breaking into the Fang residence from multiple directions. The number of enemies was greater than he had imagined, and he charged towards the fastest-moving black-clothed person. At the same time, Fang Hanyu also moved, while Zhou Xue continued to sit patiently at the stone table, waiting. Tap! A black-clothed person flipped over the wall and landed. He held a long saber in his right hand and wore a black cloth over his face, revealing only his eyes. His gaze fell on 3 maids in the courtyard, who screamed in terror and scurried towards the house when they saw him. Without a word, the black-clothed person charged at them. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn rang out, piercing the silence of the night, and the black-clothed person stopped abruptly. Behind him, at the corner of the wall, a pebble landed on the wall, carving a thumb-sized indent before hitting the ground. The bloodstain on the pebble was black under the moonlight. The black-clothed person then fell backward, his head hitting the ground heavily, eyes wide open in death, unwilling to close. A bloody hole was pierced through his forehead, eerily haunting. Within his lifeless pupils, Fang Wang's reflection flashed by. Running swiftly along the estate wall, Fang Wang occasionally tossed a pebble, which he had prepared in advance. Each one easily took the life of a black-clothed person, wreaking havoc on the Fang residence. Fang Wang occasionally changed direction, heading wherever there were black-clothed persons. None could withstand a single hit from him. The Fang residence was vast, more like a city within a city. The black-clothed persons scattered, and Fang Wang couldn't slaughter them all in a short time. During his movement, Fang Wang also kept watch on the distance. Zhou Xue had said that apart from the cultivator, there were also 6 peak-level masters from the imperial city invading. It was worth noting that the Fang residence did not have a peak-level master. Even with the help of thousands of family guards and soldiers, it was difficult to kill 6 peak-level masters. Fang Wang planned to take out the 6 peak-level masters first and then deal with the cultivator, minimizing the casualties of the Fang residence. Suddenly, Fang Wang saw a powerful surge of energy in a direction, collapsing an entire loft. He immediately turned and dashed towards it. Clang! As swords clashed, Fang Hanyu was forced back, his heels dragging 2 long marks on the ground. Bending over abruptly, he braced himself with the scabbard on the ground before half-kneeling, unable to stop the blood gushing from his mouth. He had been defeated as soon as the fight began. Fang Hanyu's long hair was slightly disheveled. Looking up with difficulty, his eyes filled with horror, he gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, the peak. Under the cover of night, with the cold wind whistling, the black-clothed person standing before Fang Hanyu held a long saber made of fine iron. Different from the others, he wore a bronze mask that revealed only his eyes and nose. Staring down coldly at Fang Hanyu, the masked man snorted. To reach first-class level at such a young age, a genius indeed comes from the Fang residence. It's a pity that tonight, you will meet an early demise. He raised the long saber in his right hand, which began to emit a chilling frost. Fang Hanyu's face was filled with unwillingness. Before this night, he had already met a peak-level master, the sect leader of their sect and a renowned grandmaster in the Qi martial community. The sect leader had once guided him, making him fully aware of the gap between a first-class master and a peak-level master. Despair crept into his heart. The Fang residence might belong to a duke with a military background, but it did not have a peak-level master. His eldest uncle, Fang Shi, was also at most at the top first-class level. Who are you, exactly? Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Fang Hanyu asked sternly as he struggled to stand, his hand holding the treasured sword trembling. He had just engaged in combat and was already gravely injured by the opponent's true Qi. Even so, he did not want to retreat because this was his home. The masked man stepped forward, the blade reflecting the cold light that shimmered next to the ruins. One who is about to die doesn't need to know the truth. Everything in this world will soon be irrelevant to you, the masked man said coldly, lifting the long saber in his hand at an angle, the frostiness on the blade intensifying, blurring his silhouette in a mist-like vapor. Fang Hanyu threw aside his scabbard and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a raised hand, assuming a sword stance, prepared to fight to the death. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to try to inflict some injury. to buy more time for the Fang residents. Just at that moment, the masked man suddenly halted, and just as Fang Hanyu was hesitating and confused, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind. "You're right, but have you ever considered that the one about to die might be you?" Fang Hanyu instinctively turned his head, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a figure flashing past him like a startled swan. It was Fang Wang. He arrived swiftly using the shadowless step, leaving after images, positioning himself between Fang Hanyu and the masked man. Fang Wang, dressed in a white robe that hugged his frame, had grown taller and appeared handsome, though his face still had traces of boyishness. There was an air of maturity in his expression that one wouldn't find in ordinary youth. The masked man's gaze fell on the scabbard in Fang Wang's right hand. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Impressive footwork. To see you so young, a truly peerless talent. Compared to you, the person behind you is quite ordinary." Upon hearing this, Fang Hanyu didn't think much of it. He merely gazed at the back of Fang Wang. Of course, he remembered this younger cousin. However, after many years apart and with the imminent disaster of their home, he had not found the opportunity to reconnect with Fang Wang. That footwork just now. He's also trained in martial arts? Fang Hanyu wondered in surprise. Since returning, he had also asked his father about Fang Wang's experiences. This younger brother had always stayed in the Fang residence, so from where had he acquired such high-level footwork? Fang Wang locked eyes with the masked man and suddenly drew his treasured sword. As the bright blade left its sheath, the pupils of the masked man dilated suddenly. Within his wide eyes, a sword grew larger. He instinctively raised his saber. Splat. Blood splattered. Fang Wang emerged behind the masked man, his right hand holding the sword pointed obliquely at the moon. Slightly lifting his chin without turning back, he said softly, "In my presence, you're quite ordinary as well." Chapter 5, The Strength of a Cultivator. Thud. Gazing at the masked man, who had brought despair, collapsing onto the ground, Fang Hanyu's eyes widened, his face showing disbelief. Such incredible speed. What kind of footwork was that? Fang Hanyu was, after all, a first-rate expert. Even from behind, he couldn't see Fang Wang's movements clearly. They were too fast, and the sword's speed even quicker. He had struck down a top-level master with a single blow. Fang Hanyu suddenly questioned himself. Was he too weak, or was Fang Wang too strong? Could it be that he was not truly a first-rate master? Fang Wang turned around, wiping the sword blade on the masked man's body. Only after the bloodstains were cleaned off did he finally sheath his sword. He looked up at Fang Hanyu and said, "If you're still able to fight, then go and kill the enemy. Aside from those top-level masters, you are still very strong." After speaking, Fang Wang turned and left. His feet performing the shadowless step, he skimmed over the courtyard wall and disappeared into the night. Fang Hanyu took a deep breath, gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and walked in another direction. The Fang residence was in chaos, utter chaos. Thousands of household guards were all over the place, trying to capture the mysterious black-clothed persons. Each of those black-clad figures possessed martial skills. The weakest among them could take on several tens of guards, not to mention the enormous threat posed by the top-level masters. Boom! Fang Shi, Fang Wang's senior uncle, clashed palms with one of the black-clothed persons. The two competed in true Qi. Their robes billowed wildly as if they were about to tear apart, the stone slabs underfoot shattered, flowers and plants were swept up, and an old tree 10 steps away trembled violently. Solar Palm Fang Shi truly lives up to his reputation. Half a step into the top-level realm. If only you weren't the legitimate eldest son of the Fang family, your martial arts achievements would be even higher. What a pity! The black-clothed person confronting Fang Shi sneered. He, too, wore a mask, a white opera mask painted with a crafty, vicious smile that made him look like a devilish fiend in the dead of night. Fang Shi was in the prime of his life, his palms hot as branding irons. As true Qi against true Qi clashed, his palms turned red, causing the surrounding space to appear as if it were slightly wavering. A top-level master, yet you hide behind a mask, lacking the courage of a martial artist. If I am to be pitted, then you are truly laughable. Fang Shi snorted coldly, exerting strength in his arms. His powerful true Qi burst forth, and both men retreated simultaneously. Fang Shi stepped back 8 paces, while the other merely retreated 5, revealing the disparity. This scene tightened Fang Shu's heart even further. As the highest skilled fighter in the Fang residence, if he couldn't overcome the person before him, then the Fang residence might indeed face the threat of annihilation. He had previously seen several figures with exceptionally quick movements, most likely all top-level masters. The force capable of mobilizing so many top-level masters against the Fang residence. Fang Shu's expression worsened. He varied his palm techniques, true Qi surging, palms emanating scorching heat. Against the backdrop of night, it seemed especially striking. The black-clothed person opposite him held no weapons but instead lifted his right leg. His entire body was tensed, giving off a thrilling sense of pent-up power. The two men locked eyes for a moment before charging at each other furiously. Bang! 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 As they engaged in close-quarters combat, Fang Shu used his palms, fierce and powerful, as if one strike could overpower 10 forces. The black-clothed person had agile footwork, his legs like swift lashes. Confronting Fang Shu's techniques, he countered every move with his legs, his speed like the wind, his momentum like thunder, stirring up the dust and pebbles in the courtyard, with violent streams of energy wreaking havoc all around. The guards outside the courtyard watched them in horror, wanting to aid Fang Shu but unable to find an opportunity to intervene. Hundreds surrounded the courtyard, even lining the walls. They knocked arrows and drew bows, but their eyes couldn't keep pace with the movements of the black-clothed figures. There were not just a few battlegrounds like this one at the Fang residence. Courtyards, corridors, gardens, and even the rooftops were filled with clashing figures. While the Fang residence didn't have many martial arts experts, there were plenty of trained family members and guards. After all, Fang Meng was a celebrated duke who emerged victorious from the battlefield, ranking among the top 10 generals at the founding of the Qi Dynasty. His influence peaked to the point where he could command an entire army alone. Even though Fang Meng had relinquished his military power, the indomitable spirit ingrained in his bones continued to be passed down through the Fang residence. Apart from Fang Shu, the black-clothed persons were gaining the upper hand in other fights. The group of assassins were all highly skilled in martial arts. Even outnumbered, they handled themselves with ease, and every moment, members of the Fang residence met their demise. Murderous intent and terror enveloped the Fang residence. Fang Wang, while possessing martial arts skills akin to a myth, was still a mere mortal. He couldn't multiply himself. As he moved quickly forward, the number of black-clothed persons dying by his hand grew. One person witnessed this scene from atop the highest building in the Fang residence, a tower filled with all the collected books of the family. He stood at the pinnacle of the tower, merged with the darkness of the night. It was the Qi Daoist. Not bad martial skills, he counts as a real top level among warriors. If I hadn't come, perhaps the Prime Minister's plans might have fallen through. The Qi Daoist's mouth curved upward, his face displaying disdain. Those who practiced martial arts were, after all, mere mortals. Even the strongest was no match for him. He practiced cultivation. The Qi Daoist lifted his left hand, and a yellow talisman flew out from his sleeve, hovering above his palm. The talisman emitted a radiance that illuminated his face. Just then, the Qi Daoist glanced towards a certain spot. Following his gaze, a figure in red could be seen standing on top of an old tree, gazing at him from a distance. Zhou Xue. Gazing at the Qi Daoist, Zhou Xue's eyes were ice-cold, exuding a daunting murderous intent. It's him. In these 7 days, she'd constantly felt an unreal sensation, afraid that it was all a dream or an illusionary realm until today. When she saw that figure from deep within her memories, which brought her despair, she finally felt that she had truly been reborn. Hatred. Intent to kill. There was still a trace of excitement. The Qi Daoist felt Zhou Xue's gaze and couldn't help but frown. For some reason, Zhou Xue gave him a feeling of great danger. His first reaction was that the other party was also a cultivator, but upon closer inspection, the other party did not have the aura or magic artifacts of a cultivator. The Qi Daoist immediately leaped up, like a gray eagle gliding through the night sky, launching an attack on Zhou Xue. Zhou Xue instantly leaped down from the tree and disappeared into the night. The boundless night was like daylight to the Qi Daoist, and he quickly closed in on Zhou Xue. The Qi Daoist lightly touched the courtyard wall with his toes, as agile as a swallow. While still in midair, he swung his horsetail whisk with his right hand, sweeping towards Zhou Xue. Almost in an instant, Zhou Xue suddenly turned around and threw out 5 flying darts, all describing different arcs as they sped towards the Qi Daoist. The Qi Daoist's eyebrows raised, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Bang! A figure smashed through the courtyard wall, sending debris flying. He collapsed onto the stone path like a heap of mud, limbs twisted unnaturally, a chilling sight. Fang Wang withdrew his hanging right leg and looked at the corpse before him with an icy expression. This night was the first time he had killed someone, but he felt no discomfort because he had seen many from the Fang residence, including some of his kin, die gruesomely. Hatred had taken over his mind. He had already slain 37 black-clothed persons, the weakest of whom were second-rate experts, including 3 top-notch masters. His performance had been witnessed by many family members and servants, but the Fang residence was still in jeopardy, and no one had the time to marvel at his prowess. His eyes were focused only on killing the enemy. He moved towards the main hall where his parents were. He had been making his way there all along, fearing for their safety. With the strength of a martial arts myth, Fang Wang was able to kill all the black-clothed persons he encountered without using his true qi, always saving it and ending the enemy's lives with the most vicious moves. It wasn't long before Fang Wang arrived at the vicinity of the main hall. There were about 500 servants surrounding the entire courtyard tightly, with a dozen or so corpses of black-clothed persons already there. Fang Wang, covered in dust, arrived, his white clothes unstained by blood. The servants all recognized him and made way for him. Upon reaching the front of the main hall and seeing his parents were still alive, Fang Wang let out a sigh of relief. "Wanger, come here quick, it's dangerous outside." Seeing him, Lady Jiang, Fang Wang's mother, urgently waved her hand and called out to him. Fang Yin, seeing his son unharmed, also let out a sigh of relief. He was about to speak when suddenly a thunderous noise came from the west, causing everyone to turn their heads. Fang Wang also turned to look, a burst of golden light reflecting on his face, his pupils dilating in response. If he was like this, then the others were even more so, open-mouthed and dumbstruck, as if they had seen a ghost. To the west, amidst a dazzling burst of golden light rising between the buildings, a figure stood suspended, holding up the golden light against the backdrop of the moon. With Fang Wang's exceptional eyesight, he could clearly see the figure's true form. It was a Qi Daoist standing on one foot atop a wooden sword, with a horsetail whisk in his right hand. His left hand was raised above his head holding a yellow talisman, constantly emitting golden light, brilliant and eye-catching. What is that? How is it possible? How can a person stand in the air? It's a ghost. A ghost has come to destroy our Fang residence. It must be a trick. Even a top martial arts expert could not possibly stand suspended in the air. If it were an illusion, why would there be so many experts attacking the Fang residence tonight? The people around the Fang residence were in an uproar, a sense of indescribable panic spreading. Even servants armed with weapons were frightened, with some already kneeling and praying. Fang Wang immediately took steps towards the direction of the Qi Daoist. Lady Jiang saw this scene. "Wanger, what are you doing?" Lady Jiang yelled, drawing the attention of many towards Fang Wang. Fang Wang didn't look back but simply raised the sword in his hand and leapt into the air, soaring like a rock, jumping tens of feet high and landing on a distant rooftop, rushing forward. This scene made many members of the Fang family gape in amazement. Fang Jin, the third son, exclaimed in astonishment, "Fifth brother, Wanger's lightness skill is incredible. Even our eldest brother couldn't leap so high straight away." Fang Yin was stunned, staring at the receding figure of Fang Wang, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. Fang Meng, the supported family head, stared intently at the Qi Daoist, his focus not shifted by Fang Wang. It was the first time his face looked so awful, and he slowly whispered 3 words, audible only to himself. "Cultivator." In the damaged courtyard, Zhou Xue, with slightly disheveled hair, looked up at the Qi Daoist high above her. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her left arm obviously dislocated, hanging loosely. "Girl, such a tyrannical poison, this is not something an ordinary person can create. Which sect are you from? Could it be Green Cicada Valley?" The Qi Daoist, looking down on Zhou Xue with indifference, asked coldly. Zhou Xue furrowed her brows tightly and coldly said, "What treasures are you still hiding on your person? Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in the Qi Daoist's pupils, and his killing intent was unstoppable. He snorted coldly, unwilling to talk. Then die. He violently directed the yellow talisman in his hand towards Zhou Xue, countless golden beams bursting forth from it, pouring down like a torrential rain, aimed at Zhou Xue. Zhou Xue immediately jumped aside, but the golden beams were faster still. After dodging several times, she was feeling the limits of this body. I hadn't expected him to possess two noteworthy magic artifacts. It seems his identity is not as simple as it looks. Zhou Xue felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Was she going to have to use that move? Just as she was about to be struck, an arm wrapped around her shoulder, and a great force pulled her away from the assault of the golden beams. The beams of golden light hit the ground, piercing through the courtyard walls, stone slabs, and tree trunks, extremely sharp. Zhou Xue turned her head to see, and caught a glimpse of Fang Wang's somewhat youthful handsome profile. Chapter 6, He Can't Be Killed. What are you doing here? You're not his match, Zhou Xue said through gritted teeth. 7 days after her rebirth, apart from her adoptive parents, she also felt a bit of fondness for Fang Wang and did not wish to see the young man buried here tonight. Fang Wang cradled Zhou Xue in one arm and performed the shadowless step, constantly changing his footing to dodge the golden beams of light attacking him. He didn't flee directly but instead evaded back and forth in the area. I may not be, but are you certain you are now? Fang Wang didn't glance at Zhou Xue in his arms. He calmly replied, keeping his gaze fixed on the Qi Daoist standing in the air. Zhou Xue fell silent, unable to respond. At that moment, the Qi Daoist's attack ceased, and Fang Wang landed on a broken wall. Zhou Xue naturally slipped from his arm, maintaining a very measured distance from him. Is this a spell? The bottom tier of the cultivation world is this strong, you didn't deceive me? Fang Wang asked in a low voice, staring at the Qi Daoist. The killing power of those golden beams was terrifying. While dodging earlier on, Fang Wang felt an unprecedented sense of danger and was on high alert, not daring to be careless. Zhou Xue took a deep breath and said, his realm is indeed the lowest in the cultivation world, but wielding 2 magic artifacts, he is considered a first-rate expert within his realm. However, with his spiritual power, he can't continuously use the kind of attack you just saw. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang immediately had an idea of the situation. Under his watchful eye, the high and mighty Qi Daoist descended, which seemed to suggest that standing in the air, though cool, was quite draining. Who are you? The Qi Daoist stared intently at Fang Wang and asked in a deep voice. Fang Wang's swordplay was different from any martial arts experts he had seen before, even surpassing most cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm. He couldn't see through Fang Wang's identity at the moment, but Zhou Xue's poison made him sure she was a cultivator. Fang Wang raised his sword and said, shouldn't one introduce oneself first before inquiring about the identities of others? The Qi Daoist hearing this, showed a cold smile and said, then let me see what makes you dare to resist. He suddenly charged towards Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, his speed much faster than the black-clothed persons from before. Fang Wang didn't retreat but advanced instead, bringing his sword down on the Qi Daoist. The two moved rapidly like arrows, and in the blink of an eye, they were within 7 steps of each other. Fang Wang swung his sword to strike, while the Qi Daoist tilted his body and waved his horsetail whisk. So fast. Both thought this at the same time. Fang Wang was amazed at the cultivator's quick bodily reactions, while the Qi Daoist was astonished by his footwork. What level of Qi cultivation realm is this young man at? Each avoiding the other's techniques, they unfolded a fierce and swift duel, attacking each other in the courtyard, stirring up dust and stones. In a short span of time, neither could injure the other. Seeing Fang Wang and the Qi Daoist fighting evenly, Zhou Xue was deeply moved. She realized she had underestimated this young man. Such strength, he could match up to cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Qi cultivation realm, yet he is merely a warrior. Could it be that he has reached the mythical realms of martial arts? Zhou Xue was secretly shocked, having a clear understanding of Fang Wang's age. To be so powerful at the age of 16. Such comprehension and talent were too exaggerated. Even though the paths of martial arts and cultivation are different, there are some similarities, and a prodigy in martial arts won't be too lacking in talent for cultivation, particularly in terms of comprehension. Zhou Xue's appreciation for Fang Wang grew, and at the same time, some of the Fang residence's top experts quickly rushed over. When they saw the battle between Fang Wang and the Qi Daoist, they all instinctively stopped in their tracks. Fang Wang, clad in white, was as fast as a specter with his sword gleaming coldly under the night sky, while the Qi Daoist, like a crane, seemed slower than Fang Wang but always managed to evade his attacks with ease. So fast. Is this speed humanly possible? Is that young master Fang Wang? Who would have thought that our 13th young master's martial skills were so advanced? I heard from Ahu that many experts have been killed by the 13th young master. Is that guy a human or a ghost? It feels like he's floating. Let's not act rashly to avoid distracting young master Fang Wang. The experts from the Fang residence discussed amongst themselves, including Fang Wang's clan members. They were the most shocked, having never imagined Fang Wang to be so formidable. The Qi Daoist wielded his horsetail whisk, striking Fang Wang's treasured sword and sending a tremendous force that repelled Fang Wang. Without a trace of spiritual power, could it be you are merely skilled in martial arts, and you specialize in techniques, said the Qi Daoist in a cold voice. Fang Wang hadn't employed true Qi but relied solely on his swordsmanship and footwork to fight. This was his first time battling with such effort, with body and mind taut. He had underestimated cultivators, thinking they spent most of their time in meditation and might have physical attributes weaker than warriors. Now, however, after exchanging blows, he had a certain understanding of the Qi Daoist's strength. The Qi Daoist raised his left hand, the yellow talisman releasing streaks of golden light towards Fang Wang, who immediately dodged. More and more top experts from the Fang residence arrived, including the previously injured Fang Hanyu. They had all been shocked when they witnessed the Qi Daoist using magic artifacts, and now, observing the yellow talisman's miraculous effects from a close distance, they were even more fearful. Sorcerer. A middle-aged manservant holding a long stick said with a trembling voice, full of fear. Fang Hanyu wanted to go and support Fang Wang, but was stopped by his father, Fang Zhe. Fang Zhe, with a solemn look, said, "You can't participate in their battle." Waves of shock surged inside him. He had traveled far and wide for many years, visiting many great sects in the martial world, but had never seen such evil arts. He suddenly remembered a legend he had heard a long time ago. The legend spoke of cultivators who lived deep within the mountains and 5 sacred peaks, creators of the martial arts practiced by the ordinary world. Fang Hanyu watched Fang Wang continuously dodge the golden beams, his footwork and posture filling his heart with complex emotions, admiration mixed with an unwillingness to accept. Since childhood, he had harbored admiration for his younger cousin because Fang Wang knew so much, always saying things that amazed him. Even though he had left to practice martial arts for many years, Fang Hanyu would often think of his cousin, always feeling that Fang Wang would grow up to be an extraordinary person. He had never imagined, however, that Fang Wang would reach such an exceptional level in martial arts. What made him feel unwilling was not that Fang Wang was stronger than he, but that he could not be of help to Fang Wang. Fang Wang quickly evaded the golden beams, closing in on the Qi Daoist, who, despite seeing that the yellow talisman could not harm Fang Wang, did not panic and maintained his stern expression. When Fang Wang was less than 8 steps away from the Qi Daoist, he threw his treasured sword. His throw was so forceful that the sword almost pierced the Qi Daoist as soon as it left his hand. However, with a clang, the sword was deflected. A flash of yellow light appeared before Fang Wang's eyes. He saw the Qi Daoist's body burst into a golden glow, like a suit of light armor that deflected his sword. Upon closer inspection, Fang Wang saw the edge of a yellow talisman at the Qi Daoist's chest burning, with a visible light emanating from it and covering his entire body. Whoosh! 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 A series of whizzing sounds filled the air as 6 silver darts grazed past Fang Wang's ears, flying straight toward the Qi Daoist. This time, the Qi Daoist did not attempt to stand his ground but instead dodged with a flash of movement. Before he even touched the ground, he rapidly cast a spell, his horsetail whisk stirring up, creating snake-like bolts of lightning out of nowhere, striking unrelentingly towards Fang Wang. Fang Wang leaped to dodge. As the lightning bolts shattered the silver darts and followed by a crash to the ground, they pierced through the earth with incredible destructive power. He turned his head to see that Zhou Xue had joined the battle, now confronting the Qi Daoist up close, wielding a dagger. Her agile movements made it impossible for the Qi Daoist to shake her off. She has such skill after being reborn for just 7 days. Fang Wang was secretly astonished. Before her rebirth, Zhou Xue was just a frail woman confined to her home, but now her skills surpassed those of ordinary top-notch experts. Could it be that Zhou Xue, like him, had secretly trained in martial arts from a young age? The Qi Daoist unleashed his lightning spell again, and due to their proximity, Zhou Xue, whose agility did not match Fang Wang's, was hit in the back while dodging, blood spurting out. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, a puff of light green powder spread out, instantly enveloping the Qi Daoist. As Zhou Xue hit the ground, she immediately looked to Fang Wang. Understanding her intention, Fang Wang executed the shadowless step and rapidly advanced. He raised his palm and struck forward, his surging true qi carrying a dragon's roar, releasing a dragon-shaped true qi with immense force that collided with the Qi Daoist, sending him flying. The Qi Daoist was flung like a broken kite, soaring tens of meters before crashing into the ruins. Is that the true dragon palm that once made a formidable name for itself in the martial world? Fan Zhe's eyes widened in incredulous exclamation, while Fan Hanyu beside him was equally moved. The true dragon palm was not an exceedingly rare technique easily obtainable for those willing to spend money, yet it was extremely difficult to master. In today's martial world, no one could cultivate the true dragon palm to great completion. Fang Wang withdrew his palm, swiftly moving to Zhou Xue's side. Below her, a pool of blood formed, a sight most tragic. Without waiting for Fang Wang to speak, Zhou Xue propped up her upper body and pulled out a small paper packet from her embrace, her voice trembling. A martial artist's true qi can't kill him. Use my specially made poison, sprinkle it on his wounds, and it can continuously dissipate the spiritual power within his body. Fang Wang didn't take the poison but instead asked, if it can't kill him, can it injure him? Zhou Xue frowned and replied, of course it can. He is merely a cultivator from the Qi cultivation realm. It's just that, right now, it's very difficult for me. Boom! Before she could finish her words, a deafening roar came from behind, followed by a rampaging wind. Fang Wang squinted towards the noise, and Zhou Xue also turned her head, only to see rolling black qi emerging from the ruins while a black banner ascended, surrounded by floating debris like rocks and splinters, with the vague shapes of ghostly souls. As the black banner soared into the sky, the Qi Daoist staggeringly rose to his feet. His hair was disheveled, he was covered in blood, his robes torn to shreds, looking utterly ragged. Those wounds, now openly weeping black blood, were unable to cease. His gaze fixated on Fang Wang, he shouted angrily, "Mortal, how dare you injure me?" After being struck by the true dragon palm, he had fully confirmed that Fang Wang was not a cultivator but just a warrior after all. The fact that he was injured by a warrior caused the Qi Daoist great shame. Burning with rage, he took a step forward, the black banner above his head following him. Waves of ghostly wails filled the air, plunging the Fang residents into a night of terror. That's the soul-burning banner, you must not come into contact with its ghost qi, or it will seize your mind and soul, at its mercy. Zhou Xue grit her teeth and spoke urgently, while also racking her brains for a strategy. And you venomous girl, what poison did you sprinkle on me? Very well, I shall repay it 100-fold. The Qi Daoist, eyes filled with viciousness, glared at Zhou Xue. His body trembled with poison blood oozing from his wounds, evidently enduring pain beyond ordinary imagination. Fang Wang watched as the other's unsteady gait became more pronounced and his expression grew exceedingly dangerous. He slowly raised his right hand. If you can be injured by a mortal, it proves you are nothing but a mortal yourself. Fang Wang jeered, his voice ringing out clearly, fueling the killing intent in the Qi Daoist's eyes. The Qi Daoist said icily, very well, I won't let you die so easily. I will flay your skin, draw your tendons, torment your soul, so that... As he spoke, he moved closer to Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, but before he could finish, Fang Wang's right hand suddenly raised his index and middle fingers together, using them as a sword, and pointed at the Qi Daoist from afar. The Qi Daoist wore a mocking smile, but then his pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively turned his head to see the treasured sword that had been knocked away earlier suddenly shooting up from the ground, turning into a streak of cold light that moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The severely injured Qi Daoist had no time to evade. Bang! The treasured sword struck from behind the Qi Daoist, shattering his skull, the sword light sparkling, then flying in front of Fang Wang to stop, hovering in midair. Then, it swiftly turned around, the hilt facing Fang Wang's right hand, as if it were a living entity. This scene left Zhou Xue with a stunned expression, and Fang Wang's kinsmen from a distance watched his treasured sword, all wearing faces as if they'd seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. The Fang residents fell into silence. Chapter 7, 3 Cultivation Techniques. Thump! The headless body of the Qi Daoist fell upon the shattered stone ground, blood scattering everywhere. The soul-burning banner that had been hovering above him fell as well, its surrounding ghost qi dissipating. Gazing at the corpse of the Qi Daoist, Zhou Xue trembled all over. She turned her head to look at the treasured sword hovering in front of Fang Wang and couldn't help but ask, "You? What was that just now?" Fang Wang, supporting her with his left hand and maintaining the sword control technique posture with his right, replied with a calm face, "As you saw, it was the sword control technique that you taught." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge cheer erupted from the people of the Fang residence nearby. "The demon Taoist is dead. What was that just now? That sword was flying. Even the strongest swordsman in the Jianghu couldn't execute such swordsmanship. Young Master Fang Wang is so powerful." The people of the Fang residence were extremely excited. With the Qi Daoist being so powerful, having slain him meant the other assassins were nothing to fear. Some people, however, worried that the Qi Daoist might come back to life, for after all, this fellow was a demonic Daoist whose actions could not be predicted by common sense. Zhou Xue, hearing Fang Wang's words, had a drastic change in her expression and started coughing violently out of emotion, coughing up blood all over the ground. This scared Fang Wang so much that he hastily abandoned his pose to support her. Clang! The treasured sword fell to the ground, its blade still smeared with the blood of the Qi Daoist, chillingly thrilling. "I'm fine. I won't die. I just used a secret technique to temporarily grant this body a certain fighting strength. Although my injuries are severe, they will heal within a month." Zhou Xue looked up and said. Her face was as pale as death, but her eyes were filled with spirit, as if she could swallow Fang Wang whole. Fang Wang was frightened by her gaze, especially since she claimed to be a demonic cultivator in her previous life. "Fang Wang, had you truly never engaged in the way of cultivation before?" Zhou Xue stared at Fang Wang, took a deep breath, and asked seriously. Fang Wang hesitated for a moment but decided to trust her and replied, "Indeed, I had not, but when you mentioned the sword control technique, I felt it was genuine and possible, so I cultivated for 7 days. Using the sword control technique, I utilized true qi, which you should be able to sense." He was still relying on Zhou Xue to set foot on the path of cultivation. There was no need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. By showing his worth, he could gain more favor. How could true qi be used to execute the sword control technique? And your sword isn't even a magic artifact, to control it through the air. I'm not sure either, but it worked. Fang Wang shook his head, his heart secretly pleased. "Do you think this is an ordinary sword control technique? Sorry, this is the sword control technique of great perfection. Even high-level cultivators might not spend time studying the sword control technique." At these words, Zhou Xue grew even more excited, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Despite the intense pain in her body, she spoke firmly, "Fang Wang, you are definitely a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius. Your destined magical artifact must surely be an Earth origin spirit treasure. Once my injuries heal, follow me to cultivate." With the Qi Daoist slain, the disaster of the Fang family being wiped out had been averted, which led Zhou Xue to speak directly about the future. "Here it comes." Fang Wang had been waiting for these words. He nodded and said, "All right, wait for me. I'll go take care of the remaining foes. Afterward, you can tell me more about what an Earth origin spirit treasure is." Zhou Xue nodded. Fang Wang immediately beckoned for his clan members to come and take care of Zhou Xue while he left with his sword in hand. Fang Zhe, accompanied by clan members and servants, rushed over. He instructed 2 women to take care of Zhou Xue, while he cautiously approached the body of the Qi Daoist. "Don't get close, there is a ghostly presence on him. Let Fang Wang and me deal with it." Zhou Xue called out to stop Fang Zhe. Hearing this, Fang Zhe hesitated, but recalling the terrifying sight of the soul-burning banner, he shivered and quickly signaled the others to retreat and not to come near. Performing the sword control technique had depleted 70% of Fang Wang's true Qi, but to slay the remaining black-clothed persons, he didn't need true Qi at all. An hour later, the Fang residence had completely returned to tranquility, though the atmosphere remained heavy as the night's death toll exceeded 1,000. In the manor's main courtyard, the hall, Fang Wang stood next to his father, Fang Yin, surrounded by clan members, each looking grim, with all eyes focused on Fang Meng. Fang Meng, hands on his walking stick, took a deep breath and said, "What happened tonight cannot be concealed. We must spread the word. Tomorrow, we'll hold a grand funeral, the grander the better, to let the world know of the Fang family's tragedy. Only then will no one dare to touch us further." Fang Wang's uncle, Fang Jin, couldn't help but say, "Father, to mobilize so many experts, it must be related to the imperial palace. We are the Duke's mansion, after all. Even after giving up military power, we have come to such an end." "Shut up!" Fang Meng shouted, causing Fang Jin to close his mouth, but his face was still full of resentment and unwillingness. The dead tonight were not just servants, 2 of Fang Wang's cousins had also perished. Fang Meng continued solemnly, "Remember, we are within the Qi, we cannot recklessly fight against heaven." In the hall, most shared Fang Jin's sentiments and emotions. Had it not been for Fang Wang's actions that night, the Fang residence might truly have been eradicated. Every time they thought of this, they were immensely relieved yet terrified. "Everyone, disperse now. Wanger, you stay behind," Fang Meng continued, and at these words, all eyes turned to Fang Wang, each filled with gratitude, admiration, and disbelief. That night, Fang Wang had slain 63 assassins, including the demonic Taoist. News of his feat had spread throughout the Fang residence, but they were still immersed in grief, so it wasn't right to ask how he had become so formidable. The people filed out with respectful gestures, and Fang Wang's uncles even patted his shoulder as they left, their eyes full of praise. Chapter 8, 3 Cultivation Techniques _2. Only Fang Meng and the old lady remained in the hall when Fang Wang took a step forward to pay his respects to his grandparents. "From where did you learn the immortal law?" Fang Meng asked, his face breaking into a kind and gentle smile. Fang Wang replied, "Grandfather, it was Zhou Xue who taught me." She has the guidance of a senior cultivator behind her. Earlier, I had heard her mention that the Fang residence was in danger of destruction, so I sought her out, and she taught me the sword control technique, which convinced me of her words. Since the image of a genius had been established, he better solidify it. It was perfect for explaining. Fang Meng was momentarily stunned, gripping his cane tightly. Struggling to contain his excitement, he asked, "She said the Fang residence was in danger of destruction, and it's only been 7 days. Did you have prior knowledge of this matter, or have you only practiced for 7 days?" Fang Wang feigned hesitation before answering, "I practiced for 7 days. Good. Good. Very good." Fang Meng was overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling. He even wanted to stand up and embrace Fang Wang, who quickly walked over and held his hand. "The Fang family has a successor, we can break through this deadly situation." Fang Meng cried tears of joy, old tears streaming down. Fang Wang panicked at once, it was his first time seeing his grandfather cry. Afterward, Fang Meng began to recount the past. As a founding hero of the Qi Dynasty, Fang Meng certainly knew more than the average citizen did, including information about the cultivation world. However, for Fang Meng, cultivators were still ethereal beings, his understanding of them was limited, but he was aware of their existence. He urged Fang Wang to cultivate well. He even thought about betrothing Zhou Xue to Fang Wang, thinking it would make Fang Wang's path to cultivation more stable, but Fang Wang declined politely. What a joke! Zhou Xue was a reincarnated person and a demonic cultivator at that. Such a woman would certainly not prioritize love. If she were to sever emotional ties for the sake of longevity, wouldn't that be troublesome? Moreover, having lived a second life, Fang Wang did not want to spend a lifetime with anyone. He sought unencumbered freedom and ease. Before encountering cultivators, he had prepared to wander the world. Now that he had encountered the path of cultivation, his desire only grew stronger. In this life, he planned to traverse every mountain and river, witness the world's splendor, and seek the method to eternal life. He could not allow any person to hold him back. That night, the grandson and grandfather talked for a long time. The next day at noon, while the Fang residence was enveloped in sorrow, Southern Hills City fell into turmoil. The Fang residence had been attacked, so many had died. The citizens under the Fang family's protection were naturally afraid, and many gossipers were discussing the events. Fang Wang left the house to visit Zhou Xue. The two maids guarding the door promptly paid their respects upon seeing him. One of the maids said, "Young master, the miss has commanded that if you were to come, you may go straight in." Last night, Fang Wang and Zhou Xue had fought the demonic Taoist to save the Fang residence, and word had spread throughout the household. Their relationship, in the eyes of the people of the Fang residence, had also changed. Last night, the maids had even heard the fourth young master suggesting that the two should marry. Fang Wang nodded, then pushed the door open and entered, closing the door behind him. He sat down beside Zhou Xue's bed. At this moment, Zhou Xue lay in bed, her face pale, her body wrapped in white bandages, appearing severely injured. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes to look at Fang Wang. Fang Wang, however, did not greet her. After all, she was a reborn individual, not a true 16-year-old girl. "Is it possible to take the Fang family disciple with us on the path to immortality? We have offended the imperial power, and even if the commotion is great, it will be forgotten one day. Will the killing intent return with a vengeance?" Fang Wang asked, voicing Fang Meng's expectations. Zhou Xue retracted her gaze, slowly closed her eyes, and softly said, "The threshold for cultivation is extremely high. Not everyone who wishes to cultivate can do so. However, I do have this intention. This month, I will select disciples with potential to follow us in cultivation." Fang Wang asked curiously, "Where are we going? Can you tell me about the way of cultivation, such as the earth origin spirit treasure you mentioned last night?" The cultivation world of the Qi has 9 great sects, hidden deep within mountains and wondrous realms. The sect we're heading for is Great Abyss Gate, which ranks in the top 5 among the 9 great sects, with a profound foundation. I have a way to get you into the section. Zhou Xue spoke at length, giving Fang Wang a brief introduction to Great Abyss Gate, instilling great anticipation in him for this cultivation sect. If he joined Great Abyss Gate, he would have to find a way to practice the most profound cultivation techniques and spells. With the heavenly palace in his mind, he was certain to surpass his fellow cultivators. As for Zhou Xue, the reborn individual, he needed to keep up with her pace of becoming stronger and, if possible, surpass her. That would be even better. As for the earth origin spirit treasure, we must first talk about the realms in cultivation. Above Qi cultivation is the soul sculpting realm. Only after crafting one's own life spirit treasure can one step into the soul sculpting realm. A treasure resides within the body of a cultivator, and oftentimes, the grade of the treasure can determine a cultivator's talent. The treasures, from low to high, are ranked as yellow origin, mysterious origin, earth origin, and heavenly origin, with sub-ranks within each level. "I will tell you more about this later," Zhou Xue said, and then couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Fang Wang, her eyes full of expectation. Life spirit treasure. Fang Wang began to imagine what rank his own treasure might achieve. After chatting for a while, Fang Wang timely made his request. "By the way, could you teach me cultivation techniques so that during the month you heal, I can cultivate spiritual power? That way, once we enter Great Abyss Gate, I won't embarrass you." A greatly accomplished sword control technique easily killed the Qingyi Taoist. How much stronger would it be if he used spiritual power? Zhou Xue pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I want to see how good your comprehension is. I will teach you the basic Qi gathering method. Wait, can you teach me some more profound cultivation methods?" Fang Wang tentatively said, "Basic Qi gathering method? Too humble." Zhou Xue frowned at him, intending to lecture him, but then she thought about the sword control technique Fang Wang had used last night, and other ideas came to her mind. Fang Wang's sword control technique had already surpassed the scope of a Qi cultivation realm cultivator. His talent was beyond question and warranted her special cultivation. So be it. Since you saved me, I will pass a technique on to you. Although I have many techniques, I can only give you 3 choices. The first is Spring-Autumn Art, an extraordinary ancient art established by the foremost cultivator of the Qi 1,000 years ago, known to extend lifespan and pursue longevity. Reaching great completion, living 3,000 years is not difficult. Second is the devouring heaven demonic art that I acquired in an ancient secret realm. It was the first art I practiced, which allows absorption of others' spiritual power. However, practicing it will reduce lifespan and is prone to heart demons. It's a rocky road of cultivation, but with my guidance, you would progress twice as fast. Third is the Solaris scripture, the most profound cultivation technique I acquired in the mortal world. Before I ascended, I did not manage to master it. I do not know how powerful the Solaris scripture truly is, but for it, even I, who was already in the Mahayana realm, nearly died in a dangerous ordeal. Having finished, Zhou Xue smiled at Fang Wang, curious to see what he would choose. Chapter 9, Solaris Scripture 9th Level of Great Perfection. Can I learn them all? Fang Wang made his choice, eliciting from Zhou Xue a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She could not suppress an eye roll. So arrogant. Zhou Xue, with much patience, explained, different cultivation techniques cultivate different kinds of spiritual power. Learning too many will lead to the chaos of spiritual powers, and mastering one technique is easier than dabbling in many. Unabashed, Fang Wang asked, if I choose one and can't learn it, can I switch to another? Alright then, since you saved my life. Unable to hold back a chuckle, Zhou Xue spoke softly, but the laugh triggered her injuries, causing her to cough violently. Fang Wang felt it inappropriate to touch her, so he could only watch from the side. Which one do you want to start with? Zhou Xue asked, her voice even weaker after coughing. Fang Wang thought for a moment and said, let's try the difficult Solaris scripture. If I start with the hardest, the rest will feel easier. Zhou Xue wasted no time and began explaining the mental method of the Solaris scripture, which included the Qi gathering method. Fang Wang listened attentively, filled with anticipation. Only by mastering the cultivation technique could he truly step onto the path of cultivation. As Zhou Xue passed on the technique, she watched him and felt quite emotional. I never thought I would treat someone this way. Is this what family feels like? Ruolan, you were right, relying on others is useless. I must cultivate a force that can be trusted. My rebirth must be divine guidance, hinting at a different path for me. Witnessing Fang Wang, whom she had no memory of from her past life, listen so earnestly, Zhou Xue truly felt reborn. If she had a second chance at life, she would not settle for just becoming an immortal. Thousands of thoughts rose in Zhou Xue's heart. Now that the crisis facing her residence had passed, it was time to plan her new life. Fang Wang was unaware of her thoughts, his mind completely absorbed in the Solaris scripture. After Zhou Xue finished imparting the entire Solaris scripture, Fang Wang's mind exploded, his vision blurring. The next second, he was inside the heavenly palace. When he opened his eyes and clearly saw his surroundings, he immediately punched the air and shouted triumphantly, I did it! Overwhelmed with excitement, Fang Wang realized that being able to enter the heavenly palace meant he could cultivate the Solaris scripture. Although the heavenly palace could only assist him in grasping supreme techniques, if he could master the Solaris scripture to great perfection and then cultivate Qi, his progress would be twice as effective. This was a technique not even Zhou Xue could master before ascending. Sitting down right then and there, Fang Wang immediately started cultivating the Solaris scripture. There were 9 levels in the Solaris scripture. Upon reaching the 3rd level, the spiritual power contained the Solaris flame, capable of scorching the soul. At the 6th level, one could resist all kinds of fire, and at the 9th level, one could condense the Solaris true fire, burning everything. Fang Wang started cultivating with the basic Qi gathering method. The heavenly palace underwent changes, manifesting the nature's spiritual energy needed by cultivators. This energy was illusory, intended to aid his cultivation. The so-called spiritual energy born from nature nourishes all creatures. Yet, many different types of energy exist in the universe, and the process of cultivation involves extracting and refining this spiritual energy. However, just to cultivate the 1st level of the Solaris scripture, Fang Wang felt like 10 years had passed. 10 years to master the 1st level? Could my talent for cultivation be that poor? Disbelieving, Fang Wang continued his cultivation. To confirm the time he spent practicing, he visualized a large clock in the heavenly palace, reminiscent of a modern Earth timepiece but with an ancient appearance and a record of years at its base to keep track of time. Yet the time it took to cultivate the second level was twice that of the first, and Fang Wang had to put aside concerns about his talent and focus on his practice. So it went, as Fang Wang continued cultivating the Solaris scripture, gradually becoming numb to his heart and forgetting everything outside. It was as if the years flowed endlessly and the stars shifted in their courses. By the time he mastered the Solaris scripture to great perfection, flames spontaneously ignited behind his head, forming into spheres of fire, like miniature suns, orbiting behind him. These were the Solaris true fire. The Solaris true fire looked like ordinary flames, but it could absorb sunlight. The longer it burned during daylight, the more terrifying its power became. Opening his eyes, Fang Wang's gaze had become weathered, not from worldly experiences, but from the fatigue of the heart. Turning his head, he discovered that he had spent a total of 213 years cultivating the Solaris scripture. This duration nearly matched that of an entire dynasty. Fang Wang's mood sank, attributing the difficulty to the Solaris scripture itself. Yes, better to blame the goal than to lament one's own shortcomings. No wonder Zhou Xue couldn't master it before ascending. Who would spend 200 years practicing a single technique? Collecting his emotions, Fang Wang willed himself out of the heavenly palace. His vision cleared, and he saw Zhou Xue lying weakly on the bed. He had spent 2 centuries in his journey, but in reality, it was but an instant. This month, you should focus on cultivating the Solaris scripture. Once I'm healed, we'll set out. Great Abyss Gate recruits disciples every 5 years, and if we miss this year, we'll have to wait another 5, Zhou Xue said softly, her gaze somewhat peculiar. For some reason, ever since she finished teaching the Solaris scripture, she had the feeling something was different about Fang Wang. She couldn't pinpoint it, but it was a subtle feeling. If you are the reborn immortal venerable, why not establish your own sect? Fang Wang asked, puzzled. Zhou Xue gave a resigned smile and replied, cultivation isn't that simple. The blessed lands of Grotto Heaven and various resources in Qi have long been divided by the 9 great sects. And since my rebirth, I also need to walk the path of cultivation again. Joining a sect not only provides resources for cultivation but also protection. Fang Wang nodded. Seeing her grow paler, he said, you should rest and heal. We can talk more afterward. After speaking, he stood up, ready to leave. Oh, and last night that cultivator left behind 2 magic artifacts. Since you killed him, they rightfully belong to you. Once I'm healed, I'll give them to you and teach you how to control them so that your starting point in cultivation will be higher than others, Zhou Xue said suddenly. Fang Wang didn't turn back but merely raised his hand in acknowledgement and replied, keep them for yourself. You introduced me to the path of cultivation, consider these as repaying that favor. Later, pass on some spells to me. Without pausing, he quickly left the room. When the door closed, Zhou Xue showed a smile on her face and muttered to herself, taking him as a disciple isn't a bad idea, but since we are one clan, why fuss over formalities? Having returned from rebirth, she decided that not only would she cultivate herself, but she would also lead the Fang residents in cultivation. The betrayal of her past life made her realize that no matter how strong she was, without a trustworthy power, she would end up dead with her path destroyed. Setting aside the grace of the Fang residents raising her, the presence of a genius like Fang Wang made it worth her while to nurture him. Zhou Xue closed her eyes, taking advantage of her convalescence to sort out her thoughts. She had realized that rebirth was not just about changing regrets, she could embark on a stronger path than in her previous life. Those missed opportunities she remembered could be hers with careful planning. Besides, she mustn't reveal the fact of her rebirth, this would be her greatest secret. Even in the upper realm before her rebirth, she had never heard of such a bizarre experience. Putting herself in others' shoes, if she truly believed someone was reborn, she would probably have some crooked thoughts. Back in his room, Fang Wang sat cross-legged at the desk, activating the Solaris scripture and absorbing nature's spiritual energy. Without any hindrance, and with no need to adapt, in almost an instant, he formed a whirlpool of qi around his body as the invisible and colorless spiritual energy from nature surged into him, giving him a feeling of refreshing clarity. He had felt something similar while cultivating in the heavenly palace, but it was nowhere near as intense as the sensation in his physical body. He became engrossed in the exhilarating feeling that the qi gathering brought, unable to extricate himself. The strength of the 9-layer great perfection of the Solaris scripture was immense. Fang Wang didn't know the progress rate of other cultivators, but he was certainly enjoying himself. The Solaris spiritual power had already begun to condense in his dantian. An hour passed, and he successfully entered the first layer of the Qi cultivation realm. After a day and a night, he strongly advanced to the second layer of the Qi cultivation realm. In the following days, Fang Wang didn't leave his house and focused on Qi gathering. Initially, his parents would come to visit him, but upon hearing that he was cultivating, they dared not disturb him any longer, only instructing the maids to deliver meals daily. After that night's great battle, Fang Wang's status within the residence skyrocketed, becoming the pride of the entire Fang residence. However, the affairs of cultivation were not spread widely, and Fang Meng even issued orders to forbid the spread of the demonic cultivator's existence, claiming only that the Fang residence had been attacked by a group of mysterious martial artists. In a quiet study, the Emperor of Da Qi sat in his chair, holding an ancient book. He appeared to be only in his early 20s, very young. An elderly minister walked in and bent down to bow at the table. "Your Majesty, the Southern Hills plan failed, and the immortal master that your servant requested has also perished," the old minister reported in a low voice, his official attire outlining a slightly corpulent figure with grizzled temples. As he spoke these words, his countenance remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Da Qi's hand, holding the book, trembled. He slowly put down the book and stared blankly at the old minister before saying, "Didn't you say it was foolproof?" The old minister sighed, saying, "Being able to kill an immortal master indicates that the Fang residence also harbors such power or is protected by it. I indeed miscalculated, thinking it was foolproof. However, it doesn't matter. I have sent a letter to that person. Before this, he assured me there would be no complications. Presumably, he will resolve this himself." The Emperor of Da Qi turned to look out the window, murmuring, "The power of cultivation, the prospect of immortality. I wish to enter this realm, having sacrificed so much without success. How did the Fang residence come by the support of such power?" The old minister did not answer. He too was perplexed and did not even dare to send someone to investigate the Fang residence, fearing he might startle the snake. After a while, the Emperor of Da Qi returned his gaze, stared straight at the old minister, and said, "Let's leave it at that for now. I will act as if I am unaware of this matter. Handle it cleanly." The old minister nodded. The Emperor of Da Qi waved his sleeve, and the old minister bowed and took his leave. The world often speaks of the allure of imperial power, but what is even that compared to immortality? The Emperor of Da Qi's deep sigh echoed in the study, his voice filled with helplessness. Half a month into his seclusion, news of the massacre at the Fang residence spread throughout the Great Qi, with every state and county discussing it. The Fang residents even sent someone to the imperial city to protest their innocence, leading to a chill among the various noble families, as the duke's mansion was an institution of considerable standing. What kind of audacious power could it be? That day, Zhou Xue came to visit Fang Wang, who got up to greet her. They sat at the table, where Fang Wang poured her tea. "You've recovered from your injuries too quickly." Fang Wang was inwardly alarmed. Zhou Xue's wounds had been so severe before that normal medical treatment would have required at least half a year of recuperation. Zhou Xue, having regained her dashing figure, was still dressed in bright red, catching the eye captivatingly. Compared with half a month ago, her demeanor was even more remarkable, with a sharpness shining between her brows. She sized up Fang Wang and asked, "How is your training with the Solaris scripture?" Fang Wang thought to himself that it was pretty good, reaching the 9-layer great perfection. However, facing Zhou Xue, a reborn individual, he dared not reveal everything. After all, she was still a demonic cultivator, and although they had fought side by side before, it was only because the disaster facing the Fang residents had been so imminent that they had no time to guard against each other. "It's all right, I feel I can keep going," Fang Wang replied. After practicing the Solaris scripture, he had no immediate plans to train in other techniques like the Spring-Autumn art or the Devouring Heaven demonic art. The Solaris scripture was too powerful, and half a month of cultivation had already transformed him, taking his cultivation realm to the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. And furthermore, spending a century in the heavenly palace was excruciating. Only he knew the monotony and torment of it. Zhou Xue watched him, her gaze enigmatic. Fang Wang felt a jolt of anxiety under her scrutiny, worried that she might have noticed something. Zhou Xue withdrew her gaze and said softly, 13 days from now we will set off. I have made my selections, and together with you and me, a total of 9 Fang family disciples will head to the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Having mastered a cultivation technique was not enough, he needed to learn powerful spells. Ahem, Zhou Xue, could you pass on a spell to me? Fang Wang gave a polite cough, cheekily making his request. Zhou Xue looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, and cheerfully said, sure, your sword control technique is so powerful that you must have quite a talent for the sword Dao. I have a set of swordsmanship here that, if you master, will allow you to sweep across those of the same realm. Chapter 10, Cultivation Dynasty _1. Really? Then I want to learn. Fang Wang's eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. His greatest skill was his swordsmanship, chiefly because he always harbored the heart to travel the world on the edge of a sword, and moreover, the sword complemented a cultivator perfectly. Just like the sword control technique, according to Zhou Xue, it was something all cultivators would learn, which demonstrated the universality of swords within the path of cultivation. Zhou Xue wasted no time and began to teach the sword technique, with Fang Wang listening attentively. After a while, Zhou Xue finished her explanation, then gazed at Fang Wang. Fang Wang, however, furrowed his brows. He hesitated for a moment and then said, this sword technique is not right. Although I have never cultivated a sword technique for cultivators, all techniques share commonalities, especially within the sword Dao. I feel that if I practice this sword technique following the method you've described, it won't work. This fact that he had not been able to enter the heavenly palace was enough to prove that this sword technique was fake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xue was not angry. Instead, appreciation showed in her eyes as she exclaimed, impressive, I can now confirm that, aside from your aptitude, your intuitive understanding is excellent. It's no wonder you could achieve such a level with the sword control technique within 7 days. Since you've already reached the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, you should continue cultivating. Spells are not urgent at the moment. After entering the Great Abyss Gate, you will need to endure hard cultivation for the first 2 years, focusing on your realm of cultivation. The last 3 layers of the Qi cultivation realm are much more challenging than the first 6, especially the 9th layer transitioning into the soul sculpting realm. The hardship involved is something you can't imagine right now. If you can achieve spiritual refinement within 5 years, then you can choose any spell from the Great Abyss Gate. When Zhou Xue pinpointed Fang Wang's level of cultivation, he was not surprised. After all, he was the reincarnation of an immortal venerable, so it was normal for her to discern his cultivation level. Fang Wang pretended to be depressed and said, if I hadn't seen through it, wouldn't I have practiced the sword technique in vain? Zhou Xue shook her head slightly and said, I was just testing you. Your talent and perception are truly extraordinary, but after all, you're immortal with limited lifespan. Remember, cultivation is of the utmost importance. Don't rely on your keen perception to spend most of your time delving into minor skills. Hearing this, Fang Wang had no choice but to give up on the idea. He wasn't too disappointed. After all, the Solaris scripture he possessed came with Solaris True Fire, which, when applied to his sword control technique and the martial arts he had mastered, was equivalent to the power of spells. After offering a few pieces of advice, Zhou Xue stood up and left. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Wang suddenly became very curious about her level of cultivation. His intuition told him that Zhou Xue had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and her cultivation was not weak, but it seemed she possessed some method to conceal her energy, making her inscrutable to him. Once Zhou Xue closed the door, Fang Wang stopped thinking about it and continued with his cultivation. Cultivation could be addicting, especially when effort led to tangible results. Under the blue sky and among the green mountains, 3 horse-drawn carriages moved forward, appearing very small in the majestic landscape, indistinguishable from pebbles in the eyes of eagles soaring above. Fang Wang leaned against the carriage door, holding the reins in his hand, enjoying the scenery along the way. The 13 days had not led to a breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, but his spiritual power had increased significantly. Recalling his parents' reluctance during their farewell, Fang Wang felt a touch of emotion, but more than that, he was excited. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, he just had memories of a past life. Although he was fond of this life's Fang residence, his attachment hadn't reached an inseparable extent yet. He had longed to venture out, but in this world akin to ancient times, bandits often lurked outside the city. From childhood to adulthood, he had never stepped out of Southern Hills City, which made everything along the way feel novel to him. Zhou Xue stepped out of the carriage and sat beside him, appreciating the landscape together. How large do you think this world really is, and how much of it does the Qi occupy? Fang Wang suddenly asked. Zhou Xue looked into the distance and replied, it's vast, very vast. The Qi is just a tiny part of Shanghai. I've heard from a senior that outside of the Qi, there are even dynasties where everyone practices cultivation. To cover up the fact of her rebirth and to establish her authority, all the Fang family disciples now knew that a certain cultivator from her past was guiding her. Everyone practices cultivation? How formidable would that be? Fang Wang mused eagerly. Zhou Xue chuckled softly and said, perhaps the Qi will also transform into a cultivation dynasty in the future. Perhaps? Then it must be true. Since there were others in the carriage, Zhou Xue dared not reveal her knowledge, speaking only in conjectures. Fang Wang naturally understood this. The fact that Qi Dynasty could evolve from a mundane dynasty into a cultivation dynasty was astonishing. No wonder Zhou Xue was willing to support Fang residence. Could it be that she intended to secure a position in the future Qi Dynasty? Fang Wang silently thought that Zhou Xue might have other intentions, but he was not opposed to it. After all, for an immortal venerable to support a power was incredibly easy. Zhou Xue had not failed the kindness of Uncle Fangjin in raising her, showing that at the very least, she harbored a shred of goodness in her heart and was not the demonic cultivator he had imagined. He had always been curious about why Zhou Xue had been reborn. Surely she didn't just reincarnate while meditating and practicing, right? The two continued to chat idly as the sun gradually set. At dusk, they stopped to rest by a river near the mountain road, and the Fang family disciples began to gather firewood. Fang Wang found a spot to sit. He didn't need to engage in these trivial tasks, as his responsibility was to protect the clansmen. Along with Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, a total of 9 people were present, including Fang Hanyu, who, despite his young age, had achieved the status of a first-rate expert. The 3 of them didn't need to gather firewood, so it was up to the other 6 to take care of these tasks. Fang Hanyu sat not far away, glancing at Fang Wang from time to time, seemingly hesitant about something. After struggling for a while, Fang Hanyu clenched his teeth and stood up, walking over to Fang Wang. Fang Wang opened his eyes to look at him and asked with a smile, Hanyu, is there something on your mind? Although Fang Hanyu was 2 years older than him, Fang Wang had an adult's mind since birth, so he always called his peers by their names, and Fang Hanyu was used to it. After that night, the two had no chance to speak, and even after leaving Southern Hills City for 3 days, Fang Hanyu and Fang Wang merely nodded at each other without having a chat. Fang Wang, Zhou Xue taught us the basic Qi gathering method, and after half a month of cultivation, I've barely managed to produce spiritual power. Could you teach me the sword control technique? I don't want to bother Zhou Xue. Fang Hanyu said awkwardly, avoiding Fang Wang's gaze. Fang Wang couldn't help but smile, stood up, and laughed. All right, Hanyu, I've been waiting for you to ask me, but it took you so long. I thought you had forgotten about me. When you were little, you'd lie down if I told you to, but now that you've grown up, you've become rather aloof, haven't you? Aloof? Fang Hanyu couldn't help but smile, as he was accustomed to Fang Wang using odd and quirky terms since childhood, and he roughly understood their meanings. His cheeks blushing slightly with embarrassment, he said, it's been many years since we last met. Let's not talk about when we were kids, when you made me crawl around pretending to be a dog searching for meat buns. I still remember that. The two brothers became more familiar with each other and started reminiscing about their childhood. After chatting for a while, Fang Wang saw that Fang Hanyu had completely relaxed, so he began to teach him the sword control technique. It's worth mentioning that since they left, Zhou Xue spent every night alone in the woods, unseen by anyone. Fang Wang knew she was a reborn person, so he wasn't worried about her safety. That's why Zhou Xue kept a great distance from the other Fang family disciples, and this was one of the reasons Fang Hanyu sought out Fang Wang to practice the sword control technique. From that night on, Fang Wang instructed Fang Hanyu in the sword control technique every night, and it must be said that the boy was indeed a genius. After only 3 days, he could make the wooden sword float. This wooden sword was not ordinary, it was the specially made peachwood sword of the Qi Daoist, which could be manipulated by spiritual power. Zhou Xue had taken possession of all the Qi Daoist's remaining belongings, and upon hearing that Fang Wang was teaching Fan Hanyu the sword control technique, she lent the wooden sword to Fan Hanyu. Brother Hanyu is really amazing. I haven't even managed to cultivate any spiritual power yet. Ah, the difference is so huge. Ha ha, Hanyu has always been a genius. Didn't Zhou Xue say that having a trace of spiritual power within 6 months qualified one for cultivation? The more skilled Hanyu is, the more confident we will be when we reach the Great Abyss Gate, and will be able to look out for each other in the future. Surrounded by his clan members, Fan Hanyu's usually stern face showed a rare smile. He wasn't being arrogant, but rather, he was excited about his own achievements as he looked at Fang Wang, who stood not far away by the lake. At dawn, Fang Wang and Zhou Xue stood by the lakeside, gazing at them from a distance. The mist over the lake entwined, making the scene look like a heavenly realm. The two standing together looked as though they were a pair made by heaven itself, as if they could ascend to immortality at any moment. Fang Hanyu's aptitude is indeed impressive, which is quite a surprise to me, Zhou Xue praised. In her eyes, these Fang family disciples were not her peers. She was more like looking at her own descendants, given that she had lived more lifetimes than the oldest history of the Qi Dynasty's noble families. Listening to her words, it seemed that in their original destinies, Fan Hanyu would have died on the night the Fang residence was annihilated. Fang Wang watched Fan Hanyu and thought this to himself, smiling and feeling happy for Hanyu. How much longer is the journey to the Great Abyss Gate? Fang Wang asked. He could already fly with his sword, but there were 7 other family members traveling with him, including 2 young girls who thought walking half a day was tiresome, so they had to travel by horse-drawn carriage. Zhou Xue looked at the tender-faced youths and answered softly, "We will arrive in 3 more days." She paused, then continued, "You must have felt these past 2 days that the number of villages we've encountered is dwindling. As we proceed, we're more likely to encounter malicious spirits and spirit demons, so be careful when we travel." Malicious spirits? Spirit demons? Fang Wang wasn't nervous, instead, he was filled with excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to test his Solaris scripture. As the sun rose, the Fang family disciples excitedly packed their belongings to continue on the road. The mountain roads were rugged, with tall trees and lush vegetation. The foggy air gave the forest an enchanted appearance. With the bumpy journey, those Fang family disciples who wanted to sleep had also woken up. By noon, Zhou Xue reined in her horse and stood up, then called back to the others, "Everyone, pack your belongings and disembark. We will continue on foot from here." Each horse-drawn carriage carried 3 people, who would normally take turns sleeping, 1 to lead the horse, 1 to stay alert for danger, and the 3rd to sleep inside the carriage. Soon, all the Fang family disciples dismounted, and aside from Fang Wang, Zhou Xue, and Fan Hanyu, the other 6 members shouldered their baggage, including the 2 young girls. Fang Wang couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xue. He knew she carried the Qi Daoist storage bag with her, though he wondered exactly how large the interior space was. According to Zhou Xue, storage bags, talisman paper, and flying swords were standard equipment for a cultivator. Zhou Xue drew the treasured sword from Fang Wang's waist and cut all the reins of the horses from the 3 carriages in one go. "What does this mean?" asked Fan Hanyu in surprise. Zhou Xue replied, "We're heading to the Great Abyss Gate and it will be difficult to return for several years. Even when we return, we won't need the carriages. Better to set them free than let them be eaten by the ghosts and demons in the mountains." Ghosts and demons. At these words, the 2 Fang family young ladies turned pale, and the other 4 young men did as well. Zhou Xue tossed the sword with her hand, and it flew through the air 3 zhang away, accurately sliding into Fang Wang's scabbard. This smooth move caught the others off guard, their eyes widening in amazement. Fang Wang squinted his eyes slightly, his right hand trembling slightly, and he thought to himself that the force and speed were impressive. He became even more curious about Zhou Xue's current level of cultivation. Chapter 11, Contesting with Cultivation Clans 1. The forest was quiet, and heavy fog shrouded the area, with streams of sunlight filtering through gaps in the treetops, forming visible slanting beams of light. Zhou Xue led the way, with Fang Wang and Fan Hanyu at the rear, the group of 9 trekking on foot. They had been walking for nearly 2 days. The mountain paths within the forest were not easy to traverse, with many muddy spots along the way. Every so often, they would see snakes, rodents, and spiders, causing the Fang family disciples to be extremely tense. They took each step with great caution. It's hard to imagine that a cultivation sect is hidden within such deep mountains. Fang Hanyu remarked softly, as the Qi kingdom's vast landscape was filled with countless uninhabited mountain ranges populated by wild beasts and thieves. Even a seasoned martial artist like him seldom set foot in such places. Fang Wang could sense the rich nature's spiritual energy in the area. The further forward they went, the denser the spiritual energy became, which made him look forward to the Great Abyss Gate even more. At that moment, cries rang out from ahead, sounding like a woman or perhaps a child, giving Fang Wang and the others goosebumps. However, seeing that Zhou Xue did not stop, they continued to follow. Fang Wang turned to look behind him. The fog was thick, rendering everything beyond 7 steps invisible. He had felt something following them ever since the crying began to echo from up ahead. Unalarmed, he continued walking with composure. Soon, the fog up ahead thinned and the terrain leveled out, revealing a woman sitting under an old tree. She wore plain clothes and looked disheveled, clearly a villager from the countryside. She held a child in her arms, sobbing softly. "Should we ask her what's wrong?" asked Fang Xian, the youngest of the group, 1 year younger than Fang Wang. She was frail, carrying 2 packs on her back, drenched in sweat. Another girl, Fang Ziqing, tugged at her, shaking her head in silence. All eyes turned to Zhou Xue. Throughout their journey, she had become their pillar of strength. After all, besides Zhou Xue teaching them the Qi gathering technique, even Fang Wang, the strongest of them, deferred to her lead. Zhou Xue didn't stop. She walked straight towards the woman. The woman, hearing the footsteps, looked up at Zhou Xue with tear-stained and reddened eyes. She seemed to see a lifeline and reached out to Zhou Xue, crying out, "Miss, please save my child, he was bitten by a poisonous snake." Some of the Fang family disciples wanted to step forward to help, but then they saw a dagger slide out of the sleeve of Zhou Xue's right hand, which she swiftly gripped. The woman's face turned ashen at the sight of the dagger, and just as she was about to speak, Zhou Xue suddenly hurled the dagger straight at her head. Bang! The woman instantly turned into a puff of white smoke, through which the dagger pierced and lodged in the tree trunk. As the smoke dissipated, the clothes fell to the ground, revealing 2 weasels, one large, one small, that jumped up and landed on a distant tree. The Fang residence's group watched with wide eyes. The woman had been a transformed weasel? Zhou Xue remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on the 2 weasels in the tree, her eyes indifferent. Impressive skills. You must be at least at the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Girl, if you want to join the Great Abyss Gate, why not go to Taiyuan City? The weasel spoke in the same voice as the woman before. Zhou Xue replied, Taiyuan City is too far, and it's more convenient to visit the Great Abyss Gate directly. We are sincere in our desire to cultivate, and I hope you will not play with us any further. The weasel chuckled, humanely waved its paw as if to gesture for them to continue on their way. Zhou Xue looked back at the rest with a certain look, then continued to lead the way. As they passed under the tree where the weasels sat, everyone was nervous, fearing a sudden attack. After walking for a while, Zhou Xue finally spoke up to explain, those were spirit demons. The mountains around the Great Abyss Gate shelter many such creatures. Some are wild, others are raised by the sect's disciples. The ones near the edge are responsible for scaring off mortals who stray too close, giving rise to ghostly legends to keep people away. A young Fang family disciple couldn't help but ask, just to scare them off? They might also get eaten. While the Great Abyss Gate is considered righteous, there are gray areas between good and evil in the cultivation world. You must be cautious in your actions. Zhou Xue said with a smile that seemed rather sinister to the others. With that, Zhou Xue resumed leading the way. Fang Wang remained at the end of the group, but his attention was behind them. After passing the spirit demons, that feeling of being watched persisted, making him weary. Half a column of incense later, that feeling of being watched still lingered in Fang Wang's mind. No need to be nervous, he won't dare to make a move. A voice entered Fang Wang's ears, and he looked up towards Zhou Xue at the front, his expression perplexing. It seemed only he could hear Zhou Xue's voice. The others continued on without looking sideways or turning back. This is the sound transmission technique. Once inside the Great Abyss Gate, you will learn it too. The person following us is likely related to the cultivator you killed. These past few days, I've been hiding in the deep forest, pretending to study the soul-burning banner, but in reality, I've been leaving traces for them to follow. Zhou Xue's voice came through again, causing Fang Wang to frown, not understanding her intentions. That fellow holds 2 magic artifacts, which means someone is backing him. I fear the Fang residents will face further danger, so I purposely led the person behind us here to investigate. As long as they know we're joining the Great Abyss Gate, they won't act rashly. However important that person may be, they are merely in the Qi cultivation realm, and offending a massive entity like the Great Abyss Gate for his sake is not worth it. So that was it. Fang Wang felt it made sense, but another question arose in his mind. Is the adversary so bold as to follow them here, not fearing discovery by the Great Abyss Gate? Zhou Xue stopped transmitting her voice, and Fang Wang did not let his guard down, remaining vigilant. It was not until evening that the feeling of being watched finally disappeared. It seemed the other party dared not to advance any further. In the woods, the group stopped by a small creek, where they had lit a fire. Fang Wang rested next to Zhou Xue, while the others also sat down together. Tomorrow, we will reach the valley town in front of the Great Abyss Gate. Let me tell you in advance that the Great Abyss Gate has 9 veins, and the entrance exam is estimated to take place in 6 to 7 days. With your talents, passing the examination won't be difficult, but I hope each of you will join a separate vein instead of sticking together, Zhou Xue said softly. Within the Fang residence, there were more people capable of cultivation than them. Zhou Xue had selected only the most exceptional group of disciples to come and establish a foothold first. Hearing that they would have to join a vein on their own, Fang Xian's face turned pale, and she became nervous, but the other teenagers and young adults were not intimidated, they felt mostly excitement. Zhou Xue glanced at Fang Wang and Fang Hanyu, saying, "Once you two enter the examination, you must not hold back. Show your talents as much as possible, as this will determine your treatment after you join the Great Abyss Gate. Those with ordinary talents will only become ordinary disciples, and it would take many years of hard work to get promoted. Especially you, Fang Wang, don't go playing any tricks like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger at this time." Zhou Xue was very concerned about Fang Wang because this young man was too good at hiding his abilities. After her rebirth, she had come to understand that it was not only her, but the entire Fang residence, including Fang Wang's parents, who were unaware of Fang Wang's high martial skills. She had also wondered why she had never seen Fang Wang make a move in her past life. Later, she realized that on the night the clan was destroyed, she was powerless and had fled immediately, only catching a glimpse of the Qi Daoist. She had not seen many of the battles between Fang family disciples and the Qi Daoist. Without the sword control technique, even a strong Fang Wang would have died at the hands of the Qi Daoist. Fang Wang replied helplessly, "I know." It made him seem as if he was muddling through life. Zhou Xue continued to give instructions. She did not explain the specifics of the examination, whether to temper them or for fear of being overheard by the high-ranked members of the Great Abyss Gate. The night passed without incident. As the moon set and the sun rose, with the first rays of morning light, Fang Wang and the others continued on their way. Along the way, they saw many wonders, such as spiders as large as human heads, man-eating trees waving their branches, wild goats with human-like faces, and black cats with 5 tails. According to Zhou Xue, these were the lowest level of magical creatures, not yet spirit demons with the ability to speak human language. Beyond magical creatures, they also saw many brightly colored flowers and fruits that looked extraordinary. However, after being warned by Zhou Xue about their deadly poison, they dared not touch them. Finally, after noon, they reached the valley that Zhou Xue had talked about. At the entrance of the valley stood a giant door with a signboard hanging above it. Taiyuan Town. Inside the valley, pavilions rose one after another, with smoke from kitchens curling upward, and the surrounding mountains were magnificent, which inexplicably reminded Fang Wang of 5 Fingers Mountain, with Taiyuan Town trapped within. The mountain gate was unguarded, so Fang Wang and the others entered the town directly. The street ahead was busy with many people coming and going, all of whom looked extraordinary. Some even rode cranes into the sky, flying out of the town and quickly ascending the mountains, which caused the Fang family disciples to become excited and yearn for more. At this moment, they truly felt in touch with the path of cultivation. Along the way, Fang Wang also observed his surroundings. On both sides of the street were various shops, selling elixirs, magic artifacts, talisman paper, cultivation techniques, spells, and even treasures. Even though most shops were not crowded, they still displayed the rich atmosphere of the cultivation world. Zhou Xue led them to an inn to stay. After paying the innkeeper, a young server brought them upstairs. Apart from Fang Xian and Fang Ziqing, the rest had a room each. TSK, the Great Abyss Gate even collects silver? Fang Wang mused to himself. Although he found it odd, seeing the amount of silver Zhou Xue paid, it seemed that even the Great Abyss Gate needed to engage in mundane affairs. Entering his own room and closing the door, Fang Wang approached the bed and started to tidy up briefly before sitting down to meditate. With 6 to 7 days remaining, he preferred not to wander aimlessly but to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. His Solaris scripture had reached great perfection, but spiritual power needed to be accumulated over time. Since Zhou Xue said not to hide his abilities, he was going to give it his all. Thus, Fang Wang remained isolated in his room, and other Fang family disciples didn't dare to disturb him. After 6 days, at the hour of Sigh, bright daylight shone, and a bell tolled, echoing in the valley, deafening, awakening Fang Wang. Has it come? Fang Wang thought to himself, a smile appearing on his face. Last night, he had finally broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. With the power of the great perfection in the Solaris scripture, it had taken him over a month to reach the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. If he had started from the 1st layer of the Solaris scripture, it was hard to imagine how much time it would take to reach this level. Hurry up and come out, the entrance exam is about to begin. Zhou Xue's voice came from outside the door, and Fang Wang picked up his treasured sword and stepped down from the bed. Since he had gathered qi and tempered his body, he did not need to wash or eat, so he did not need to prepare further. He also looked very clean and refreshed. After half a stick of incense's time, led by Zhou Xue, Fang Wang and the others left the inn to discover many people doing the same. The streets were also full of groups heading in the same direction. Fang Wang asked curiously, "You mentioned Taiyuan City before. What's the difference between Taiyuan City and Taiyuan Town?" Zhou Xue replied, "Taiyuan City is a city that the Great Abyss Gate opens to the entire cultivation world, while Taiyuan Town is a town of ordinary people cultivated by the Great Abyss Gate itself. The ordinary people living here are responsible for mining various resources for the disciples of the Great Abyss Gate. Those who come to Taiyuan Town almost all have a cultivation background, from cultivation families around the world. Without background and intelligence, this path wouldn't be discovered. To put it simply, in Taiyuan City, we compete with ordinary people, but here, we are competing against some families with a cultivation background. Of course, being assessed here brings more benefits." Chapter 12, Rise to Power _1. Compete with the great cultivation families. The disciples from the Fang residence were frightened, and even Fang Hanyu subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword sheath. Zhou Xue said no more, and took the lead onto the street, following the flow of people, with Fang Wang and others closely following her. Along the way, Fang Wang was sensing the energy of the people around him. Not everyone could hide their aura like Zhou Xue, and he felt quite a few fluctuations of spiritual power. Many people had cultivated spiritual power, including ordinary people like the Fang family disciple, so they did not stand out. It seemed that there were varying degrees of strength even among the so-called cultivation families. Perhaps having a cultivator among one's ancestors was enough to be considered one. As Fang Wang thought about this, he quickly noticed a figure whose spiritual power was extremely strong, nearly catching up to his own. The person was wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes, carrying a bookcase on his back, with a gourd hanging from his waist, a peculiar attire that drew the gazes of many. Taiyuan Town had one main street that led straight to a large lake at the end. Surrounded by the high mountains and the town itself, the lake was over 100 zhang in diameter and the water was a greenish color. Under the sunlight, it shimmered brilliantly. There was a row of men and women on the lakeshore, wearing the same robes, all standing tall, the men handsome and the women beautiful, like descendants of immortals. They looked like Taiyuan sect disciples, judging by their white robes outlined with black sleeves, shoulders, waistbands, and boots, embroidered with exquisite patterns. Zhou Xue stopped, and Fang Wang and the others stopped close to her, looking around to see that there were at least 500 people gathered, a number that was still growing. This caused Fang Wang to feel astonished. While living in Southern Hills City, he had been completely unaware of the existence of the cultivation world. Now, far from the secular world, there were so many people pursuing the path of immortality. Southern Hills City was one of the richest cities in Qi, with many past martial arts masters. Fang Wang knew many of them, and yet he had never heard of cultivation. This showed how great the cognitive gap between immortals and mortals was. Zhou Xue remained silent, while the other people from the Fang residence whispered among themselves. Fang Hanyu looked around, seemingly calm, but Fang Wang noticed that the boy clenched tightly onto his sword sheath, obviously very nervous. After about half an hour, the gathering at the lakeside had surpassed 1,000, and even people appeared whose cultivation Fang Wang could not see through at all. Boom! The same bell from earlier rang out again, quieting everyone by the lake. Fang Wang focused his gaze and noticed a male disciple striking the bell. Despite being only the size of a palm and made of brass, a light tap with an iron pin produced an earth-shaking, forest-startling effect. Another male disciple stepped forward, appearing to be in his early 30s with a refined demeanor. I am a fifth lineage disciple of the Great Abyss Gate, Guanlinfeng, and I will be overseeing the entrance examination today. The examination is divided into 2 parts. The first is to summon Spiri. One by one, you will come before me and place your hand on the spirit stone in my hand. Those who can make the spirit stone glow can immediately proceed to the next part. The second part is beyond me, over this lake and across that mountain. Follow the guidance of the cranes in the sky, and press forward. The road will be rough, and if you shout out loud that you give up, someone will save you. The further you travel, the higher your score. Remember, do not stray from the direction pointed by the cranes. Otherwise, should you die, it will be upon your own head. The disciple who identified himself as Guanlinfeng spoke without arrogance, yet his words carried an indescribable oppressiveness. Fang Wang looked up and, sure enough, saw a crane circling above the mountain peak. Looking further, there were other cranes in the sky. From his angle, they formed a straight line. Looking at the large lake before them, the Fang family disciples felt panic setting in. Aside from Zhou Xue, Fang Wang, and Fang Hanyu, the others, although they practiced martial arts, had skills likened to a 3-legged cat. How were they to cross this lake, let alone surpass that mountain which was at least 150 zhang high? Zhou Xue comforted them by saying, as long as you can make that spirit stone light up, that counts as being admitted. The second part is for those who have a foundation in cultivation to compete over. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Hanyu looked at Fang Wang and asked, can your sword control technique fly over that mountain? Fang Wang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, why? Want me to carry you? At this, Fang Hanyu rolled her eyes and said impatiently, as if, I was just asking. I don't need your help, and don't you help anyone else either. Flying with someone using the sword control technique is sure to consume a great deal of spiritual power. You should strive to bring honor to the Fang residence as much as possible. Her words also served as a reminder to the other Fang family disciples. Fang Wang shook his head with a wry smile and said no more. Meanwhile, people had already started approaching Guanlinfeng, and a long queue soon formed. Zhou Xue led the group to line up. Pass. Guanlinfeng's voice rang out from ahead, and Fang Wang saw a man leap into the air. A flying sword flew out from the storage bag at his waist, expanded quickly, and landed beneath his feet, carrying him towards the horizon. This scene caused a stir among the onlookers, making them even more yearning for the Great Abyss Gate. A young man from the Fang residence named Fang Imo remarked, if one can master the sword control technique, couldn't they achieve the highest score? Zhou Xue glanced at him and said, it's not that simple. How do you know how long the journey is, and if there are any magical beasts or spirit demons obstructing the route in the sky? Upon hearing this, Fang Imo scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. The first part of the assessment went quickly, with an average of 10 breaths per person. Fang Wang and his group were not too far back in the queue, so they patiently waited. Under Zhou Xue's arrangement, Fang Wang was to go first, and she would be last. making it easier to look after everyone else. This careful planning made Fang Wang doubt if she really was a demonic cultivator. Could a demonic cultivator become an immortal venerable? Could she be bluffing him? Fang Wang pondered in his heart, finding himself increasingly unable to see through Zhou Xue. Ever since acclimating to her rebirth, she had become unfathomable, like in the recent nights when he would hear the sound of her footsteps leaving, not knowing what she was up to. He had considered whether to fawn over Zhou Xue like a madman, in hopes of gaining more cultivation methods, but he quickly discarded the thought. Apart from the doubt whether Zhou Xue would fall for it, he also didn't want to demean himself. Moreover, he couldn't follow Zhou Xue's path completely. Since Zhou Xue had been reborn, it meant that she had failed in her previous life, and he must carve out an even stronger path for himself. Time raced by as Fang Wang was lost in thought. Gradually, it was his turn to undergo the assessment. He had noticed earlier that the light each person could evoke from the spirit stone varied, with more than half of them unable to make the spirit stone light up at all. Having cultivated spiritual power, he naturally wasn't worried, he was just curious about how bright the light he could evoke would be. He suspected that the brighter the light, the better the talent. He walked up to Guan Linfeng, laying his right hand on the spirit stone in Guan's hand. A cool sensation penetrated his palm, followed by a sucking force tugging at the spiritual power within his body. He offered no resistance, and as the spiritual power entered the spirit stone, it burst into light. Pass. Guan Linfeng spoke, his expression unchanged. Fang Wang was also slightly disappointed. The light was clearly brighter than that of those before him, but it didn't seem to indicate aptitude. Maybe it was just related to cultivation level. Without dwelling on it, after giving Guan Linfeng a fist salute, he walked toward the lake. With a leap, he jumped into the lake, treading on its surface and swiftly skimming away. This scene did not catch the attention of the Taiyuan sect disciples, as others had done the same before, since not everyone knew the sword control technique. Guan Linfeng called another disciple over to take his place, then turned to watch as Fang Wang's figure glided over the lake surface like a swan goose, then stepped on the cliff face, climbing with ease as if on level ground. Fang Wang's performance lifted the spirits of Fang Hanyu and the others. No matter what, with Fang Wang there, the Fang residents wouldn't lose face. Even though they had no reputation here, there was still a hint of pride in their hearts. Impressive. Guan Linfeng murmured to himself as he watched Fang Wang reach the summit, his eyes filled with appreciation. This group of disciples is extraordinary. There might emerge someone on the level of a single school senior disciple. Who knows who will seize that superior grade spiritual weapon and command the winds and clouds. Meanwhile, Fang Wang stood atop the mountain, the breeze fluttering his fitted white garb, with the locks of hair beside his temple flying backward, revealing his handsome face. Looking at the magnificent plains ahead, Fang Wang was awestruck by the scenery that unfolded behind the mountain, with 2 rows of towering mountains stretching to the horizon, and a vast plain between them as if cleaved by an immortal sword. Fang Wang did not have long to admire the view. He leaped down, the wind roaring past him as he plummeted, and just before hitting the ground, he drew his treasured sword, twisting in midair to stab it into the mountainside. As the sword blade cut through the rock and debris flew, his descent slowed significantly. The treasured sword he had spent a fortune on was deservedly hard. Less than 5 feet from the ground and nearly stopped, he immediately pushed off the cliff, pulling the sword blade free from the mountain, flipping in the air, and landing steadily on the grass. He sheathed his sword and ran in the direction pointed out by the crane in the sky. Although the sword control technique of great perfection could allow him to fly on this sword, it was a huge drain on energy. Since this wasn't a magic sword and couldn't channel spiritual power, only being enveloped and manipulated by it, he didn't plan to use it prematurely. He had a premonition that there might be a battle at the end of this road. If it were simply about who could run the furthest, it would be just a simple test of spiritual power. The Great Abyss Gate would not be so hasty. Fang Wang sprinted across the plains, employing the shadowless step with the support of spiritual power which consumed far less than flying on the sword. His speed surpassed that of a swift horse, and at first glance, it looked as if his feet barely touched the ground, people passing and grass flying. Before long, Fang Wang saw 2 figures. They were fighting near the mountain wall ahead on the left side, their movements extremely agile, one wielding a scimitar slashing out like lightning, the other holding a folded fan, unleashing fiery winds that set the grass in a 10-foot radius ablaze. Fang Wang took only a quick glance, without stopping. Indeed, such a lengthy path for an assessment surely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. A whoosh cut through the air above Fang Wang's head. He looked up to find a woman in yellow, wearing a bamboo hat and a white veil, with 3 scabbards on her back, the outfit of a wandering heroine. Most crucially, instead of flying on a sword, she was riding on a bright red gourd. That was too. Fang Wang envied her. That was definitely a magic artifact, and her cultivation level must be quite high, probably in the 8th or 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. After just a few glances, he continued at speed on his way, in no rush to catch up. In the sky, Guli stood atop her precious gourd, gazing into the distance with a distracted look. Even behind the veil, her eyes were capable of sparking wild thoughts. Suddenly, she seemed to perceive something, turning her head to see a man in black, also wearing a bamboo hat, approaching quickly on a flying sword. He soon passed by her at amazing speed. Qi cultivation realm, layer 9. It looks like father was right, the Great Abyss Gate is on the rise. But I have no intention of losing to my peers. Guli snorted coldly and began to accelerate. Chapter 13, I disagree _1. Across the plains, Fang Wang kept to his own pace, having been overtaken by 7 people so far, yet he wasn't in a hurry. He even wanted to see if Zhou Xue could catch up. Among the remaining 8 from the Fang residence, he estimated that only Zhou Xue could catch up. Although Fan Hanyu had cultivated spiritual power, he was still merely a martial artist, and climbing over that high mountain alone would be enough to stump him, let alone catching up to this point. As Zhou Xue had said, the assessment here was aimed at those with a certain foundation in cultivation. It was not for ordinary people to mix in. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, Fang Wang saw a majestic fog arise on the horizon, with vague outlines of mountain ranges visible, imposing and mysterious. In front of these ranges, the high mountains on either side of the plains simply didn't compare. At first glance, Fang Wang thought of the Great Abyss Gate. Could it be that the area ahead was the land of the Great Abyss Gate sect? Fang Wang thought with anticipation. Soon, he saw many people stopped in front of a cliff. As he was about to stop, he heard someone shout, "I give up." As the words fell, a streak of green light descended from the sky, brushed past the person. A thread of green light split off, wrapped around the person, and took him soaring away, rapidly vanishing into the thick fog in front of the cliff. Was that a magic artifact? Even with Fang Wang's eyesight, he couldn't see what it actually was. Fang Wang went to a deserted spot, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. It was bottomless and pitch black below, while the sides were shrouded in heavy fog. He looked up, estimating that to reach the mountains behind the fog it would be at least 10 miles away. He must fly over. Fang Wang turned his head to look around. Some people who had previously used sword control technique were now at a loss as well. Judging by their weary looks, their spiritual power was probably depleted. Some even sat down on the spot, taking elixirs. Was this also possible? Fang Wang wasn't unconvinced, but he marveled inwardly at the difference of those from prominent families. What are you looking at? Has your spiritual power run out? A familiar voice came from behind him, and Fang Wang turned to see Zhou Xue landing in front of him on a flying sword. Fang Wang was curious. Where did this flying sword come from? Zhou Xue didn't jump down from the flying sword but instead waved her hand. A slender flying sword flew out from her storage bag, and Fang Wang reached out to catch it. As soon as he gripped the sword, he could feel the spiritual power within. This was no ordinary sword, it was a magic sword. Fang Wang looked at Zhou Xue in surprise and asked, "Where did you get this?" Zhou Xue's lips curved upward, and she waved her hand dismissively, turned, and flew away, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye. Fang Wang thought back to the earlier exchange of blows between 2 figures. Could Zhou Xue have stolen it? Indeed, such an action was very much in keeping with a demonic cultivator. Fang Wang didn't dwell on it any further and directly connected his spiritual power with the sword. Then, he leaped up, the flying sword landing beneath his feet, carrying him into the fog. The sword control technique of the Great Perfection allowed him to easily control the sword. Of course, it was also because this sword was not too powerful an artifact. According to Zhou Xue, powerful artifacts were difficult to subdue, and cultivators needed to cultivate their life spirit treasure to manipulate them well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strong wind whistled past his face, and Fang Wang smiled. Sword flight was indeed supreme. With his feet on the flying sword and facing the wind, his spirits were lifted, standing proudly in the firmament. A bold spirit welled up in his chest. No wonder people sought the path of cultivation. Entering the fog, Fang Wang suddenly heard some unusual noises and immediately drew the treasured sword from his waist. A black hawk suddenly pounced out, its claws fiercely aiming for him at a speed surpassing that of the top martial artists of the pugilistic world. Fang Wang raised his hand and slashed, his spiritual power condensing into sword Qi and slicing the hawk down. The black hawk turned into smoke and dissipated, causing Fang Wang to raise an eyebrow. It wasn't a living creature. It seemed it was part of the assessment. Fang Wang continued to control his flying sword forward while keeping a vigilant defense. Black hawks emerged now and then from various directions as he went, each one smoothly dealt with by him. It wasn't too difficult. As he journeyed forward and passed through the heavy fog, he beheld a majestic range of mountains that seemed to stand upon the clouds. Peaks rose behind the mountain range, the tallest reaching into the clouds, too high for him to gauge. Above Fang Wang's head, a line of white cranes showed the way. Following them, he landed on a vast open space where Zhou Xue was already waiting. After landing, Fang Wang gripped the flying sword in his hand and scanned the area. Aside from the Taiyuan sect disciples guarding the front, there were a total of 16 examinees present, each of them looking formidable. Guli glanced at Fang Wang and didn't pay much attention. She remembered this boy, who had run on foot. It was clear his family was not very rich, at least not a threat to her next objectives. Zhou Xue walked next to Fang Wang and exclaimed, "So quick, I thought you'd need some time to get used to it." Fang Wang smiled and replied, "It did take a little time." The two of them stood together, conversing in hushed tones, while the others dispersed, not approaching each other. Time kept flowing. Cultivators, one after another, crossed the fog and landed on this open space. Fang Wang noticed that even the weakest among them carried the aura of at least the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm, which left him with profound reflections. No wonder the treatment here is greater, they are all top students. An hour later, the number of entry-level disciples at this location had already surpassed 50. Astonishment filled Fang Wang's heart. Just in this place, there are 50 people, plus those who passed earlier. At least 500 people passed the entrance assessment, and this is only in Taiyuan town. How much larger must the number of disciples recruited by Taiyuan City be? Thousands every 5 years? This is why I chose Great Abyss Gate. 100 years from now, Great Abyss Gate will become the strongest sect in Qi. Zhou Xue's voice reached him, employing the sound transmission technique, prompting Fang Wang to unavoidably turn his head to look at her. The strongest sect? Fang Wang believed her. After all, Zhou Xue was a reborn individual, and he looked forward even more to his own cultivation years at Great Abyss Gate. Some time passed, and suddenly a white crane descended from the sky. Lying on the back of the crane was unexpectedly a short, chubby old man. Fang Wang had noticed the white crane before but did not see that there was a person on its back. As the white crane landed, the short, chubby old man slowly sat up. Though he was dressed in the Dao robe of Great Abyss Gate, he looked out of place and sloppy with no air of immortality. Upon seeing the other man's demeanor, Fang Wang instantly labeled him as a highly skilled individual in his heart. This person must be very powerful. The short, chubby old man stroked his beard, scanning all those present before smiling and saying, "Not bad, not bad, a total of 52 people. It looks like my Great Abyss Gate is on the rise. You have the potential to become branch disciples of Great Abyss Gate just by making it here." Within Great Abyss Gate, status and treatment are divided from low to high into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, branch disciples, sword-bearing disciples, indirect disciple. Outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples can also choose a lineage to cultivate in, starting as servants, while branch disciples can directly choose a master on the peak of your chosen lineage. Everyone listened intently, making the short, chubby elder smile with satisfaction. "Let me introduce myself. I am a revered elder of a lineage. You can call me Greedy Sleeper. Don't laugh at my name. In the world of cultivation, it carries quite a reputation," said the short, chubby old man, also known as Greedy Sleeper, with a proud laugh. A young man in blue clothes showed respect and admiration as he bowed and said, "I have indeed heard of the illustrious Greedy Sleeper. It is said that, 100 years ago in the Great War between good and evil, you single-handedly, with one sword, entered ancient Demon Mountain and slew over 1,000 demon heads. That battle significantly weakened the morale of the demonic path and allowed peace to arrive early. On hearing this, Greedy Sleeper couldn't help but raise his chin high with an air of superiority. Ghoulie glanced at the young man in blue, and though her face was covered by a veil, a clear look of disdain was evident in her eyes. Most people looked on with faces full of admiration. It was clearly the first time they had heard this legend. Fang Wang thought to himself that this indeed seemed to be a highly skilled individual, probably one of the top figures in Great Abyss Gate. He may appear casual and sloppy, but he must be very fierce when it matters. Alright, back to the matter at hand. You have already become branch disciples, and now you can compete for sword-bearing disciple and direct disciple. Greedy Sleeper cleared his throat and said with a serious tone. A woman couldn't help but ask, can we directly compete to become a direct disciple? Such a precedent doesn't exist among the 9 great sects. The other scions of great families all murmured in low voices, appearing excited. Greedy Sleeper said proudly, that used to be the case, but from now on it's different. Great Abyss Gate is breaking old conventions to better assist geniuses in their growth. All of you are within the Qi cultivation realm, and you can contend for it now. Those who wish to become a direct disciple can step forward and battle all others. If you win, you will become a direct disciple, and the 5 best performers can become sword-bearing disciples. Contend against everyone. Upon these words, everyone fell silent. Fang Wang instinctively glanced at Zhou Xue, asking with his eyes if she intended to compete. Zhou Xue slowly nodded her head, but there was a slight frown on her brow, clearly caught off guard. Could it be that this person was not a disciple of Great Abyss Gate in her previous life? Fang Wang couldn't help but mock in his heart. He started to doubt Zhou Xue's intentions toward Great Abyss Gate. Ghoulie spoke up, may I ask the elder, if there is more than one person who wants to become a direct disciple, who will contend against everyone? This question prompted nods from a dozen or so people, all of whom were full of confidence. Greedy Sleeper smiled cryptically and said, that depends on you. A direct disciple also has the authority to enforce laws and manage disciples within the same lineage, so you must have the ability to command respect. Ghoulie immediately stepped forward and declared, my name is Ghoulie, from the Luo Beigu family. I have been cultivating for 12 years and have reached the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. I have learned the 5 sacred sword technique from my father Gu Tianxiong, and I wish to become a direct disciple. Who disagrees? The Luo Beigu family. Most people present were moved, making Fang Wang curious about the strength of Luo Beigu family. The man wearing a bamboo hat, with his arms folded across his chest, hummed, the Luo Beigu family is indeed qualified. Let's give you this opportunity, and I am interested to see if your 5 sacred sword technique can overpower all adversaries of the same realm. With that, no one dared to stand up. Fang Wang inwardly sighed, wondering when the Fang family from Southern Hills would have such influence. Hurry up, the benefits of being a direct disciple are beyond your imagination. My physical talents do not match yours. I have many chances to fight for, but it's different for you. Your path to cultivation cannot always rely on me, unless you also want to become a demonic cultivator. As for the Luo Beigu family, they will be wiped out in no more than 20 years and won't threaten you. Zhou Xue's transmitted message arrived. Fang Wang had been prepared for a long time. He would have stood up even without Zhou Xue's urging, but her words lifted some of his burden. He thought it over, then Fang Wang stood up and said, I disagree. Instantly, all eyes landed on him, causing his heart to skip a beat, but he still pretended to be composed and looked steadily at Ghoulie. Chapter 14, Initiation and Direct Transmission _1. Who are you? Ghoulie stared at Fang Wang, her delicate brows tightly knit as she sized him up. Anyone daring to step forward at this moment must be extraordinary. Could she have underestimated him, and this youth actually had a significant background? Everyone scrutinized Fang Wang, including the Greedy Sleeper. Fang Wang said calmly, my name is Fang Wang. How about we have a friendly contest first? The winner will have the right to challenge everyone else alone. What do you say? As soon as he spoke, some people began to hoot. Everyone present came from a cultivation family and, although they hesitated to take the initiative, they were excited to see someone challenging Ghoulie's authority. Most people were wary of the reputation of the Luo Beigu family, but the rest were merely cautious, fearing that they might not even qualify to be a sword-carrying disciple if they contested for a direct disciple position too rashly, potentially being overwhelmed before they could display their strength in the face of a 51-person siege. The greedy sleeper stood by, twirling his beard with a look of enjoyment on his face. He showed no sign of intervening. Gu Li stepped forward, pulling a thin sword from behind her back with 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long, the blade gleaming with a cold light. Then let's give it a try. Gu Li said firmly, raising her sword toward Fang Wang. Fang Wang raised his right arm and lifted the flying sword in his hand, but he quickly released it, and the flying sword hovered in midair. Gu Li narrowed her eyes and immediately swung her sword, unleashing a slash with powerful, unstoppable sword Qi, stirring up clouds of dust as it advanced toward Fang Wang. With a swift wave of his right hand, Fang Wang's flying sword erupted with terrifying speed, a cold gleam that tore through the approaching sword Qi and dispelled the turbulent air, stopping inches from Gu Li's forehead in virtually no time. The blast of the sword wind blew off Gu Li's bamboo hat, tearing away her veil as well, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, which at the moment wore an expression of shock. Looking at the flying sword suspended before her face, Gu Li stiffened, her pupils reflecting the tip of the sword like twinkling stars emitting a cold light, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Everyone was startled, including Zhou Xue, who couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems I was right about him, but this kid's sword control technique. Based on Fang Wang's performance that night, Zhou Xue felt that his real strength was not limited to what his cultivation level showed, which was why she had pushed him forward. Fang Wang's mastery of the sword control technique was a pleasant surprise to her. That speed was something even some cultivators in the soul sculpting realm might not achieve. Indeed, back then Fang Wang used an ordinary sword, but now he had a magic sword in his hand. However, this magic sword was of the most common variety, yet he managed to wield such power with it. Just how high was this kid's potential? The greedy sleeper was also shocked, staring intensely at Fang Wang, his eyes practically shining. What domineering control, such fierce speed, to be able to stop instantly, even I almost didn't react in time. The greedy sleeper was inwardly alarmed, thinking that if Gu Li died here, it would cause great trouble. The Luo Beigu family was not one to be provoked lightly. He had to stay alert, watching Fang Wang closely, fearing the young man might strike too hard. The Taiyuan sect disciples behind him all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Was this kid really in the Qi cultivation realm? Fang Wang did not look at Gu Li, but scanned the others and asked, "I'm here to be a candidate for direct disciple, does anyone object?" No one dared to respond, all looking at him as if facing a formidable enemy, even silently taking out their magic artifacts. Zhou Xue's lips curved into a small smile, thinking to herself, this kid's tenacity is impressive. He seems reserved usually, yet he has such presence in a moment of contention. What heights could he have reached in his previous life if he hadn't died on the night of the massacre? As she thought, she also took out a magic artifact, which was the yellow talisman previously used by the Qingyi Daoist. Fang Wang caught sight of this action and his heart skipped a beat. "You're not going to get serious, are you? Hey, we're on the same side." Fang Wang's right hand made an inward twist, and the flying sword that hovered in front of Gu Li's forehead sharply retracted, landing back into the palm of his hand. Gu Li's heart pounded like a drum as she looked at Fang Wang, seeming dazed. At that moment, she felt the presence of death. Had he wanted to kill her, she would undoubtedly not have been able to dodge it. Why was the gap between them so large? She hadn't even had the chance to use her 5 sacred sword technique. At that moment, she recalled her father's words, the Taiyuan sect has the potential for greatness, and exceptional individuals are bound to emerge. Once there, you must not be careless. Fang Wang paid no attention to Gu Li's thoughts. Seeing the others shifting their positions to encircle him, he knew that relying solely on the sword control technique was insufficient for the current situation. Deciding this, he stabbed the flying sword he held into the ground and faced the encirclement empty-handed. Madness. This was the sentiment shared by all. Just as someone was about to lose patience, Fang Wang raised his right hand, palm facing downward. Boom! A domineering aura burst forth from Fang Wang, dust swirling from beneath his feet. Behind his head, 3 fireballs materialized, resembling miniature suns, as his robes billowed and his expression turned stern. How is this possible? The faces of both the greedy sleeper and Zhou Xue showed astonishment, the former pleasantly surprised, the latter purely shocked. Solaris Scripture. Zhou Xue's claim that she had not mastered it before ascending was a bluff to intimidate Fang Wang, when in fact she had cultivated the Solaris Scripture to the 6th level, only to give it up later due to other reasons. Just at the 6th level, it took her decades. How long has Fang Wang been cultivating? Looking at the 3 flames behind Fang Wang's head, it was clear that he hadn't just mastered the 1st level. She suddenly suspected that Fang Wang might have reached the 7th level, which she had not attained. No wonder this kid's cultivation has grown so rapidly. He has even progressed the Solaris Scripture to such an extent, and it's only been a little over a month. Such a genius was actually born into Qi. Zhou Xue suddenly felt the power of destiny. Perhaps an unseen force was influencing the destiny of the Fang family. In this life, since Fang Wang survived, the times were about to change. Although Zhou Xue found it unbelievable, it was not beyond her acceptance. After all, she had ascended and had seen even more monstrous beings. Attack! The man in black clothes wearing a bamboo hat took the lead. As he spoke, he fiercely slapped the ground. The book trunk on his back opened, and a hail of black arrows shot towards Fang Wang. The others immediately deployed their spells, all opting for long-range attacks. Even Zhou Xue made her move, her yellow talisman bursting into dozens of golden beams of light. In an instant, multicolored lights enveloped Fang Wang. Fang Wang's eyes narrowed, and with a fierce clench of his right fist, the 3 fireballs behind him burst open, transforming into a roaring sea of flames that swept away, scattering the incoming spells and magic artifacts from all directions with a spectacular firewall. The next second, Fang Wang, utilizing Shadowless Step, broke out of the encirclement. As a 9th-level Great Perfection practitioner of the Solaris Scripture, he no longer feared any flames. In just 3 steps, he reached a cultivator. He struck with his palm as quickly as the wind and with the momentum of thunder. Bang! The cultivator was directly sent flying, vomiting blood in midair. Fang Wang turned around with a sweeping kick aimed at the female cultivator beside him. He wasn't just a cultivator, but also a martial artist. His physical body reaction was extremely fast. With spiritual power condensed on his right leg, he kicked her directly in the face, causing her to faint on the spot. He continued his onslaught towards the next person. He had to defeat all his opponents in the shortest time possible because his spiritual power was limited and he couldn't maintain such intensity for long. The Solaris spiritual power of the Solaris Scripture was extremely domineering. Fang Wang used the Solaris spiritual power to execute the true dragon palm, not producing a dragon-shaped true Qi, but rather a magnificent fire dragon that rampaged forth, crushing several cultivators. The man in black with the bamboo hat attempted to sneak attack Fang Wang from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Fang Wang dodged with the Shadowless Step, causing the man's staff to hit nothing. Fang Wang turned around and hit him with a true dragon palm. Although he dodged, the cultivators behind him had no such luck. Several more were sent flying, their bodies ablaze. The Taiyuan sect disciples watching the battle lent a hand to rescue these flaming new disciples. To their horror, they found the fire difficult to extinguish, forcing them to use spells. Fortunately, the flames suddenly disappeared, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. That was Fang Wang's doing. As a 9th-level Great Perfection Master of the Solaris Scripture, he could control the Solaris True Fire to its utmost limits. He was also wary of burning these people to death. In less than 10 breaths, already half of the participants had lost their ability to fight. The remaining cultivators all leapt back, not daring to let him get close. Fang Wang was swift like an arrow, continuously seeking targets. His true dragon palm was too overwhelming, no one could withstand its edge. When Zhou Xue appeared in front of him, Fang Wang did not hold back. The two acted as if they didn't know each other. Zhou Xue actually exchanged palms with him. Boom! Upon their palms meeting, a fierce wind arose. Fang Wang frowned. He felt a sinister spiritual power that was like a venomous snake trying to erode his Solaris spiritual power. Thankfully, his Solaris spiritual power was strong enough. Greedy Sleeper could not help but look toward Zhou Xue, his eyes lighting up as he thought to himself that here was another genius. He immediately counted Zhou Xue among the sword-wielding disciples. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Zhou Xue was sent flying, vomiting blood and falling several meters away, struggling to get up after several attempts. Fang Wang truly admired her, her acting skills were naturally flawless. From that exchange of palms, he could almost be certain that Zhou Xue was not weaker than him. On reflection, it made sense. Zhou Xue couldn't possibly have passed on her strongest cultivation technique to him, and if he were in her position, he wouldn't cultivate someone stronger than himself either. One might care for one's kin but merely seeking their betterment, not going all out to the point of losing control over their growth. With Zhou Xue defeated, the rest were no match for him. The majority were in the Qi cultivation realm between the 5th and 8th levels. Only 3 people had reached the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm, including Guli and the black-clothed man. Soon, only the black-clothed man was left fighting against Fang Wang. The man's agility was extraordinary, making it difficult for Fang Wang to hit him for a while. The black-clothed man felt the same, even more frustrated. His spells dissipated upon approaching Fang Wang, neutralized by the fireballs behind Fang Wang's head, ineffective. After a dozen or so exchanges, Fang Wang's true dragon palm struck from a tricky angle, catching the black-clothed man off guard, who instinctively countered with a palm. With that exchange, he was defeated. Falling to the ground, the black-clothed person clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to fight. Fang Wang turned to look at Guli, who had not made a move and was watching from a distance. Feeling his gaze, she shook her head slightly, indicating her surrender. "Good. Very good." Greedy Sleeper laughed aloud, shouting, "Fang Wang, you are promoted to a direct disciple, the first in the history of the Great Abyss Gate to achieve this from day one." His voice echoed under the firmament, and the Taiyuan sect disciples watching the battle looked at Fang Wang with complex gazes. The Great Abyss Gate valued not only the talent for cultivation but also for combat, and these two were often inseparable. Greedy Sleeper was already looking forward to what rank the soul spirit Fang Wang would produce after the spiritual refinement, wondering if he could catch up with that kid. Chapter 15, 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Sword Formation _1. Direct Disciple. Hearing the words of Greedy Sleeper, Fang Wang secretly let out a sigh of relief. He seemed to have dominantly ended the battle, yet after the chaotic fight, 80% of his spiritual power had been depleted. He had only pretended to remain calm and untroubled. The cultivators who had not yet fainted looked at Fang Wang with mixed emotions, all of them feeling a complex mixture of feelings. They couldn't believe that someone had managed to fight against 51 individuals on his own, especially considering the small gap in their realms and that they all hailed from families of the cultivation world. Fang Wang? Why haven't I heard of him before? The Fang family is incredible, but I don't know from which place this Fang family hails. So strong, to become a direct disciple upon entering. I'm thoroughly convinced. I couldn't even block one of his moves. His flames could burn us to death. He obviously held back. Almost everyone was utterly convinced by their defeat, only having realized the terror of Solaris' spiritual power after fighting with Fang Wang. They even felt that they weren't fighting a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, but a soul sculpting realm expert. Guli looked at the tall and upright figure of Fang Wang and, for the first time, felt quite ordinary, realizing why her father wanted her to join the Great Abyss Gate. If she had stayed within her family, she would have continued to believe herself an unparalleled genius in this world. Just then, a figure descended from the sky as if an immortal had descended from the heavens. He was dressed in a Great Abyss Gate Dao robe, elegant and graceful despite his white temples, which only emphasized his detached from the worldly dust demeanor. He looked to be just over 30 years old. Greedy Sleeper turned his head to look and laughed. "Junior brother, this is the one, take him up." He then turned to Fang Wang and introduced, "This is Inheritance Elder Zhao Xuanhuan. Go with him to receive your direct disciple rewards." Fang Wang hurriedly paid his respects to Zhao Xuanhuan, who had an indifferent expression and merely nodded slightly. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind brushed against their faces, directly sweeping Fang Wang away. The two turned into a rainbow light and disappeared among the mountains. This scene filled the entrance-level cultivators with envy, while Zhou Xue's lips curved upwards, her mood lifting immensely. In the future, he is destined to become a prominent figure in the Great Abyss Gate and even in the Qi cultivation realm. In 100 years, no, at most in 50, All of you will take pride in having been his contemporaries, said Greedy Sleeper with a touch of emotion as if he was reminiscing about the rise and fall of life. All right, now we will begin selecting the 5 sword-bearing disciples, Greedy Sleeper said, shifting his tone to a more serious note as he looked towards the cultivators. Fang Wang stood behind Zhao Chuanqian on a flying sword, a 3-Xuanhuan weapon beneath his feet, its blade shimmering with strands of silver light, breathtakingly beautiful. From high above, looking down upon the Great Abyss Gate, he saw a large city amidst the mountains, with Taiyuan sect disciples coming and going, all sorts of flying artifacts and mounts catching his eyes. Zhao Chuanqian remained silent, which made it difficult for Fang Wang to initiate conversation, so he simply took in the scenery along the way. The Great Abyss Gate was vast, much larger than Southern Hills City. The peak Zhao Chuanqian was heading towards was the tallest, and only upon approach could one truly sense the majesty of this towering mountain. Soon, soaring on their swords, the 2 men landed in front of a palace. Fang Wang lifted his eyes to see the imposing palace named Xuanhuan Hall, guarded by 2 ferocious mythical beast statues at the entrance. Behind him was a white jade staircase with hundreds of steps leading to a vast platform spanning 2 or 3 miles where 3 disciples were cleaning. Follow me. Zhao Chuanqian spoke and then stepped into the Xuanhuan Hall, with Fang Wang following closely behind. Inside Xuanhuan Hall, Fang Wang took in his surroundings. The hall was spacious and bright, giving him an impression of grandeur. There were no weapons displayed, nor were there any gaudy decorations. Fang Wang's gaze was drawn to a figure in the front, an old man in a white robe with white hair neatly coiled under a jade crown, not particularly tall, but his posture emanated a comforting stability, as if he could face any calamity of this world with his hands clasped behind his back. Sect leader senior brother, he has arrived, Zhao Chuanqian announced, stopping in his tracks hearing the title sect leader. Fang Wang couldn't help but feel nervous. The sect leader turned around, sweeping his sleeves. His face was not as old as his figure suggested, although not young. He had the visage of an old man with a child's complexion. Fang Wang immediately bowed and greeted the man, having heard from Zhou Xue earlier that the sect leader of the Great Abyss Gate, Guangqiuxian, was profoundly skilled and ranked among the top 5 in personal strength within the 9 great sects, with no clear ranking among them. I've seen your performance, and it's quite good. I have high hopes for you. As a direct disciple, you will directly receive a superior grade spiritual weapon, but before that, you must choose which lineage to join, Guangqiuxian said with a smile, appearing friendly and without any air of intimidation. Fang Wang responded, I wish to join the 3rd lineage. This was arranged in advance by Zhou Xue on their way here. Each Fang family disciple had to join different lineages. Hearing this, Zhao Chuanqian couldn't help but give Fang Wang a peculiar look. Guangqiuxian chuckled and said warmly, Fang Wang, it seems you are well informed about the Great Abyss Gate. However, I should clarify that although the 3rd lineage's inheritance is indeed the most profound among the 9 lineages, its current situation is particular, and in terms of overall strength, it is ranked 8th. A lineage's ranking can affect its resources, so think carefully. Upon hearing that the inheritance was the most profound, Fang Wang immediately nodded, I choose the 3rd lineage. Zhao Chuanqian shook his head slightly, yet he did not speak. Guangqiuxian nodded in agreement, then lifted his right hand. From within his sleeves flew out 3 beams of light, hovering above the hall, which were a green longsword, a jade flute, and a folding fan. These 3 are all superior grade spiritual weapons, quite similar to each other. Choose based on the one you feel a connection with, he said. Guangqiuxian gave a brief introduction, then waited for Fang Wang to choose. Fang Wang didn't hesitate, directly choosing the sword since that was what he was best at. He would focus on learning other secret techniques and developing other magic artifacts later on. To establish oneself as a cultivator, one couldn't rely solely on a single magic artifact. Guangqiuxian waved a hand, and the green longsword landed in Fang Wang's hands. The sword was entirely green, as if forged from green jade, and the blade wasn't sharp. Holding it with both hands, he felt a cooling sensation that calmed his heart. He noticed 2 characters engraved on the hilt of the sword. Qing Jun, do not use this magic artifact rashly before reaching the spiritual refinement realm, as it is easy to suffer from backlash, Guangqiuxian warned him. Zhao Chuanqian turned around and said, let's go. I'll take you to collect the reward for a direct disciple. Fang Wang hurriedly sheathed the sword, paid his respects to Guangqiuxian, and followed Zhao Chuanqian's steps. Watching Fang Wang's retreating figure, Guang Qiuxian's smile never faded, and once the two had left Xuanhuan Hall, he murmured to himself, "Another genius has emerged. It seems the Great Abyss Gate is on the rise. It's just a pity that he entered the sect late and won't be able to catch the upcoming fortunate opportunity." After leaving Xuanhuan Hall, under Zhao Chuanqian's lead, Fang Wang went to the main peak's administrative hall and received the direct disciple's jade pendant, then to the magic artifact hall, where he collected a storage bag, a flying sword, 100 talisman papers, and 10 spirit stones. The bounty didn't end there. They also went to the elixir hall, where he received 10 bottles of spiritual energy elixirs. Zhao Chuanqian also briefed him about the situation of the third lineage, which had a total of over 2,000 disciples, including outer sect disciples. Currently, there were 4 direct disciples in the third lineage, and with Fang Wang, there were now 5. Above the direct disciples were the single lineage's chief disciples, and above them, the chief disciple of the Great Abyss Gate. The chief disciple of a single lineage had the qualifications to inherit the position of peak master, whereas the Great Abyss Gate's chief disciple would be the next sect leader. Fang Wang wasn't interested in the elevation of status or position, and inquired about the highest inheritance of the third lineage. Zhao Chuanqian looked at him deeply and replied, "The 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Sword Formation." This sword array could be considered the strongest formation of the Great Abyss Gate, able to be used by a single person and counts as the most powerful spell, possessing a peerless might capable of stabilizing the world. However, nowadays no one can master the 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Sword Formation. Fang Wang silently took note of this. Afterwards, Zhao Chuanqian took him flying to the peak of the third lineage, where disciples were seen meditating and cultivating all over the mountain, and there were many stone doors, the contents unknown. Under Zhao Chuanqian's guidance, Fang Wang landed in an open space, where hundreds of disciples were gathered, cultivating some kind of swordsmanship. In front of the open field, a line of distinguished disciples were scrutinizing those training, but when they saw Zhao Chuanqian, they immediately turned and all bowed in unison to him. "Liu, this is your junior brother, Fang Wang. He has entered the sect today and has been acknowledged by the sect leader. Take him to settle into his cave abode," said Zhao Chuanqian to the man in the lead, and after speaking, he left on his sword, leaving Fang Wang behind. Liu, the chief disciple of the third lineage, appeared young, but was actually over 200 years old. Hearing Zhao Chuanqian's words, Liu's eyes brightened, and the other disciples behind him also became excited, crowding around. "Direct disciple, you must be the strongest among the new disciples of this batch. Good lad, you have keen eyesight for choosing the third lineage, you definitely won't be disappointed. Ha ha ha, finally a remarkable genius joins the third lineage. Junior brother Fang Wang, if there's anything you need, just call on me anytime. I'm a branch lineage disciple, my name is Zhou Bo." Within the Taiyuan sect, disciples of a higher rank are addressed as senior brother, and only those of the same rank would talk about seniority. Fang Wang did not put on airs, and courteously exchanged pleasantries with them all. After some effort, Liu took Fang Wang to choose his cave abode. Throughout the way, Liu was very enthusiastic, introducing the third lineage to Fang Wang. The peak master of the third lineage was named Yang Yuanzi. In addition to leading the lineage's affairs, the peak master would also take direct disciples as apprentices. Liu highly praised Yang Yuanzi, almost as if Yang Yuanzi were the strongest of the peak masters. It took a full half-hour before Fang Wang finally chose his cave abode. It turned out that the stone doors on the mountain were the entrance to the cave abodes. There were also grades among cave abodes. As a direct disciple, he was entitled to one of the best cave abodes. After Liu bade farewell and left, Fang Wang entered the cave abode, and henceforth, he would use his own identity token to enter and leave this cave abode. An ownerless cave abode simply needed one to press their disciple token against the door to claim it. Of course, this claim was not unbreakable. The peak master could forcibly retrieve a cave abode. Everything in front of Fang Wang was eye-opening. From the outside it seemed the cave abode was small, but inside it was another world, large enough to be half the size of a soccer field, with a small lake at the deepest point. The cave abode was filled with rich spiritual energy. Just taking one breath was refreshing and clarifying. The cave abode was furnished with stone tables and benches, and there was also a white jade bed. After a brief exploration, he sat down on the white jade bed to practice Qi gathering and cultivate. Having expended much spiritual power today, he needed to replenish it. According to Liu, Yang Yuanzi would only be able to come out of seclusion to meet him in 5 days. Direct disciples in the Great Abyss Gate enjoyed a lot of freedom. Even if they didn't do anything on ordinary days, they would still receive their cultivation resources from the sect punctually. While cultivating through Qi gathering, Fang Wang harbored his own thoughts. The 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Sword Formation, he must get his hands on it. Chapter 16, Jinghong Divine Sword Art, 36 Swords Great Completion _1. For 5 days, Fang Wang did not leave his cave dwelling. Although he was excited to have joined the Great Abyss Gate, he had no intention of going out to socialize with other disciples. He understood all too well that his standing within Great Abyss Gate depended on his cultivation level. As long as he maintained the reputation of a genius, he would be surrounded by benevolent people. However, if he ever fell behind in his cultivation, troubles would naturally follow. At noon on this day, Fang Wang sensed something, opened his eyes, and picked up the token from his waist. A voice transmitted from it. "Fang Wang, come to the Qingxin Hall to see me." It was an aged male voice. Hearing Qingxin Hall, Fang Wang's expression lightened, and he immediately got up. After thinking for a moment, he hung his storage bag on his belt, picked up the flying sword given by Zhou Xue, and quickly left his cave dwelling, then took to the skies on his flying sword. The Qingxin Hall was the Peak Master's palace, which meant that the person who had just spoken was his future mentor, Yang Yuanzi. He was very curious about what he might learn next. Located at the summit of the 3rd peak, Qingxin Hall had been pointed out to him by the senior disciple, Liu, before. Ascending the peak, Fang Wang quickly arrived at the entrance to Qingxin Hall. No disciples guarded the place, and the palace was surrounded by tall trees, standing like giant swords. Fang Wang stood in front of the gate and slowly pushed the door open, stepping inside. Qingxin Hall was not large and looked like an ordinary Taoist temple. Fang Wang walked up to a figure and bent over to salute, saying, "Disciple Fang Wang, greets Master." Yang Yuanzi was seated in meditation facing away from him, in front of a stone statue. The statue was that of a woman, with an elegant demeanor. Its face, devoid of detailed features, appeared solemn and mysterious. At those words, Yang Yuanzi stood up and turned to look at him. Only then did Fang Wang clearly see Yang Yuanzi's true appearance. His hair was a mix of black and white, carelessly scattered. He wore a black Dao robe. His eyes were dull, like dry wells, and the stubble around his mouth made him look unkempt. This was a far cry from the image of Yang Yuanzi Fang Wang had expected. Yang Yuanzi asked, "Why choose the 3rd peak?" Fang Wang had thought his words through beforehand and replied, "For the most profound legacy. The 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Sword Formation." "Of course, which family are you from?" "Disciple comes from the Fang family in Southern Hills City." "Never heard of it." "Well, no matter. I'm not interested. Now that you've joined my tutelage, you're my disciple, ranked 5th. You have 4 elder apprentice brothers and sisters. You will get to know them slowly. You're already at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Is there anything particular you wish to learn?" Yang Yuanzi spoke calmly. He seemed to have no interest in Fang Wang, this genius disciple. It was only then that Fang Wang realized why sect leader Guang Qiuxian had urged him to join the 1st peak. It seemed that the issue with the 3rd peak lay with Yang Yuanzi. Fang Wang was straightforward. "Master, could you teach me how to use the storage bag?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuanzi's pupils slightly contracted. He couldn't help but ask, "You don't know how to use a storage bag? Didn't your family teach you?" "My family doesn't understand cultivation. Only one of my kinspeople was guided by a cultivator, and I came to Great Abyss Gate following her." "How long have you been practicing?" "Less than a year." "You've reached the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm in less than a year?" Yang Yuanzi re-examined Fang Wang, narrowing his eyes. "Not bad. To open a storage bag, you need to develop your spiritual sense." Seeing that Fang Wang wanted to keep asking questions, Yang Yuanzi raised his hand and handed over a script to Fang Wang, saying, "This is the Great Abyss Gate's comprehensive guide to cultivation. It records various basic cultivation methods. Read it when you go back." Fang Wang quickly thanked his master, unaware that Yang Yuanzi was quite speechless. This book was intended for outer sect disciples to introduce them to the Tao of cultivation. Since becoming a peak master, he had hardly ever given out this book. It was the very book he had received when he first entered Great Abyss Gate, kept as a memento. Fang Wang tucked the scripture into his chest and then asked, "Master, might you pass on to me the 9 heavens Azure Thunder Sword formation? I'd like to try it." Yang Yuanzi huffed, saying irritably, "In Great Abyss Gate, you cannot simply learn whatever you desire. Even if your talents and comprehension are exceptional, you need to make contributions. At the time you were admitted, Great Abyss Gate didn't delve into your background, firstly because it didn't care, and secondly because you need to prove yourself by making contributions. As a direct disciple, you can select 3 superior cultivation techniques from the Daofa Pavilion, but the 9 heavens Azure Thunder Sword formation is a core legacy of one peak. If you wish to learn it, you must first become the senior disciple." Fang Wang eagerly inquired, "How can I become the senior disciple?" Yang Yuanzi was not annoyed but rather interested. To become the senior disciple, you must first reach the spirit elixir realm, and you must have made significant achievements. Forget it for the next 50 years. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang was instantly disappointed. Yang Yuanzi changed his tone. "However, you are the first in the history of Great Abyss Gate to become a direct disciple upon entry. Although there has never been such an exception before, you will be recorded in the annals of Great Abyss Gate." He lifted his right hand, and a green jade slip appeared in his palm. "This sword technique is called the Jinghong Divine Sword Art, which I personally mastered. The 9 heavens Azure Thunder Sword formation belongs to the legacy of Great Abyss Gate, and I cannot give it to you directly. However, the Jinghong Divine Sword Art is different, having been acquired during my adventures in the cultivation world. Once you cultivate your spiritual sense, you can access the content of the jade slip." Yang Yuanzi's face bore a smile, but it was so awkward that it was more frightening than sorrowful. Fang Wang took the jade slip, suppressing his excitement, and asked, "Master, is this sword technique powerful?" Yang Yuanzi raised his chin proudly. "With this sword technique, I secured my position as peak master of the 3rd peak. Does that not speak of its strength? I've only practiced 27 moves of the technique and was able to sweep through cultivators of the same realm. If you can achieve minor success within 10 years, it would mean you have exceptional comprehension. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you. First cultivate to the 9th level of Qi cultivation realm. As a direct disciple, you can cultivate freely. When you reach the spiritual refinement realm, it won't be too late to start practicing the Jinghong Divine Sword Art." Understood. Yang Yuanzi then went on to explain the rules of Great Abyss Gate, mainly that disciples must not kill each other, must not harm innocent mortals, and must not collude with the demonic path, among other matters. After giving instructions, Yang Yuanzi allowed Fang Wang to leave. Fang Wang didn't immediately go to the Daofa Pavilion to select a cultivation technique. He felt there was no rush, just mastering the Jinghong Divine Sword Art would require him to spend time practicing. It seemed to have passed in a moment, but for him, it truly was living that many more years. Locking a person in a room with only food and drink assured, but no forms of entertainment, would drive one mad in a month. Even though Fang Wang longed for strength, staying in the heavenly palace for 100 or 200 years was also very painful. Once one entered the heavenly palace, they could not leave without reaching the great perfection realm. But he faintly discovered another advantage of the heavenly palace: any cultivation technique or supreme skill could definitely be mastered to great perfection, which was truly domineering. Furthermore, since the opening of the heavenly palace, Fang Wang had gained an eidetic memory. Returning to his cave dwelling, Fang Wang first took out the cultivation guidelines and, according to the records, cultivated his spiritual sense. For him, who was at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, this was nothing. He accomplished it in just a couple of hours. The cultivation guidelines also recorded the realms of cultivation, from low to high: Qi cultivation, soul sculpting, spirit elixir, Xuanhuan, condensation. Above condensation were other realms, and the book mentioned hoping disciples could touch even higher realms one day. The soul sculpting realm was a level that determined the fate of a cultivator. The rank of the life spirit treasure one sculpted directly affected a cultivator's talent and comprehension. Of course, it wasn't absolute. On the path of cultivation, there were always those who defied heaven and stunned past and present. Fang Wang set aside the cultivation guidelines and began his practice. He planned to accumulate his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm before considering anything else. By then, he no longer needed to eat and could focus on his cultivation. Closing his eyes, he seemed to enter the state of training in the heavenly palace. 1.5 months later, Fang Wang reached the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The gap between the 7th and 8th layers was indeed as large as Zhou Xue had described. His previous victory was only because the Solaris scripture was stronger than the cultivation techniques of those other cultivators. He continued to cultivate. Nearly 4 months passed, and Fang Wang finally reached the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm in one breath. He opened his eyes, and a glint flashed in them. He once again condensed the Solaris true fire. 9 small suns floated behind his head, illuminating the cave dwelling. Feeling the surging spiritual power within his body, he suddenly felt like when he first reached the martial mythical realm. Well, he felt invincible. Of course, this feeling was only momentary, and he knew that he was still at the bottom in the cultivation world and needed to keep striving. Fang Wang picked up the jade slip given to him by Yang Yuanzi and probed into it with his spiritual sense. A vast array of text flooded into his mind. After sorting it all out, he felt woozy, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the heavenly palace. He stood inside the main hall of the heavenly palace and began practicing the Jinghong divine sword art. The Jinghong divine sword art consisted of 36 strikes. One didn't need to have a sword in hand. The sword technique condensed a sword shape, much like a magic artifact, moving as one desired. Yang Yuanzi himself claimed to have practiced only up to the 27th strike, which made Fang Wang hold great expectations for the 36 strikes. However, just the first strike took him 5 years to practice. The Jinghong divine sword art was very difficult to cultivate. It was not just about condensing spiritual power into a sword shape but also about imbuing it with spiritual sense, making the sword shape an extension of one's vision, which also tested the spiritual sense. However difficult, as long as one entered the heavenly palace, they would definitely master it, even if it meant enduring more time. Fang Wang continued to cultivate the second strike. The second strike also took 5 years. It wasn't until the 6th strike that the time taken to practice shortened to 2 years. Fang Wang originally thought he had made it, but when he continued to practice up to the 18th strike, each required more than 10 years, nearly causing him to collapse. Who could day after day, for over 100 years, train and learn without any form of entertainment in between? Fang Wang had tried to create a computer from his previous life within the heavenly palace, but it was just a shell. As for creating a person, that was even more impossible. Just like that, by the time Fang Wang finally mastered the 36 strikes, 36 sword shapes, each resembling the Qingjun sword, floated around him, very dazzling. Only his face was filled with numbness. Finally, it's over. As these words fell, Fang Wang's consciousness returned to reality. Practicing the Jinghong divine sword art had taken him 200 years. Numb, Fang Wang immediately got up and walked out of the cave dwelling. He needed to go see the outside scenery, or he would go insane. Boom! The door to the cave dwelling opened, and sunlight fell upon Fang Wang. At that moment, he felt truly alive. He went to the edge of the cliff and admired the magnificent scenery of the Great Abyss Gates peaks, standing there for half an hour before returning to continue his cultivation. Watching the disciples coming and going, Fang Wang finally felt a sense of reality. Fang Wang, long time no see, have you achieved soul sculpting? A female voice came, and Fang Wang turned to look. It was Gu Li from the Luo Beigu family. Gu Li's cave dwelling was right next to his, which surprised him secretly. This place was meant for direct disciples. Chapter 17, Illusionary Realm Assessment _1. Not yet, I didn't expect Miss Gu's cave dwelling to be right beside mine. Fang Wang looked at Gu Li, standing at the entrance of her cave dwelling, and answered with a smile. Under the sunshine, Gu Li, dressed in a Great Abyss Gate Dao robe without a veil, appeared exceptionally captivating, like a celestial fairy. Inside Fang Wang's cave dwelling was a set of Dao robes for direct disciples, which seemed almost identical to the one Gu Li was wearing. Could it be that Gu Li had also become a direct disciple? Gu Li gazed at Fang Wang and said softly, I chose this place next to you on purpose. I've successfully reached the soul sculpting realm and have become a direct disciple. From now on, you'll be my senior brother. Direct disciple? So soon? Fang Wang was surprised inwardly but maintained his composure on the surface. Seeing him unaffected, Gu Li's hand tightened slightly within her sleeve. She strove to stabilize her emotions, reminding herself not to be hasty. Master told me you were only at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm when you joined. It has been only several months, and you've already reached the 9th layer. It seems you'll soon be undergoing spiritual refinement. Before that happens, can we spar once more? Gu Li's face turned slightly red as she spoke. Fang Wang looked at her skeptically. A soul sculpting realm fighting a Qi cultivation realm? What a joke! How shameless! Fang Wang was about to refuse when he heard Gu Li continue. I won't use my life spirit treasure. I've just made a breakthrough in my 5 sacred sword technique and I'd like to spar with you. Don't worry, we'll find a secluded place so word won't spread. Fang Wang found this to be troublesome at first, but now he was suddenly keen to experience the might of the soul sculpting realm. Inside the Great Abyss Gate, there wouldn't be a murderous intent. Where to? Fang Wang asked. Gu Li's eyes lit up as she said, let's go to the forest at the bottom of the mountain. Sparring is a common occurrence, and as long as it's not fueled by hatred, the Great Abyss Gate won't forbid it. We won't use magic swords but spar with wooden swords instead. Fang Wang wanted to say that wooden swords and magic swords could both kill, but he didn't want to waste words. It was actually a good opportunity to test the Jinghong divine sword art. Let's go, to the forest. Okay. The two of them immediately headed down the mountain, with Gu Li leading the way. They didn't use the sword control technique to fly. From above, the two figures walking side by side on the mountain path looked like a pair of celestial beings. Along the way, Gu Li made small talk with Fang Wang, and upon hearing that he had been cultivating ever since he joined, she began to tell him about recent interesting events within the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang, having just experienced 200 years of darkness, was also interested in these tales, so he listened on, occasionally interjecting with questions. By the way, is Zhou Xue a member of your family? Gu Li suddenly asked. Fang Wang nodded and said, yes, what about her? He wasn't worried that Zhou Xue would encounter trouble. After all, she was a reborn individual, not causing trouble to others was already good enough. She passed the sect's illusionary realm test and received the inheritance of the previous sect leader. Her fame has skyrocketed. Once she completes spiritual refinement, even if her life spirit treasure has average quality, she'll become a direct disciple, Gu Li remarked with a sigh. Illusionary realm test? Fang Wang hadn't heard Zhou Xue mention it, but it was within reason that she would encounter such an opportunity. Being reborn was the greatest advantage. With so many opportunities in her mind, Zhou Xue could surely choose an even stronger path than in her previous life. Since joining the Great Abyss Gate, the two had lost contact, but Fang Wang remembered the lineage she had chosen for herself, the first lineage. And so, Fang Wang and Gu Li chatted leisurely as they made their way towards the forest. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, the two entered the forest, where the sparse trees made it a suitable place for a match, and the dense foliage overhead concealed them from the prying eyes of passing disciples. Fang Wang and Gu Li stood 3 zhan apart. He lifted his right hand and said, come on, this time, I won't use the sword control technique. The sword control technique. At the mention of these 3 words, Gu Li's expression changed. The technique that defeated her before was indeed the sword control technique. Being defeated by a sophisticated swordsmanship, she could accept that, but to be beaten by the sword control technique. And at that time, her opponent was only at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Gu Li took a deep breath and immediately drew out 2 wooden swords, tossing one to Fang Wang and holding the other in her right hand. Fang Wang caught the wooden sword, examined it, and intended to refuse to fight with it. However, he didn't want to insult her, so he decided to go along with it. This was a good strategy indeed. He had always posed as a swordsman, yet he didn't need a sword to execute the Jinghong divine sword art. Perhaps this could be life-saving in a critical moment later on. As Fang Wang held the wooden sword, he pointed it at Gu Li. With his left hand, he extended 2 fingers and ran them along the sword blade. 3 streams of sword qi overflowed from the blade, quickly condensing into 3 sword shapes that hovered in front of him. This sight caused Gu Li's brows to furrow, and she was inwardly shocked. What swordsmanship was this? Taking a deep breath, Gu Li immediately executed her family's ultimate technique, the 5 sacred sword technique. She swung her sword rapidly, the moves fierce and her figure so fast that afterimages appeared. In an instant, it looked as though 5 people were wielding swords simultaneously, and the tyrannical sword Qi swept towards Fang Wang like a windstorm, cutting fine notches into the passing trees with extreme sharpness. Fang Wang, holding the sword in his right hand, twisted his wrist and suddenly thrust forward. The 3 sword shapes turned into 3 streaks of cyan frost, lunging forward. Boom! The 2 sword Qi forces collided, and the seemingly strong 5 sacred sword Qi was instantly shredded by the 3 cyan streaks. Gu Li's hair was blown about, and her eyes widened instinctively in shock. At that moment, she had the same sense of dread as she had when competing for the position of direct disciple. Fortunately, the 3 cyan streaks dissipated just before reaching her. Yet, even so, the powerful sword streaks made her heart skip a beat. Fang Wang sheathed his sword, inwardly relieved that his Jinghong divine sword art had reached great perfection, otherwise, it would have been difficult to restrain the sword just now. The surrounding forest shook violently, leaves falling like rain, surrounding Gu Li in this shower of leaves as she fell into a daze. Worried that she might make another request, Fang Wang spoke up, "Miss Gu, your swordsmanship is very strong, and you are the most formidable sword cultivator I have ever fought. Let's spar again in the future. I need to return to my cultivation now." Having said that, he leaped up and, stepping on his wooden sword, swiftly flew out of the forest. At the same time, a male disciple flew over, noticing the commotion below in the woods, and was about to check it out when he saw Fang Wang flying out on his sword. He was immediately thrilled and hurried over. "Brother Fang, it's rare to see you," the male disciple intercepted Fang Wang, speaking enthusiastically. Fang Wang felt that he looked somewhat familiar and replied politely, "I was in closed-door cultivation previously and have come out for a stroll today. Brother Fang, do you remember me?" "I'm Zhou Bo." "Of course I remember," he replied. In the woods, Gu Li took a deep breath. This was not her first defeat, and the blow was not as great as before, especially considering that she had gained Fang Wang's approval. Wait a second. That young man hasn't been cultivating for a year yet. How many sword cultivators could he have possibly met? Gu Li recalled her master Yang Yuanzi's lament. Her face instantly turned unpleasant, with no anger in her heart, only boundless confusion. She took a deep breath, then controlled her sword to fly away. Fang Wang hurriedly dealt with Zhou Bo and left. As Zhou Bo was admiring Brother Fang's dedication to arduous cultivation, he followed and saw Gu Li fly out of the forest. Ruffled by the impact of the Jinghong divine sword art, Gu Li's hair was slightly disheveled, which startled Zhou Bo. Without giving him any heed, Gu Li quickly flew toward the mountain. Zhou Bo withdrew his gaze, standing on his flying sword, and muttered in a low voice, "Brother Fang truly has a taste for excitement." After landing, Fang Wang leaned the wooden sword against the mountain gate of Gu Li's cave abode before swiftly returning to his own. Having struck a blow to a young talent of the heavens, he feared endless trouble, but there was nothing he could do about it as it was Gu Li who had sought him out. Sitting cross-legged on the white jade bed, Fang Wang reflected on the previous battle, finding the soul sculpting realm not so impressive, at least not much compared to him. Perhaps the life spirit treasure significantly enhances combat power in the soul sculpting realm. Fang Wang didn't dwell on it and continued to cultivate in Qi gathering, knowing that reaching the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm didn't mean he could directly assault the soul sculpting realm. Between the 9th level of Qi cultivation and the soul sculpting realm lay a nameless realm, which also existed in martial arts. Some called it opportunity, some called it great perfection. In any case, he just wanted to reach the soul sculpting realm as quickly as possible. Outside the cave abode, Gu Li looked at the wooden sword leaning against the mountain gate, biting her lip, picked up the sword, and walked back into her own cave abode. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Fang Wang's spiritual power had doubled, and amidst the mists, he faintly sensed the sign of a breakthrough but found that his cultivation could still grow. So, he continued to practice, wanting to wait until he could no longer improve before attempting the breakthrough. One day, a voice came from outside the cave. "Fang Wang, are you there?" Upon hearing this, Fang Wang immediately got up and went over. He opened the mountain gate, and as the sunlight poured in, he saw a long-missed face. Zhou Xue. After several months, Zhou Xue, dressed in the robes of the Great Abyss Gate disciples, looked even more beautiful. The spirit and vigor in her brows were something Guli didn't possess. She was spirited and sharp, while Guli was merely cold-faced. Zhou Xue stepped directly into the cave, walking past Fang Wang, and gestured, "Close the door." Fang Wang immediately closed the mountain gate of the cave abode and then followed Zhou Xue's steps. "Why have you come?" Fang Wang asked with surprise. Zhou Xue huffed, "You've been in closed-door cultivation all this time, trying to sever ties with the Fang family? The other disciples have already met and established connections, only you have not stepped out of the third vein." "I had no choice but to come find you," Fang Wang explained. "I only wish to reach the soul sculpting realm sooner. The 9th level of Qi cultivation, not bad. It seems you haven't neglected your cultivation. I was just worried that girl from the Gu family might entangle herself with you, and you wouldn't be able to contain the restlessness of youth and sink into it." While speaking, Zhou Xue sat down at the stone table. Fang Wang helplessly replied, "How could that be? I am the 13th son of the Fang family. If I was so easily moved, all those pretty maids in the house, the daughters of noble families in the city, would have already been mesmerized by me." Zhou Xue huffed, "I hope so. I came today to bid you farewell. I'm planning to leave, and I probably won't return for 3 to 5 years. That long? What for?" Fang Wang sat down and curiously asked, wondering how to fish for some peerless skills. Zhou Xue looked at him and said, "To seize a great opportunity and incidentally investigate this soul-burning banner in my hand. If I don't settle this matter, I won't be at peace. Take me with you? With such good talent as yours, just focus on your cultivation. A genius like you should concentrate on practice. I've seen too many talented geniuses who thought they were strong enough only to be killed by old monsters, and those with great fortune once they went out, becoming pitiful figures in someone else's story. Besides, I operate better alone." "All right then." Fang Wang was just being polite with a casual comment. After all, he couldn't brazenly beg Zhou Xue to take him along, and indeed, he didn't want to go out either. He wasn't quite at the stage of seeking opportunities outside yet. But still, how should he broach the subject? Zhou Xue teased with a chuckle, "What now? You want to ask me for cultivation techniques and spells?" Chapter 18, White Rainbow Evasion Technique Great Perfection, Beginning Spiritual Refinement _1. Fang Wang had not expected Zhou Xue to be so direct. He gave a fake cough and said, "Only if I become stronger can I help you, just like during the crisis when our clan was nearly wiped out." Zhou Xue stared into his eyes, making him feel uneasy. However, the thought of not seeing each other for several years compelled Fang Wang to meet Zhou Xue's gaze with determination. After a few moments of eye contact, Zhou Xue revealed a smile and said, "I can only give you one opportunity. Tell me, what type of supreme technique do you desire? Just one chance?" Fang Wang felt a twinge of disappointment but also understood Zhou Xue. After all, you never know what's in another's heart, and considering Zhou Xue had been reborn, only she knew how many times she had been betrayed in her previous life. Sword control technique, Solaris scripture, and now, Fang Wang owed Zhou Xue even more. As for owing a life debt, it was Zhou Xue who had saved Fang Wang. Without the sword control technique, Fang Wang would have certainly perished against that cultivator, because with his character, he would never abandon his clan members to escape alone. After all, he had already died once, so in this matter, they had redeemed each other. How could Fang Wang say to Zhou Xue directly, "I have the heavenly palace, you help me become invincible, and I will ensure your eternal peace and safety"? That's ridiculous. No one is the absolute protagonist of the world. Even if Zhou Xue believed him about the heavenly palace, Fang Wang still had to consider if the other party might harbor ill will. In the end, one can only rely on oneself. After much deliberation, Fang Wang thought he didn't lack cultivation techniques or combat spells. He was missing a speed-based supreme technique, for instance, to increase his chances of escaping when facing an unbeatable enemy, so he shared his thoughts. Sword control technique is just a basic spell in the cultivation world. Indeed, you need an evasion technique. I will teach you the White Rainbow Evasion Technique. Zhou Xue said thoughtfully. Seeing Fang Wang about to question further, she gave him a stern look and said, Don't ask me if this technique is strong or not. You'll know once you practice it. Fang Wang, feeling awkward, could only nod in agreement. Zhou Xue began to impart the practice methods of the white rainbow evasion technique, and Fang Wang listened intently. After Zhou Xue finished, Fang Wang was irresistibly drawn back into the heavenly palace. Looking at the grandiose inner halls, he sighed. He had just been brooding for 200 years, left for less than half an hour, and now he was back again. But he had no choice since Zhou Xue was about to leave. He started to practice the white rainbow evasion technique, which was a flying art that allowed one to transform into a white rainbow, streaking across the sky at extreme speeds. At great completion, it was as fast as a white rainbow flying across 10,000 miles. The white rainbow evasion technique wasn't classified into levels like the Solaris scripture or the Jinghong divine sword art, so as Fang Wang practiced, he couldn't see how far he was from achieving great perfection. After 63 years of dedicated practice, Fang Wang finally mastered the white rainbow evasion technique to great perfection. He was very pleased with the final result. He was indeed as fast as a white rainbow streaking through the sky, and as his cultivation continued to rise, this technique would only become faster. At least for now, the speed he demonstrated had already surpassed all the flying speeds he had seen since joining the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang's consciousness returned to the present, his vision cleared, just in time to see Zhou Xue looking at him. Zhou Xue teased, "How is it, young prodigy? Is the technique difficult?" Fang Wang raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Just average. I've already mastered it." Heh. Zhou Xue couldn't help but roll her eyes in disbelief. She didn't press Fang Wang to demonstrate, but instead stood up and said, "All right, it's time for me to go. I hope when I return, you will have succeeded in spiritual refinement. Make sure to keep in touch with other Fang family disciples when you have time. I arranged for you to be separated in different branches for strategic purposes. Even as a one-in-a-million genius, you could face suppression. Even the most righteous sects have internal struggles, and no sect purely regards talent alone. Kinship and interest relations are the foundation of everything," Zhou Xue advised, worried that Fang Wang would follow the same path as she did in her past life. Fang Wang nodded. He was not averse to social interactions, especially with his own clan members. Right now, he was just focused on becoming stronger. Afterward, Fang Wang escorted Zhou Xue out of his cave abode. Zhou Xue left on her sword, turning into a white rainbow and vanishing into the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. White rainbow evasion technique, Fang Wang commented to himself, qualifying it as a minor success. Worthy of a reborn individual. Suddenly, he heard a noise nearby. Turning his head, he saw Guli walking out of her own cave dwelling, her eyes full of complex emotions as she looked at Fang Wang. Fang Wang felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. He smiled and gave Guli a slight nod. Guli responded with a nod, then left on her sword, which made Fang Wang breathe a sigh of relief. He truly feared Guli might cling to him. Afterward, Fang Wang returned to his cave dwelling to continue his practice. 3 months later, Fang Wang's spiritual power had reached a full state, and he felt he couldn't further improve. So, he left his cave dwelling to visit his master, Yang Yuanzi. Inside Qingxin Hall, Yang Yuanzi looked at Fang Wang curiously and said, "Indeed, you've reached the state necessary for spiritual refinement. Have you been cultivating for a full year yet?" Fang Wang responded, "Almost, I suppose." Yang Yuanzi's lip twitched, and he sighed, "With your talent, you should be at the first branch. The 9 Heavens Azure Thunder sword formation is powerful, but it's too difficult to learn. The inheritance of the first branch is also very strong. Having joined the 3rd branch, how could I be so fickle? Master, rest assured, I will cultivate diligently and bring honor to the 3rd branch." Fang Wang replied earnestly. He purposefully made his stance clear, hoping to become the eldest disciple sooner and then obtain the inheritance of the 9 Heavens Azure Thunder sword formation. Even if he stepped back and became the eldest disciple, he would access more resources for cultivation. Armed with the great perfection level of the Solaris scripture and the cave dwelling of a direct disciple, Fang Wang didn't currently need resources, but he wouldn't be complacent. He believed that the realms ahead were even more difficult. Even someone as strong as Zhou Xue had to seek opportunities everywhere. When Yang Yuanzi heard Fang Wang's words, he didn't smile. Instead, He shook his head and followed with, "All 9 veins have their own spirit molding ground, but your talent in cultivation is indeed rare in a century. Let me take you to meet the sect leader. The spirit molding ground at the main peak is more effective." Fang Wang was overjoyed and quickly thanked his master. This way, Fang Wang accompanied Yang Yuanzi to the main peak to meet with sect leader Guang Qiuxian in the Xuanhuan Hall. Hearing that Fang Wang was about to undergo spiritual refinement, sect leader Guang Qiuxian wasn't surprised, as he had long been aware of Fang Wang's cultivating pace. He stroked his beard and laughed, "Of course, you may. Let's go. Someone happens to be undergoing spiritual refinement right now, so you can take a look." He stood up and led Yang Yuanzi and Fang Wang toward the side hall. They wound through the convoluted corridors and arrived deep within the Xuanhuan Hall, at a spot connected to the mountain cliff where a waterfall descended from the clouds, forming a pond. Inside the pond, a bare-chested man was undergoing spiritual refinement. Standing on the corridor, Fang Wang saw a set of clothes and a book chest nearby and realized this person was the man in black he met in the same period, previously wearing a bamboo hat, wrapped tightly, so he didn't recognize him at first glance. This man's name is Zhou Xue. He joined Great Abyss Gate with you and was defeated by you. He has now joined the second vein. Don't underestimate him, he is about to create his own mysterious origin treasure spirit. Sect leader Guang Qiuxian stroked his beard and laughed, feeling proud as more and more geniuses emerged in Great Abyss Gate. Yang Yuanzi hummed, "You had him undergo spiritual refinement here because you thought he could create an Earth origin spirit treasure, right? There's always something to hope for. Ha, someone with talents like Lu Yuanjun comes once in centuries, he's not someone you encounter easily." "Oh, is that so? You lack confidence in your disciple?" Listening to their conversation, Fang Wang felt something was off, as if there was some kind of overt and covert rivalry between them. Could it be they didn't get along? No wonder the sect leader initially had some objections to him going to the third vein. This was bad. Had he sided with the wrong faction? Was the third vein being marginalized by the sect leader? Yang Yuanzi hummed, "We will see soon enough." Fang Wang watched Zhou Xue. Zhou looked to be in his 20s or 30s, with a somewhat weather-beaten face. Around him, strands of black light whirled like a vortex towards his head. There, a black fan was slowly taking shape, becoming more solid, with a hint of metallic luster. Is this the treasure spirit? Fang Wang was filled with anticipation for his own treasure spirit. Sect leader Guang Qiuxian and Yang Yuanzi stopped their quarreling and watched intently. After an incense stick's time, the black fan above Zhou Xingxi's head suddenly fluttered, sending a wave of visible black energy sweeping across the pool's surface, severing even the waterfall as it nearly crashed into Xuanhuan Hall. Guang Qiuxian raised his hand, blocking it with his own spiritual power. Boom! The black energy collided with an invisible barrier and dispersed instantly. Fang Wang's robes whipped in the wind, and his sideburns fluttered. He couldn't help but look at Guang Qiuxian in awe. What realm was the sect leader in? Just the aura alone made Fang Wang feel unable to contend. In the pool, Zhou Xingshi slowly opened his eyes, lifted his right hand, and the black fan above quickly descended into his grasp. Holding the fan, he smiled, seemingly relieved. A superior Xuanhuan spirit treasure, impressive indeed. Enough to rank him among the top 10 disciples of the current generation, praised sect leader Guang Qiuxian. Zhou Xingshi stood up and gave his respects to Guang Qiuxian. He also noticed Fang Wang's arrival. Sect leader Guang Qiuxian turned to Fang Wang and smiled, "Go ahead, meditate in the pond. While cultivating, imagine the treasure spirit you desire. The spiritual energy of nature here will aid you in molding your own treasure spirit." Fang Wang nodded and immediately approached the pond, while Zhou Xingshi followed and nodded at him in greeting. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pond, Fang Wang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began his cultivation. After putting on his clothes, Zhou Xingshi didn't leave but stayed to watch Fang Wang undergo spiritual refinement. With the 3 people watching, Fang Wang felt some pressure, but he soon cast away all external distractions. According to the cultivation guidelines, life spirit treasures from low to high are classified as Yellow Origin, Mysterious Origin, Earth Origin, and Heaven Yuan spirit treasures. Each rank is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. The highest grade spirit treasure ever seen in the history of Great Abyss Gate has been a lower grade Earth Origin precious spirit. It is said Lu Yuanjun's own life spirit treasure reached a middle-grade Earth origin spirit treasure, breaking the historical limit of Great Abyss Gate and being the reason for the sect's current revival. Creating a life spirit treasure requires a special heavenly Tao spirit stone, only upon which can one create their life spirit treasure. Beneath the pond where Fang Wang sat was a huge heavenly Tao spirit stone. The 9 great sects dominate the Qi cultivation realm because they control the highest grade heavenly Tao spirit stones, not just one but several. Many cultivator families unable to undergo spiritual refinement can only have their family disciples join one of the 9 great sects. Fang Wang began to imagine the form of his own life spirit treasure. His first choice was a sword since his strongest move was now the Jinghong divine sword art. Gradually, faint flickers of light swirled around him, gathering towards his head, much like Zhou Xue had before. Chapter 19, Tianyuan_1. The process of spiritual refinement was incredibly wondrous. As Fang Wang envisioned the sword-shaped spirit he desired, he entered a strange state of inner vision, seeing within his body a black region where flames fiercely burned, gradually taking the shape of a sword. Fang Wang's attention was focused on this sword. At that moment, his thoughts seemed to transform into invisible hands, capable of touching the sword. As he was engrossed in the process, the flames around him surged towards his head, condensing into a fireball. Guang Qiuxian, Yang Yuanzi, and Zhou Xue stood on the walkway, watching. Your disciple's cultivation technique is extraordinary. It's the first time I've seen such a burning aura of spiritual power, Guang Qiuxian exclaimed in admiration. Yang Yuanzi remained silent, his understanding of Fang Wang was actually quite shallow. Zhou Xue, on the other hand, thought back to the battle before his initiation. He had exchanged just one palm strike with Fang Wang and had to nurse his injuries for a whole month. Even now, the memory made him shudder. The joy of sculpting the mysterious origin treasure spirit had already faded. He stared at the nascent form of Fang Wang's spirit above his head, and intuition told him that Fang Wang's spirit would certainly surpass his own. At the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, he could sweep him and 50 other cultivators. He dared not speculate what kind of life spirit treasure Fang Wang would shape. In his family, he had heard many tales of geniuses, but Fang Wang was the most terrifying talent he had ever encountered. Setting aside their strength, this youngster was only at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm a few months ago, and now he was following him in spiritual refinement. Zhou Xing's heart trembled, and his gaze toward Fang Wang grew ever more complex. Time slowly slipped by. Half an hour later, the treasure spirit forming above Fang Wang's head had already taken on a basic sword shape, and the blazing flames around him grew increasingly immense, like fiery snakes entwining his body, even causing the water in the pool to boil, sending up billows of hot mist. Stroking his beard, Guang Qiuxian laughed and said, "He's attained at least a mysterious origin." Yang Yuanzi, with a solemn expression, said, "Reaching the mysterious origin grade at this stage, he may truly attain the Earth origin grade." His glance unintentionally fell on Zhou Xue, causing Zhou's heart to skip wildly. He suddenly regretted staying to watch, but to say he would leave now was even more impossible. Guang Qiuxian, staring at Fang Wang, proudly laughed and said, "After Lu Yuanjun, there comes another Fang Wang. Why should Great Abyss Gate worry about flourishing?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuanzi shook his head and snorted coldly, "Sect leader, I advise you not to get too carried away. Don't forget the tragedy of Taiqing Gate. Great Abyss Gate attracts cultivator clans with its talents, which might lead to jealousy from other sections. One Lu Yuanjun might not cause trouble, but another might not be so certain." Hearing this, Guang Qiuxian's smile gradually faded. Zhou Xingshi, upon hearing this, grew even more regretful and began pondering how to respond later. Time continued to pass, second by second. The sword-shaped treasure spirit above Fang Wang's head became more tangible, with fine patterns even visible. Not only that, but this treasure spirit had begun to absorb the natural spiritual energy from the surroundings. Earth origin. Guang Qiuxian uttered 2 words. The ability to absorb nature's spiritual energy during spiritual refinement was a characteristic of an Earth origin spirit treasure. Zhou Xingshi felt a whirlwind of emotions, his hands clenched tight. For such a genius to sculpt an Earth origin treasure spirit is not surprising. Why should I bother comparing myself to him? Zhou Xingshi consoled himself. Fang Wang's treasure spirit continued to condense, causing Guang Qiuxian to lose his composure, his brows furrowed tight. Yang Yuanzi narrowed his eyes, his gaze firmly fixed on Fang Wang's life spirit treasure. At this moment, Fang Wang was still observing his life spirit treasure within that dark realm. In the darkness, his life spirit treasure had already taken the sword shape he wanted, with the hilt and the guard as if entwined by a majestic red dragon, powerful and commanding. Wielding such a sword would be so cool. Fang Wang was satisfied with his aesthetic choice. Just as he was admiring his treasure spirit, he suddenly sensed something and his gaze subconsciously drifted upwards. Above, a light appeared in the darkness, and his heavenly palace revealed itself. This is. As Fang Wang was puzzled, the gates of the heavenly palace suddenly swung open, and a beam of light burst forth, shooting down and striking his life spirit treasure head-on. Boom! His sword-shaped treasure spirit was instantly extinguished. At the same time, outside, the three observers Guang Qiuxian, Yang Yuanzi, and Zhou Xue saw Fang Wang's treasure spirit above his head suddenly explode, with a blast of flames spreading out. Guang Qiuxian raised his hand, shielding the blast of flames with his spiritual power. His brow was tightly knitted, and his eyes showed signs of disappointment. Yang Yuanzi frowned deeply, speaking in a heavy tone. He failed? How is that possible? Only a yellow origin treasure spirit could possibly result in failure. Zhou Xue, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of surprise and pity. For such an outstanding figure to fail in spiritual refinement was like falling from the clouds to the mortal world. He still had been looking forward to seeing how powerful Fang Wang would become after successful refinement. If successful, he might have witnessed the rise of a legend. What a pity! Still in a state of inner vision, Fang Wang stared at the heavenly palace, stunned. What's going on? Why would the heavenly palace destroy his treasure spirit? In that moment, he panicked. Although the heavenly palace was present, ensuring there must be a way forward, he didn't want to play the role of a hidden dragon. In Great Abyss Gate, a life spirit treasure determined one's talent and was also decisive for one's treatment. Just when Fang Wang didn't know what to do, the gates of the heavenly palace didn't close. More light appeared inside, growing brighter and brighter. That is. Fang Wang looked at the intense light inside the heavenly palace and vaguely saw a blurry figure. I've failed, Guang Qiuxian said in a deep voice, his face filled with disappointment. He took a deep look at Fang Wang, turned around, and prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly felt something in-world around. Flames surged in the eyes of the three men as they watched the blaze around Fang Wang grow wildly. His robe was burned to ashes, and the water in the pool evaporated at an extreme speed, filling the corridors of Xuanhuan with an overpowering heat. Yang Yuanzi was moved, and Zhou Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Under their scrutiny, Fang Wang had turned into a man of fire, with roaring flames surging towards the top of his head and converging there. Is this the reformation of a treasure spirit? How is that possible? Yang Yuanzi exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Guang Qiuxian seemed to think of something, his pupils dilated. He took a deep breath and said, legend has it that when the life spirit treasure is condensed, a phenomenon of nirvana rebirth may occur. This often happens to unparalleled geniuses. Life spirit treasures capable of nirvana rebirth are a mandate of heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhou Xue, only to see a black fan taking shape above his head. My treasure spirit, why is it out of control? Zhou Xue asked in a panic, his gaze involuntarily seeking assistance from sect leader Guang Qiuxian. However, Guang Qiuxian didn't pay him any attention. He gave Zhou Xue a glance and then turned his gaze back to Fang Wang in the pool. Elsewhere, Guli, who was meditating in her cave, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up with a frown, only to see a silver sword appearing above her head. It was her life spirit treasure. What's going on? Guli murmured to herself, an inexplicable sense of unease in her heart as she couldn't recall her own life spirit treasure. Since reaching the spiritual refinement realm, it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It wasn't just her. Those disciples of the Great Abyss Gate flying between the peaks in the soul sculpting realm were also experiencing the same phenomenon, their life spirit treasures materializing above their heads. Some disciples stopped in their tracks, variously nervous or panic-stricken. Inside Xuanhuan, the glow of fire lit the faces of Guang Qiuxian, Yang Yuanzi, and Zhou Xue, all three of them in shock, incapable of keeping their composure. Yang Yuanzi clenched his teeth and said, "My life spirit treasure is also afraid." Guang Qiuxian's face was grim and he remained silent, but his heart was equally turbulent. They saw that among the roaring inferno above Fang Wang's head, the shape of a divine weapon gradually took form. It wasn't a sword but a long pole arm. At that moment, Fang Wang, in an introspective state, also saw this long pole arm. Boom! The darkness shattered, his consciousness flickered, and suddenly he felt his feet touch the ground. He opened his eyes in surprise to find himself inside the heavenly palace. A polearm nearly 10 feet long stood before him, with an elusive azure dragon coiling around it. The halberd was embellished with crescent blades on both sides, each a third of the length of the halberd. Between the two blades ran the body of the polearm, shaped like a coiled dragon with its maw open to the skies, spitting out the blade, and the tail as sharp as a short sword. The body of the polearm was pitch black, emitting a faint glow. What an imposing halberd! Fang Wang instinctively reached out and grasped the halberd. In that instant, his body's Solaris true fire surged out, wrapping around the polearm. Blades at both ends caught flame, and even the sharp tail end ignited. Fiery patterns covered the shaft, adding both color and a divine aura to the weapon. The moment he grasped the halberd, Fang Wang sensed a connection to it as if it were a part of his own body. An intense emotion urged him to name the halberd, and he slowly voiced his thought, Heavenly Palace halberd. Named for the Heavenly Palace. In an instant, his consciousness returned to reality, and he stood up instinctively. Under the watchful eyes of Guang Qiuxian and the others, Fang Wang rose, flames engulfing his body, and gripped the halberd-shaped treasure spirit above his head. At this moment, his stance was like that of a war deity, imposing and towering. Compared to before, he was a changed man. Unable to help himself, Yang Yuanzi turned to Guang Qiuxian and asked, "The mysterious origin treasure spirit has mysterious light, and the earth origin spirit treasure can devour nature's spiritual energy. Then, what rank should a treasure spirit that undergoes nirvana rebirth, causing other life spirit treasures to fear, belong to?" He had a hunch, but he dared not say it aloud. Guang Qiuxian stared intently at Fang Wang's posture and uttered two words, "Heaven Yuan." Zhou Xue was stupefied, standing in place without noticing the murderous gaze Yang Yuanzi directed at him. Meanwhile, all the flames around Fang Wang poured into the Heavenly Palace halberd, revealing his figure. The 10-foot-long Heavenly Palace halberd in his hands appeared incredibly formidable. Fang Wang firmly planted the halberd's tail into the bottom of the pool, and a terrifying wave of energy swept out, forcing Guang Qiuxian to take action again. This time, even Xuanhuan trembled. "Sect leader, what is the rank of my treasure spirit?" Fang Wang looked at Guang Qiuxian and asked, holding back his excitement. He could clearly feel the spiritual power within him boiling and transforming. Spiritual refinement realm. Guang Qiuxian, while staring at the Heavenly Palace halberd, said, "Above the earth origin spirit treasure, the exact rank, I do not know, for I have never seen a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure." His gaze then shifted sideways to Zhou Xue. Sensing the threat, Zhou Xue took 2 steps back and hastily said, I will never speak of this." Chapter 20, The Next Sect Leader of the Great Abyss Gate _1. The superior mysterious origin treasure spirit should have been regarded as a precious treasure by the Great Abyss Gate, which was why Guang Qiuxian allowed Zhou Xue to stay and enjoy the show. In his opinion, Fang Wang being able to create an Earth origin spirit treasure was already wishful thinking. Even if he succeeded, it would be a good opportunity for these two talents to know each other, support each other, and grow together. But as Fang Wang's treasure spirit surpassed the Earth origin spirit treasure, everything changed. The superior mysterious origin treasure spirit was simply not worth mentioning in front of the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure. Guang Qiuxian realized one thing: once Fang Wang's treasure spirit became known, the other 8 major sects would certainly find every possible means to eliminate Fang Wang, so he could not let this news spread. His gaze towards Zhou Xue became even colder, while Yang Yuanzi did not hide his killing intent. Facing the murderous intent of 2 sect powerhouses, Zhou Xue was so scared that he knelt down, begging for mercy. "Sect leader, I definitely won't speak of this, truly. You must believe me. After all, I am also a possessor of the superior mysterious origin treasure spirit. In the future, I will surely make significant contributions to the Great Abyss Gate. By the end of his plea, his forehead was pressed tightly against the ground. He understood that he couldn't escape and could only beg for mercy. Yang Yuanzi looked at Guang Qiuxian and said coldly, "Sect leader, we cannot afford any slightest uncertainty in this matter. If you're reluctant to act, let me do it." Guang Qiuxian remained silent. Yang Yuanzi raised his right hand, condensing a streak of sword qi on his palm. Seeing this, Fang Wang, who held the Heavenly Palace halberd, asked, "Is there no way to control him? To prevent him from speaking of what he's seen and heard today?" He wasn't so kind-hearted. His own life being at stake, he had no interest in asking Guang Qiuxian and Yang Yuanzi to spare Zhou Xue. If Zhou Xue could be controlled, then he could be allowed to live. If not, then murder was the only option. The Heaven Yuan spirit treasure thrilled Fang Wang beyond his expectations. However, joy was soon followed by endless worries. The Earth Origin spirit treasure alone was enough to propel the Great Abyss Gate to new heights, let alone another Heaven Yuan spirit treasure. Most importantly, Guang Qiuxian was still unsure of the specific grade of his Heavenly Palace halberd. At that moment, Fang Wang was even worried that Guang Qiuxian and Yang Yuanzi might harbor malicious intentions. After hearing Fang Wang's words, Yang Yuanzi glanced at Guang Qiuxian. Guang Qiuxian took a deep breath and said, "The Heaven Yuan spirit treasure is of great importance and must be handled with caution. Nonetheless, the Great Abyss Gate is not the demonic path. Let's do as Fang Wang suggests." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuanzi couldn't help but shake his head, thinking Guang Qiuxian was too merciful. Then Yang Yuanzi stepped forward, dissipating the sword qi in his hand. He pulled out a small bottle from his storage bag, squatted in front of Zhou Xue, grabbed his jaw with his left hand, pried his mouth open, and poured the contents of the small bottle into it. Throughout the process, Zhou Xue didn't show the slightest resistance, knowing this was his only chance for survival. He even cast a grateful look towards Fang Wang. Fang Wang, however, saw that the contents of the small bottle were deep red insects, making his skin crawl. This is the myriad poison autumn spring insect, incurable by any medicine. When the person dies, the insect perishes. They are born tamed, and whenever someone recites the incantation in front of the one who has ingested the insect, the myriad poison autumn spring insect will self-destruct, spreading the poison throughout the body and causing the person to die violently within 3 breaths. Yang Yuanzi stood up, looking down on Zhou Xue as he spoke, his face indifferent as if he were looking at a crawly insect. Afterward, he transmitted the incantation to Fang Wang secretly. Fang Wang's expression remained calm, but inside he felt it strange that his master did not seem like a member of the righteous sects at all, keeping such a poisonous creature. Turning to face Fang Wang, Guang Qiuxian said, "The matter of the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure must be kept secret. From now on, I won't show you any special favor publicly and will treat you as an ordinary disciple. However, you can come to me with any issue at any time, and I will help you resolve them in private. I assure you, you will be the next sect leader of the Great Abyss Gate." Regardless of character or background, the position of sect leader was now promised to Fang Wang. At that moment, Fang Wang truly understood the significance of the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, and he quickly replied, "Whether I become the sect leader is irrelevant to me. Having joined the Great Abyss Gate, I will forever be a disciple, ready to go through fire and water for the sect." Fancy words, who can't say them? At least he needed to handle the current situation better to avoid arousing Guang Qiuxian's suspicion. Only the 4 of us can be privy to this matter. Fang Wang, you also cannot tell your clan. The Heaven Yuan spirit treasure is indeed powerful, but you have not yet grown. You must stay low-key. From now on, your life spirit treasure will be set as the superior mysterious origin treasure spirit, Guang Qiuxian said, glancing at Zhou Xue, who had just gotten up, and spoke firmly, "Zhou Xue, from now on, your duty will be to protect Fang Wang. You shall follow his commands, and your treatment will be the same as that of a chief disciple of a single meridian." Hearing that, Zhou Xue hurriedly expressed his thanks to Guang Qiuxian, then thanked Fang Wang again. Yang Yuanzi followed up, saying, "Sect leader, let me take Fang Wang away first. Many people have arrived outside, and they must not see Fang Wang." Guang Qiuxian nodded, and then Yang Yuanzi retrieved another set of clothes from his storage bag and threw them to Fang Wang. Fang Wang quickly dressed and followed Yang Yuanzi's footsteps. There was actually a tunnel leading underground inside Xuanhuan Hall. Along the way, Fang Wang was feeling the Heavenly Palace halberd inside his body. Inside him, the Heavenly Palace halberd occupied an independent space above the dantian. It was pitch black, and he couldn't tell whether it was an extra-dimensional space or a soul space. However, he could feel the presence of the Heavenly Palace halberd and could summon it at any time, but there was one thing that puzzled him. The space occupied by the Heavenly Palace halberd was very small compared to the entire dark space, and it wasn't in the central position. Could there be a second life spirit treasure? The tunnel was quiet, and just as Fang Wang was curious and confused, Yang Yuanzi's voice came from ahead. Fang Wang, remember, you can't fully trust anyone, including the sect leader, and even your master. Fang Wang looked up, watching Yang Yuanzi's back, unsure of how to respond. People's hearts ultimately change. The sect leader is willing to train you as the next leader because he hasn't reached his limit. When he faces his limit, what kind of evil thoughts he might have, even your master can't imagine. In the cultivation world, seizing treasures and seizing bodies are not uncommon. Not to hide this from you, your master has once had such evil thoughts. Yang Yuanzi's tone was ghostly, making it impossible to gauge what he was thinking. Fang Wang spoke, "Thank you for the reminder, master. Your disciple will keep it in mind. I will never forget your kindness and will repay you in the future." "Is that so?" Yang Yuanzi chuckled without ever turning back or stopping his stride. For the rest of the journey, he remained silent, and Fang Wang grew anxious, fearing a sudden attack. Fortunately, their trip passed without incident, and upon reaching the cave entrance, Yang Yuanzi told him to go back to his dwelling first. Fang Wang flew away on his sword, and along the way, he noticed many disciples gathered at various peaks, seemingly discussing something. Since his induction, it was the first time he had seen such a lively scene. Could it be related to the commotion caused by the Heavenly Palace halberd? Fang Wang's heart tensed, and he quickened his pace. Upon returning to the third vein, he landed at the entrance of his dwelling and saw Guli standing at her entrance, gazing into the distance. Guli turned to face Fang Wang and asked, "Brother Fang, where have you returned from?" Fang Wang replied, "I went to the Daofa Pavilion. Something seems to have happened at the Taiyuan sect. If Miss Gu is interested, you could talk with the other disciples." With that, he entered his dwelling. Guli's face betrayed her suspicion, but she didn't think too much about it. She was full of confusion about what could have happened to make her life spirit treasure uncontrollable. After closing the door of his dwelling, Fang Wang went straight to the open space inside and summoned the Heavenly Palace halberd, admiring his life spirit treasure the more he looked at it. Holding the Heavenly Palace halberd, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. No wonder spiritual refinement was so crucial for cultivators. Then, he retracted the Heavenly Palace halberd and sat cross-legged on his white jade bed to consolidate his cultivation. He had reached the first layer of the soul sculpting realm, which was also divided into 9 layers. He planned to practice calmly and wait for the commotion to pass. The emergence of the Heavenly Palace halberd had changed Fang Wang's approach. He could no longer focus solely on swordsmanship and would have to learn the arts of using long weapons. The Jinghong Divine Sword art wasn't a waste. After all, it didn't require a sword. He resolved not to use the Heavenly Palace halberd casually while in the Taiyuan sect and felt that the Jinghong Divine Sword art should be enough to sweep through competitors of the same realm. Pretending to be a sword cultivator. And so, 2 months hurried by. After entering the soul sculpting realm, Fang Wang's progress in cultivation began to slow down. Even with the Great Perfection Solaris scripture, he barely managed to break through to the second layer after 2 months. Until this day, Fang Hanyu came to visit Fang Wang, interrupting his life of cultivation. After inviting Fang Hanyu into his dwelling, the brothers exchanged pleasantries. Fang Hanyu brought up the recent significant events in the Taiyuan sect. All cultivators in the soul sculpting realm had experienced their life spirit treasures becoming uncontrollable at the same time, leading to a speculation circulating within the sect. That was the birth of a supreme treasure. Upon hearing such speculation, Fang Wang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Before he was strong enough, he dared not expose the rank of his life spirit treasure. "Fang Wang, I visited you today because I have something." Fang Hanyu hesitated. Fang Wang rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "I can't stand your dithering. Since you're already here, you can't possibly hold it in, can you? Just say it, we are brothers, after all. Well, not blood brothers, so don't ask for too much. Relieved, Fang Hanyu said, I plan to go out for training. Zhou Xue instructed me to look after the other clan members and to trouble you as little as possible. But if I stay within the Taiyuan sect, it's hard to advance by leaps and bounds, considering I'm just an inner sect disciple. I want to seek out opportunities. Is that all? Do you have a plan? Fang Wang asked. Each person has their destiny. The other Fang family disciples didn't have his talent or privilege. Seeking their fortunes was the right thing to do. Fang Hanyu nodded and said, a senior sister from the second vein has obtained a map of a secret realm that is said to contain a great cultivator's remains. 23 disciples from my vein have decided to go together, and I don't want to miss out. Fang Wang considered for a moment, then nodded. Go then, I'll take care of the other clan members. Fang Hanyu showed his gratitude with a smile, quickly thanked him, and after a short chat, he took his leave since there was no more to discuss. No sooner had he left than another visitor arrived at Fang Wang's doorstep. Zhou Xingshi. With the spell to kill Zhou Xingshi in hand, Fang Wang naturally wasn't afraid of him, so he invited him into his dwelling. Though Zhou Xingshi wore the Dao robe of a Taiyuan sect disciple, he kept his bamboo hat on, looking travel-worn. He sat down at the stone table and took out 2 jade slips from inside his chest. These are the superior spell arts entrusted to me by the sect leader for you. They suit your treasure spirit and must not be disclosed to others. Chapter 21, Body Protecting Divine Barrier, Great Celestial Thunder Technique _1. Not to be passed on outside? Then how about I pass it on to you? Fang Wang looked at Zhou Xingshi, asking with a chuckle. Zhou Xingshi's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly said, Brother Fang, please don't jest with me. How dare I harbor such wild thoughts? Fang Wang shook his head and laughed. I'm not joking. You are my man now, and naturally, I want you to become stronger and stronger. Go back for now. Come pick up these 2 jade slips after 7 days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingshi felt an unexpected joy but dared not show it. He could only agree, then stood up and left. Having taken just a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, Oh right, the sect leader asked me to remind you that you can still take on the usual tasks of the third vein. They can hone your combat experience and cultivate your moral character. Should you have any needs, you can seek him out. Just the rewards for the tasks will not change on the surface. Zhou Xingshi was filled with emotion. Thinking about the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure that Fang Wang possessed, he couldn't help but feel astounded. That is the legendary Heaven Yuan spirit treasure. The Qi cultivation realm has never seen one since ancient times. Zhou Xingshi wouldn't doubt Guang Qiuxian's judgment because on that day, his precious spirit was truly frightened, and afterwards, he learned that all the precious spirits in the Great Abyss Gate were uncontrollable, possessing such might from the moment they were formed. Apart from the legendary Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, what other grade could it be? Fang Wang nodded, then picked up one of the jade slips on the table. Seeing this, Zhou Xingshi didn't try to disturb him further and quickly left. Once the mountain gate of the dwelling was closed, Fang Wang looked at the jade slip in his hand, thinking to himself, Zhou Xingshi, are you truly my man, or are you the sect leaders? Let's see how you perform. He took Yang Yuanzi's words to heart. He wouldn't fully trust anyone, at least not in his heart. The so-called myriad poison eternal insect, Fang Wang always felt there was more to it than just chanting spells in front of him. The chanting should only ensure Fang Wang could prevent Zhou Xingshi from assassinating him. Surely Yang Yuanzi had other methods. At the very least, he could control Zhou Xingshi's life and death from afar. This was interesting. Zhou Xingshi's life and death were in Yang Yuanzi's hands, and he carried out tasks for Guang Qiuxian. Now, he was supposed to assist Fang Wang. With 3 identities, he probably felt extremely uncomfortable himself. Fang Wang began to read the jade slip with his spiritual sense. The first thing he saw was 4 large characters. Body Protecting Divine Barrier. The 7 days quickly passed by. Zhou Xingshi arrived as promised. Inside the dwelling, he held the 2 jade slips and hesitantly asked, You're really giving these to me? And in such a short time, have you completely memorized all the methods for cultivation? Fang Wang nodded, saying, "It's not difficult to memorize. Go and cultivate them." For Zhou Xue, it was just 7 days, but for Fang Wang, 138 years had passed. Within the heavenly palace, it took him 40 years to cultivate the body-protecting divine barrier, and 98 years to cultivate the great celestial thunder technique. The body-protecting divine barrier, as the name suggests, is a defensive spell. And the great celestial thunder technique is very domineering. It summons the thunder of the firmament to descend upon the world and annihilate enemies, its power boundless. From the duration of practice, it was clear Guang Qiushan had not been careless. They were all superior techniques. Mere cultivators spend most of their days gathering qi, and the time spent to practice spells rarely exceeds a third. To master the body-protecting divine barrier to great perfection, it's estimated it would take hundreds of years, and this is still under the assumption that one's talent is similar to Fang Wang's. Not to mention the great celestial thunder technique, it's certainly something most disciples of the Great Abyss Gate couldn't even dream of touching in their lifetimes. As a direct disciple, Fang Wang could still choose 3 superior Dharma techniques from the Daofa Pavilion, but he had no intention of doing so for the time being. As it stands, he already had his combat methods. It would be better to focus his energies on accumulating his cultivation level. Zhou Xue looked at the 2 jade slips in his hands, his emotions in turmoil. That he was still alive was because Fang Wang had spoken for him. Now, without having done anything yet, Fang Wang had bestowed upon him 2 supreme techniques. How could he not be moved? However, he was not one to express himself. Understood. Zhou Xue answered and then performed a formal bow before leaving. Only after the mountain gate was closed did Fang Wang settle down to cultivate in peace. It was nothing more than gilding the lily. If it could win over people's hearts, then naturally it was good. If not, he wouldn't be at a loss. With autumn passing and winter arriving, the flying snow finally came, covering the peaks of the Great Abyss Gate in a blanket of white, a vast scene with its own unique charm. A giant flying sword cut through the vast snow, landing at the city gate of the Great Abyss Gate's sprawling city. 2 figures leapt down from the flying sword. One of them was the Emperor of Qi, disguised and dressed like a scholar. The Taiyuan sect disciple standing on the flying sword looked down at him and said, "Your token only allows you to stay for a month. After a month, leave on your own, or our enforcement hall won't be lenient with you." With that said, the disciple left on his sword. As he disappeared into the endless snow, the young man behind the Emperor of Qi sneered, "Your Majesty, that person is truly arrogant. It's just." Silence. "Do not speak rashly." The Emperor of Qi scolded him in a cold voice, frightening the young man into silence. The snowflakes danced around them. The Emperor of Qi brushed the snow off his head and, looking at the imposing city walls with admiration in his eyes, whispered, "Let's go, let's take a look at this land of immortals." Amidst the vast snow, a master and his servant walked towards the city gate. Their figures were so small, as if they could be buried by the snow at any moment. Elsewhere, atop the 3rd Vane's peak, the mountain gate to a cave dwelling opened, with Fang Wang leading out 6 of his clan members, chatting and laughing. "Brother Fang Wang, we're heading out first. When you get back, you must cultivate diligently. With the guidance from 13th brother, we will definitely cultivate well. Fang Wang, rest assured, I will certainly become an inner sect disciple." Fang Wang stopped in his tracks and watched as they descended the mountain. Having joined the Great Abyss Gate for 10 months, all these Fang family disciples handpicked by Zhou Xue had cultivated spiritual power and embarked on the path of cultivation, with the highest among them reaching the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation realm. However, their sword control technique had not yet been perfected, preventing them from flying down the mountain on their swords, and thus they had to walk down the mountain on foot. With heavy snow fluttering down, Fang Wang's heart filled with warmth as he watched the silhouettes of his clan members slowly disappear into the whitened landscape. In a past life, while reading cultivator novels, he thought the path of cultivation was lonely and desolate, but now, having this group of clan members by his side, there was a sense of reliance in his heart, and this feeling was quite nice. At this moment, Fang Wang suddenly understood why Zhou Xue had taken the Fang family disciples along to cultivate. Apart from her planning, companionship and support were crucial. Being isolated might inspire potential, but it could also be exhausting. Then, the mountain gate of the neighboring cave dwelling abruptly opened, and Guli emerged. Seeing her, Fang Wang felt a headache coming on. This young lady had truly set her sights on him. Every time he came out, as long as she was in the cave dwelling, she would follow him out. Li naturally walked over to Fang Wang's side and asked, "Are they all your clan members?" Fang Wang could only respond politely, "We grew up together since we were young." Li lifted her right hand to gently sweep back her hair, saying, "I'm truly envious of you. Only I from the Gu family came to the Great Abyss Gate, the others went to different sections. To ensure longevity, a cultivation family often disperses its members across different sects. The Fang family had only just entered the cultivation world and had yet to develop this kind of foundation." The two started chatting idly, and Fang Wang, having cultivated intensely for a while, wanted to enjoy the scenery, so he kept her company. Most of the time, it was Li who spoke while Fang Wang listened. "By the way, have you already achieved spiritual refinement successfully? Why can't I see through your cultivation level? Could it be that you've surpassed me?" Li asked curiously, her bright, expressive eyes fixated on Fang Wang with an unusual sparkle. Unable to withstand her gaze, Fang Wang looked into the distance and said, "I have successfully achieved spiritual refinement, a superior mysterious origin treasure spirit." His cultivation had reached the third level of the spiritual refinement realm, not far from the fourth, while Li was still at the first level, naturally unable to discern his level. "Guess what grade my treasure spirit is?" Li blinked, and asked with a giggle, hiding her mouth with her hand. Fang Wang could tell that hers was higher than his as soon as he heard it. No wonder she became a direct disciple so quickly. He had previously assumed it was due to the Gu family's influence, but now it seemed her aptitude was the key factor. It looked like Zhou Xue was right. Even without him, the Great Abyss Gate would become the strongest sect in the Qi cultivation realm. An Earth origin treasure spirit? Fang Wang cautiously guessed. A lower grade Earth origin precious spirit. Although the grade of the treasure spirit is slightly higher than yours, you've overtaken me in terms of cultivation. It seems that your cultivation technique is stronger than mine. Why don't we have a sparring match when we're about to break through to the spirit elixir realm?" Li nodded, her face filled with anticipation. So that was her angle. Fang Wang had thought Li had taken a liking to him, but it turned out she just couldn't stand losing. With that being the case, he felt no pressure and immediately lifted his chin, laughing, "All right, but you better cultivate diligently. I'll wait for you to challenge me before every major realm breakthrough. It's a deal." The two exchanged smiles, and then Li began to talk about the customs and culture of the North Luo, introducing her own family. It wasn't until half an hour later that the bell of the third vein rang. Fang Wang had heard this kind of bell sound twice before, signaling the arrival of a vein mission. He had not paid attention to it previously, as direct disciples could ignore these missions. "Let's go take a look." "You can't always stay cooped up in the cave dwelling," Li suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Wang nodded. For some reason, upon hearing the bell, he felt an inexplicable unease, as if something bad had happened. The two flew on their swords towards Qingxin Hall at the peak of the mountain. Disciples emerged from the cave dwellings scattered across the third vein's peak, all flying toward the summit and eventually gathering in front of Qingxin Hall. Upon the arrival of Fang Wang and Li, numerous disciples immediately surrounded them with great enthusiasm. Some of the male disciples clenched their fists in secret, thinking the two had already established some kind of relationship. Some female disciples who had developed a fondness for him were secretly heartbroken, thinking the handsome brother Fang already had his eyes on someone. The eldest disciple, Liu, stood on the steps with his hands behind his back. Seeing Fang Wang arrive, he nodded and smiled. After a while, once enough disciples had arrived, Liu finally spoke up. "Today, I've called everyone here because our second vein's disciples have encountered trouble and need assistance from our third vein. This mission is completely voluntary and will require going into the territory of a demonic sect." Disciples from the second vein in trouble? Fang Wang immediately thought of Hanyu. He had been absent for several months with no return, and the youngest Fang Xian had been worried about him during their previous conversations. As soon as Liu finished speaking, some disciples immediately questioned why they from the third vein should be involved in the second vein's matters. Chapter 22, Heavenly Gangsheng Ti Zhengong _1. Facing the disciples' confusion, Liu explained, "This matter concerns the second channel, so they naturally have to participate." Their mission, however, is different from ours. They are to confront the demonic sect, while our task is to rescue the disciples of the second channel. Those disciples were scattered after being attacked by demonic cultivators, which is why the tasks assigned to us are more dispersed. Zhou Xue asked, why did the disciples of the second channel go to the territory of the demonic path? Liu did not conceal the truth and answered, they discovered a secret realm of a great cultivator from the Jihao sect, so the disciples organized themselves to explore it. Unfortunately, they encountered an attack by demonic cultivators. Jihao sect. The gathered disciples of the third channel at the foot of the steps immediately became noisy, discussing among themselves. It was obvious that they all had heard of the name of the Jihao sect. Fang Wang whispered to Guli beside him, what's the history of the Jihao sect? Hearing this, he could be certain that it was Fan Hanyu and the other disciples who were in trouble. The Jihao sect was a great sect from 1,000 years ago. Both the Qi and the surrounding dynasties were once under its rule, but for some unknown reason, the Jihao sect fell apart. The 9 great sects that exist today all rose after its collapse. Everything about the Jihao sect has since been sought after by various sects and noble families, especially the Jihao sect's heritage, Guli replied. Being from a great clan does have its advantages, she knew so much. As Fang Wang hesitated, Liu's voice came, according to the intelligence sent back by the second channel disciples, they have discovered the legendary heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong. The mission to investigate this divine skill offers the greatest reward. Anyone who acquires this divine skill can be directly promoted to direct disciple. It's a common mission for the disciples of all 9 channels, but there are very few clues about this divine skill, making the mission extremely difficult. Heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong? Sounds so domineering. Fang Wang's life spirit treasure was a long weapon, so he had decided to focus on enhancing his physical body in the future. This heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong sounded exactly like the kind of domineering skill he was looking for. He asked Guli again, is the heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong very powerful? Guli nodded with a look of yearning, saying, according to legend, the heavenly body possesses the power to move mountains and overturn seas. In ancient myths, the heavenly body is also one of the ancient gods, symbolizing strength, and the heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong is the cultivation technique to train the heavenly body. It is also one of the strongest cultivation techniques of the Jihao sect. In the Qi cultivation realm, legends of the heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong have been circulating. Move mountains and overturn seas. Fang Wang's heart stirred upon hearing this, as did the other disciples. However, no one stepped forward to take on the mission. After a moment's thought, Fang Wang stepped forward toward Liu. It's not for Fan Hanyu, it's for the heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong. Big senior brother, I will take the mission. Fang Wang approached Liu and said. Liu hesitated upon hearing this and, seeing all the disciples' eyes on him, had no choice but to remind him through a sound transmission, Brother Fang, this task could be very easy or very dangerous, and that heavenly Gangsheng Tijin Gong is elusive. As a direct disciple, you don't have to take the risk. Let the other disciples gain experience. Fang Wang did not respond with the sound transmission technique but instead said directly, I have a relative in the second channel who might be involved in this. His name is Fan Hanyu. I don't know if you have any information about him, but I must go and save him. Upon hearing this, Liu could only give up. He searched his storage bag with his divine sense and soon lifted his right hand. A piece of green jade appeared in the palm of his hand. Fan Hanyu's token last transmitted spiritual power to the sect from the location recorded in this guide jade. It will lead you to that place. We don't have any more clues at the moment, Liu said. Fang Wang took the green jade, thanked Liu, and then turned and left. Seeing Fang Wang participate, other disciples immediately rushed up to Liu to receive missions. Guli approached Fang Wang and asked, do you need my help? Fang Wang shook his head and replied, I'm not just on a mission, you better not get involved. Focus on your cultivation. I will wait for you to challenge me at the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm. Guli nodded, not lingering any longer, and the two flew toward the cave abode. Back at the cave, Fang Wang started packing his things. Once he was finished, he probed into the green jade with his divine sense. His consciousness was immediately enveloped in darkness, and instinctively, he looked around and saw a distant light. This was the direction to follow. The overall principle of cultivation mentioned this jade, called the guide jade. This was Fang Wang's first time using it, and he was quite curious. He didn't delay for too long. After determining the direction, he put the guide jade back into his storage bag and then stood up to leave. After leaving the cave abode, he did not immediately depart from the Great Abyss Gate but instead headed toward the elixir hall to claim all the sex elixirs for the past 6 months and also to buy some healing medicines, just in case. Half an hour later, Fang Wang, stepping on a flying sword, left the giant city and prepared to descend the mountain. "Wait! I'll come with you," a voice called out. Fang Wang turned his head and saw Zhou Xue approaching. Seeing him arrive, Fang Wang knew he was being monitored. Yang Yuanzi must have entrusted other disciples to keep an eye on his whereabouts. It might be well-intentioned, but he had to be cautious. "Who sent you?" Fang Wang asked. Zhou Xue flew alongside Fang Wang on his sword and replied, "It was your mentor. He's concerned that you might run into trouble on your first descent from the mountain. If we work together, we at least have each other for support." Fang Wang nodded, not asking further, and continued on his way. The two of them crossed the vast expanse of white snow, their figures quickly disappearing from sight. In the western territory of Qi, under a blue sky with white clouds, green mountains and clear waters converge to create a beautiful scenery. In a valley, where flowers and grass grow in abundance, and tree branches and leaves are extremely dense, Fan Hanyu leaned against a tree trunk, his body shaded by the leaves. His clothes were dirty and tattered, and a piece of cloth was tied over his eyes, covering them. He wanted to exercise his inner strength, but couldn't help coughing violently, even coughing up blood. "Stop moving, you've been poisoned by Green Cicada Valley. Even with my treatment, you will need a few years to recover," a woman's voice came. A young girl was squatting on a nearby tree, dressed in green with a fox mask covering her face, her figure suggesting she was only about 15 or 16 years old. Fang Hanyu, unable to see, asked, "When will I be able to walk?" "Wait for 3 more months. You were lucky to survive with your broken bones. Stop rushing it, okay?" The girl in green said impatiently with a snort. Fang Hanyu fell silent. His fists clenched tightly inside his sleeves, filled with frustration. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Fang Wang, Zhou Xue, and the other family members at Great Abyss Gate. Then he thought of the Fang residence in Southern Hills City. He tried hard to calm his emotions, motivating himself, because he could not fall here. A sharp cry swept across the firmament, disturbing the birds and animals in the forest. The girl in green looked up to see a giant demon bird sweeping over the valley. She clicked her tongue in wonder and said, "What on earth could it be to cause so many demonic cultivators to stir up trouble? They seem to be searching for something. Could it be you? Are you hiding something they want?" Fang Hanyu did not answer, and leaning against the tree, he seemed to have fallen asleep. "Tisk, if you won't talk, then don't. I don't want to cause trouble. You better pray they don't discover this place. If they do, I can't protect you. I will definitely leave you behind." The girl in green huffed, and laying down on the branch, she prepared to rest. Fang Hanyu slightly raised his head, as if wanting to look at the sky, but it had been a long time since he had seen any light. Night fell. In the woods, Fang Wang and Zhou Xue sat in front of a campfire, the light casting their shadows long. "The seasons inside Great Abyss Gate differ greatly from the moral realm," Fang Wang remarked. Having descended the mountain for 5 days and nearing the direction indicated by the guide Jade, Fang Wang tried not to think about the possibility of Fang Hanyu being dead. Zhou Xue nodded and said, "The 9 great sects all have their own spiritual formations, which gather more of nature's spiritual energy. Thus, their celestial phenomena also last longer than in the mortal realm." Fang Wang asked, "Have you cultivated the body-protecting divine barrier and the great celestial thunder technique?" In response, Zhou Xue showed a bitter smile and said, "Those 2 divine skills are extremely profound. Without decades of arduous cultivation, it's very hard to master them." Fang Wang, now interested, pressed on, "How many spells have you mastered, and how many of those have you brought to great completion?" "I've acquired 7 spells, but only one really reaches great completion, and it's a family heritage. The path of cultivation alone, just the accumulation of Qi gathering to build cultivation, already takes a significant amount of time. Just having one spell at great completion is already quite an achievement," Zhou Xue replied honestly, glancing at Fang Wang unconsciously. He couldn't forget the sight of Fang Wang single-handedly battling 51 cultivators. That sword which intimidated Guli was definitely of great completion level, as well as his cultivation technique, the terrible flames that clearly also reached a state of great completion. Fang Wang felt somewhat relieved after hearing this. After all, others did not have the heavenly palace, and even soul-sculpting realm cultivators could only advance a few spells to great completion. Aside from the rank of his life spirit treasure, he also held an advantage in his combat methods. He had mastered Solaris scripture, Jinghong divine sword art, white rainbow evasion technique, body protecting divine barrier, and great celestial thunder technique, all at the level of great perfection. He could attack, defend, and escape, making him a fully rounded combatant. Following this direction, we might encounter Green Cicada Valley or Huangyu Mountain. Green Cicada Valley is a demonic sect known for using poison, while Huangyu Mountain is more comprehensive. The two sects are neighbors and fight incessantly. We need to be cautious in our actions to avoid revealing our identities, Zhou Xue reminded him. Fang Wang nodded and said, I just want to find my family members. I won't act recklessly. How strong could the heavenly Gangxing Tizhen Gong be? Solaris scripture was considered inner strength, so the heavenly body divine skill must be an external technique. With both internal and external skills, his power would leap forward. Zhou Xue said no more and began to sit in meditation, gathering qi. Fang Wang did the same. The night grew deeper, and the occasional howl of wolves could be heard. In the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Fang Wang and Zhou Xue arrived at a mountain town. They changed into the clothes they had worn before entering Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang donned a body-fitting white garment and wore a bamboo hat given to him by Zhou Xue, resembling a wandering swordsman. Zhou Xing's voice transmitted mentally, the spiritual energy here is richer than in other places, probably a market built by cultivators. When asking for information, only mention Fan Hanyu's appearance. I have a bad feeling, the place is unusually crowded. Fang Wang, having learned the sound transmission technique from the basic principles of cultivation, responded affirmatively. He then began to observe the people along his way. The denizens of the town almost all had the aura of spiritual power, most were in the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm or below, posing no threat. According to the guide Jade, the last time Fan Hanyu contacted the sect using his disciple token was in this town. Chapter 23, Encounter with Zhou Xue _1. After entering the town, Fang Wang and Zhou Xue did not immediately seek to inquire about the whereabouts of Fan Hanyu, choosing instead to look around first. Fang Wang had previously asked Zhou Xue how to identify demonic cultivators, to which Zhou Xue replied that one should not judge based on appearance or aura, but by considering the environment and actions. The cultivators within the town were of mixed repute, making it impossible to determine the town's stance for the time being. As they moved on, Fang Wang heard the names of various sects and noble families along the way. It seemed that this place was truly a gathering place of loose cultivators, a market where trading of cultivation resources took place, with no one patrolling around specifically. You find a place to stay first, I'll investigate the clues alone, Zhou Xue communicated to Fang Wang via the sound transmission technique. Fang Wang replied through the same technique, how can that be okay? You are here to help me, how could I do nothing? Although I come from a cultivation family, I have been wandering the world since I was 10 and have long ventured through the cultivation world. I am confident I can find clues about Fan Hanyu. You are stronger than I am, and should danger arise, your assistance will be needed sooner or later. With so many cultivators in this town, I fear something big might happen. It's better for us to act separately, Zhou Xue explained through sound transmission. After pondering for a moment, Fang Wang agreed, admitting that he indeed knew less about the cultivation world than Zhou Xue. Subsequently, the two found an inn, booked rooms, and after Fang Wang went upstairs, Zhou Xue left the inn to continue the investigation. Once in his room, Fang Wang closed the door and sat down on the bed to cultivate. Though he was only at the 3rd layer of the soul sculpting realm, he was confident in his ability to sweep through cultivators of the same realm. After all, he mastered many great perfection techniques and possessed what might be a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, the Heavenly Palace halberd. Even filled with confidence, he didn't want to waste time, as even the most potent inner strength required time to accumulate cultivation levels. The sun set, and the moon rose. With nightfall, the town grew quiet. Fang Wang occasionally sensed presences passing by the window, indicating that the night would not be peaceful. As long as he wasn't disturbed, he couldn't be bothered to go out and investigate. The night passed. At the break of dawn, the town became lively once more, with rambunctious noises filling the streets. With Fang Wang's hearing, he could make out some conversations. A disciple of Green Cicada Valley was found dead on the bridge to the east. Who did it? Could it be Huangyu Mountain? These two sects have been active a lot recently, as if they're searching for something. It's said that the lair of a great cultivator of Ji House sect was discovered in the demonic lands over 500 miles to the west. That person died horribly, even their eyes were dug out. In his room, Fang Wang slowly opened his eyes. It seemed the news had already spread, making the search for Fan Hanyu even more challenging. He would have to put the training of his heavenly gang Xingtian Gong on hold and not rush it. Fang Wang contemplated in his heart, deciding to leave once he found Fan Hanyu. But Zhou Xue had not returned all night. Had he run into trouble? Fang Wang's gaze flickered with caution. He remained vigilant about Zhou Xue, worrying that Guang Qiuxian and Yang Yuanzi might be plotting against him. But then he thought, if they truly wanted to steal his treasure spirits, why go through such elaborate schemes for someone only at the soul sculpting realm? He suppressed the suspicion in his heart and decided to wait a bit longer. If Zhou Xue hadn't returned by noon, then he would have to take action on his own. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he had feared. An hour later, Zhou Xue returned. Upon entering the room, Zhou Xue closed all doors and windows. The situation is grim. Our disciple might have indeed obtained some legacy. Both Green Cicada Valley and Huangyu Mountain are searching for the whereabouts of the Taiyuan sect disciples, Zhou Xue communicated, sitting in front of Fang Wang and still using the sound transmission technique. Fang Wang responded using the same technique. Then, do you have any trace of Fan Hanyu? For months ago, Fan Hanyu indeed appeared in this town, but was chased by Green Cicada Valley and ran towards the deep mountains. The incident was witnessed by many merchants who have long resided in the town. Zhou Xue hesitated for a moment before continuing, being pursued by Green Cicada Valley for 4 months and still not returning to the sect. I fear he might be. He did not finish his sentence, but Fang Wang understood well. The odds were stacked against them. Fang Wang frowned. He and Fan Hanyu had a good relationship when they were young, and regardless, they shared the same surname. Plus, he had promised Zhou Xue to take care of their clan members. By the way, Zhou Xue is from your clan, right? Can she be trusted? Zhou Xue suddenly asked via sound transmission. Fang Wang raised an eyebrow, asking in return, why do you ask that? Have you met her? Indeed, the one who took out the Green Cicada Valley disciple last night was her. She was ruthless, using Green Cicada Valley's methods to gouge out the man's eyes. Zhou Xue said, shuddering uncontrollably with a look of fear. To Fang Wang's surprise, he felt elation instead. If Zhou Xue had arrived, then the chances of finding Fan Hanyu had increased. Trustworthy. I've been through life and death with her. You've seen her and she didn't notice you, he replied. He was doubtful inside. Could Zhou Xing's experience in the cultivation world truly compare to Zhou Xue's? Zhou Xingshi shook his head, about to reply, when suddenly the door was pushed open, startling both of them to their feet. They fixed their gaze on the entrance, where a red-dressed woman wearing a bamboo hat walked in. Lifting her head, she looked at Fang Wang and Zhou Xingshi with a condescending smile. Who could it be if not Zhou Xue? You! Zhou Xingshi, pale with shock, instinctively stepped in front of Fang Wang. Zhou Xue laughed and said, I was wondering why the Taiyuan sect disciples were investigating the whereabouts of Fan Hanyu. Although the boy has good talent, his late start needs time to settle. The Taiyuan sect shouldn't care about him. It turns out that the person behind this is you, kid. How did you two end up together? Having not seen her for several months, Zhou Xue appeared even more graceful, and Fang Wang still could not see through the depth of her cultivation. No, he must learn the secret of how she conceals her cultivation. Fang Wang said helplessly, can you close the door before we talk? Zhou Xue raised her hand, and the door behind her closed through the air. She took a seat at the table, her voice devoid of warmth. Everyone in the inn has gone out to watch the excitement. You think you're cautious, using sound transmission technique to communicate, but daring to come here is simply reckless. The legacy of the Ji Hao sect has spread, and even though you have reached the soul sculpting realm, it's still very dangerous. Her gaze was intense as she looked at Fang Wang, making him feel uncomfortable. Fang Wang cleared his throat and said, "It's all because Fang Hanyu went missing. I had no choice but to come. Who asked you to entrust their care to me? It's your duty to look after them within the section. What are you doing running around outside? You've been in the Taiyuan sect for less than a year and already reached the 3rd layer of the soul sculpting realm. You should be focusing on your cultivation. Maybe in 10 years, you could reach the spirit elixir realm, and then you'd have enough strength to travel the cultivation world." Zhou Xue glared at Fang Wang and scolded him, clearly feeling like he was not living up to his potential. Zhou Xingshi walked to the side, curious about the closeness between Zhou Xue and Fang Wang, but even more shocked to learn that Fang Wang had reached the 3rd layer of the soul sculpting realm. The two had begun their spiritual refinement on the same day, yet he had not even broken through to the 2nd layer of the soul sculpting realm. Was this the difference between a mysterious origin treasure spirit and a heaven yuan spirit treasure? When reprimanded by Zhou Xue, Fang Wang didn't get angry. Instead, he felt somewhat warmed by it. In this unfamiliar place where the fate of his clansmen was unknown and he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Zhou Xue's appearance brought him hope. After all, she was an immortal venerable reborn. Following her would surely increase his chances of survival. By the way, what grade is your life spirit treasure? Have you reached an earth origin spirit treasure? Zhou Xue inquired. Life spirit treasures are special. Unless a cultivator reveals them, it's difficult for others to discern them. It's said that life spirit treasures are hidden within the soul, imperceptible even to divine consciousness from the outside. Fang Wang nodded. Before he acted in the heavenly palace, his sword-shaped life spirit treasure indeed could have been considered an earth origin spirit treasure. It seemed Zhou Xue's discernment was sharp. She had pinpointed it with a glance. Zhou Xingshi internally roared with frustration. It was not just an earth origin spirit treasure, damn it, it was a heaven yuan spirit treasure. It was precisely because Fang Wang's life spirit treasure was a heaven yuan spirit treasure that he found himself in this awkward situation, pressured by 3 parties and hesitating. Let's talk about Fang Hanyu. Weren't you supposed to be out for several years? After we find Fang Hanyu, I'll take him back, and you can continue traversing the world, Zhou Xue proposed. Fang Wang changed the subject, aware that the more time wasted, the greater the danger Fang Hanyu might face. Zhou Xue's smile faded as she calmly said, "He's not dead. As for how I know, I can't tell you for now. I'll go save him. You return to the mainland and find a place to wait for me." Fang Wang frowned and said, "Zhou Xue, I can help you. No matter what, since we started on the path of cultivation at the same time, our strength shouldn't be too far apart." Zhou Xingshi was beside them, and it wasn't appropriate for Fang Wang to speak too openly. Zhou Xue couldn't help but think back to the night of the massacre when she had indeed been careless. If not for Fang Wang's intervention, she might have had to abandon the Fang residence and flee alone. Then, just like in her previous life, burdened with a vendetta, she would have entered the cultivation world, not nearly as carefree as she was now. This operation might encounter a master of the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm. "Prepare yourselves mentally," Zhou Xue said gravely. Zhou Xingshi's eyelids twitched, and he clenched his fists. Fang Wang asked in surprise, "Are you sure we won't encounter any master of the spirit elixir realm?" Zhou Xue gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Based on my investigation, at least 90% sure." Fang Wang immediately understood. Zhou Xue in her previous life must have been involved or knew about this matter, hence her confidence. The remaining 10% represented uncertainty. Nothing in the world was absolute. "Then let's go," Fang Wang said in a deep voice. Soul sculpting realm 9th layer? He wondered if his full strength, equipped with a heaven yuan spirit treasure, the great perfection of Solaris scripture, the great perfection of Jinghong divine sword art, and the great perfection of great celestial thunder technique, could withstand such an opponent. There was always a burning desire within Fang Wang to chase after the strongest. He was eager to know just how powerful he could be if he gave his all. If the opponent was of the spirit elixir realm, then fleeing would be the best choice, but if it was only the soul sculpting realm, then excuse me, but my sword has not been tested in vain. There's no rush. Wait another 5 days. Practice here for now. I have things to do, Zhou Xue said, then stood up, ready to leave the room. Wait, can you? Fang Wang quickly spoke up, but Zhou Xue left without looking back, quickly exiting the room. She came quickly and left just as swiftly. Fang Wang sighed. It seemed she had anticipated what he wanted to say. Zhou Xingshi closed the room door and asked cautiously, "Did she really start cultivating at the same time as you? Why didn't we notice her approach earlier?" Fang Wang thought to himself that the means of an immortal venerable were beyond Zhou Xingshi's imagination. He answered nonchalantly, "How would I know? Why don't you ask her?" Zhou Xingshi thought of Zhou Xue's methods from the previous night and immediately shook his head. Wait a minute. That Zhou Xue seems to be a demonic cultivator. Then Fang Wang. At that thought, Zhou Xingshi shuddered, not daring to look at Fang Wang. Chapter 24, The position of the eldest disciple is settled _1. For an entire day, Fang Wang stayed in his guest room practicing his cultivation, while Zhou Xingshi did the same in his room, neither disturbing the other, yet both harbored their thoughts. Fang Wang was curious about what Zhou Xue was doing and why she would want to gouge out the eyes of the disciples of Green Cicada Valley, while Zhou Xingshi was torn with conflict. If both Fang Wang and Zhou Xue were demonic cultivators, then the Great Abyss Gate nurturing Fang Wang would be like digging its own grave. However, Fang Wang had treated him well, even imparting the body-protecting divine barrier and the great celestial thunder technique to him, causing him great anguish. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in Fang Town became increasingly tense, with more and more battles at night, and a growing number of corpses appearing during the day. Fang Wang heard the cultivators passing by the street below discussing that the victims were almost all gouged of both eyes. Could it all be Zhou Xue's doing? Why would she do such a thing? Doesn't she fear attracting the attention of the great cultivators of Green Cicada Valley? Fang Wang believed that Zhou Xue wouldn't betray him, so he could only suppress his confusion and continue his cultivation. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, before dawn, Zhou Xue came to find them, asking Fang Wang and Zhou Xingshi to follow her and leave. The three of them swiftly left the town and entered the forest. Fang Wang couldn't help but ask, "Are those corpses with gouged eyes you're doing?" He always felt that her actions weren't as simple as eradicating demons, that she must be plotting something. Yet he worried that Zhou Xingshi would inform Guang Qiuxian about Zhou Xue's methods. If Guang Qiuxian concluded that Zhou Xue was a demonic cultivator, it would be bad. Isn't exterminating evil part of what we righteous cultivators should do? Zhou Xue, walking ahead, suddenly turned her head and smiled at Fang Wang. Her smile sent a chill down Zhou Xingshi's spine. "Let me tell you, Green Cicada Valley is practicing a secret technique called the Absolute Heart Evil Eye, which requires gouging the eyes of living people to craft the evil eyes. What I have done is simply to mislead Green Cicada Valley, making them suspect their own members, thereby succumbing to internal suspicion. At the same time, I can collect spirit stones, elixirs, magic artifacts, and so on while killing demonic cultivators." Zhou Xue turned back, looking forward, and said calmly. Zhou Xingshi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The explanation seemed reasonable, although he had never heard of the Absolute Heart Evil Eye. At least it was something he could report. The three of them walked through the forest, not too fast. Along the way, Zhou Xue occasionally sprinkled the flowers and plants by the roadside with powder. Fang Wang and Zhou Xingshi were puzzled but did not ask further. Until nightfall, the three of them rested in the woods, and Zhou Xue called Fang Wang aside, leaving Zhou Xingshi by the campfire. He just glanced at the two of them. Fang Wang followed Zhou Xue to a riverside a few miles away where they stood facing each other. Zhou Xue frowned and asked, "What exactly is the matter with that guy having the spring-autumn wondrous worm inside him? How come he is so obedient to you?" After thinking it over, Fang Wang decided to speak about the incident that had occurred, but he did not reveal the grade of his spirit treasure. "I see, it seems these two still have a conscience. However, the spring-autumn wondrous worm can't be controlled by just an incantation," said Zhou Xue with a strange tone. Fang Wang asked, "Can you solve it?" Zhou Xue smiled and said, "The spring-autumn wondrous worm is a goo insect of Green Cicada Valley. I have cultivated there for 50 years, of course, I can solve it. But now is not the time, to avoid alerting the enemy. Before reaching the profound heart realm, you must leave the Great Abyss Gate, at least you cannot break through while at the Great Abyss Gate. When that time comes, I will guard you personally. Hearing this, Fang Wang felt much more at ease. Aren't you an immortal venerable? Why are you after the legacy of Jihao sect? Fang Wang changed the subject and asked, a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Zhou Xue couldn't have come for Fang Hanyu, who had only passed a message to the Taiyuan sect, and Zhou Xue being outside, should not be aware of his trouble. Zhou Xue glanced at Fang Wang and said, although I was an immortal venerable, before ascending, I did not reach the level where I could master all the unique skills in the world. You mustn't think that an immortal venerable can overlook and scrutinize everything in the moral realm. If you think so, you're sorely mistaken. Mortals and immortals are separated by a great divide, it's hard to cross. Mortals cannot reach the upper realm, and mighty beings from the upper realm cannot descend to the moral world. They are two different worlds, though the upper realm is stronger. Besides, I am not here for the unique skills but for the special magic artifacts, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and top-quality spirit stones left behind by the Jihao sect. Even if I've been reborn as an immortal venerable, I still need to cultivate step by step. Gathering resources for cultivation from the mortal realm is what I need to do, and ascending is not so simple. When talking about ascending, Zhou Xue's expression became one that Fang Wang could not understand. It seemed that ascending was incredibly difficult. Even Zhou Xue, who had already successfully ascended, was not absolutely certain she could do it again. Fang Wang was not intimidated. With the heavenly palace, there was hope for everything. The cultivator who attacked the Fang residence before was named Luo Shan. Where do you guess he comes from? Zhou Xue suddenly fixed her gaze on Fang Wang, asking with cold eyes. Fang Wang furrowed his brows and asked, Green Cicada Valley? He made this guess considering Zhou Xue's recent retaliation against Green Cicada Valley. No, Great Abyss Gate. What? Fang Wang was deeply moved, and his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. Zhou Xue said with emotion, in my past life, after I escaped death and wandered for many years, by the time I stepped onto the path of cultivation and wanted to investigate the annihilation of the Fang residence, there were no clues to be found. Before my rebirth, I didn't even know his name. In Qi, besides the Fang residence, other dukes' mansions and cities were also slaughtered by mysterious Qi cultivation realm cultivators. In my previous life, I only knew that it was a conspiracy between the reigning prime minister and the cultivation sections. By the time I had the power to investigate, the prime minister had long been dead, and his family did not meet good ends, so the matter was left unresolved. 3 months ago, I went to monitor a duke's mansion that was supposed to be destroyed and caught another cultivator. He revealed the truth. He and Luo Shan were both outer sect disciples of the first lineage of Great Abyss Gate, acting on Lu Yuanjun's orders, disguised as demonic cultivators. After all, the soul-burning banner is a common ghost instrument in the cultivation world, making it easy to conceal one's identity. Lu Yuanjun, the #1 genius of the Great Abyss Gate, a mid-grade earth origin spirit treasure. Fang Wang furrowed his brows. The vengeance for the Fang residents could not go unanswered. How could he rest when so many had perished? Zhou Xue continued, I suspect Great Abyss Gate is unaware of this affair, and behind it all may even be the Emperor of Qi. In my past life, Lu Yuanjun had a very good relationship with the Emperor of Qi. It was largely thanks to Lu Yuanjun's support that Qi transformed into a cultivation dynasty. I'm telling you this to caution you against Lu Yuanjun, a person who appears kind and is always able to draw people to serve him. Fang Wang's gaze flickered as he asked, Are you certain it was him? Yes, the outer sect disciple I forced a confession from admitted that it was Lu Yuanjun who ordered them to help gather souls, probably because Lu Yuanjun is cultivating a powerful ghost instrument. Zhou Xue nodded, her eyes also flashing with a murderous intent. Lu Yuanjun. For Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, this was a towering mountain that currently stood in their way. They couldn't just accuse Lu Yuanjun, the entire Great Abyss Gate was facilitating his rise. Fang Wang took a deep breath and said, If that's the case, then I am determined to win the status of the Great Abyss Gate's chief disciple. Zhou Xue showed a smile and said, That's right, it's good that you have such ambition. I didn't misjudge you. Until you become the chief disciple, let's pretend this incident never happened. Though Great Abyss Gate belongs to the orthodox cultivation path, not everyone there is benevolent. The fate of Zhou Xue is the best proof of that. For a moment, Fang Wang had even thought about seeking Guang Qiuxian and using his Heaven-tier Heaven Yuan spirit treasure to pressure Lu Yuanjun, but he quickly dismissed the idea as too risky. Today's Lu Yuanjun was not like him, he was the face of Great Abyss Gate. Could Guang Qiuxian really suppress Lu Yuanjun directly? Even if he could, it was likely only to be a punishment. Surely they couldn't kill Lu Yuanjun for the sake of some mortals, could they? Tell me, what do you want to learn? I'll teach you, but remember, you can only make one request, Zhou Xue said with her arms folded and eyebrows raised, looking at Fang Wang. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang immediately said, Heavenly Gangxing Tijan Gong. Zhou Xue couldn't help but glower at him and said in annoyance, Do you really think I know everything? I didn't acquire this technique in my past life. Before ascension, I was in an invincible existence. There were more than a handful of people who could compete with me. Ascension also depends on opportunity. Fang Wang smiled. He was just testing the waters. Since Zhou Xue didn't know the technique, he decided to learn the art of concealing his presence instead. Upon hearing his request, Zhou Xue agreed readily. This technique was called the breathless natural skill, an auxiliary inner strength method mainly for concealing one's emotions. In the heavenly palace, Fang Wang only took 10 years to reach great perfection. From Zhou Xue's perspective, the moment Fang Wang finished speaking, his presence vanished instantly. If she closed her eyes and didn't use her spiritual sense, she wouldn't even be able to detect anyone in front of her. With this kid's comprehension, he'll be able to topple Lu Yuanjun sooner or later, Zhou Xue said with a relieved smile, her confidence in Fang Wang's talent long established. Fang Wang was responsible for competing for the position of chief disciple within Great Abyss Gate to seek benefits for the Fang family, while she would nurture the Fang family. For her, Great Abyss Gate was merely a stepping stone in her plan. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and scattered across the grass, creating a dappled pattern of light spots. Bang! A man dressed in a green Dao robe smashed against a massive tree trunk, causing the ancient tree to tremble mightily. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not far away, Fang Wang retracted his leg, while Zhou Xue and Zhou Xue standing behind him showed different expressions. Zhou Xue wore a satisfied and admiring smile, while Zhou Xue was filled with fear. Since the night 3 days ago when Fang Wang spoke with Zhou Xue, Zhou Xue felt that Fang Wang carried a sharp aura of killing intent, a stark contrast to who he used to be. For instance, now, Qi Cultivation realm cultivators at the 9th level couldn't withstand a single kick from him. Zhou Xue walked forward and squatted in front of the severely injured Green Cicada Valley disciple, starting to interrogate him. These past days, they had forced confessions from 7 Green Cicada Valley disciples and learned that this group of disciples was searching for a Tai Yuan sect disciple, who based on descriptions, could very well be Fang Hanyu. After a while, Zhou Xue broke the neck of the Green Cicada Valley disciple, plunging his storage pouch, and then gestured to Fang Wang and the others. As Fang Wang passed by the corpse, he noticed the man's eyes had been gouged out as well. He suddenly wondered if Zhou Xue was aiming to cultivate the absolute heart evil eye. Fang Wang didn't feel too opposed to the idea. The disciples of Green Cicada Valley were notorious, not just for using poisons, but also for being ruthlessly brutal, often massacring ordinary people in the countryside. According to Zhou Xue, the most cruel of all demonic sects were those from Green Cicada Valley. Even other demonic sect followers despised them. Leading the way, Zhou Xue wiped her hands as she said, Fang Han, you must be hiding somewhere in the Demon Forest mountain range up ahead. The demonic qi here is thick, there could be powerful demonic beings. Be cautious. Chapter 25, The Next Green Cicada Valley Master _1. Fang Wang and his 2 companions groped their way forward, occasionally encountering disciples from Green Cicada Valley. They were even ambushed at times, but these disciples were merely in the Qi cultivation realm and posed no threat to them. 3 more days passed, and besides Green Cicada Valley disciples, they began to encounter disciples from Huangyu Mountain. However, these disciples from Huangyu Mountain were more cautious. Upon seeing the 3 of them, they all chose to avoid them. In addition, they encountered many loose cultivators, all searching around in the forests, clearly aiming for the inheritance of Ji Hao sect. It was noon on this day. Fang Wang and the others arrived at a cliff from which they could overlook the endless forests ahead. They saw many cultivators and even some engaging in combat in the air. What a lively scene! This was the first time Fang Wang had seen so many cultivators and loose cultivators gather together, and that too in the deep mountains far from human habitation. The cultivators were not just flying with swords, there were all kinds of odd and ancient flying magical artifacts. Some even had spirit demons and mystic creatures as mounts. Fang Wang watched with envy and secretly decided to obtain a dominant and impressive mount for himself someday. It seems either Fan Hanyu or other disciples have had their whereabouts exposed, which has brought so many people here, Zhou Xue pondered aloud. Zhou Xingshi frowned and said, if they've been exposed and not captured, could it be that some powerful force is protecting them? Zhou Xue shook her head, also unsure. Ahead of us, there are not only those in the Qi cultivation realm, I've already sensed many cultivators stronger than me. Do we really plan to rescue him? Zhou Xingshi continued to ask. Zhou Xue did not respond and stared ahead, lost in thought. Fang Wang, however, did not feel too much pressure. He was keen to show off his skills. As long as no cultivator beyond the soul sculpting realm appeared, he was not afraid of the number of enemies at his realm. Even if he could not defeat them, he could run. The white rainbow evasion technique at great perfection gave him the confidence to break out of the encirclement and shake off any pursuers. Just then, a strong wind blew from the east, prompting Fang Wang and the others to turn their heads. They saw a colossal beetle, as large as a small hill, flying toward them. Its wings flapped rapidly, causing gusts of wind that shook the trees along its path, creating a spectacular wave of forests. This beetle was pitch black, had 8 legs, and boasted a pair of scorpion-like pointed horns at its head, looking like a demonic insect from a hellish realm, terrifyingly grim. Behind its horns stood a red palanquin, shrouded in mystery. It's him. Zhou Xue narrowed her eyes, muttering to herself. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang asked, who is he? Li Hongshuang, the #1 talent of Green Cicada Valley. He is an Earth origin spirit treasure, but this news hasn't spread yet, Zhou Xue quietly explained. Zhou Xingshi frowned and remarked, I've heard of Li Hongshuang. The Li family is a millennium-old household, and he was the pride of the family from a young age. However, his decision to join Green Cicada Valley enraged the Li family. Although they officially expelled him from the family records, there are still rumors that it was all the Li family's arrangement. Fang Wang sent a mental message to Zhou Xue, asking, what realm is Li Hongshuang in now? He should be at the 8th or 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm. It will take several more years for him to reach the spirit elixir realm. Once he does, his goo insect will evolve, making it easy to identify him. 200 years from now, he will become the #1 person in Green Cicada Valley. Another 50 years, and he will become the Green Cicada Valley Master, a giant at the forefront of the Qi demonic path. It's troublesome meeting a man like him, she communicated back solemnly. That impressive? Fang Wang raised an eyebrow, but he was not intimidated. No matter how formidable, it was a matter for the future. In this life, if he survived and had the help of the heavenly palace, everything in the future would change because of him. The massive goo insect of Li Hongshuang drew the attention of many cultivators, prompting the Green Cicada Valley disciples to immediately fly towards him like a rain of arrows from every direction, creating a magnificent scene. With this formation, there were at least 300 to 400 disciples from Green Cicada Valley alone, not to mention other cultivators. If their target was all Fan Hanyu, that would be troublesome. Boom! A huge rumble came from the horizon, accompanied by the trembling of the mountains. Li Hongshuang's goo insect immediately flew toward that direction. Zhou Xingshi looked at Fang Wang, silently praying that Fang Wang would not make a foolish move. Let's go and have a look. If it's not Fang Hanyu, then we'll leave. I've already mastered the white rainbow evasion technique you taught me, Fang Wang said quietly. Zhou Xue looked at him in surprise. The white rainbow evasion technique was no simple flight technique, and it certainly wasn't something that the Qi cultivation realm's natural workings or the sword control technique could compare to. Had this lad already mastered it? She knew that Fang Wang's mention of mastered was not just about being able to use it, but achieving great completion. Then let's go take a look. There are so many loose cultivators anyway. Zhou Xue decided, and the two immediately flew off on their swords. Zhou Xingshi clenched his teeth and had no choice but to stiffly follow them. These two are madmen. In the forest, a black panther was fleeing quickly with a person on its back, Fang Hanyu. He clung tightly to the panther's neck, his eyes still wrapped with cloth. The vigorous running motion caused his eye sockets to bleed. On the branches nearby, a figure in green hopped rapidly from tree to tree, matching the panther's speed. It was the same green-cloaked girl who saved Fang Hanyu. She wore a fox mask, moving like a specter. "Leave me behind, so as not to implicate you." Fang Hanyu gritted his teeth and spoke, having realized that he was being protected by the green-cloaked girl and her clan members, despite not being able to see. "You think I don't want to? But ever since those people came to our clan lands, they started killing mercilessly. Many of my friends were skinned and dismembered. It's not just you I have saved. My sister saved another Taiyuan sect disciple before, and then surrendered him. As a result, my sister was executed on the spot. Damn them. One day, I must destroy Green Cicada Valley, Huangyu Mountain. Since we are bound to die, you might as well live to seek help from Taiyuan sect, a righteous sect that should not swallow this insult." The green-cloaked girl replied quickly, and her words plunged Fang Hanyu's heart into the abyss. He wondered how many of his adventuring fellow brothers and sisters had survived. If they fell into the hands of the demonic path, even living was worse than death. Fang Hanyu harbored deep hatred but had to suppress it. At the moment, he had neither the strength to fight nor even to stand. Boom! A deafening roar came from ahead, followed by a fierce wind that caught Fang Hanyu off guard. He was swept away and crashed into a tree trunk with a thud, nearly losing consciousness from the intense pain in his waist. The girl in green landed and slid backward uncontrollably. She looked up to see a ravine that had appeared in the forest ahead, with trees toppled to either side and dust filling the air. A black giant insect with a ferocious appearance hovered in the air, a red sedan chair on its back, its curtains fluttering like blazing flames. Behind the giant insect, a large group of Green Cicada Valley disciples were rushing over. A middle-aged man landed in front of the red sedan and said, "Brother, there's a severely injured cultivator up ahead, his eyes have been gouged out. He is likely the Taiyuan sect disciple who escaped from us." A lazy voice came from inside the red sedan, "Bring him here for questioning. There's also a spirit demon nearby. Kill it." "Understood." The middle-aged man immediately turned and gestured to the Green Cicada Valley disciples behind him. Instantly, 12 disciples flew towards the girl in green and Fang Hanyu on their swords. The black panther that had been carrying Fang Hanyu was trapped under a tree that had been cut off at the waist, whining and unable to move. The girl in green tried to carry Fang Hanyu on her back when the sound of air being sliced through was heard. A long sword blocked her path, startling her into jumping backward. Seeing this, the girl in green could only flee in another direction, disappearing into the depths of the forest within a few steps. The man standing atop the giant insect once again gestured, and 9 Green Cicada Valley disciples immediately gave chase to the girl in green. Fang Hanyu lay in front of the tree, his body aching as if it were about to fall apart. The cloth in front of his eyes was soaked red with blood, even dripping, presenting a truly pitiful sight. He heard footsteps, understanding that his enemies were approaching him. "I remember this guy. He took the opportunity to throw himself off the cliff when we were unprepared. When we tried to find him again, he was nowhere to be seen." "Oh? Is he the Taiyuan sect disciple who escaped from your grasp?" "Yes, he's got some guts, arms and legs broken, eyes gouged out live, and still, he did not beg for mercy, showing much more backbone than his brothers and sisters. TSK, look at him, he's like an insect about to be squashed." As he listened to the laughter of the Green Cicada Valley disciples, Fang Hanyu's fingers dug into the soil, hatred filling his heart. Just then, a white rainbow streaked out from the forest at high speed. Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds erupted, one after another. Fang Hanyu faintly sensed the fierce sword Qi. As a swordsman himself, he was highly sensitive to it. Before he could think further, he heard the sound of bodies hitting the ground, and the taunting of the Green Cicada Valley disciples abruptly stopped. "What's going on?" Fang Hanyu was extremely nervous, his body trembling instinctively. In front of him stood a figure, tall and direct in the sunlight, clad in white, surrounded by corpses. It was Fang Wang. Fang Wang's back was to Fan Hanyu as he held the superior-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingjun sword, with a cold look in his eyes beneath the bamboo hat, staring at the giant insect hovering over the forest. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man beside the red sedan atop the insect asked harshly, his eyes full of fear. Fang Wang was too fast. He didn't even see how Fang Wang made his move, and all 12 disciples were dead. Upon hearing this, Fan Hanyu realized that someone was there to rescue him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever you are, don't save me. I'm already a cripple. Instead of being a burden to me, just run away." He thought it might be the girl in green or someone from her clan. He did not want to involve innocent people any longer. A burden? This is already the second time I'm saving you. If you're crippled, find a way to recover. I'll be waiting for you to repay the favor of saving your life. A familiar voice came from ahead, causing Fan Hanyu to suddenly look up. Fang Wang? Fan Hanyu's tone was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Fang Wang would appear at this moment. TSK, you're seriously injured, even your eyes have been gouged out. A mocking laugh sounded. Upon hearing it, Fan Hanyu didn't get angry. His body trembled violently, and for the first time, he felt aggrieved because his family had come. Zhou Xue had also arrived. He felt no grievance being tortured by the disciples of Green Cicada Valley, nor fear when being treated by the girl in green, but facing the arrival of his 2 relatives, he could no longer control his emotions. Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi emerged from the forest nearby. Seeing the extent of Fan Hanyu's injuries, Zhou Xingshi was deeply chilled. "Li Hongxuan, some believe you could be the next Green Cicada Valley master, but my sword does not agree." Fang Wang called out loudly, his words causing Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi to look at him in surprise. Having said this, Fang Wang communicated with Zhou Xue, telling her to take Fan Hanyu and leave quickly. Zhou Xue indeed was the reincarnation of the Immortal Venerable, but Fang Wang did not believe that she was necessarily stronger than himself. Moreover, he was not skilled in medicine, so entrusting the task of carrying Fan Hanyu to Zhou Xue was a better option. Chapter 26, The Astonishing 32 Swords, _1. Hearing Fang Wang's words, Zhou Xue immediately said to Zhou Xingshi, "Carry him on your back, I'll protect you guys, let's go." But Zhou Xingshi hesitated. His objective was to protect Fang Wang. He didn't care about Fan Hanyu. "Don't worry, he's very strong. Seize the time, don't hold him back," Zhou Xue said sternly, her tone somewhat impatient. Pressed by her, Zhou Xingshi had no choice but to lift Fan Hanyu onto his back, and the 2 dashed into the woods, quickly disappearing from view. The middle-aged man standing beside the red palanquin immediately waved his hand, and instantly more than a dozen Green Cicada Valley disciples chased after Zhou Xue and the other. Fang Wang raised his left hand in front of him, his index and middle fingers together. In an instant, 3 sword shapes condensed around him and immediately lunged at the batch of Green Cicada Valley disciples. The sword Qi tore through the air with extreme speed. The faces of those Green Cicada Valley disciples changed drastically. Those above the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm scattered to avoid the attack, whereas those below the 7th level were pierced straight through the throat by the sword Qi, their blood spilling across the sky. The remaining disciples attempted to evade, but their speed was no match for the Jinghong Divine Sword Art. In less than 3 breaths' time, more than a dozen Qi cultivation realm Green Cicada Valley disciples lay dead, their bodies plummeting to the ground. Fang Wang's gaze remained fixed on the red palanquin above the goo insect. He scoffed inwardly, the demonic path is truly the demonic path. Watching their fellows die horrific deaths, they still sit unmoved. The middle-aged man glared at Fang Wang, furious to the extreme. The disciples from Green Cicada Valley behind him spread out, surrounding Fang Wang completely, each taking out their own magic artifacts or goo insects. Encircled by hundreds of Green Cicada Valley disciples, Fang Wang was not at all flustered. His task was to delay the enemy as much as possible. Finally, the curtain of the red palanquin was lifted, and a sinisterly handsome man in black brocade stepped out. His complexion was handsome, his lips a deep purple, even the bags under his eyes were deep purple, exuding a faint poison Qi between his brows. His long hair rested atop his head, secured by a diadem made from the carcass of a poisonous scorpion, striking terror in those who beheld it. Li Hongxuan, the #1 genius of Green Cicada Valley, had a reputation that preceded him even before he joined the valley. His aura was distinctly different from the other Green Cicada Valley disciples. At first glance, Fang Wang almost mistook him for an elder of Green Cicada Valley. Li Hongxuan looked down at Fang Wang, then at the 3 sword shapes that returned to hover behind Fang Wang, standing suspended. He asked, "The Jinghong Divine Sword Art? What is your relationship with Yang Yuanzi?" Fang Wang, wearing the bamboo hat, looked up, the shadow of the hat making his face appear exceptionally cold. The grievous state of Fang Hanyu had his desire to kill continuously rising. Is Yang Yuanzi the only person in the world who knows the Jinghong Divine Sword Art? Fang Wang countered. If not for the need to buy time for Zhou Xue and the others, he would have already made his move. Li Hongxuan lifted his right hand, a blood-red banner flew out from above his head, quickly enlarging before landing back in his hand, taller than his entire body. On the blood-red banner, an image of a malevolent spirit was depicted, hideous and terrifying, almost as if alive, writhing fiercely as the banner fluttered. Life Spirit Treasure. Since you refuse to talk, I'll force you to speak. Li Hongxuan spoke coldly. As he spoke, he kicked the middle-aged man next to him away. Without needing his command, the goo insect instantly pounced towards Fang Wang. During the surprise attack, Li Hongxuan quickly waved the blood-red banner, billowing blood mist spread out, like long dragons going for Fang Wang. Fang Wang's eyes sharpened, his spiritual power erupted, forming multiple sword shapes around him. The Jinghong Divine Sword Art, 12 swords. He leaped into the air, stepped on his flying sword, and met the goo insect in battle. The 12 sword shapes moved at an even faster speed, drawing different trajectories in the sky to scatter those blood mist dragons head-on. Li Hongxuan's lips curled into a smile as he leaped up, his left hand raised high before he slammed it down, his spiritual power coalescing into a huge black palm that bore down upon Fang Wang. Fang Wang violently threw out his Qingjun sword, which turned into a streak of azure light and sped away, as fast as lightning, shattering the giant black palm. Li Hongxuan instinctively twisted his body, avoiding the Qingjun sword, but a lock of his sideburns was sheared off. Superior grade spiritual weapon. Li Hongxuan's eyes flashed with fierce intensity. He was not deterred, instead charging toward Fang Wang. Within the blink of an eye, the two collided, Fang Wang using his fingers as swords, manipulating the 12 sword shapes to launch a frenzied attack on Li Hongxuan. Li Hongxuan waved the blood-red banner swiftly, defending against the 12 sword shapes while also mounting an offensive. Such a malicious poison Qi. Fang Wang noticed that his 12 sword shapes, after being tainted with poison mist, began to shrink. This poison could corrode spiritual power. Li Hongxuan's attacks were fierce. In terms of hand speed alone, he was the strongest opponent Fang Wang had ever encountered. A sweep of the blood-red banner, and his left palm followed through from underneath it to strike at Fang Wang's chest. Clang! Li Hongxuan was sent flying back. Fang Wang was also pushed back. Judging by the distance each had retreated, it was hard to tell who was superior. What cultivation technique is this? Li Hongxuan frowned, his left hand trembling slightly. He immediately clenched his fist, forcibly suppressing it. Following his gaze, Fang Wang was surrounded by a layer of visible qi that caused the surrounding space to vibrate. What domineering spiritual power! Fang Wang inwardly marveled, but was even more excited. Indeed, this was Green Cicada Valley's future valley master. After an exchange of blows, he got a rough measure of Li Hongxuan's strength. His desire to kill surged uncontrollably, erupting from his eyes. Fang Wang's right hand pointed upwards, and the number of sword shapes behind him began to increase. 16 swords. 18 swords. 22 swords. Li Hongxuan was shaken, waves of shock crashing through his heart. He knew quite a bit about the Jinghong Divine Sword Art, and knew that Yang Yuanzi had not surpassed 15 swords at the soul sculpting realm. He did not panic, but immediately waved his sleeve, and countless poisonous insects flew out from within, swarming densely to form a suffocating canopy of shadows in the sky above the woods. Fang Wang gathered 27 swords in one breath, each sword circling around his body, making his robe flap violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. the more sword formations that were formed with the Jinghong divine sword art. It wasn't just about having a greater number, but also the strength of each sword continually increasing. The appearance of 27 swords brought Fang Wang's sword momentum to a terrifying level. Even the disciples of Green Cicada Valley who were watching the battle were uneasy, with some even retreating. Fang Wang's gaze was fixed on Li Hongxuang as he coldly said, "If this is all you're capable of, then you have no future." Upon hearing this, Li Hongxuang flew into a rage. He immediately raised the blood-colored flag high above, and amidst the dark clouds formed by countless poisonous insects, blood-colored lightning emerged, one bolt after another, with imposing thunderous might. A formation. In the woods, Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi were rapidly weaving through, passing by the bodies of beasts and cultivators, a truly harrowing sight. Boom! As thunderous roars resounded from behind, Zhou Xingshi couldn't help but ask with concern, "Can he really escape?" That was Li Hongxuang. Even though Fang Wang was a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, Li Hongxuang, after all, was an Earth origin spirit treasure, and there was a significant gap between their cultivation levels. How could someone from the 3rd level of the soul sculpting realm stand a chance against someone from the 9th level, especially when the opponent was the #1 talent from a demonic sect? Zhou Xue, keeping her eyes forward and not looking back, said, "Don't underestimate him, this kid always has a card up his sleeve." "Are you sure you know his full strength?" Even if he can't defeat Li Hongxuang, escaping with his life is hardly difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingshi felt somewhat reassured. Yes, he didn't know the full extent of Fang Wang's strength. Fang Hanyu, who was lying on Zhou Xingshi's back, had been silent, but he was also sweating bullets for Fang Wang in his heart. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts rained down one after another, devastating the woods. The disciples of Green Cicada Valley screamed as they were struck, their bodies blackened and charred. From the original group of 300 or 400 disciples, only a third remained. They all hid far away, watching the battlefield with fear, as Li Hongxuang's giant insect pressed down on the forest, emitting wafts of smoke, the blood mist that permeated the air adding a suffocating atmosphere to the battlefield. This thunder was not from Li Hongxuang's formation. With her hairpin fallen and her hair disheveled, Li Hongxuang bit her teeth with a fierce gaze on Fang Wang and coldly uttered, "The great celestial thunder technique, who on earth are you? Could it be that you are Lu Yuanjun?" Fang Wang, holding the Qin Jun sword high, pointed its tip toward the center of the thunderclouds above, with 27 swords revolving around him. In this moment, his presence reached its peak, unparalleled. Fang Wang snorted, "What is Lu Yuanjun compared to me?" Suddenly, he retracted his sword and turned into a white rainbow as he rushed toward Li Hongxuang. The white rainbow evasion technique wasn't necessarily only for fleeing. Li Hongxuang, enraged, held the blood-colored flag in his left hand and a long sword in his right, charging to meet Fang Wang head-on. Under the watchful eyes of all, he could not allow himself to fail. Clang! Their swords collided, sparking flames, and as their eyes met, lethal intent surged in both. Almost instantly, they struck at the same time, their magic artifacts moving so fast they created afterimages. The 27 swords of the Jinghong divine sword art followed Fang Wang's lead, attacking Li Hongxuang from all directions. Li Hongxuang fought with wide swings, the blood-colored flag whirling, fending off the 27 swords, and his long sword unleashed a set of fierce sword techniques, facing Fang Wang single-handedly. The rolling blood mist spread, and the figures of the two intertwined, battling from the sky to the ground, their footsteps scraping the earth and sending stones and sand flying. The sight chilled the remaining disciples of the Green Cicada Valley. How is this possible? Brotherly can't take him down. Who is this person after all? He must be from the Great Abyss Gate, otherwise why would he save that Taiyuan sect disciple? I didn't expect there to be such a formidable person in the Great Abyss Gate. Did you hear what Brotherly said earlier? The Great Celestial Thunder Technique, the Jinghong Divine Sword Art, these are the supreme techniques of the Great Abyss Gate. Mastering one and bringing it to great completion, one could dominate the Qi. It's surprising that there's a disciple who has mastered two such arts. Could this person possibly be the elite disciple of a single lineage within the Great Abyss Gate? Fang Wang and Li Hongxuang no longer cared to listen to the disciples' discussions. In their hearts, there was only one thing, to kill each other. Fang Wang was seeking vengeance for Fang Hanyu, and Li Hongshuang was fighting for his pride. Li Hongshuang swung his sword fiercely, his poison-laced sword Qi bombarded Fang Wang like a storm. Fang Wang used the shadowless step to quickly dodge. His gaze sharpened, and behind him, sword shapes began to coalesce once again. 5 swords appeared at once. 32 swords. Li Hongshuang's pupils shrank with horror. Before he could speak, the speed of the 32 sword shapes surrounding Fang Wang suddenly increased, their might even greater. The 32 swords attacked Li Hongshuang relentlessly. He barely managed to defend with the 2 magic artifacts, but in less than 3 breaths' time, he was wounded and increasingly overwhelmed. Fang Wang hurled the Qingjun sword, cutting through the swirling dust, advancing straight towards Li Hongshuang. Even as he was caught off guard by the 32 swords, Li Hongshuang was still quick to react. His body leaned back to dodge the Qingjun sword. Just as he was regaining his stance, the 32 swords simultaneously attacked from all directions. Clang! Li Hongshuang's sword crashed to the ground, and the 32 sword shapes pierced into his body, blood spurting wildly. Even from his mouth gushed forth copious amounts of venomous blood, unstoppable. He glared at Fang Wang with bloodshot eyes, his lips trembling. Jinghong. 32 swords, who exactly are you? Sputter. All of a sudden, the Qingjun sword came from behind, decapitating him, his head rolling to the ground, coming to a stop against Fang Wang's right foot, eyes still wide open in anger. Chapter 27, Rising Fame, White Garment Astonishing Xuan_1. The mountains undulated, the breeze swayed the forest, creating gentle green ripples. By a mountain brook, Fan Hanyu leaned against a large rock, with Zhou Xue tending to his wounds, and Zhou Xingshi stood nearby, vigilantly watching the surroundings. 2 hours have passed. Why hasn't he caught up yet? Could something have happened? Zhou Xingshi couldn't help but look back and ask, as his life was linked to Fang Wang's. His greatest fear was something happening to Fang Wang. While dressing Fan Hanyu's wounds, Zhou Xue calmly said, "Don't worry, he's not dead." "How can you be so sure?" "I have my ways of being sure, just as I was certain this young man wasn't dead before." Zhou Xingshi was stunned by her answer. On reflection, Zhou Xue had been sure that Fan Hanyu was alive even before they found him. Could it be that this woman had meddled with Fang Wang and Fan Hanyu somehow? Although Fang Wang was stronger in Zhou Xingshi's eyes, he found Zhou Xue to be more dangerous and inscrutable. After a while, Zhou Xue stood up, looked down at Fan Hanyu, and said, "Your body is ruined, but I can help you undergo nirvana and be reborn, even stronger than before. However, the process will be excruciatingly painful. Are you willing to endure that?" At her words, Fan Hanyu immediately looked up, clenched his teeth, and said, "I'm willing. I don't want to be a cripple for the rest of my life. I'm not afraid of any amount of pain. Once Fang Wang returns, I'll take you to a place where you can be healed," Zhou Xue said. After she finished speaking, she walked over to the stream, crouched down, and began to wash her hands. Zhou Xingshi secretly wondered how Fan Hanyu, injured as he was, could be reborn through nirvana. His curiosity about Zhou Xue's origins only grew. It was clear that even before joining Great Abyss Gate, Zhou Xue had a deep background in cultivation. Afterward, the 3 of them waited by the brook for Fang Wang's return. About half an hour later, they finally heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi immediately turned their heads to look. Soon after, both let out a sigh of relief and smiled. The one who approached was Fang Wang. Fang Wang arrived on a flying sword, carrying the Qingjun sword with blood on its blade. Not only that, his white garment was now soaked in blood, and he was adorned with blood-stained pouches, all storage bags. His appearance was extraordinarily grim, but Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi were not worried, knowing that as long as he could still control his flying sword, he wouldn't die. As Fang Wang landed, the flying sword retreated into his storage bag. Zhou Xingshi quickly came forward, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" For some reason, Fang Wang felt awkward. Shouldn't Zhou Xue have been the first to show concern for him? Why was it a man who came to care for him first? "No problem, I'm not injured. But my spiritual power is nearly depleted," Fang Wang replied. Even the great perfection level of the Solaris scripture was running low after more than 2 hours of intense fighting, especially since all his opponents were cultivators. Zhou Xingshi nodded and then stepped aside. Zhou Xue came over to examine his body and asked with a smile, "How strong is Li Hongxuan? Fighting her should have broadened your horizons." Seeing Fang Wang return unharmed filled her with pride, for she had taught him cultivation techniques, and in her heart, she had already come to consider Fang Wang her disciple. To survive an encounter with the top talent of Green Cicada Valley within less than a year of cultivation was indeed a mighty feat. "Very strong, it definitely broadened my horizons," Fang Wang nodded in agreement. Zhou Xingshi was silently astounded. As a member of a noble family, he knew more about Li Hongxuan. She was not their peer, and despite Li Hongxuan's longer period of cultivation and monstrous talent, she was unable to defeat Fang Wang, which increased Zhou Xingshi's respect for him. After examining him and making sure he wasn't poisoned, Zhou Xue finally felt reassured. "By the way, is there a way to preserve a head so it doesn't rot? I'm planning to take it back to Great Abyss Gate to increase my contribution points," Fang Wang suddenly asked, then took a cloth wrap from behind his back. With a frown, Zhou Xue said, "At a life-or-death moment, you still care about these things? Aren't you afraid Li Hongxuan will catch up to you?" "Not afraid. Apart from Li Hongxuan, there's no one of note among the Green Cicada Valley disciples in the area. They're all Li Hongxuan's lackeys. It seems Green Cicada Valley is intentionally cultivating Li Hongxuan's power. The lackeys' heads are worthless, just throw them away." Zhou Xue dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand, realizing then that Fang Wang was only 17 after all, and still somewhat naive. "Coincidentally, it's the head of Li Hongxuan," Fang Wang said, raising an eyebrow and maintaining a calm expression, though he felt elated inside. "What?" Zhou Xue was stunned, and Zhou Xingshi also turned his head to look at Fang Wang, eyes widening. With a flick of Fang Wang's right hand, Li Hongxuan's head fell, landing perfectly with the neck on the ground, her eyes wide open in death, an unnerving sight. "It really is Li Hongxuan, you." Once Zhou Xue clearly saw Li Hongxuan's face, she looked up at Fang Wang, her eyes revealing her shock. Zhou Xingshi wore a face as if he'd seen a ghost. How could Li Hongxuan, leading hundreds of Green Cicada Valley disciples, be beheaded by Fang Wang on his own? How is that possible? Even after seeing Li Hongxuan's true face, Zhou Xingshi still found it incredible. During their fight with him, what was his strength like? Did he use his life spirit treasure, which is a big flag? Zhou Xue furrowed her brows as she asked. Fang Wang rolled his eyes, replying exasperatedly, "Of course, did you think I killed some counterfeit? It wasn't easy to kill him, I fought with nearly all my might." Zhou Xue took a deep breath and said nothing further. She squatted down, took a medicinal bottle from her storage bag, and sprinkled the powder over Li Hongxuan's head. Fang Wang turned his head towards Fan Hanyu, who was not far away, and asked, "Hanyu, I avenged you. I've killed at least 300 members of the Green Cicada Valley along the way. How is that, brother, am I not loyal?" Fan Hanyu didn't know what to say. He had already realized how strong Li Hongxuan was, and now, hearing that such a powerful figure had been slain by Fang Wang, he felt that expressing gratitude seemed pretentious and giving praise seemed lackluster. All he could do was nod slightly. Fang Wang looked at Zhou Xue, Zhou Xingshi, and Fan Hanyu, who had all gone quiet, and couldn't help but curl his lip. The reaction isn't big enough, is it? Shouldn't they be exclaiming, declaring how terrifying it was? Right, before I left, I burned Li Hongxuan's corpse. He won't come back to life, will he? After all, cultivators can possess bodies. I'm worried about techniques similar to reanimation. Fang Wang saw Zhou Xue stand up and immediately asked. While speaking, he squatted down to rewrap his spoils of war. Zhou Xue responded, "As long as you have his head here, and if his body was truly burned clean, then he certainly cannot be reborn." Solaris, true fire of the Solaris scripture. Zhou Xue was filled with emotion. Being entangled in Solaris true fire would surely leave nothing but ashes. Who could have imagined that the future master of Green Cicada Valley would perish just like that? She suddenly felt that Fang Wang's existence was going to massively alter the future, and together with the fact that she had reincarnated, it was certain that the future would be shaped by them. Afterward, Fang Wang bathed in the river. After changing into clean clothes, they continued on their way. Zhou Xue said she would take them to a place where great opportunities lay, and they could also heal Fan Hanyu there. On the subsequent journey, the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Zhou Xue and Zhou Xingshi frequently glanced at Fang Wang but didn't speak, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Little did he know that despite the apparent calmness of the two, a storm of shock and awe had not subsided in their hearts. Zhou Xue inwardly marveled at how her own rebirth had caused an extraordinary and previously unheralded individual to emerge in this life. Zhou Xingshi, meanwhile, was simply dumbfounded. They had attained the spiritual refinement on the same day. How could there be such a huge gap between them? In an inn, Guli sat drinking tea with 3 fellow disciples, with every table on the first floor occupied. There are really a lot of people. The legacy of the Ji Hao sect has spread far and wide, which is good. The more people there are, the easier it is for us to carry out our rescue mission, Zhou Bo commented. They were all disciples from the 3rd lineage, formed into teams for this expedition. Guli, who had been turned down by Fang Wang, still worried, so she followed the team led by Zhou Bo. She wore a bamboo hat and a yellow shirt, appearing very much like a female warrior of the martial world, and with her head slightly bowed, no one could see her face. Just then, a man in plain clothes hurried into the inn, shouting, "Disaster! Disaster!" Li Hongxuan, the direct disciple of Green Cicada Valley and the most talented among their current disciples, has been killed by a disciple of the Great Abyss Gate. At these words, the entire inn erupted into noise. The diners here were not ordinary people, they were all cultivators, mostly loose cultivators, or perhaps disciples of the 9 great sects in disguise. That Li Hongxuan was at the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm. Many direct disciples of the Great Abyss Gate might not be his match, and killing him is practically a declaration of war against Green Cicada Valley. Li Hongxuan is dead, this is a big deal. TSK, Li Hongxuan doesn't only have the backing of Green Cicada Valley, there's also the Li family. 1,000 years ago, it was their Li family who established the dynasty on this land. Dead is dead, just a demonic cultivator. The loose cultivators in the inn buzzed with discussion, and then someone asked the man who had brought the news, "Hey lad, who exactly killed Li Hongxuan? Do you have more information?" It turned out the man who reported the news was the inn's server. He stood with hands on hips, laughing, "I do have more. It's said that the disciple of the Taiyuan sect who killed Li Hongxuan used the Jinghong divine sword art. Do you know the origins of the Jinghong divine sword art?" Upon hearing this, someone stood up and said, "I know. It's the ultimate technique of Yang Yuanzi, the peak master of the 3rd lineage of the Taiyuan sect. 100 years ago, he forced his way into Green Cicada Valley with this sword technique and emerged unscathed." Could it be that Yang Yuanzi himself took action? The Jinghong divine sword art is uniquely mastered by Yang Yuanzi, and I haven't heard of any Taiyuan sect disciples who have mastered this sword art. Half right, half wrong. The person who killed Li Hongxuan indeed used the Jinghong divine sword art, but he was very young, definitely not Yang Yuanzi. According to the surviving disciples of Green Cicada Valley, that man wore white and executed the sword art to the 30-second move, definitely a yet unrecognized genius of the Taiyuan sect. Now, those disciples of Green Cicada Valley call him the White Garment Astonishing Swan, and the valley has dispatched Spirit Elixir Realm great cultivators to search for the whereabouts of this White Garment Astonishing Swan, the server said, shaking his head, his words causing the cultivators in the inn to discuss heatedly again. Zhou Bo turned back, whispering, "White Garment Astonishing Swan. Who in the 3rd lineage got this legacy?" He had belonged to the 3rd lineage for over 10 years and had never heard of anyone receiving the true inheritance of Yang Yuanzi, not even the big disciple Li Yu. The 2 3rd lineage disciples shook their heads, and although Guli remained silent, for some reason, she couldn't help but think of a certain person. Could it be him? No way. He has only been refining spirits for how long? Chapter 28, Mysterious Supreme Skills _1. In the dense forest, Fang Wang carried Fan Hanyu on his back, with Zhou Xue leading the way. As for Zhou Xingshi, Zhou Xue had already sent him back to the Great Abyss Gate. Before leaving, Zhou Xue had spoken to Zhou Xingshi alone. After their conversation, Fang Wang noticed that Zhou Xingshi had become anxious and even left without giving him an additional glance. "Come out, you've been following us for quite a while." Zhou Xue suddenly stopped in her tracks and called out. Fang Wang wasn't surprised. He had sensed a presence following them several hours earlier, but since it was very faint, he didn't concern himself with it. After a few moments, a large tree behind them trembled, and a green figure dropped down. It was a young girl in green clothes wearing a fox mask. Upon landing, she said, "I mean no harm, you are heading towards the land of my clan, and I wanted to persuade you against it, but I was afraid you were just passing by." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan raised his head and said with surprise, "Miss Green, you're still alive?" The girl in green clothes snorted, "Of course I'm alive, but my clan has suffered heavy losses, and now everyone is fleeing in all directions. I got separated from them and ran towards our clan territory, only to encounter you on the way." Zhou Xue turned around, examining the girl in green with interest, and said with admiration, "The Mountain God clan, I wondered what spirit saved Xuanhuan. It turns out it was you." The world today is murky, and cultivators hardly acknowledge the existence of mountain gods. Upon hearing this, the girl in green immediately stepped forward eagerly and asked, "Sister, you know about our mountain god clan?" The earth is vast with countless mountains. Since ancient times, there have been mountain gods in deep mountain ranges. Although they share the same origin as spirits and demons, they have their own heritage and have transformed earlier than spirit beasts. The mountain god clan is compassionate, taking the protection of their territories as their duty. As humans began their path of cultivation and failed to find traces of immortal gods, they gradually lost their reverence for the deities of nature. Despite the historical renown of the mountain god clan, in the eyes of cultivators, they are no different from spirits and demons. Your physical bodies are considered precious medicine to cultivators. Zhou Xue answered softly, the explanation intended for Fang Wang and Xuanhuan. After listening, Xuanhuan couldn't help but turn his head towards the girl in green and asked, "Are you a demon?" "What? You have a prejudice against demons? Your friends and clan members from before?" "Yes, they were all demons. The little yellow bird that woke you up every day was a bird demon, and it's dead now." The girl in green's response left Xuanhuan silent. Such heavy words came from the girl in green's mouth as if she were making a joke, but Fang Wang could feel her restraint. "Since you are of the mountain god clan and you have saved Xuanhuan, you should follow us for now. The place we are going to is just passing through your clan land, not your clan land itself. However, in the future, that place could become a refuge for your clan. After all, in the years to come, the various demonic sects will still be frantically slaughtering the mountain god clan everywhere." Zhou Xue spoke again, extending an invitation. The girl in green nodded, and seeing this, Zhou Xue didn't say more, continuing to lead the way. Fang Wang, still carrying Xuanhuan, asked through a mental message, "When I slew Li Hongshuang, some cultivators from the Green Cicada Valley escaped. Will they cause trouble for the Fang residents?" The massacre of the mountain god clan renewed his concern for the Fang family. Zhou Xue responded through a mental message, "As long as you didn't reveal your family name, even if the Green Cicada Valley can trace it, it will take time. Green Cicada Valley wouldn't retaliate against a family for a single disciple, but Li Hongshuang's Li family will. You don't have to worry, I have my methods." Assured by Zhou Xue's strategy, Fang Wang stopped worrying. They continued their journey, encountering numerous spirits and demons along the way. The group grew larger as these creatures dared to approach thanks to the girl in green. 2 more days passed. They arrived in front of a majestic mountain so tall that its summit could not be seen and towering clouds enshrouded it, spanning across tens of miles. The surrounding mountain terrain was steep and continuous, with sparse trees revealing a vast emptiness. Behind Zhou Xue and the others followed a vast array of wild beasts, numbering over 100. The largest among them was a wild boar with shoulder height of 2 zhang, tusks 1 zhang long, and black fur billowing like flames, looking terrifying, yet it hadn't reached the level of a spirit demon. Zhou Xue walked straight to a part of the mountainside, touched it, and promptly seemed to trigger some mechanism. The mountainside trembled, revealing a crack. Dust billowed as a mountain gate pushed open, unveiling a massive entrance 5 zhang high. This mountain gate, appearing minuscule on the mountainside, seemed like a skyscraper before Fang Wang and the others. Fang Wang couldn't help but ask, "What is this place?" Zhou Xue replied without turning back, 1,500 years ago, a great cultivator from Qi House sect secretly built this immense cave heavens here, wishing to provide refuge for his own family from blood feuds. Afterwards, it has remained undiscovered. Perhaps he died before he could even inform his family of this place. From now on, the Fang family will cultivate here, rallying the mountain god clan. I hereby name this cave heavens the Fang realm. Fang Wang suddenly understood. He had been wondering if Zhou Xue was truly so kind as to take in the mountain god clan. It was all for the Fang residents. Afterward, they entered the massive cave entrance. The girl in green and the beasts curiously observed the tunnel along the way, lined with various shining crystals. After about 100 meters, a bright light appeared ahead. As Fang Wang stepped into the bright light, he reopened his eyes to the sun shining on his face, and the sight before him was moving. Blue skies and white clouds hovered above, the sun hung high, and lush grass surrounded a large lake, with tall mountains on all sides. It was truly a heavenly realm far from the mundane world. This is a formation within the Fang realm that makes you feel as if you're in another world. In fact, this small realm has boundaries, it's not as vast as it appears. Rest here, and do not venture out, especially in the upcoming month. As for the Mountain God clan, rest assured, you won't be exterminated. You can search for your kin once the demonic sects retreat. Zhou Xue turned and said to the beasts, her gaze mostly on the girl in green. The girl in green nodded. After enduring so much combat, she wasn't about to be reckless. Fang Wang asked, will Green Cicada Valley leave in a month? Yes, the inheritance of Ji House sect will be disseminated in a different direction, attracting various branches of the demonic path to scramble for it, sparking bloodshed and carnage that will last for years. What about the heavenly gang Xingtian Gong? Not that, but it's still a remarkable cultivation technique. At the very least, it will allow Green Cicada Valley to temporarily set aside Li Hongshuang's death. As the two chatted, they walked toward the nearby mountainside. Fang Wang set Fang Hanyu down, then took off all the storage bags from his waist, and said, check these when you have time, all this stuff is for you, to help the Fang residents step onto the cultivation path. Zhou Xue didn't stand on ceremony, she nodded, and then took out a small cauldron from the storage bag. Following that, she began throwing eyeballs into the cauldron. That's right, eyeballs. Fang Wang felt uncomfortable at the sight and immediately walked away. He went to the lakeside and began to meditate and gather qi. The girl in the green dress dispersed with the mystical beasts, each finding a place to rest. They were tired, having been in constant fear over the past few days, and now they just wanted to sleep well. Not until night had fallen did Fang Hanyu suddenly emit a piercing, tragic scream that echoed through the night sky. Fang Wang glanced back, then redirected his gaze and continued to cultivate. A month passed quickly. Fang Hanyu was now able to meditate and gather qi, but his eyes were still covered by a white cloth, unable to withstand light. Inside the cave tunnel, after Zhou Xue and Fang Wang had figured out the various mechanisms, she spoke, I need to leave now. Once Fang Hanyu's eyes have successfully condensed, you can return to the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang was mentally prepared for this and then asked, you're considering letting the girl in green go find her people, shall we let her go out? Let her go. She grew up in the mountains and forests, she shouldn't run into any trouble. According to the timing, that cultivation technique should already be spreading, and Green Cicada Valley's attention will be drawn away. In short, once Fang Hanyu's eyes are better, you can head back to the Great Abyss Gate on your own, there's no need to wait for me. Zhou Xue nodded, she gave a few more warnings, and eventually left under Fang Wang's urging. Watching Zhou Xue's retreating figure flying away on her sword, Fang Wang stood at the entrance of the cave for a long while before he closed the mountain gate and returned to the lakeside of Fang Realm to continue his cultivation. The battle with Li Hongshuang made Fang Wang feel that his spiritual power was insufficient. Merely executing Li Hongshuang had drained him of a lot of spiritual power, and he had to elevate his cultivation realm, reaching the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm as soon as possible. Fang Realm was peaceful, and the mystical beasts hiding there were very quiet. They could now absorb nature's spiritual energy and essence of the sun and moon without the need for food. It's worth mentioning that the sun and the moon within this worldlet are real, with a special formation allowing the sun and the moon above the mountaintop to be reflected inside the cave, clearly distinguishing day from night, rotating in synchronization with the outside world. On the 3rd day after Zhou Xue left, the girl in the green dress could not hold back and left the cave heaven to seek her tribespeople. Every 3 or 4 days, she would bring a group of mountain god creatures to the refuge. All these creatures maintained human forms, some with heads like wolves or dogs, some like eagles, able to articulate human speech. Fang Wang did not communicate much with them but let Fang Hanyu deal with them. In the blink of an eye, another month had gone by. That night, Fang Wang was cultivating by the lake, and Fang Hanyu, led by a mountain god creature, came to his side. After the creature left, he still seemed hesitant and didn't speak for quite some time. "What is it?" Fang Wang opened his eyes and wearily inquired. After everything that had happened, Fang Hanyu was still the same, timid as a shy bride. Fang Hanyu clenched his teeth and said, "Fang Wang, my back feels very itchy, especially when I'm cultivating. Could you take a look for me? Then sit down." Fang Wang responded, concerned there might be something wrong with Fang Hanyu's body. Although Zhou Xue hadn't been explicit before leaving, Fang Wang suspected that what she had installed in Fang Hanyu were the absolute hard evil eyes from Green Cicada Valley. Since they were evil eyes, they could possibly have side effects. With Fang Wang's assistance, Fang Hanyu got up and, with his back to him, slowly removed his clothes. In the moonlight, Fang Hanyu's fair back was covered in crimson lines, dense and maze-like, dazzling to the beholder. "This is..." Fang Wang narrowed his eyes, inspecting closely. There appeared to be a cultivation technique on Fang Hanyu's back. This technique didn't display a name, just the method of cultivation, which was clearly profound and advanced. "Did Green Cicada Valley etch something on your back?" Fang Wang asked with a frown. Fang Hanyu shook his head, speaking softly, "No, but before, in the Ji House sect's secret realm, something hit my back. I didn't pay much attention at the time." Chapter 29, 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art, Lihonggang_1. The Ji House sect's secret realm. Fang Wang's heart raced. Could this be the inheritance of a great cultivator from the Ji House sect? It wasn't just him, Fang Hanyu also realized this, his breathing becoming rapid. He whispered, "Fang Wang, take a closer look. If it's indeed an exceptional cultivation technique, you should learn it first." Fang Wang snorted, "No need to tell me, I'll teach you after I've mastered it." The corners of Fang Hanyu's mouth curled up, his mood buoyant. He finally wasn't a burden, he had finally helped Fang Wang. Fang Wang read carefully, the small world within the Fang realm fell silent, the rippling lake beside them mirroring their figures. Once Fang Wang had memorized all the text, his consciousness exploded and he entered the heavenly palace. Opening his eyes, he looked around the spacious hall of the heavenly palace and took a deep breath. As he began to recall that supreme technique, comprehension began to blossom in his mind, confusing parts became clear, leading to epiphanies. This time, he truly felt the power of the heavenly palace. It wasn't just about cultivating to great perfection. It was about mastering any method of cultivation. After integrating his understanding, Fang Wang learned the name of the technique from the words and lines of the method. 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art. The 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art was a powerful attack spell that allowed the user to transform into a dragon, possessing immense destructive power. The art had 9 levels, from low to high: Qi Dragon, Shape Dragon, White Dragon, Azure Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Purple Dragon, Red Dragon, Golden Dragon, and Black Dragon. The reason why the Black Dragon was ranked above the Golden Dragon was because this art brought destruction, not hope. After understanding the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art, Fang Wang became extremely interested and began to practice according to the cultivation method. However, the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art was harder to practice than he had imagined. It took him 9 years just to congeal the Qi Dragon. To practice up to the Shape Dragon, it took 17 years. This time, he was not frustrated but filled with a strong will to cultivate. The 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art was too powerful. The destructive power of the Shape Dragon was several times that of the Qi Dragon. Most crucially, the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art relied not only on one's own spiritual power but could also be combined with magic artifacts. The stronger the magic artifact, the greater the enhancement to the destructive power of the transformed dragon. Fang Wang became so immersed in the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art that he could not extricate himself, as time flew by swiftly. By the time he reached the 9th level Black Dragon to great perfection, he had spent a total of 273 years. This had surpassed the time he spent practicing the Solaris scripture, becoming the longest technique he had trained in. But the gains were also tremendous. As the Black Dragon, he felt he could destroy everything. If he wielded the Heavenly Palace halberd while transformed into the Black Dragon, it would be even more terrifying. When he finally reached great perfection, his surroundings shattered, and his consciousness returned to reality, where he was faced with Fang Hanyu's startling back. Fang Wang showed a smile, patted Fang Hanyu's back, and laughed. "This technique is extraordinary. Once your eyes are healed, I'll teach you how to practice it." Being patted on the back by Fang Wang, Fang Hanyu shuddered, goosebumps spreading all over. He hurriedly put on his clothes, then stood up and asked, "Did you memorize it?" "Of course, I never forget what I see." "Then you start practicing. I hope that once my eyes are healed, I can see you perform this technique. I'm sure it will shock you," Fang Wang said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, feeling pleased at having acquired the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art. It was undoubtedly the strongest offensive technique he had mastered to date. The Jinghong divine sword art was indeed impressive, but it paled in comparison to the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art. With Li Hongshuang as a reference, he suddenly felt that he might indeed be able to challenge the spirit elixir realm. No, he mustn't get ahead of himself, Fang Wang reminded himself inwardly while watching Fang Hanyu leave unsteadily. At Great Abyss Gate, in the Xuanhuan Hall, Guang Qiuxian was meditating while a dozen people stood above in the hall, among them Yang Yuanzi. The expressions on everyone's faces were solemn. Zhao Chuanqian, the inheritance elder who had taken Fang Wang into the 3rd lineage, spoke up. "Sect leader, the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art has caused an uproar in the western region. It isn't just the demonic path but also the righteous path's various sects that have joined the search and contention. Are we really not going to take part?" Upon hearing this, the other peak masters and elders started voicing their opinions. The chief disciple of the suspended vast sword sect, Su Qilming, has exchanged blows with an elder of Huangyu Mountain. First, it was the heavenly Gangsheng Tizhen Gong, and now the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art. Why does it feel like someone is plotting behind the scenes? Whether it's a plot or not, we must get involved, at the very least to find out if it's true or who ultimately obtains it. This concerns the future layout of the 9 great sects. It's not good to get involved in this matter. Many of our disciples have encountered attacks from the Green Cicada Valley. Once we're involved, Green Cicada Valley will surely retaliate as if they have gone mad. Right, Brother Yang, when did you cultivate such a talent? Who is it exactly? To be able to master the Jinghong divine sword art to the extent of 32 swords, how many swords have you reached now? A peak master shifted the topic to Yang Yuanzi, whose face remained expressionless and did not respond. Guang Qiuxian spoke up, "Enough, do not inquire further about the identity of the one in white. You all just need to know that such a disciple exists in the Great Abyss Gate. Li Hongshuang is dead, and Green Cicada Valley will definitely send spies to infiltrate us. We must protect him." Excitement filled his heart, for he knew who had inherited the Jinghong divine sword art. That lad. In such a short period of cultivation, he had mastered the Jinghong divine sword art to the extent of 32 swords, surpassing Yang Yuanzi, which astonished him. Perhaps this is the terrifying aspect of the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure. Let the first vein be responsible for investigating the whereabouts of the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art. Remember, prioritize investigation, and don't be rash, Guang Qiuxian continued, then waved his sleeve to signal everyone to leave. Only Yang Yuanzi remained. After Xuanhuan Hall's doors closed, Yang Yuanzi frowned and said, "I'm worried about Fang Wang. Although he's with his kin, they are all juniors." Guang Qiuxian nodded, "I share the same concern. Let's send a direct disciple from the spirit elixir realm to find him." Yang Yuanzi shook his head, "A direct disciple is not enough. Let Lu Yuanjun go. It's a good opportunity for them to meet in advance. If Lu Yuanjun can save his life during a moment of crisis, it would be hard for any conflict to arise between them in the future." Hearing this, Guang Qiuxian thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. "Junior brother, do you think the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art really has appeared? How would I know? Even if it has, so what? There are rumors that the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art possesses the destructive power to flatten a kingdom. Jihao sect's dominance over vast territories owes much to the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art. Those are just legends. Who has ever seen it with their own eyes? Besides, we have Fang Wang and Lu Yuanjun. Even if the other sects obtain the heavenly Gangxing Tijin Gong or the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art, the future still belongs to us. That's true. Fang Wang, that lad, has actually practiced the Jinghong Divine Sword Art to the extent of 32 swords. Looking at this, junior brother, you really have mediocre talent. Heh, I have mediocre talent, so what does that make you? After acquiring the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art, a month and a half passed, and Fang Wang finally broke through to the 4th layer of the soul sculpting realm. During this time, Fang Hanyu's cultivation speed increased rapidly, reaching the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and he could even spar with demon beasts. The lad, blindfolded, could predict his opposition's attacks as if he wasn't blind at all, which made Fang Wang even more expectant towards the absolute hard evil eye. As more and more shape-shifting demons from the Mountain God clan arrived, Fang Realm began bustling with activity. These shape-shifting demons were very friendly to Fang Wang and Fang Hanyu, even helping to build houses for them. On this day, Fang Wang found Fang Hanyu and began teaching him the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art. Though he had not yet removed the cloth from his eyes, he could practice spells, using his sense of breath and the flow of the air around him to judge his opponent's movements. Fang Hanyu had a good aptitude. After being taught for only half an hour by Fang Wang, he was left to practice on his own. Although the practice method of the 9 Dragons Divine Transformation Art was profound, its specific techniques were not overly complicated, and after memorizing them, Fang Hanyu could contemplate them on his own. Noon. While Fang Wang was meditating by the lake, a beast with the body of a human and the head of a fox from the Mountain God clan ran over, knelt beside him, and cried out, "Master Fang, you must save my sister." Fang Wang opened his eyes and saw a mask in his hand, the fox mask of the young girl in green. The survivors of the Mountain God clan had almost all moved to Fang Realm. In order to repay the kindness of the Fang family for taking them in, they began collecting spiritual flowers and herbs from all over to transplant into Fang Realm. It had been a month since this started, with no incidents, nor had they encountered any demonic cultivators. Fang Wang frowned and asked, "What happened to her?" "A human cultivator named Li Honggang captured her, and he commanded us, the Mountain God clan beasts, to find the one in the white garment. If the white garment astonishing swan doesn't go to Haixia City within a month, he will kill my sister, but our clan hardly has 1/10 left. Where can we find the white garment astonishing swan?" the Mountain God beast cried as he spoke. The Mountain God clan's advantage over other beasts is their early transformation. At present, the strongest beast in Fang Realm was only comparable to a cultivator at the 4th layer of the soul sculpting realm. Chapter 30, Challenge _1. Li Honggang? The surname Li instantly made Fang Wang think of the Li family behind Li Hongshuang. Could the white garment astonishing swan that Li Honggang was searching for be him? When he executed the Jinghong Divine Sword Art, he indeed wore white garments. 3.5 months had passed since Li Hongshuang's death. Green Cicada Valley had already retreated, but unexpectedly, the Li family had located this place. The Li family had no idea what he looked like. Upon this thought, Fang Wang turned to ask the demon beast beside him about the specific details of the incident. This demon, called Xuanhuan, grew up alongside the girl in the green dress. They had been like siblings since childhood. After Green Cicada Valley began slaying the Mountain God clan, Xuanhuan had always accompanied the girl in her outings. Similarly, this time, during their collection of herbs, they were suddenly assailed by Li Honggang. A host of demon beasts joined forces, yet none was a match for Li Honggang. They had no choice but to let him abduct the girl in green. Why didn't he kill you all? Even if it was to spread a message, there was no need to let all of you live, right? Fang Wang asked, frowning. Xuanhuan was startled and shook his head, puzzled. Fang Wang looked towards Fang Hanyu in the distance. The girl in green had saved Fang Hanyu's life before, and now that she was in trouble, he indeed couldn't stand by and do nothing. Moreover, if he let the girl in green fall into the hands of the Li family, they would sooner or later force her to reveal the location of the Fang realm. He might as well take action sooner. Having made up his mind, Fang Wang stood up and extended his right hand toward Xuanhuan, saying, "Give me the mask." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan quickly handed over the fox mask in his hand to Fang Wang. Fang Wang stowed it away in his storage bag, then inquired about the direction of Haixia City. After Xuanhuan replied, he headed towards Fang Hanyu. Arriving at Fang Hanyu's side, Fang Wang recounted the events. Fang Hanyu wanted to follow along but was refused by him. This trip might be a trap. You would only hinder me if you came. Since it is the doing of the Li family, they are surely targeting me. If they come looking after I leave, you'd better pretend you don't know me, Fang Wang conveyed through a private message, still retaining a bit of wariness towards the Mountain God clan. Hearing this, Fang Hanyu clenched the hands inside his sleeves and nodded slowly. You must be careful. Don't worry. Fang Wang patted his shoulder and then turned to walk towards the cave entrance. In the tunnel, Fang Wang took out a set of black clothes from his storage bag to put on and also donned a bamboo hat. He wasn't that naive. Before taking any action, he needed to investigate thoroughly. After leaving the Fang realm, Fang Wang flew towards the direction pointed out by Shan Xiang, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Haixia City, situated on the western border of the Qi Dynasty, had been isolated from the world since the early days of the dynasty and had become a city frequented by cultivators. The city was surrounded by mountains on all sides and, spanning a modest 10 or so miles, could only be considered a small city. However, its walls were towering and imposing. Cultivators would occasionally arrive by flying sword, landing in front of the southern and northern city gates and paying spirit stones to enter the city. Inside the city, within a residence. In the room, the girl in the green dress was eating pastries. She had put on a white opera mask again, slightly tilting it up to reveal only her small mouth, appearing just like any other person. Mountain God, are you eating well? A firm and vigorous voice sounded as a middle-aged man wearing a black robe stepped into the room with a vigorous stride, his gray hair cascading behind him. He had a square face, thick brows, fierce eyes, and 3 scars on his cheeks as if scratched by the claws of some wild beast. The girl in green immediately stopped, pulled down her mask, and huffed. I've already said, I don't know the white garment astonishing swan. I have never even met him. When I saved the Taiyuan sect disciples, it was out of pity. Because of this, my Mountain God clan has already paid a heavy price. Li Honggang sat down opposite her, pouring himself a cup of wine, and said, whether you know him or not isn't important. Your Mountain God clan has the power to command the spirit demons of the wilderness. What I want is for you to help me send a message. If it weren't for holding you captive, would those demons put in their best effort? The girl in green clothes fell silent for a moment, and only after several breaths did she finally speak. This incident happened months ago, the major sects have already left, and the white garment astonishing swan is likely long gone. No, those sects are all competing for the legacy of the Jihao sect. Members of my Li family are also present, and they haven't found out where the white garment astonishing swan went. I suspect that the Great Abyss Gate disciple saved by the white garment astonishing swan was seriously injured and needed time to heal, which is why they must be hiding nearby. Li Honggang shook his head and said. The girl in green huffed, with the Li family's influence, why don't you mobilize all the family disciples to search for them? How could that be possible? Li Hongshuang joining the demonic sect was already a disgrace for the Li family. The family would not mobilize forces over this, much less take revenge on the Great Abyss Gate. As a family member, if Li Hongshuang is dead, then he's dead, it's not worth the pursuit. However, standing from a father's perspective, I must have a battle with the white garment astonishing swan to resolve this cause and effect. Li Honggang said coldly, his voice filled with an indescribable aura that enveloped the room, making the girl in green not dare to even take a deep breath. The room once again fell into silence. Li Honggang drained the cup of wine in one gulp and then said, I've come here to inform the Mountain God not to worry, even if the white garment astonishing swan does not come in a month's time, I will still let you leave. I've already spread the message, and if white garment astonishing swan has an ounce of pride, he will come. Then, Mountain God, you will witness our showdown. Having said that, Li Honggang stood up and left. The girl in green didn't stand up but remained seated in silence. She naturally knew who the white garment astonishing swan was. The one who saved Fang Hanyu was the one, but she had not mentioned this to her clan, fearing it would bring trouble. Now, all she could do was pray in her heart that Fang Wang would not be impetuous. The sun was setting in the west. Dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat, Fang Wang stood in front of the city gate, watching the cultivators come and go, his heart filled with suspicion. The city did not seem like a trap. He approached the city guards to inquire about the cost of entering the city. Entering the city requires 10 inferior spirit stones, or 20 elixirs of spiritual energy, the guard replied. In the Qi cultivation realm, spirit stones are classified from low to high as inferior, middle, superior, and ultimate, just like magic artifacts. The sects cut the spirit stones into equally weighted pieces, distributed them to their disciples, and traded with noble families, creating a currency system. The value difference between each grade is tenfold. A middle grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 inferior spirit stones. As a direct disciple, Fang Wang received 10 superior spirit stones every month, and the elixirs of spiritual energy also served as a currency type, with standardized specifications for use in cultivation and recovery of spiritual power, equivalent to spirit stones. After paying 20 elixirs of spiritual energy, Fang Wang entered the city. His attire was not unusual, as most cultivators wore bamboo hats, and some even covered their faces. Walking down the street, Fang Wang observed the scenery of Xie City, having heard of its legend before he began his cultivation. Among the common folk, Xie City was known as the Vanished Ghost City, with various versions of the story, nearly all of which believed that the reason for Xie City's disappearance was that it had been occupied by ghosts and demons. If mortals encountered Xie City, it would undoubtedly mean death. It was not a ghost city after all, simply taken over by cultivators. Inside Xie City, there were numerous shops, and Fang Wang finally saw street stalls, bustling and thriving. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, elixirs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, magic artifacts, talisman paper, rare treasures, and demon pets, you name it, they had it, even more cosmopolitan than the towns he had visited before. As he walked, Fang Wang often heard cultivators mention the names of Li Honggang, White Garment Astonishing Swan, and Ji Hao sect. He quickly came to understand that Li Honggang had put out a message to challenge the White Garment Astonishing Swan. As the father of Li Hongshuang, he issued the challenge to the White Garment Astonishing Swan. If the White Garment Astonishing Swan won, then this cause and effect would be considered settled. The city was so lively because many cultivators came for the showdown between the White Garment Astonishing Swan and Li Honggang. Considering this, it didn't look like a trap. Li Honggang was taking the high road. Just as Fang Wang was pondering, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. He looked carefully, and indeed, it was Guli. Guli stood in front of a busy stall, her gaze fixed on a batch of demon pet eggs on the ground. She wore a tight-fitting purple dress, a sword case on her back, a bamboo hat on her head, and a blue veil over her face, very much the same as when Fang Wang first saw her. Fang Wang immediately walked up behind Guli and spoke softly, "Miss Gu, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Guli turned her head to look at him, her beautiful eyes lighting up with joy. Fang Wang's heartstrings were plucked by her gaze. He reminded himself internally, illusion, it must be an illusion, she only wishes to challenge me. Brother Fang. Let's talk somewhere else, Guli said joyfully. Before finishing her sentence, she took Fang Wang's hand and led him away. This was the first time Fang Wang, in his life, had been taken by the hand by a woman other than his mother, and he was somewhat unprepared. Chapter 31, Stronger Than Everyone _1. Fang Wang was led by Guli for a considerable distance before he found the right opportunity to naturally slip away from her delicate hand. He couldn't help thinking, how tender. Fang Wang reflected in his heart, but he wasn't about to be fooled. He was still young and couldn't afford to lose his heart to a woman, which would distract him from his cultivation. Guli, walking ahead, clearly noticed, and her ears turned red. Without a word, under Guli's guidance, Fang Wang walked into a mansion, which was empty of people. This is a residence purchased by our Gu family in Xie City. In all the cultivation cities of Qi, our Gu family owns property, Guli explained. Fang Wang nodded, wanting to ask how an ordinary mortal family could transform into a cultivation family, but then he thought that Zhou Xue surely knew better than Guli, considering the history of the Gu family might not be as long as Zhou Xue's age. Thus, Guli brought Fang Wang into a great hall, then closed the door behind them. She removed her veil, gazed at Fang Wang, and asked, "You're the White Garment Astonishing Swan, aren't you?" Fang Wang arched an eyebrow. "The White Garment Astonishing Swan who killed a master of the soul sculpting realm 9th level? Do you think I have that kind of strength? I started my spiritual refinement later than you. You're really irritating when you talk, but I feel it's you." The Jinghong Divine Sword Art is a unique technique from our master, Yang Yuanzi. I haven't received this legacy, so it could only be you. As for our senior brothers and sisters, their talents and comprehension are just average, otherwise, our third vein wouldn't be second to last, she stated. Gu Li stared into Fang Wang's eyes with a look that mixed delight, admiration, and a hint of grievance, a look that could melt any man's heart. Fang Wang looked away, changing the subject. Why did you come? Did the sect assign you a task? The inheritance of Ji House sect has caused such a stir, and there's much discussion within the Great Abyss Gate. Many disciples have come, so it's not strange that I did too, Gu Li replied, though she slightly pursed her lips, showing insincerity. Fang Wang saw through her. The inheritance of Ji House sect isn't in Haixia City, is it? It's almost 1,000 miles away, right? Gu Li huffed softly, thinking would I admit that I was worried about you? She too changed the subject. Are you here to accept the challenge? Li Honggang is in the Spirit Elixir realm, already at the Spirit Elixir realm 3rd layer. Although it's very unlikely he'll further progress in this lifetime, he's still not someone we can challenge at the moment. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, because Li Hongshuang from the Soul Sculpting Realm 9th level had been defeated by Fang Wang. Being from the prestigious Gu family, Gu Li had heard of Li Hongshuang since she was a child. Her father had lamented Li Hongshuang's talent more than once. The thought that such a figure had died at Fang Wang's hands caused an unstoppable admiration to rise in her heart. Due to the rich heritage of the Gu family, she had heard numerous stories of prodigies, including those beyond the Qi. The impact Fang Wang had on her was even more astonishing than legends. The Spirit Elixir Realm 3rd layer? Are you sure? Fang Wang asked, raising an eyebrow. His main reason for coming to Haixia City was to understand Li Hongdang's strength. He had no intention of acting recklessly. Gu Li nodded. He's been stuck at this realm for at least 60 years. My father even said that the best thing Li Honggang did in his later years was giving birth to Li Hongshuang. Fang Wang followed up with another question. Do you think he might have set a trap in Haixia City? Gu Li shook her head. He chose Haixia City because its lord, Tang Chengfeng, is a great cultivator at the Spirit Elixir Realm 9th level. With Tang Chengfeng there, no chaos will arise in Haixia City. That's why many loose cultivators like to deal here. Even when facing cultivators from other dynasties, Tang Chengfeng wouldn't hesitate, as he is one of the sternest temperaments among border city lords and can't stand a speck of dust in his eyes. Because of this, Haixia City frequently witnesses duels between cultivators. Moreover, the matter has already blown up. If Li Honggang were to call upon other Li family cultivators to take action, it would make the world look down on the Li family. The Li family values their honor and reputation highly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have expelled Li Hongshuang from the clan's register back then. You don't need to worry about the Li family seeking revenge on you or your family over this. Cultivation families care deeply about their reputation, at least in the De Qi cultivation realm. Hearing this, Fang Wang was relieved. Gu Li furrowed her brows. You're not really going to accept the challenge, are you? How confident are you? Feeling relaxed, Fang Wang settled at a table and chuckled. About 50%, I guess. When facing an enemy, it's usually a 50-50. Either my enemy dies or survives, or I do. Gu Li sat down as well, continuing to gaze steadily at Fang Wang. What's with that look? Do you think I'm arrogant? Fang Wang asked, arching an eyebrow. Gu Li raised her hand, her right hand resting on the table, supporting her cheek. She stared at Fang Wang with a flickering gaze, sighed, and said, Fang Wang, I suddenly feel that our agreement is hard to fulfill. By the time I reach the 9th level of the Soul Sculpting Realm, you will definitely be roving through the Spirit Elixir Realm, and the gap between us will only grow wider. Fang Wang blinked, speaking earnestly. Gu Li, do you practice cultivation just to compare yourself with others? Isn't each advancement a source of accomplishment for you, helping you find the meaning of existence? Upon hearing this, Gu Li took a deep breath and said with a hint of shame, You're right, I've been stubborn. Your talent is beyond question. Feeling a little better, Gu Li then asked, Is it because you compare yourself only to yourself that you have become so powerful? That's certainly not the case. I compare myself with everyone. I have an innate desire to excel. Since I practice cultivation, my goal is to be stronger than everyone, Fang Wang replied calmly. Guli suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Could it be that he advised me to compare myself to myself because I'm not qualified? That very night, Fang Wang, using his unceasing natural technique, quietly arrived at Li Hongang's residence, sticking a piece of paper on the stone statue in front of the mansion's gate. The very next morning, the news spread like wildfire throughout Haixia City. The white garment astonishing Xuan had accepted the challenge. 20 days later, at noon, he would face the challenge at the southern city gate to resolve karma. Inside the Li family mansion, Li Honggang sat in a chair, holding a yellow paper in his hand, his eyebrows tightly knitted, his face dark. "Are you sure it was stuck on the stone statue at the entrance?" Li Honggang asked. The servant standing in front of him nodded hastily. This servant saw it when he went out to clean this morning. "It was not given to me by someone else." Go down." Upon Li Hongang's response, the servant, relieved, immediately left. The purple-clad young man standing by furrowed his brows and said, "Father, he managed to come to the outside of our mansion without anyone noticing. His strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, third brother's talent was extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators in the first layer of the spirit elixir realm might not be his match. To kill third brother, the other party must be a high-ranking expert in the spirit elixir realm, perhaps even higher than you. Is it really worth taking the risk?" Li Honggang glared at him with a stern voice. "Do you think I issued the challenge because I'm certain of victory? My son is dead, your third brother is dead. Even if he was a scoundrel, he was still my son, your third brother." The purple-clad young man fell silent, his face showing discomfort. "I have come to accept my fate. Among you children, Li Hongshuang had the highest potential. If he had lived, I could have relied on him to change my destiny. Now that he's dead, I have no expectations left in my life, but there is regret. The pain of an elder burying the young, do you understand?" Li Honggang sighed, his expression becoming world-weary. The purple-clad young man hesitated to speak, his face showing a guilty expression. Ever since Li Hongshuang joined the Green Cicada Valley, their branch had faced exclusion within the Li family, which valued reputation and had thousand-year foundations and history. Because of Li Hongshuang, they had become a stain on the family's honor. Li Hongang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Furthermore, this act is to bolster the Li family's prestige. If I win, the majesty and strength of the Li family will be undeniable. Even though I haven't increased my cultivation for many years, my blade skills have reached their peak. Even if I lose, at least the Li family will appear upright and will receive the cultivation world's respect. This will also benefit the Li family in interacting with other righteous sections." Hearing this, the purple-clad young man revealed a look of guilt, and with clenched teeth, he said, "It's my fault for not being strong enough, or else father wouldn't have to step in. Nonsense, such matters should naturally be handled by me. Go, spread the word as widely as possible." Since the white garment astonishing Xuan set a date of 20 days, it shows he also wants more spectators. Let's fulfill his wish. I want to see if his Jinghong 32 sword techniques are more impressive or if my blade harbors more killing intent. Li Honggang said, his whole person exuding immense confidence by the end. Between the glints of his eyes, the shadows of blades flickered indistinctly. Chapter 32, Deciding Life and Death, Resolving Karma. On the evening of accepting the challenge, Fang Wang infiltrated the Li mansion, relying on his breath concealment technique and shadowless step. He moved like a ghost, searching for the trail of the girl in green. Before long, Fang Wang found the room where the girl in green was staying. After white garment astonishing Xuan received the challenge, Li Honggang withdrew the cultivators guarding the room, and there wasn't even anyone patrolling the mansion. Fang Wang stood in front of the window, peering through the crack. The girl in green was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She didn't seem to have suffered at all. Fang Wang immediately transmitted his voice to her. "Miss Qing, are you all right? Do not sneak. Vous ayest need to nod or shake forehead." Upon hearing this, the girl in green trembled and then nodded. "Have you been poisoned?" The girl in green shook her head. Fang Wang used his spiritual sense to scan the room. After confirming there was no danger, he motioned for the girl in green to follow him. As soon as the girl in green stepped out of the room, he swept her up and quickly left. Using his movement techniques all the way, he went undetected by the people of Li Mansion, and Li Honggang had begun his retreat and paid no attention to the outside. Taking advantage of the night, Fang Wang took the girl in green away from Haixia City. He escorted her for 100 li before stopping and saying, "You can go back on your own from here." The girl in green landed on her feet, looking surprised as she asked, "Aren't you going back? Are you actually going to accept the challenge?" That afternoon, Li Honggang had found her, informing her that White Garment Astonishing Swan had accepted the challenge, which made her worried all day. When Fang Wang found her, she thought they would escape together, but Fang Wang was actually planning to return. "Yes, I've rescued you so now I can face Li Honggang without any pressure," Fang Wang replied. The journey had been smooth, with no pursuers from the Li mansion, which showed that Li Honggang was indeed forthright. Given that, he was determined to accept the challenge. Perhaps, the ease with which he rescued the girl in green had been tacitly allowed by Li Honggang himself. But Li Honggang is a great cultivator of the spirit elixir realm, why bother to contend with him? The girl in green said anxiously. She had heard from Fang Hanyu that Fang Wang joined the Great Abyss Gate at the same time as he did. Fang Wang smiled and said, "Having accepted the challenge, how can I not fight? Everyone knows White Garment Astonishing Swan is a disciple of the Great Abyss Gate. I represent not only myself but also the honor of the Great Abyss Gate." Since he aimed to compete with Lu Yuanjun for the position of head disciple, Fang Wang needed to earn prestige, and what better way to do it than with one feat of valor after another? Others might not know who White Garment Astonishing Swan was, but Fang Wang believed that Guang Qiuxian and Yang Yuanzi certainly did. And furthermore, Fang Wang was very confident. This was no longer a battle out of hatred but one for spirit and reputation. One day, the name White Garment Astonishing Swan would be bound with Fang Wang, and before all this happened, he wanted to make the name of White Garment Astonishing Swan a goal for the disciples of the Great Abyss Gate to strive for. Hearing these words, the girl in green remained silent. "Miss Qing, please go back quickly, so your family won't worry," Fang Wang urged. The girl in green stamped her foot and huffed. "What Miss Qing? I have a name, I'm called Xuanhuan. Call me Waner from now on." With that, she turned and darted into the forest, quickly disappearing into the night. Fang Wang chuckled and, without dwelling on it, turned to head back to Haixia City. Many days, not too long, yet not too short, Fang Wang remained in seclusion at the Gu family mansion, which made it difficult for Gu Li to disturb him. Gradually, more and more cultivators gathered in Haixia City, all drawn by the impending battle between White Garment Astonishing Swan and Li Honggang. White Garment Astonishing Swan's slaying of Li Hongshuang had propelled his fame, and as a spirit elixir realm cultivator, Li Honggang was a figure of significance for most ordinary cultivators. A duel at the level of the spirit elixir realm was a rare sight. How could it not attract loose cultivators and young members of noble families to come and join the excitement? The night before the decisive battle, Fang Wang came out of the house and found Gu Li. The two of them sat opposite each other at a table. "Miss Gu, after observing the battle tomorrow, you should return to the Great Abyss Gate. I have matters to attend to and won't be able to return for a while," Fang Wang started. He guessed Gu Li had come for his sake. Even if he was presuming, he felt it necessary to clarify, to prevent Gu Li from waiting in vain. Gu Li frowned and asked, "Is it because of your injured family member? Is his injury severe?" "Yes, he needs several months to recover." "Do you need my help?" "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Gu, but there's no need for you to worry, he's already recovering. However, it's inconvenient to disclose his location." Fang Wang expressed his apologies. The Fang residence had not yet reached the Fang realm, and was not yet established, so he dared not invite Gu Li into the Fang realm. Gu Li asked softly, "Then you must win, I will be watching." Fang Wang smiled and said, "Of course, I have never lost before." Inside the room, the candlelight flickered, and outside the window, the bright moon hung high. Gu Li looked at Fang Wang's smile, her eyes becoming misty. For some reason, she found his smile very pleasing to the eye. Fang Wang was very curious about the Jihao sect, so he asked Gu Li about its history. Gu Li did not conceal anything and told him everything she knew. That night, they talked very happily, and Gu Li felt she had grown closer to him. As the moon set and the sun rose, at dawn, when the first light brushed over Haixia City, the city was already buzzing with activity. Because today, White Garment Astonishing Swan would come to challenge Li Honggang. More and more cultivators were heading to the South City Gate early, afraid of missing the spectacle. With less than half an hour left until noon, the area in front of the South City Gate and atop the city walls were packed with people. Guli also arrived, and she stood on the city wall, her face covered with a light veil, her beautiful eyes fixed on a figure below. Li Honggang. This spirit elixir realm cultivator was seated cross-legged atop the hilt of his saber, while his long saber stood in the dirt. Although motionless, a formidable aura was accumulating around him, swelling constantly. What a terrifying saber intent! Could it be the legendary Scorching Sun Slaughter Sword from the Crimson Sect? I never thought that after so many years away from the Crimson Sect, Li Hongdang's saber intent would have grown to such an extent. I wonder if White Garment Astonishing Swan will even show up. The cultivators were abuzz with talk. Li Hongdang's stance was clear, he was prepared for a fight to the death, which made the spectators look forward even more to the ensuing battle. Some commotion came from behind Guli, and she turned to look. A burly elder, surrounded by a group of cultivators, made his way up to the city wall. This man wore a black robe and a purple crown on his head, his left hand resting behind his waist while his right hand played with two iron balls, with faint sparks of electricity flashing around them. The city lord of Haixia City, Tang Chengfeng. Seeing him appear, many cultivators around him bent down to salute, their faces filled with eagerness and flattery. Guli, however, quietly stepped back, moving away from Tang Chengfeng. Tang Chengfeng walked to the edge of the city wall, looked down at Li Honggang, and smiled, saying, "It seems Li Honggang is resolved to battle to the death. It makes me see him in a new light. The Li family lives up to their millennium-old esteemed reputation." A young woman in white beside him curiously asked, "Father, do you think he can win?" "I cannot say for certain since I have not yet seen White Garment Astonishing Swan," Tang Chengfeng replied contemplatively, as curious as the other cultivators about White Garment Astonishing Swan. Astonishing Swan's 32 swords. First, the Great Abyss Gate introduced Lu Yuanjun, and now a White Garment Astonishing Swan has emerged. Their rising momentum seems unstoppable. Tang Chengfeng felt that the upcoming battle would become a turning point for the cultivation world, therefore, he came personally to watch. The cultivators on the city wall and at the city gate were all discussing White Garment Astonishing Swan, speculating about his identity, with Lu Yuanjun's name being mentioned several times. Many believed that White Garment Astonishing Swan was Lu Yuanjun. Time ticked away by the minute and the second. Noon arrived swiftly. Li Honggang, who was meditating on the hilt of his saber, suddenly opened his eyes, while Tang Chengfeng at the top of the city wall narrowed his eyes. Both of them looked towards the horizon at the same time. Whoosh! A sound of something tearing through the air came, and the thousands of cultivators around the South City Gate turned their heads to look. Some cultivators even flew up on their swords to get a better view from the air. A white rainbow approached from the horizon at an incredible speed and stopped suddenly in mid-air, 100 paces away from the South City Gate. Everyone's gaze fixed on the white rainbow. The white light dissipated, revealing a figure in fluttering white clothes standing in the sunlight. He was tall and straight, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, standing on a flying sword with a bamboo hat on his head, looking like an exiled immortal. White Garment Astonishing Swan! Someone exclaimed, and the vast majority of cultivators gazed eagerly at the white-clothed figure. Under the watchful eyes of all, White Garment Astonishing Swan slowly looked up, and beneath the bamboo hat was a fox mask, further adding to his mystery. The newcomer was none other than Fang Wang. Fang Wang's right hand slowly drew out the Qingjun sword, standing proudly in mid-air as he looked down at Li Honggang and said, "Shall we have a battle to resolve our karma?" Li Honggang slowly stood up on the hilt of his saber, his robe billowing dramatically as he raised his eyes to Fang Wang and replied in a cold voice, "Let's settle life and death and end our karma." Chapter 33, 36 Swords Emerge. Determine life and death, settle karma. As soon as Li Hongdang's words were uttered, the cultivators around the south gate of Haixia City all became excited. The cultivation world is even more cruel than the secular one. Although there are distinctions between righteous and evil, cultivators prioritize their own interests. They step onto the path of cultivation not for peace in the world, but in pursuit of eternal life, a choice that is essentially a battle against the heavens. Such dominance, truly befitting of a cultivator from the Li family. A powerful dynasty 1,000 years ago, now a leading cultivation family, the Li family's heritage has indeed stood the test of time with their spirit. White garment astonishing Xuan looks so calm. Who exactly is he? It couldn't be Lu Yuanjun, could it? Lu Yuanjun no longer needs to wear a mask. It seems Great Abyss Gate has nurtured another remarkable talent. I think he might be a peak master or an elder of Great Abyss Gate. Standing on the city wall, Guli, with a hint of contempt beneath her veil, thought to herself that he was not an elder, but a genius even more formidable than Lu Yuanjun. Before entering Great Abyss Gate, her father had often mentioned Lu Yuanjun, lamenting that he would become a pivotal figure in the future of the Qi cultivation realm. She was always unconvinced, feeling that she was not inferior. Why didn't her father praise her? Though she had not met Lu Yuanjun, deep down she believed any genius would seem mediocre in front of Fang Wang and not worth mentioning. Listening to the discussions around her, Guli's worries faded, replaced by anticipation. Fang Wang will surely win. Tang Qingfeng stared intently at Fang Wang without speaking, and from his expression, it was difficult to guess what was on his mind. The woman in white beside him muttered. His build looks fine, but who knows if the face behind the mask is good-looking. Li Hongang's body exuded a visible aura. He suddenly rose into the air. Without relying on a magic artifact. The long saber planted in the earth trembled for several moments before shooting out, its handle fitting smoothly into his right hand. With the long saber in hand, Li Honggang fixed his gaze on Fang Wang. His cloak fluttered, and his hair danced as if possessed. Fang Wang's mask revealed his eyes, and within his pupils, the figure of Li Honggang seemed to burn with flames, gradually merging with the scorching sun in the sky. Li Honggang continued to rise until he could look down upon Fang Wang. In that moment, he was like the blazing sun in the sky, his aura reaching its zenith. It even extended along the saber blade, forming a terrifying sword Qi more than 30 feet long. Under the blazing sun's illumination, this sword Qi began to ignite. Fang Wang raised his sword, with the tip pointing upwards, the blade horizontal in front of him. Sword forms began to condense around his body. 1 sword, 3 swords, 9 swords, 12 swords. This spectacle further excited the observing cultivators. For a cultivator, the pursuit of swordsmanship is paramount. The fame of the Jinghong divine sword art in the cultivation world is not small. Back then, Yang Yuanzi had used the sword technique to penetrate Green Cicada Valley and emerge unscathed. That battle still excites many cultivators to this day. This was also the reason why Yang Yuanzi could inherit the Great Abyss Gate's secret technique, the 9 Heavens Azure Thunder sword formation. As the number of sword forms around Fang Wang surpassed 24, even sword cultivators began to count them on the city walls. 32 swords. The Jinghong 32 sword technique indeed. Someone shouted fervently, his hand clutching the sheath trembling. 32 swords circled around Fang Wang, all aiming at Li Honggang. The combined might of the 32 swords lent Fang Wang an awe-inspiring aura, in no way inferior to Li Honggang. No wonder my son died at your hand, white garment astonishing swan. Let me see just how powerful your 32 swords are. Li Honggang raised his saber, pointing it diagonally at Fang Wang with a commanding gaze. The aura of the Jinghong 32 swords was genuinely strong, but feeling Fang Wang's momentum, Li Honggang had a bold thought. The opponent might not have reached the spirit elixir realm. This conjecture shocked him, seemed incredible, and even a fear he never felt before arose from the depths of his heart. To possess such aura without having reached the spirit elixir realm, he was undoubtedly a talent more terrifying than Li Hongshuang. He could not fathom how high Li Hongshuang might climb, much less predict how high the limit for white garment astonishing swan could be. Such a terrifying existence, if he held any grudges against the Li family, would surely be a disaster for them. He must be killed. A fearsome killing intent flashed in Li Hongang's eyes, his aura suddenly increased, and the flames on the long saber surged. 32 swords? Fang Wang's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with a trace of disdain. Fang Wang's right wrist twisted, the sword blade aiming at his brow, his eyes piercingly sharp. Boom! Fang Wang's momentum surged violently, and 4 swords appeared out of thin air around him, forming a large circle with 36 swords suspended around him. The enhancement of each layer of the Jinghong Divine Sword art was not just about increasing the number of swords, the sword intent and sword force also grew accordingly. The further it progressed, the addition of each new sword brought a remarkably different might. With 36 swords unveiled, Fang Wang's sword force soared to the skies, causing cultivators even far away at the southern city gate to be startled, with many of their swords trembling in hand. Gu Li's sword case on her back trembled as well. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the day when all the life spirit treasures of Great Abyss Gate were out of control. Her own life spirit treasure had been similarly affected. Could it have been because of him back then? Gu Li thought of the day Fang Wang hurried back. Could it be? Her eyes on Fang Wang turned even more fervent, filled with anticipation. Jinghong 36 swords. Tang Qingfeng spoke with deliberate pauses, uttering 6 words, his expression solemn. All the cultivators around the southern city gate were deeply moved, holding down their own swords while looking excitedly at Fang Wang. Li Honggang was also scared, panic evident in his eyes. 36 swords. How could it be possible? Li Honggang's mind was shaken, his qi and blood tumultuous. At that moment, intense fear surged into his heart. He shouted angrily and slashed with his saber. A nearly 50 feet long slash of flaming saber qi swept the half sky, creating a terrifying sea of fire condensed into a huge sun-like fireball that rapidly enveloped Fang Wang. Fang Wang's eyes narrowed sharply as he swung his sword forward. The 36 swords fell like a rain of blades, moving like thunder and unstoppable as floodwaters. In a flash, Fang Wang seemed to be controlling not just 36 swords, but 360. Boom! The relentless sword rain swept across, scattering the blazing sun's flames with a dominantly tyrannical force, leaving Li Honggang with wide eyes, his robe torn to shreds by the sword qi, unable to react in time. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators, Fang Wang swung his sword, and the Jinghong 36 sword's power doubled, forcibly dispersing Li Honggang's scorching sun slaughter sword before they could even clearly see Li Honggang's response. He was engulfed by the sword rain. The vast sword rain swept across the skies of Haixia City, extending for miles before dissipating, leaving behind a magnificent stream of qi currents as a spectacle in the air. When the sword rain had passed, there was no sign of Li Honggang in the sky, only his long saber remained, and a spirit pill the size of a chicken egg, which was entirely red and still burning with fierce flames. The long saber slowly fell, disintegrating into smoke as it descended. The dispersal of the life spirit treasure meant that its master was dead. As Li Honggang's spirit pill hit the ground, Fang Wang turned around, transformed into a streak of white rainbow and departed, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Haixia City fell into dead silence. White garment astonishing Xuanhuan. A man exclaimed excitedly, breaking the silence, and a thunderous cheer rose throughout the city. Li Honggang's son, the young man in purple, and other members of the Li family stood in front of the city gate, staring blankly at the scene. With a thud, the young man in purple knelt on the ground, utterly disheartened. My heavens! 36 swords. Does the Jinghong Divine Sword art really have 36 swords? Such a powerful sword technique. I thought it would be a great battle, but I didn't expect Li Honggang couldn't withstand a single move. Who exactly is White Garment Astonishing Swan? To slay a spirit elixir realm. 3rd layer with a single sword, isn't it too inconceivable? Another prodigy has emerged from Great Abyss Gate. As all the cultivators exclaimed in shock, Gu Li looked in the direction Fang Wang had left, the corners of her mouth under her veil slightly curving upward. Having witnessed Fang Wang's instant kill of Li Honggang with a single sword, she felt no shock but thought it was only natural. Father, you said that when a true prodigy appears, everyone else pales in comparison. I have really met one, Gu Li quietly thought, then turned and left. Fang Wang's strength did not crush her spirit but instead made her eager to return to her sect to cultivate. Tang Qingfeng watched the horizon and remarked. Xian, go to Great Abyss Gate. With the unveiling of the Jinghong 36 swords, the world is about to change dramatically. It seems this hidden dragon of Great Abyss is truly set to soar. The woman in white beside him was still in shock, her gaze vacant, unable to snap back to reality. Under the bright daylight, the airflow above Haixia City lingered for a long time, as if the sword and tent of white garment astonishing Xuan was deeply etched in the hearts of all who witnessed the battle, indelible. Chapter 34, The Five Poisons of the North, Lu Yuan Jun. Above the mountain range, a white rainbow streaked across the sky, the white light gradually dissipating as the speed dropped, revealing the figure of Fang Wang. No longer employing the white rainbow evasion technique and riding on his flying sword, he let out a sigh of relief behind his mask. It seemed as if he killed Li Honggang with a single move, but in reality, it consumed half of his spiritual power, so he dared not keep using the white rainbow evasion technique, in case he encountered an attack later on. The Solaris scripture is indeed powerful, allowing me, at the fourth level of the soul sculpting realm, to kill in a second someone in the full strength of the spirit elixir realm third layer using only half of my spiritual power. Fang Wang thought silently, feeling that he was quite well-rounded at present, yet if he were to point out a weakness, it would be the lack of techniques aimed at souls and sealing techniques. As he flew on with the sword control technique, he quietly summed everything up, the breeze blowing against his white garment, fully embodying the spirit of a sword cultivator. Ever since he entered the Great Abyss Gate, Fang Wang had never truly exerted all his strength, he had never used his life spirit treasure, and the Nine Dragons' divine transformation art was kept as his ace in the hole. Through this battle, Fang Wang could be certain that his strength was far above the spirit elixir realm third layer, but as for how high his limit was, it was still unclear. The spiritual power of the spirit elixir realm was indeed higher than that of the soul sculpting realm, and even though Fang Wang used Solaris' spiritual power, he was startled for a moment by Li Honggang's spirit elixir realm spiritual power. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask at the time. He came flying on his sword, swung his sword to kill, and then flew away again. Fang Wang silently gave himself a perfect score in his heart, feeling that he had fully embraced the persona of a master, which would surely spark a following within the Great Abyss Gate. He continued on his journey. The world around him grew increasingly desolate. Fang Wang seemed to sense something, lifted his eyes, and saw ahead of him dense forests, with towering peaks standing like spikes, magnificent and desolate in their beauty. Atop 5 high peaks stood a figure each. These 5 individuals were clad in the attire of Green Cicada Valley, their bodies crawling with poisonous insects and surrounded by a fog of poison, horrifying and terrifying. Green Cicada Valley. Fang Wang slowed down and gripped the hilt of his Qingjun sword at his waist. White garment astonishing Xuan, you killed the disciples of Green Cicada Valley. Do you acknowledge your crimes? A cold female voice echoed through the mountains like the Grim Reaper announcing the end for mortals. Fang Wang snorted. Green Cicada Valley slaughtered the Taiyuan sect. Disciples, so do you recognize your crimes? The aura these 5 exuded made him feel the danger, but he was not afraid. It was a good opportunity to test how powerful his 9 Dragons' divine transformation art was. Seeing Fang Wang's obstinate attitude, the 5 cultivators of Green Cicada Valley took to the air, closing in on him. The toxic fog around them expanded, causing the trees below to quickly wither, a ghastly sight. Spirit elixir realm. Fang Wang instantly gauged the cultivation level of the 5, realizing that even as Green Cicada Valley was competing with other sects for the inheritance of the Jihao sect, they could still afford to send 5 people to intercept him, truly worthy of being one of the 9 great sects. Do you wish to die in your attempt to harm a Taiyuan sect disciple? An icy shout suddenly came through, followed by Fang Wang feeling an immensely powerful aura sweeping in from the horizon. He turned his head to look and saw a figure atop a bolt of lightning, arriving with great speed. It was a handsome man garbed in the robes of a Taiyuan sect disciple, wearing a purple crown with 2 strands of long hair beside his cheeks. His features were handsome and sharp, his eyes bright and spirited, a treasured sword at each side of his waist, and a golden ring floating behind him, emitting a faint golden light. Lu Yuan Jun. A female demonic cultivator of Green Cicada Valley spat out the name through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this name, Fang Wang's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Lu Yuan Jun raced over on his lightning, stopping in front of Fang Wang, alone confronting the 5 spirit elixir realm demonic cultivators. His right hand rested on his sword scabbard, his chin lifted slightly as he looked down on the 5, saying, "The Qi cultivation realm is about to face great upheaval. I don't wish to kill you, so as not to affect the cooperation between our sects. At these words, the 5 demonic cultivators stopped, exchanging glances and silent communication with each other. Fang Wang observed Lu Yuanjun's silhouette, internally assessing the man's aura. Very strong. Clearly, he was not in the same league as the 5 demonic cultivators in front of him. Li Honggang couldn't even compare. Why had Lu Yuanjun come? Fang Wang's eyes flickered, his mind raced with numerous conjectures. I didn't expect the Great Abyss Gate to send you out. Fine, that'll save Lu Yuanjun's face for you, but if we encounter him next time, we certainly won't let it go so easily. An elder from the Green Cicada Valley coldly snorted, and after speaking, swept his sleeve and left. The other 4 glared maliciously at Fang Wang for a moment before following the elder's departure. Their exit was quick, vanishing out of sight in less than 3 breaths' time. Lu Yuanjun turned to face Fang Wang, his expression warm and sunny as he smiled and said, "Junior brother Fang, you truly possess great skill, killing a cultivator from the spirit elixir realm while in the soul sculpting realm. Since the dawn of the Great Abyss Gate, not a single disciple has been as powerfully unprecedented as you." Hearing Lu Yuanjun use his surname, Fang Wang understood that Guang Qiushan had sent him. The news of Fang Wang inheriting the white garment astonishing Xuan's 36th sword technique hadn't spread. Although the Fang residence was nearly annihilated by the cultivators under Lu Yuanjun, he did not assign anyone to monitor Fang Wang, probably fearing that making a big fuss over the matter. Fang Wang spoke up. "Thank you, senior brother Lu, for the rescue." Lu Yuanjun waved his hand and said, "Those 5 fellows are the 5 poisons of the north from Green Cicada Valley, each of them is at the 5th to 8th level of the spirit elixir realm. Don't regard their fierce reputation too highly, for with junior brother Fang's talent, in less than 20 years, no, perhaps in less than 10 years, slaying them will be as effortless as butchering chickens and slaughtering dogs." His gaze on Fang Wang was full of admiration, and his smile grew even warmer. It had to be said, if not for knowing the true background of the night the Fang residence was destroyed, Fang Wang would genuinely believe that this senior brother was quite admirable, his words making Fang Wang feel comfortable and his eyes and expressions seeming genuine. "Senior brother exaggerates. Ha ha, junior brother is modest, I understand. Let's go, I'll escort you back. These are the sect leader's direct orders. Once we return to the Great Abyss Gate, if you encounter any trouble in the future or want to learn something or need anything, just come to me at any time." Lu Yuanjun laughed heartily, his tone bold and generous. Fang Wang feigned hesitation and said, "Senior brother, may I not return for now? I've discovered a blessed land which might hide some secret. I want to study it for a while and return to the Great Abyss Gate in a few months." He refrained from mentioning Fang Hanyu, fearing that Lu Yuanjun would immediately request to go to the Fang realm, as, after all, in terms of healing, the Great Abyss Gate would certainly be more convenient. Talking about a fortuitous opportunity was an easier excuse to give. For cultivators, opportunities matter the most. Even among sect members, they wouldn't disturb each other's fortunes, or rule throughout the cultivation world. Interfering with someone's opportunity was as egregious as killing one's parents, an unforgivable act that left no common ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanjun slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "Junior brother, is that opportunity worthy of risking yourself?" Fang Wang nodded. Seeing this, Lu Yuanjun pulled a stack of talisman papers from his storage bag and casually tossed them to Fang Wang. The papers were bundled together by 2 red strings, so they didn't scatter. "These are high-quality talismans, just pour your spiritual power into them, and they will explode after 3 breaths. Their combined power can kill a great cultivator in the 9th level of the spirit elixir realm. Of course, you have to be close for it to work. Junior brother possesses extraordinary strength and has your own strong will, so I won't disturb you further. Take these, I will pursue and engage the 5 poisons of the north for a few days, preventing them from turning back to trouble you." After speaking, Lu Yuanjun turned and left, moving even faster than the 5 poisons of the north. Very decisive. Without any hesitation, Fang Wang looked at the talisman papers in his hand, recalling Zhou Xue's evaluation of Lu Yuanjun. This person indeed possessed a charismatic personality, never one for empty words, just action. If not for the enmity with his family, Fang Wang would indeed owe him a debt of gratitude. Fang Wang didn't dwell on it further and continued to fly away using his sword control technique. In the following days, he didn't fly directly to the Fang realm but made a few large circles around the vicinity, spending several days tossing away the talisman papers Lu Yuanjun gave him in a forest before finally rushing to the Fang realm. Late that night, Fang Wang returned to the Fang realm, opening the mountain gate mechanism and entering the cave passage. Once the mountain gate closed, he settled down to rest directly in the cave corridor, to prevent Lu Yuanjun from discovering the Fang realm. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan came to the cave corridor and, upon seeing his figure, was immediately overjoyed. She rushed over, asking, "Fang Wang, you've returned, did you win?" Fang Wang opened his eyes and smiled. "I barely managed to win, but it took a great toll on me, so I rested here last night." Xuanhuan surveyed him, marveling in amazement. "You're truly impressive, defeating a cultivator from the spirit elixir realm after just 1 year of cultivation. Not to mention Fang Hanyu's talent is also astonishing. Just what is the origin of your Fang family?" Hearing this, Fang Wang stood up, smiling as he asked, "Oh? Has Hanyu indeed perfected something?" Chapter 35, Fang Family Trio 1. Fang Hanyu's talent is exaggerated. When Zhou Xue spoke, Fang Wang didn't question her, but instead felt full of expectation. After all, Fang Hanyu had fitted the absolute hard evil eye, a pair of eyes meticulously prepared by Green Cicada Valley, and Zhou Xue had mentioned that after the eye transplant, Fang Hanyu would be reborn from the ashes, his talent far surpassing that of his past self. Even though he believed it, witnessing Fang Hanyu's talent firsthand still shocked him. At noon, Fang Wang and Fang Hanyu were sparring beside the lake. A month had passed, and Fang Hanyu's cultivation had improved by another level. Now, with his covering cloth removed and his figure darting back and forth, his eyes shone with blood-red light. Because his movements were so fast, they seemed like 2 streaks of blood rapidly extending and moving, eliciting occasional exclamations from the demon beasts watching from a distance. Fang Wang wasn't fighting in earnest, just acting as a sparring partner. He felt Fang Hanyu's reaction speed could now match that of the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Whenever he increased the intensity of his attacks, Fang Hanyu would adapt and keep up after a short while, but most importantly, he could quickly learn the sword techniques Fang Wang used. Is this the absolute hard evil eye? Fang Wang grew more interested in Fang Hanyu's eyes, starting to perform the basic sword techniques of the Jinghong Divine Sword Art. When he performed the Jinghong Divine Sword Art, it seemed as though he was directly condensing sword shapes, but it wasn't that simple in reality. Normally, the Jinghong Divine Sword Art required sword techniques as guidance. It was because he had reached the great perfection realm that he could integrate his knowledge and make it seem simple. The sword technique for each strike of the Jinghong Divine Sword Art was different. As Fang Wang's sword techniques began to change, Fang Hanyu also started to imitate. Their movements were almost synchronized. What did this mean? It meant Tnat Rang Hanyu's insight was extremely strong, especially MSI's, which moved too fast, making it dizzying to watch. Upon closer inspection, Fang Hanyu's pupils were blood red, and his eyeballs were green. At first glance, he appeared like a ferocious ghost, extremely terrifying. It couldn't be denied that after fitting the absolute hard evil eye, Fang Hanyu's entire demeanor had changed, now more aggressive than before, giving Fang Wang the impression he was someone from a demonic cult. A full half-hour passed. Fang Hanyu stopped, half kneeling on the ground, resting on his sword, breathing heavily, his back soaked with sweat by now. Standing in front of him, Fang Wang looked down and asked, "How much have you learned?" "I've memorized all of it, but haven't fully mastered it yet," Fang Hanyu gasped, lifting his eyes to meet Fang Wang's, his expression spirited. The sunlight shining on the two of them made Xuanhuan feel somewhat dazed. She had a premonition that in 100 years, these two would be renowned throughout the Qi. Fang Wang extended his hand, and Fang Hanyu smiled, reaching out to grab it, and was pulled up. "Your eyes are no simple matter. Apart from the boost in talent, the enhancement to your body is also massive. Right, any movement I see seems very slow, and for some reason, I can remember everything after just one glance, with my body able to smoothly imitate the actions. The only issue is that I uncontrollably develop an urge to kill, which I'll need to control in the future. Incredible, with experiences and transformations like yours, you'd definitely be the protagonist in a story. Protagonist? Yes. From now on, you, Zhou Xue, and I will be the three protagonists of the Fang family. Zhou Xue will be in charge of strategy and running the Fang family. You'll be responsible for killing enemies, sweeping away all before us. A trio like this in stories can often achieve great things. And what about you? I'll be responsible for being invincible. Though Xuanhuan was left speechless, he felt exceedingly excited inside, feeling a sense of recognition. The first batch of disciples from the Fang family who started cultivation all followed Fang Wang and Zhou Xue. He had been a genius from the start of his martial training, but after beginning cultivation, he couldn't catch up with the two of them and had always felt frustrated inside. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Fine. From now on, whoever the two of you want me to kill, I will kill, no questions asked." With green irises and red pupils, plus long hair slightly disheveled, even in broad daylight, Xuanhuan had the aura of a ghost among men. Continue your training, and strive until you can achieve spiritual refinement. Fang Wang chuckled softly. He was in no hurry to return to the Great Abyss Gate, for the spiritual energy of Fang realm was not inferior to that of his cave abode. It would be better to cultivate Xuanhuan here. After returning to the Great Abyss Gate, Xuanhuan could then train other Fang family disciples. With this, he would have a group of trustworthy and capable people at the Great Abyss Gate. The next step was to focus on growth, to become stronger himself and to strengthen his kinsmen, and then challenge Lu Yuanjun. Lu Yuanjun was not merely a genius, he was powerful in his own right, and undoubtedly, the power behind him was profound. Thinking of this, Fang Wang was filled with fighting spirit. Amidst the mountains and fields, an inn was situated by a big river. Cultivators were seen landing from time to time, and just as many were departing. The inn was quite large, with 3 floors, and smoke from cooking rose in the air. At the moment, in the center of the first floor, a scholar-dressed middle-aged man held a folding fan and spoke with passionate ardor. In the battle at Haixia City, White Garment Astonishing Swan annihilated Li Honggang with a single sword strike, and his astonishing sword Qi lingered long in the sky. His strike seemed to sever karmic ties, but in reality, it ignited the pursuit of the sword Dao among cultivators of the world. A fox-faced man in white, astonishing as he rises among mortals. As his words fell, the surrounding cultivators cheered in unison, the exploits of the White Garment Astonishing Swan always stirring their blood. At a corner table, Fang Wang's father, sighed. White Garment Astonishing Swan is truly formidable. I didn't expect the cultivation world to be as thrilling as the martial world. Zhou Xue, sitting opposite him wearing a bamboo hat, smiled slightly and said, "White Garment Astonishing Swan is indeed formidable. With such a genius, the Great Abyss Gate could truly soar, and our Fang family can also benefit from it." A curious young man beside them asked, "Sister, have you ever met the White Garment Astonishing Swan?" Zhou Xue shook her head and said, "How could I have the chance to meet someone like that? Enough about him. The name of White Garment Astonishing Swan has spread far and wide. We better be careful lest his enemies overhear us and think we're related." The young man shrank his neck at those words, while the disapproving gaze of the elders was cast upon him. "How much farther to Fang realm?" asked Fang Yin. Zhou Xue replied, "Before we go to Fang realm, we need to visit another place first to prepare for the construction of Fang realm and to enhance the Fang family's combat strength." Hearing this, the Fang family members displayed no concern, instead showing eager anticipation. Since leaving Fang residence under Zhou Xue's leadership for several months, they were thoroughly convinced by her actions, and even the elders deferred to her. Fang Yin let out a sigh. "It's been a long time since I've seen that boy, Fang Wang. He's always been full of ideas since he was young. I hope he doesn't offend anyone at the Great Abyss Gate." The others consoled him, praising Fang Wang for being sensible. Zhou Xue smiled and remained silent, quietly lifting her teacup and savoring the aroma. At Fang realm, by the lake, Fang Wang was meditating, gathering qi while keeping an eye on Fang Hanyu, who was facing the lake, cultivating. Spiritual energy formed a mist around him, gathering with the intention of shaping a dragon, but at this point, it looked more like a swollen python. The absolute heart evil eye is indeed formidable. This kid has already caught a glimpse of the threshold, Fang Wang thought. No wonder Zhou Xue went to such lengths to collect so many eyes. It was truly powerful. Had he not witnessed Fan Hanyu going mad, almost embarking on a killing spree, he might have been tempted to acquire a pair of absolute heart evil eyes himself. Roquefort months prior, one night while cultivating, Fan Hanyu suddenly succumbed to a heart demon, intending to slaughter the mythical creatures within Fang realm. Fortunately, Fang Wang had stopped him in time, knocking him unconscious. Since then, Fan Hanyu had not been possessed again, but the incident left a seed of worry in Fang Wang's heart. What kind of life spirit treasure will Fang Hanyu create after obtaining the ADS-01 Uda Heart Evil Ieg? Fang Wang was 100k wanting Rorwara WITN anticipation. 5 months had passed since his return to Fang realm. Fang Wang's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the soul sculpting realm, while Fan Hanyu had reached the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm and was about to break through to the 9th. Once he reached the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm, Fang Wang would take him back to the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang believed that with his own talent, Guang Qiuxian should be able to accept Fan Hanyu and provide a way to suppress the heart demon. After a while, the mist dispersed from around Fan Hanyu, and he turned to Fang Wang, sighing. Fang Wang, this technique is too difficult to master. How many levels have you reached? Can you show me? Fang Wang laughed and said, even if I show you, you won't understand. This technique is quite extraordinary. After all, it's a legacy of Jihao sect. Stop prying, you wouldn't want to frighten yourself. Chapter 36, Contribution Rankings. Hearing Fang Wang's words, Fan Hanyu pondered and chose to trust Fang Wang. The commotion caused by the Jihao sect was too great. It was best for him to remain unaware to avoid trouble. Fang Hanyu took a deep breath and then said, Fang Wang, you are already 17 years old, right? If you hadn't started cultivation, Uncle Five would likely have celebrated your birthday for you. Fang Wang laughed and said, we are pursuing eternal life, so why care about a birthday? In the future, we are going to live for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. Only those anniversaries are worth celebrating. A smile appeared on Fan Hanyu's face as he began to chat with him about the past. Time passed quickly during their days at the Fang residence. Another month had gone by, and Fan Hanyu had reached the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. His rapid progress was proof enough of the power of the absolute heart evil eye, compelling Fang Wang to decide to return to the Great Abyss Gate. Before leaving, Fang Wang reminded Xuanhuan to go out as little as possible and wait for Zhou Xue to return. The Fang residence was now well developed, with lakeside pavilions and many spiritual herbs and flowers planted along the cliff walls, and the spiritual energy was continuously increasing. Rest assured, we won't act recklessly, Xuanhuan nodded and said. After the incident with Li Honggang, she decided to cultivate diligently and not always rely on others for protection. Fang Wang didn't say much and left with Fan Hanyu. To conceal the absolute heart evil eye, Fan Hanyu put the white cloth strip back on, covering his eyes. He had cultivated spiritual sense and could perceive the world with it. Thus, Fang Wang and he left the Fang residence and flew away on a sword. Along the way, Fang Wang considered teaching the white rainbow evasion technique, so he increased the speed, and Fan Hanyu did his best to keep up. For cultivators, traveling from the western borders of the Qi Dynasty to the Great Abyss Gate only took a few days. The closer they got, the fewer demonic cultivators they encountered, and when they donned the robes of the Taiyuan sect disciples, they met no trouble on the road. 4 days later, the two of them returned to the Great Abyss Gate using their disciple tokens as a guide. Upon returning to the Great Abyss Gate, they didn't part ways. Fang Wang took Fan Hanyu straight to the main peak and visited the sect leader at the Xuanhuan Hall. Come in. The doors to Xuanhuan Hall opened, and the voice of Guang Qiuxian emanated from within. Fang Wang and his companion immediately entered the hall. Inside, Guang Qiuxian was meditating on a cushion, eyes closed, seeming like a celestial immortal with an aura of immortality and Taoist bones. After Fang Wang paid his respects, he recounted Fang Hanyu's experiences without any concealment, including the bestowal of the absolute heart evil eye by Zhou Xue. This was the result of his consultation with Zhou Xue, who had instructed him to tell the truth, as she had her ways to handle the situation. Guang Qiuxian hadn't listened for long before he opened his eyes, his brows furrowed and his gaze grew cold. As the sect leader, how could he remain indifferent to the torture his disciple had endured? After Fang Wang finished speaking, Guang Qiuxian slowly said, "The absolute heart evil eye, like the heavenly Gangxing Tizhen Gong, was created by the ancients based on primordial physiques and possesses the effect of defying fate. Green Cicada Valley has had the cultivation method for the absolute heart evil eye for a century but never succeeded. I didn't expect you to succeed. It seems the mastermind behind Zhou Xue is no ordinary person. In a lifetime of cultivation, apart from the sect, one needs the help of many benefactors. The Great Abyss Gate respects the fortuity of every disciple. The absolute heart evil eye is considered part of the demonic path, but it doesn't entirely belong to Green Cicada Valley." Guang Qiuxian waved his sleeve and a jade slip flew out, landing in Fang Hanyu's hands. He said, "This is my decree. Go to the cultivation technique hall and retrieve the clear heart mantra to effectively suppress your innate urge to kill." Fang Hanyu quickly nodded and said, "Thank you, sect leader. From now on, continue to cover your eyes to avoid unnecessary trouble. And I'm not talking about simply being ostracized by fellow disciples, but rather being discovered by Green Cicada Valley. You must understand that there will always be spies from the demonic path within the righteous sects," Guang Qiuxian warned. Fang Hanyu acknowledged with a nod and saw Guang Qiuxian wave his hand as a sign to leave, and so he paid his respects and took his leave. Only Fang Wang and Guang Qiuxian remained in the hall. Guang Qiuxian showed a smile, no longer maintaining the formal demeanor of the sect leader. He glared at Fang Wang and huffed, "You scoundrel, just 1 year since you joined and already you've stirred up so much trouble. I sent Lu Yuanjun to pick you up, yet you didn't return?" Fang Wang replied helplessly, "Sect leader, I had no choice. When my clansmen are suffering, I cannot simply ignore them." White Garment Astonishing Swan, what a prestigious name, even grander than when Lu Yuanjun rose to fame, the sect leader said with evident joy. "As the sect leader, I'm naturally thrilled. Your reputation will benefit the Great Abyss Gate. However, from a personal standpoint, I hope you won't be reckless. Concentrate on your cultivation. Too many talents perish early, and only those who survive can become the powerhouses of their time." Guang Qiuxian spoke earnestly. Fang Wang nodded and replied, "Thank you for the guidance, sect leader." He then planned to spend time accumulating his cultivation level. The Astonishing Swan 36 Sword Techniques, TSK, you've already surpassed your master, ha ha ha. When you see your master next time, you should try to please him. He's a bit petty. Back when I was chosen as sect leader, he was upset for a very long time, ignoring me for 10 full years." Guang Qiuxian began to share his past with Yang Yuanzi, painting him as a petty and straightforward junior brother. Fang Wang listened intently, all the while analyzing the true relationship between the two. After a long time, once Guang Qiuxian had said his piece, still seemingly having more to say, Fang Wang asked, "Sect leader, who is Brother Lu's master? Is he a piqued master of a lineage?" Guang Qiuxian stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Lu Yuanjun has 2 masters. One is the piqued master of a lineage, and the other is me." "What about?" Fang Wang said with a smile. "After meeting Brother Lu, I found him to be truly a good person. I'm certain he can become a great sect leader in the future. However, sect leader, you also wish to groom me as the next sect leader, which leaves me in a difficult position." He was probing. Guang Qiuxian responded with a smile, "To become sect leader, it takes more than just being a good person. A capable sect leader must withstand intense competition, be powerful enough to command respect, and have the ability to lead. If you wish to compete, I can privately offer you more support than Lu Yuanjun." But you need prestige. At the very least, the disciples of the sect must believe you have the qualifications to contend with him. When the entire Great Abyss Gate feels that you are more suitable than Lu Yuanjun to be the sect leader, that will be the time for me to concede the position to you. You don't have to worry about your relationship with Lu Yuanjun. A sect cannot have only one strong individual. Losing the position of sect leader doesn't mean a complete fallout. Just like your master and me, regardless of who wins or loses, both of you are pillars of the next generation within the Tai Yuan sect. Guang Qiuxian gave many instructions and also imparted his experience on how to vie for the position of the chief disciple. Half an hour later, Fang Wang left Xuanhuan Hall and flew towards the sect's main city. Along the way, he pondered Guang Qiuxian's words. Although Guang Qiuxian appeared to be supportive, he was in fact instilling a concept: no matter the competition, keep the harmony. This indicated that Lu Yuanjun held significant weight in Guang Qiuxian's mind. Even if Fang Wang was the Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, Guang Qiuxian was reluctant to give up on Lu Yuanjun. From a disciple's perspective, such a sect leader would be admirable. However, for Fang Wang's standpoint, it was a major obstacle, for it was impossible for him to be amicable with Lu Yuanjun. If it wasn't for Zhou Xue's rebirth, he, lacking the sword control technique, would have surely fallen in a desperate battle, perishing on the night his residence was destroyed, along with everyone in the Fang residence. He could not dispel the resentment in his heart until this vengeance was avenged. Fortunately, Fang Wang had long known that the destruction of his home was orchestrated by Lu Yuanjun. Otherwise, he might have been tormented by Lu Yuanjun's warmth. He contended for the position of the chief disciple not for power but to surpass Lu Yuanjun. When the day came for him to draw his sword on Lu Yuanjun, the entire sect would have no choice but to silently acknowledge or tolerate it. Upon entering the city, Fang Wang flew towards the task hall. The task hall was the liveliest place in the city, a 9-story building bustling with disciples coming and going. Fang Wang sheathed his sword, disembarked, and entered the task hall. He was there to hand in the head of Li Hongshuang. Within the Great Abyss Gate, aside from the basic treatment for disciples, if one wished to improve their cultivation abode, obtain cultivation techniques, elixirs, magic artifacts, etc., it all depended on contribution. Contributions were earned through various tasks, ranging from slaying great demonic cultivator leaders to cultivating medicinal herbs. Different tasks had different contribution values, as recorded in the cultivation guidelines. Even the most talented disciples needed to complete tasks continually to build their reputation, especially since higher-ranking advancements were greatly influenced by contributions. In the process of completing tasks, disciples would increasingly bind their loyalties to the sect, even if they were spies from the demonic path. Killing too many demonic cultivators for the sect would make their return difficult. Entering the main hall, he was greeted by the spaciousness of the grand chamber. As soon as he walked in, he saw 10 pillars, 9 of which encircled a central, massive column. Each pillar displayed glowing characters, the names and contribution scores of the disciples. The contribution columns recorded the contribution rankings of the disciples from each lineage, including elders. The massive central column was the overall contribution ranking of the entire Great Abyss Gate. Those who were listed on the main column were the strong members of the sect. The presence of the contribution columns also served as a means to elevate the reputation of diligent disciples so their silent contributions wouldn't remain unrecognized. Chapter 37, The Identity in White, the Emperor's Cultivation. Senior Brother Fang, have you returned to complete a task? A surprised voice came from beside him, prompting Fang Wang to turn his head and look. Fang Wang observed the other's face, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, You're here too, what a coincidence. This time, his departure from the Great Abyss Gate seemed to have lasted only a few months, but including the time he spent practicing the 9 dragons. Divine transformation art, he had actually been away for 200 years. Aside from those close to him, he couldn't remember people he had only met once or twice. The other person came up and chatted with him warmly. As they talked, Fang Wang remembered, the person was none other than Zhou Bo, who was always very enthusiastic whenever they met. After chatting for a good while, Fang Wang finally found an opportunity to excuse himself. He glanced at the main pillar and saw that Lu Yuanjun's name had entered the top 20. It should be noted that most of the names above were those of peak masters and elders who had lived for several hundreds of years. Fang Wang made his way to the 4th floor and found the study where the elder of the task hall resided. As a direct disciple, he could meet the elder directly. The study was large, filled with numerous magic artifacts. Against the wall stood several bookcases loaded with countless books and jade slips. Fang Wang, right? The first disciple in the history of the Great Abyss Gate to become a direct disciple upon entry. I've been very curious about you. From now on, you can call me Elder Uncle Zhang. Elder Zhang of the task hall said this with a chuckle. He was plump and appeared very amiable, but Fang Wang had seen his name among the top 10 on the main pillar. Elder Uncle Zhang, I have a task to turn in, but I'm afraid the information getting out could endanger my safety. Could it just be recorded without being spread? Fang Wang respectfully requested. Elder Zhang stroked his beard and laughed. Don't worry. The task hall only records contributions and never engages in idle gossip. Besides, I'm handling your case. What do you have to be worried about? Upon hearing this, Fang Wang immediately felt at ease, then pulled out a cloth bag from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. Elder Zhang, however, wasn't scared. He just looked at him with a smile. Fang Wang untied the cloth bag, revealing the head of Li Hongshuang. Aside from the dried blood, it looked as if she had died only a few days ago, with no signs of decay. Elder Zhang took a glance, initially not paying much attention, but then his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this Li Hongshuang? Elder Zhang was startled and quickly picked up Li Hongshuang's head to examine it. After a short while, he lifted his eyes to look at Fang Wang, his expression one of shock as he trembled. Are you the white garment astonishing swan? Seeing the white garment astonishing swan did not surprise him. It was just that the white garment astonishing swan had only joined less than a year ago. A year ago, Fang Wang was only at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Being at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm and sweeping through 51 cultivators of the same realm had already spread among the elder ranks. All peak masters envied Yang Yuanzi for his good luck with such a talented disciple, and even though Elder Zhang was the task hall elder, he too yearned for a genius disciple like Fang Wang. As one gets older and reaches the limit of their cultivation, other than defying the heavens to change their fate, they seek a suitable successor to pass on their will and ensure it continues within the sect for a long time. A year ago, at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, he had executed Li Hongshuang, who was at the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm. What's most crucial was that this event happened a few months ago, and White Garment Astonishing Swan's latest feat was defeating Li Honggang, who was at the 3rd layer of the spirit elixir realm. Elder Zhang had been in this position for 150 years and had heard of all kinds of remarkable achievements. Yet, he was still shaken by Fang Wang. He looked at Fang Wang as if he were staring at a monster. Fang Wang cleared his throat to interrupt Elder Zhang's thoughts, and the elder continued with a sigh and a smile. 25 years ago, when the Li family visited our sect, Li Hongshuang was among them. At that time, the sect leader predicted she had the potential to rival Lu Yuanjun, and the Li family also intended for Li Hongshuang to join our section. It's regrettable that she ultimately joined the Green Cicada Valley, and now it's even more lamentable that she has died at the hands of our sect's disciple. Fang Wang didn't know how to respond, so he could only nod and smile. Afterward, Elder Zhang asked for his disciple token, then recorded the contribution points. Li Hongshuang was a well-known genius in the demonic path, and his task had always been available, meaning that Fang Wang could turn in the task even if he hadn't accepted it beforehand. Besides that, Fang Wang also turned in the task of rescuing Fan Hanyu. When disciples return to the Great Abyss Gate, their tokens are checked. These tokens are connected to a sect-defining magic artifact, and all the task halls are linked to this artifact. In short, Elder Zhang could confirm whether Fan Hanyu had returned. Fang Wang tried to hand over the identity items of other Green Cicada Valley disciples, which had been selected by Zhou Xue. After busying himself for half an hour, Fang Wang finally left. Elder Zhang sat in his chair, struggling to calm his emotions for a long time. White Garment Astonishing Swan, 17 years old, less than 2 years into cultivation and already slaughtering someone at the 3rd layer of the spirit elixir realm, a true monster. No wonder the sect leader values him so highly. I must do something for him. Elder Zhang silently thought. After the shock had passed, his heart surged with infinite anticipation. Before his time was up, could he witness an unprecedented Great Abyss Gate? Elsewhere, Fang Wang arrived on the first floor, where he stopped in his tracks by the main pillar, his gaze turning to the name of Lu Yuanjun. Behind Lu Yuanjun's name was a string of numbers, indicating his contribution points, which amounted to over 3 million. After completing his task, Fang Wang's contribution points were just over 900. Li Honggang was not considered an enemy of the Great Abyss Gate, so he did not fall within the scope of mission objectives. Fang Wang only glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze and continuing on his way. In the Grand Hall, people came and went. Fang Wang seemed unremarkable among the crowd, as unassuming as the names below Lu Yuanjun's, hidden among the multitude. After returning to his cave dwelling, Fang Wang began his cultivation routine. He wasn't lacking in spells, so he focused on cultivation and Qi gathering, aiming to reach the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm as soon as possible. Time flew by. Half a year passed. Fang Wang reached the 6th layer of the soul sculpting realm. Such a breakthrough speed, if known, would certainly cause a huge stir within the Great Abyss Gate. That day, just past noon, Fan Hanyu came for a visit to Fang Wang's dwelling with 6 disciples from the Fang family, their arrival enlivening the place. Seeing his family, Fang Wang was also very happy. After sitting down, they began to share their experiences. They were Fang residents' disciples handpicked by Zhou Xue. Now, even the least advanced among them had reached the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Compared to Fang Wang, they seemed heaven and earth apart, but in reality, cultivation was challenging. Many outer sect disciples from the 9 veins struggled for decades and still found it hard to surpass the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, not to mention reaching the soul sculpting realm. Fang Hanyu had successfully completed his spiritual refinement, his life spirit treasure being a top-grade mysterious elemental spirit, which made the Fang family extremely proud. Fang Wang, however, was somewhat disappointed as anything less than an Earth origin spirit treasure no longer caught his eye. 13th brother, what grade is your life spirit treasure? Asked Fang Xian curiously, with the others following her gaze to Fang Wang. Fang Wang just smiled and looked at Fang Hanyu. Fang Hanyu immediately said, "Don't ask anymore. It's definitely higher than mine, but too high is not good either, as it may attract calamity. Remember, you must not mention Fang Wang's life spirit treasure to outsiders." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded quickly. Fang Hanyu's expression was serious, but inside, he was as anxious as a cat scratching, more curious than anyone else about the grade of Fang Wang's treasure. Alas, the youngster would not reveal a word. Fang Zigang, whose cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, spoke up. "By the way, do you know about the Emperor of Qi joining the Great Abyss Gate for cultivation?" The others began to discuss. "I know, it's already being talked about in the 7th vein. They say that the Qi Dynasty is going to transform into a cultivation dynasty, but who knows if it's true. If the Emperor joins the sect, won't he have to address us as senior brothers and sisters?" TSK, originally I thought that after cultivating, I would transcend imperial power, but now even imperial power has started cultivation. It's said that the Emperor gave up a lot to get the agreement of the Great Abyss Gate. The task hall has released a large number of tasks to mine spirit mines and find spirit veins, and the Emperor must have made concessions there. Hearing their discussions, Fang Wang raised his eyebrows. Zhou Xue had mentioned before that the Qi Dynasty would become a cultivation dynasty. Fang Wang hadn't expected it to happen so soon. On second thought, while the Emperor was now cultivating, it would still take decades of effort before the methods of cultivation were extended to all the people. Zhou Xue suspected that the Shadow Prime Minister might be involved with Lu Yuanjun, and perhaps the Emperor of Qi was involved as well. After all, in the predetermined future, the Emperor of Qi and Lu Yuanjun were close and reached the pinnacle of the Qi cultivation realm together. Now hearing that the Emperor of Qi had joined the Great Abyss Gate, Fang Wang suddenly thought of a possibility. The cultivators who attacked the Fang residents held the soul-burning banner, a ghost instrument used to collect souls. Righteous sects do not permit their disciples to kill commoners indiscriminately. Could it be that, to join the Great Abyss Gate, the emperor was willing to sacrifice commoners to gain Lu Yuanjun's referral? As for why they chose the Fang residence, it was probably opportunistic. On the surface, it seemed like a struggle for power in the royal court, and at most, it would tarnish the emperor with a reputation for cruelty. However, if it was discovered that the emperor wanted to sacrifice the people of an entire city in exchange for the secrets of cultivation, the matter would be serious, and tumult would inevitably ensue throughout the land. Fang Wang remained silent, listening to his family's conversation while sorting through his own thoughts. Chapter 38, Jin Xiao Sect, 9 Veins Combat Method 1. Ultimately, whether it was the Emperor of Qi who chose to sacrifice the Fang residence, or whether it was Lu Yuanjun who chose to slaughter the Fang family, or perhaps it was simply their subordinates who targeted the Fang residence, none of these mattered. The dire peril of the Fang residence's annihilation could not be disentangled from them. Now that the Fang residence was still standing, Fang Wang felt no rush to seek revenge. What he needed to do was to cultivate diligently. Once he was strong enough, no one would be able to shelter his enemies. After chatting for a while, the young disciples of the Fang residence began to discuss affairs of the cultivation world. The turmoil stirred by the Ji Hao sect had subsided. Neither the heavenly Gangsheng Ti Zhengong nor the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art had fallen into anyone's hands, at least not publicly, and all participating sects had suffered casualties. Recently, a mysterious sect known as the Jin Xiao sect has emerged in the cultivation world, said Fang Mo, his face full of admiration. It is said that they entered the scene forcibly when the Great Abyss Gate, Taiqing Gate, Green Cicada Valley, and Ancient Demon Mountain were competing for a magical artifact. A Jin Xiao sect powerhouse, alone, withstood the elders of the 4 sects, seized the magical artifact, and left with it. TSK, now the rumors say that the Qi cultivation realm will no longer consist of the 9 great sects but instead, 10 major sections. Fang Mo clicked his tongue in wonder, his face filled with longing. All of them were young men and women full of vigor. Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves, to become a person of influence worshipped by the masses? Fang Wang also listened with great interest. 2 hours later, as the clan members were preparing to leave, Fang Wang gave them all the spirit stones and spiritual energy pills he had claimed, leaving them deeply moved. After leaving the mountainside retreat, Fang Wang watched them as they left by sword flight. Although only half of them had mastered the technique of sword flight, they were enough to lead the other half down the mountain. The last time they parted, they had to walk down the mountain. Fang Wang felt even more deeply than the young disciples, because for him, it had been far more than a year since they had seen each other. Boom! The door to the adjacent retreat opened. Fang Wang glanced over to see Guli coming out of her retreat. However, she was dressed as if she were going somewhere else, not coming to see Fang Wang. "You've finally come back." With a sword case on her back, Guli walked up to Fang Wang and smiled. She sized him up, her eyes brimming with admiration. Fang Wang asked with a smile, "Miss Gu, are you heading out on a long journey?" Guli nodded and said, "There's a matter with my family. They've called me back." Suddenly, Fang Wang remembered something Zhou Xue had mentioned when he first joined their ranks. In 20 years, the Gu family would cease to exist. If it had been him from before, he certainly wouldn't have cared, but now, after having been acquainted for so long, and with Guli having gone out of her way to look for him, he clearly understood this kindness. The thought that Guli might die alongside her family caused his heart to sink. But thankfully, it was 20 years later. Once Zhou Xue returned, he could inquire more carefully. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Guli left on her flying sword, quickly disappearing into the thick fog surrounding the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang stood in place, gazing into the horizon, lost in thought. If Zhou Xue had not been reborn, he might have already died and would not have met Guli. Similarly, Guli might have perished with her family. Their fates were originally 2 lines that never intersected, but now they had become entwined, which meant that fate could change. However, even Zhou Xue, as powerful as to have ascended to an immortal venerable, had met a demise that wiped both his body and path, forcing him to cultivate anew. Could cultivation truly bring about carefree immortality? Could eternal life truly be attained? After a long time, Fang Wang withdrew his gaze and turned back to his own retreat. The path of immortality was something he had to explore and understand the true meaning of for himself. Seasons changed from spring to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The great abyss gate was once again greeted with heavy snow. Snowflakes filled the sky, and disciples came and went through the snow and fog, appearing small and weak amidst the vast, raging blizzard. Inside the retreat, Fang Wang was practicing his cultivation. 2 years had passed, and he had reached the 8th layer of the soul-sculpting realm. He was now attempting to break through to the 9th layer. The Solaris true fire circled his body, and the heavenly palace halberd was faintly visible above his head. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, flames shooting from them, and a powerful wave of energy burst forth, shaking everything within the retreat. Guli, who lived in the cave dwelling next door, seemed to sense something and opened her eyes to look. He broke through again? Guli was secretly shocked. She had returned last year, but in the year since, she had not seen Fang Wang. Seeing that Fang Wang was in seclusion, she began to cultivate in seclusion herself, not wanting to be left too far behind. She marveled at Fang Wang's talents, but then thought of her father's words and her expression darkened. On the other side, Fang Wang had successfully broken through and stepped into the 9th level of the soul-sculpting realm. He began to run his exercises to regulate his breath. A full 7 days passed before his breath completely stabilized. Now, his spiritual power was about 10 times what it had been when he faced Li Honggang, which greatly boosted his confidence. Exhilarating. Fang Wang did not get up to rest but continued to cultivate. Upon reaching the 9th level of the soul-sculpting realm, he vaguely felt a change in the treasured spirit space within his body. What exactly it was, he did not know, so he wanted to research it. When he first stepped into the soul-sculpting realm, he suspected that he could condense a second life spirit treasure but could not be sure. Half a month later, the bell of the 3rd vein suddenly sounded. Not just the 3rd vein, bells from the other peaks also rang out, waking all the disciples who were cultivating. Fang Wang took out his disciple token. Yan Yuanzi's voice came from it. All disciples, including direct disciples, immediately assemble in front of Qingxin Hall. Fang Wang immediately placed the disciple token into his storage bag, then got up, straightened his robe, and walked out of his cave dwelling with the Qingjun sword in hand. Upon exiting his cave dwelling, he saw Guli. Guli nodded slightly at him and then soared into the sky on her sword. Seeing her leave without saying a word made Fang Wang feel somewhat unaccustomed. He then saw Guli stop in midair, turn her head to look at him, and asked, "Fang's senior brother, why aren't you leaving?" Fang Wang shook his head with a smile and followed her on his flying sword. The two of them flew side by side, heading to the peak of the mountain. Figures were flying out of the 3rd vein, all heading toward the peak in a spectacular scene. Their speed was very fast and they did not interact along the way. They quickly arrived in front of Qingxin Hall. As soon as they landed, a group of disciples surrounded them, led by the eldest disciple, Liu. Fang Wang and Guli were teased by the other disciples. Guli did not retort, making it awkward for Fang Wang to clarify and potentially diminish her. Dignity. Elder senior brother, what's the matter that it's causing such a commotion? Fang Wang found an opportunity to ask. Liu said. It must be the 9 veins combat method. It was originally scheduled for 3 years from now, but because the Qi Dynasty will soon transform into the Cultivation Dynasty, it's been brought forward. It's said that after the end of the 9 veins combat method, there will be a great opportunity. This statement intrigued all the disciples. A great opportunity? Fang Wang was very interested in the 9 veins combat method. As recorded in the Cultivation Handbook, every 10 years, the 9 channels disciples would compete, vying for the ranking of their veins. The higher the rank, the more cultivation resources obtained, and many of the senior disciples had been the strongest in a session of the 9 veins combat method. As one of the 9 great sects, Great Abyss Gate was watched by various sects and noble families. Whoever came to the fore in the 9 veins combat method would rise to fame in the cultivation world. Lu Yuanjun had also made a name for himself in this way. After becoming famous, Great Abyss Gate then announced that he possessed a mid-grade Earth origin spirit treasure, further elevating his reputation. More and more disciples rushed over, none daring to join the conversation of the sword-bearing disciples and direct disciples. The open space in front of Qingxin Hall was forming into various circles. The emperor has arrived, someone uttered, causing everyone to turn their heads to look, including Fang Wang. They saw the emperor of the Qi, dressed in the robe of a sword-wielding disciple, flying over on his sword. He was tall and upright, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The heavy snow could not conceal his figure, and he seemed to emanate a dragon aura, setting him apart from the surrounding disciples. The emperor, named Zhou Xue, had ascended to the throne at the age of 13 and was the third emperor of the Qi Dynasty. Qi Gaozu had founded the nation and died from illness less than a decade later. Zhou Xue's father had ascended the throne at the age of 30, but had died just 2 years into his reign. Therefore, although young, Zhou Xue was already the longest reigning emperor of the Qi Dynasty. As Zhou Xue walked forward under the gaze of the disciples, he arrived in front of Liu, Fang Wang, and the others, raised his hand in salute, and smiled. Zhou Xue pays his respects to all senior brothers and senior sisters. His gaze swept across the crowd, and when it passed over Fang Wang, it did not linger. Liu responded with an enthusiastic smile. Junior brother Zhao, there's no need for such formality. Oh, this is your Fang Wang senior brother. He comes from the Fang State Duke's mansion of Southern Hills City. You should get to know each other better. After all, there was once a subject status involved. Zhao Xun then turned his gaze to Fang Wang, showing a warm smile, and said, "The State Duke of Fang has made numerous military accomplishments for the Qi, which I deeply respect. Now the Fang State Duke's mansion has produced someone of your standing, senior brother Fang Wang. In the future, the Fang residents will surely become a cultivation noble family and strive for the path of immortality." Chapter 39, Spirit Elixir Realm. Facing Zhao Xun's beaming smile, Fang Wang also smiled in response and said, "If the Qi can become a cultivation dynasty, then there would be more cultivator families, and we would have to thank you for your efforts." Zhao Xun nodded with a smile, and then Liu began introducing others to him. Throughout the process, Zhao Xun did not exhibit any royal arrogance, and the other disciples were quite interested in this emperor. On this land, dynasties rise and fall, and whenever a dynasty changes its name, the prefix of the cultivation world would also change accordingly. Although they practiced cultivation, they could not completely break away from mortals. The Qi Dynasty was essentially the foundation of the Qi cultivation realm. Cultivation emphasizes the need for resources, and mortals are the tools for cultivators to extract these resources. Furthermore, cultivators also emerge from among the mortals. Amongst the disciples, many were mortals who had received an opportunity and thus set foot on the path of cultivation. Before cultivating, the imperial authority had been lofty and untouchable to them, akin to the vast heavens. Now, seeing the emperor as their fellow sect member and peer, the mentality of most disciples could not help but get a little scattered. As more and more disciples arrived, the area in front of Qingxin Hall became lively and boisterous. Over 10,000 third vein disciples gathered, with 70% of them being outer sect disciples. Under the arrangement of direct disciples, they stood on the hillside below, waiting for Yang Yuanzi to speak. The third vein was like this, and the same went for other veins. All disciples gathered together, and Fang Wang could hear cheering from the neighboring peaks from time to time, making him wonder what could make them so happy. After a while, the grand doors of Qingxin Hall opened, and Yang Yuanzi walked out slowly. "We pay respects to Master." Liu's voice suddenly rang out, covering everyone else's, and upon these words, all disciples turned around, saw Yang Yuanzi, and promptly bent over to pay their respects. "We pay respects to Master. We pay respects to Peak Master." The voices of tens of thousands resonated together, shaking the heavens. Yang Yuanzi's gaze swept over the direct disciples and the sword-bearing disciples in the front row and then moved to the various levels of disciples at the back. The overwhelming majority of disciples were excited to see him and tried hard to contain their emotions. "Today, I have summoned you all for a matter. A month from today, our gate will hold the 9 veins combat method. The reason for arranging this ahead of time is that the 9 great sects have already negotiated peace. The righteous and demonic paths will work together to drive the transition of the Qi into a cultivation dynasty. Yang Yuanzi began to speak, his tone calm, yet these words made the disciples look towards Zhou Xue involuntarily. Zhou Xue remained expressionless, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, the emperor of the Qi. The 9 veins combat method consists of 2 stages. The first is the competition among disciples of each vein, chosen by the peak master to compete against those from the other 8 veins. The second stage is a one-on-one battle between the 9 channels disciples, contending for the ranking of their respective peaks based on their number of victories. The strongest 9 disciples will represent the Great Abyss Gate in the grand opportunity organized jointly by the 9 great sects. Yang Yuanzi briefly introduced, not elaborating on the grand opportunity. He paused for a moment, then continued. In the next 3 days, Liu, you will personally select the combatants. Fang Wang does not need to participate in the assessment and will represent the 3rd vein in battle. Alright, your eldest senior brother, Liu, will take over the organization. Fang Wang, follow your master into the hall. Having said that, Yang Yuanzi turned and entered the hall, ignoring the murmur of the disciples. Fang Wang immediately followed, aware of the many eyes on his back, but he was not intimidated. In fact, he was glad, as having to be tested for 3 days would have been such a waste of time. Those disciples who didn't know Fang Wang asked those around them, and it quickly became known that Fang Wang was an unparalleled genius who became a direct disciple as soon as he entered. Any confusion and indignation in their hearts instantly dissipated. Zhou Xue watched Fang Wang's retreating figure with a smile still on his face, but his hands in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Once inside the hall, the door closed behind them. Fang Wang approached Yang Yuanzi, who had already taken his seat and was staring blankly at him. Master, could it be that your disciple has done something wrong? Fang Wang asked, feigning confusion, remembering what Guang Qiuxian had said about Yang Yuanzi being petty. Yang Yuanzi snorted. You certainly have nerve. Do you still regard me as your master? Do you remember what I've said to you? Of course, I dare not forget for a single moment. Fang Wang had long since forgotten. After all, it had been over 200 years. I told you to cultivate diligently and stay out of trouble. What did you do? You went to fight at the soul sculpting realm as soon as you reached it, even battling those at the 3rd layer of the spirit elixir realm. Yang Yuanzi scolded angrily, with a tone of disappointment as if hating that iron could not turn into steel. Fang Wang hurriedly apologized, promising earnestly. After scolding for a while, Yang Yuanzi revealed a satisfied smile and said, However, your achievements haven't brought shame upon your master, quite the opposite, they're quite impressive. Fang Wang immediately started to flatter. It's all thanks to master's excellent teaching. Don't say that, I haven't really taught you anything, you've already surpassed me. The disciple just happened to have a bit of luck and understanding. I'll still need master's guidance and transmission of skills in the future. These words made Yang Yuanzi even more pleased. In fact, he did feel a bit of discomfort in his heart, mainly because Fang Wang had showcased the astonishing 36 swords of the Flying Phoenix, while he had only mastered 27. However, Fang Wang's attitude was very humble, not at all arrogant, and even made him feel somewhat ashamed. As his disciple encountered difficulties, he was feeling jealous, which was unworthy of a teacher. Fang Wang, you have peerless talent, and it's true that there's not much I can teach you. But we have the bond of master and disciple, and whatever you wish to do in the future, I will support you with all my might. I've even requested the sect leader to allow you to practice the 9 heavens Azure Thunder Sword formation, but the sect leader cannot easily agree as it goes against the rules. In the future, you must strive to contribute to the section. If there's anything you need to speak up for, just tell me, Yang Yuanzi said deeply, his gaze filled with expectancy as he looked at Fang Wang. Fang Wang quickly said, Thank you, master. The disciple is preparing to break through to the spirit elixir realm, could master provide some guidance? The Solaris scripture had mentioned the spirit elixir realm. This realm required external forces for enhancement, and the better the spirit pill that was shaped, the more it would benefit one's future cultivation and reduce the likelihood of heart demons appearing, so breaking through to the spirit elixir realm couldn't simply rely on Qi gathering. Yang Yuanzi had a strange expression on his face and asked, Have you already reached the 9th layer of the spiritual refinement realm? Fang Wang habitually concealed his aura, preventing Yang Yuanzi from seeing through his cultivation level. Facing his master's inquiry, Fang Wang slowly nodded, causing the corners of Yang Yuanzi's mouth to twitch. He had made an exception for Fang Wang to join the Nine Veins combat method because of Fang Wang's battle achievements. He hadn't expected Fang Wang's cultivation to have already reached the 9th layer of the spiritual refinement realm. That meant Fang Wang's strength. This kid had only been initiated for 3 years. Yang Yuanzi had lived for over 300 years, but at this moment, he couldn't help feeling inferior. Guang Qiuxian was right, compared to Fang Wang, he really was too mediocre. Yang Yuanzi took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. The spirit elixir realm can be cultivated directly, but if one could obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures to temper one's bones and condense one's spirit pill, it would assist in understanding the Tao in the future. I'll tell you in advance, we found a blessed land containing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures at the border of the Qi Dynasty when the cultivation sects were fighting over the heritage of the Jihao sect. Because we detected the presence of other cultivation dynasty sects, we had no choice but to negotiate a joint occupation of this blessed land. As long as you stand out in the Nine Veins combat method, you'll be able to go to that blessed land with us. Once inside the blessed land, whatever you obtain will be yours. Of course, if you're unable to secure one of the 9 spots, your master will also help you collect them. With the conversation reaching this point, it was natural for Fang Wang to express his stance. He immediately spoke up. Master, rest assured, your disciple will definitely try his best to strive for it, to bring honor to Master and the third channel. Yang Yuanzi showed a gratified smile and said, even disciples in the spirit elixir realm might not be able to stand out, but for you, your master still holds great expectations. If you can help the third channel achieve a good ranking, all the disciples of the channel will be grateful to you, which will aid in your future bid for the position of the chief disciple. The strongest talent is meaningless if not utilized. The third channel was currently the second to last in ranking, and although Yang Yuanzi seemed indifferent, he was actually holding a grudge inside. The master and disciple talked this way for a full half an hour before Yang Yuanzi finally allowed Fang Wang to leave. Stepping out of Qingxin Hall, Fang Wang saw that Li Yu and the other direct disciples were already organizing the competition trials. Almost all of the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples were spectating, knowing they had no qualification to participate, but watching the combat between high-level cultivators was uplifting, at least broadening their horizons. Fang Wang slipped away quietly. When he arrived in front of his cave abode, he suddenly noticed a figure waiting at the entrance. Zhou Xue. She was dressed in the robes of a Taiyuan Gate direct disciple, leaning against the entrance with a flute in her hands. Seeing Fang Wang return, she showed a smile on her face. You're finally back. Fang Wang quickly approached Zhou Xue, saying happily, Chapter 40, The Treasured Spirit with Multiple Lives, The Battle of Spells approaches. Do you miss me, or do you miss the cultivation techniques and spells on me? Zhou Xue teased with a smile as she looked Fang Wang over, her eyes revealing a look of satisfaction. Fang Wang walked over to her side, opened the door, and said, Let's go inside to talk. The two entered the cave dwelling, and the mountain gate closed tightly behind them. They sat down at the table, and Fang Wang poured a cup of tea for Zhou Xue, then asked, Has the Fang residence already reached the Fang realm? Zhou Xue nodded and said, Over 100 disciples have already moved into the Fang realm, led by my uncle Wu and my father. Grandfather stays in Southern Hills City. He said the Fang residents can't completely move out. He's afraid of disturbances in Southern Hills City. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang frowned slightly. Don't worry, as long as the real identity of White Garment Astonishing Swan is not exposed, the Fang residents won't suffer retaliation from Green Cicada Valley or the Li family. As for Lu Yuanjun, he assisted the Emperor of Da Qi in entering the Great Abyss Gate. Now that the plan to turn Da Qi into a cultivation dynasty has begun, he certainly won't dare to collect more souls. Moreover, from his perspective, he definitely would not take revenge on the Fang residents and risk exposure. As for the Emperor of Da Qi, Zhao Zhen, he really is ruthless, Zhou Xue said with a hint of scorn in her tone. Fang Wang inquired, Why do you say that? He had the Prime Minister assassinated in secret and pinned the crime of exterminating 9 clans on him, claiming that the attack on the Fang residents and the slaughter of other cities were all related to the Prime Minister. Then, within a short period of time, he had the 9 clans of the Prime Minister executed, Zhou Xue replied. Fang Wang's brow furrowed further as he asked. There were other cities involved? Yes, apart from the Duke's mansion I visited before, they targeted 2 other Duke's mansions and slaughtered the cities where those 2 state Duke's mansions were located. Lu Yuanjun collected at least 1 million souls, said Zhou Xue. Hearing Zhou Xue's words, Fang Wang couldn't help but recall his previous exchange with Zhao Zhen. That emperor appeared mild-mannered and sunny. It was hard to imagine him committing such cruel acts behind the scenes. Narrowing his eyes, Fang Wang said. Lu Yuanjun's goal is to collect souls, and Zhao Zhen made arrangements for him. In turn, Zhao Zhen seized the opportunity to have Lu Yuanjun's people eliminate the Duke's mansions that threaten him? Zhou Xue nodded and said. Exactly. Moreover, by doing so, the events appear to be nothing more than a tragic power struggle between the imperial authority and the ministers, not involving the cultivation world. But now that the Prime Minister is dead, won't we be without evidence if we want revenge? Are there any cultivators who helped Lu Yuanjun that survived? Fang Wang asked with a frown. With a smile that was not quite a smile, Zhou Xue said, to truly seek revenge, do we need evidence? Evidence is only meant to convince oneself. Leave the matter of revenge to me. Practice your cultivation in peace. I'm telling you the truth only to make sure you are not deceived by the outward appearances of Lu Yuanjun and Zhao Zhen. Just as Fang Wang was about to respond, Zhou Xue interrupted him. Let's talk about the upcoming 9 Veins combat method. You must compete because the 9 disciples who ultimately win will gain entry to the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven. It's a secret realm passed down from ancient times. If nothing goes wrong, the Great Abyss Gate will benefit the most, which also lays the foundation for their rise. Great Saint's Grotto Heaven? Fang Wang's interest was piqued, especially since even Zhou Xue was urging him to compete. There must be many benefits inside. I will also enter the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven this time. When you manage to get in, I'll explain in detail to you. The Great Saint's Grotto Heaven will be a turning point for the Qi cultivation world. At the same time, we will also encounter cultivators from other dynasties' sects, and perhaps we will even meet an exceptional talent with the Heaven Yuan Spirit Treasure, Zhou Xue said with a smile, her words only further stirring Fang Wang's interest in the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven. Curious, Fang Wang asked. What have you been doing these 2 years? Just taking care of the Fang residents? Zhou Xue shook her head and said. Of course not. I, too, have to strive to become stronger. Which realm are you at now? I'm not telling you, but I know you've already reached the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm, Zhou Xue said as she rested her chin in her hand and stared at Fang Wang with a smile. Fang Wang's expression stiffened, as he did not expect Zhou Xue to be able to see through his cultivation level. It seemed that the unnoticeable nature technique did have ways to be deciphered. To be honest, I didn't expect you to defeat Li Honggang. It seems you've kept something up your sleeve as well. But it's okay, keep your secrets. This way, you can set my mind at ease, Zhou Xue continued with a smile, already starting to compare Fang Wang with the peerless geniuses from her past life's memories. Fang Wang coughed lightly and asked. Speaking of which, can cultivators only have one life spirit treasure? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xue narrowed her eyes and asked. Could it be that your treasured spirit space is abnormal? Fang Wang did not hide anything and shared his experiences. After he finished speaking, Zhou Xue was not shocked. Instead, she spoke in a wistful tone, so that's how it is. No wonder your talent is so strong. Indeed, there are cultivators in the world who possess more than one type of life spirit treasure. The most life spirit treasures I've seen one genius possess were 9 life spirit treasures. He ascended with me and became unstoppable after ascension, turning into someone even I had to look up to. Raising an eyebrow, Fang Wang asked. Is that true? What kind of realm is capable of earning an immortal venerable's respect? The so-called immortal venerable is just a term of respect in the upper realm, I'm not the strongest existence there, otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to the present, Zhou Xue replied. She seemed unwilling to discuss the upper realm further and continued to talk about the life spirit treasure. The realms of cultivation are divided into Qi cultivation, spiritual refinement, spirit pill, profound heart, and condensation. Generally speaking, having an Earth origin spirit treasure gives one hope to break through to the condensation spirit realm. Currently in the Qi cultivation realm, the number of great cultivators in the condensation spirit realm can be counted on one's fingers, which speaks volumes about the importance of the grade of a spirit treasure. Those with multiple life spirit treasures, having one or two more than other cultivators, naturally have more possibilities. Take you, for example. The grade of your second life spirit treasure may not be lower than the first, but it could also be mediocre. It all depends on fate. I estimate that you'll be able to create your second life spirit treasure when you break through to the spirit pill realm. Fang Wang was filled with surging excitement. Although he had not used the Heavenly Palace halberd, when he was in the Heavenly Palace holding it and executing the 9 dragons' divine transformation art, its power was incredibly terrifying, proving that the Heavenly Palace halberd was far stronger than the superior grade spiritual weapon, the Qingjun sword. If he could have another life spirit treasure. The two continued to talk, with Fang Wang asking questions and Zhou Xue answering them. Gradually, Fang Wang's understanding of the cultivation world deepened. An hour later, Zhou Xue stood up, preparing to leave, and Fang Wang immediately offered to see her out. Don't make any more requests. Once you reach the spirit pill realm, I'll teach you another technique. I won't disappoint you, Zhou Xue said as she walked ahead. Fang Wang grimaced, thinking to himself, am I the kind of person who only takes and never gives? Alright, that day won't be too far off. A month passed quickly. During this month, Fang Wang rarely cultivated. Instead, he planted spiritual plants and flowers in his cave dwelling. When the day of the 9 veins combat method arrived, his disciple token vibrated with spiritual power. He immediately picked up the token, and Yang Yuanzi's voice came from within. Fang Wang, come to Qingxin Hall immediately. Fang Wang got up, quickly tidied himself up, and then left his cave dwelling. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Guli, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Noticing his expression, Guli said irritably, "What? You think I'm not qualified to represent the 3rd vein? That's not it. It's just that you've just joined. You don't think the 9 veins combat method is exclusively a battle among Spirit Pill Realm disciples, do you? Isn't it? How could it be? Disciples in the Spirit Pill Realm already qualify for the positions of junior elders and attendants. Although there are Spirit Pill Realm disciples participating in the 9 veins combat method, they make up less than 40%, Guli huffed, giving Fang Wang a clearer understanding of the Great Abyss Gate. Above the Spirit Pill Realm is the Profound Heart Realm. According to what Zhou Xue said, peak masters of the various veins are all in the Profound Heart Realm, and as for the Condensation Spirit Realm, only the sect leader Guang Qiuxian may have achieved it. Fang Wang smiled and said, "Let's go, we must win glory for the 3rd vein." Humph. Guli gave him a cold glance, then the two of them flew on their swords towards Qingxin Hall at the mountaintop. Outside Qingxin Hall, Yang Yuanzi and the senior disciple Liu were already waiting. After Fang Wang and the others landed, 4 more disciples were yet to arrive. Before long, the remaining 4 arrived one after the other. Fang Wang noticed that aside from him and Guli, there were 3 other Spiritual Refinement Realm disciples, all at the 8th layer of the Spiritual Refinement Realm. No wonder the 3rd vein ranked second to last in the last combat meet. Yang Yuanzi surveyed the 9 disciples below, expressionless, and said, "Since there are new disciples participating, I will go over the rules again. The upcoming 9 veins combat method will be one-on-one duels. Peak masters will select an opponent, and can only choose a vein ranked higher than their own, engaging in a round-robin style combat among disciples of the veins. We have 7 choices, while the top-ranked first vein can only wait for challenges from other veins. During the battles, if all disciples from a higher-ranked vein are defeated, the victorious vein will take their place. The defeated vein can consider whether to continue challenging, but the 9 participating disciples cannot be replaced. Ultimately, the 9 disciples with the most individual victories will represent the Great Abyss Gate to seek opportunities in the blessed land of Grotto Heaven. Chapter 41, Leading the Charge. After listening to Yang Yuanzi's introduction, Fang Wang felt something was amiss. If the final 9 spots were determined solely by the number of victories, wouldn't it be more beneficial to rank later? Wouldn't the second-ranked Vayne Peak just avoid challenging the first-ranked Vayne Peak and effectively suffocate the first Vayne to death? But then, with another thought, it dawned on him. This was the 9 Vaynes combat method. It was first a competition between the 9 Vaynes, and only afterwards, a personal contest. Which Vayne to challenge was not up to the disciples to decide. For the Peak Masters, the ranking of the Vayne Peaks was paramount, while the last 9 spots were a matter of personal gain for the disciples. The second-ranked Vayne Peak would certainly challenge the first Vayne, otherwise, they would have to wait another 10 years. The ranking of the Vayne Peaks was crucial to the allocation of resources within the sect and would also attract disciples to join. Like the first Vayne, it had the highest number of disciples. Wait a moment. Zhou Xue was in the first Vayne, and so was Xuanhuan. Fang Wang suddenly felt the pressure coming from the first Vayne. This first Vayne was untouchable. However, the third Vayne, ranked 8th, probably wouldn't challenge the first Vayne either. Yang Yuanzi continued to speak about some matters to note, and the 9 disciples listened attentively until the bell from the sect's main city rang, signaling Yang Yuanzi to lead them away. The group flew on their magic swords, hovering in the sky. Fang Wang saw many disciples flying towards the 10 Vayne peaks surrounding the sect's main city, shuttling through the dense, snowy mist. The bells of the sect's main city rang incessantly, and golden light rose from various areas within the city, manifesting as 32 semi-transparent golden mirrors in mid-air. As they drew closer, Fang Wang could see that the surfaces of the mirrors reflected a massive combat platform. The combat platform was located in the central area of the sect's main city, 100 zhang in length and width, surrounded by formation magic artifacts on its edges. Outside of those were pavilions where disciples normally settled their grudges. Fang Wang followed Yang Yuanzi towards the combat platform. The 9 channels disciples all arrived in the city, positioned at various locations. They didn't need to approach the platform closely. By simply looking up at those golden mirrors, they could watch the battles unfold. Some nosy disciples even started setting up betting pools, allowing other disciples to wager spirit stones and spirit pills. It's Fang Wang, he's going to participate too. On a street below, Fang Xian watched Fang Wang fly by above with excitement, and the 3 Fang family disciples beside her were equally thrilled. Such an important event for the sect, and Fang Wang, who had joined just 3 years ago, was eligible to participate? What extraordinary talent! There was no envy amongst his clan members, only boundless pride. The more famous Fang Wang became, the more they would benefit. Fang Hanyu, blindfolded, arrived on his sword from within the swirling snow. Although he hadn't seen Fang Wang's figure, he had come to watch Fang Wang's battle. It was after learning about the victories of White Garment Astonishing Swan that he had realized the truth. Fang Wang was the White Garment Astonishing Swan. For someone with the strength of White Garment Astonishing Swan, it wasn't hard to break into the 9 Vaynes combat method. After undergoing spiritual refinement, Fang Hanyu's power had greatly increased. Unfortunately, he was unable to emerge victorious from within the second Vayne, which ranked among the top 3 in overall strength, not something the third Vayne could compare with. The name of the Vayne Peak was the original ranking, and the third Vayne used to hold the 3rd place. Now relegated to the 8th rank, the third Vayne had become the laughingstock of the Great Abyss Gate. Fang Wang followed Yang Yuanzi into a pavilion at the edge of the combat platform. Yang Yuanzi found himself a seat and sat down, while the disciples stood behind him. "Master, which Vayne shall we challenge first?" Liu asked. Fang Wang watched other Vaynes gradually fly into other pavilions, not spotting Zhou Xue yet. Yang Yuanzi said calmly, "Let's challenge the 5th Vayne first." The 5th Vayne, which in the previous ranking had been the 7th Vayne Peak, presented the least pressure for the 3rd Vayne to challenge. A moment later, Fang Wang saw disciples from the 1st Vayne arriving, including Xuanhuan and Zhou Xue, amidst a large group. After a short while, Guang Qiushan arrived with a group of elders from the main peak. Yang Yuanzi and the other peak masters rose to greet them, quieting the disciples behind them as well. The greedy sleeper, who had been in charge of the entry assessment 3 years earlier, landed on the combat platform, looking just as unorthodox as he had back then. The 9 Veins combat method, which takes place once every 10 years, will start ahead of schedule, Greedy Sleeper said with a laugh. His voice, surprisingly, spread throughout the entire main city via the 32 golden mirrors. Upon finishing, Greedy Sleeper's gaze swept across the pavilions. Yang Yuanzi did not speak, instead, he closed his eyes. 7 days were plenty for each vein to take the stage, and the defeated could continue to challenge as long as there were disciples left to fight. Soon, the peak master of the 5th vein spoke up. The 5th vein challenges the 2nd vein. As the words fell, one of his disciples flew onto the platform, followed shortly by one from the 2nd vein. 4 elders sat at each side of the platform, who immediately cast spells to activate the formation. The magic artifacts on the edges emitted a faint white light, projecting a barrier that extended and connected with other barriers until they formed a complete enclosure. Once the formation was set, Greedy Sleeper declared the battle to begin. The combatants on both sides were from the Spirit Elixir realm. Clearly both were intent on getting off to a good start. Fang Wang watched intently, also wanting to see what combat in the Spirit Elixir realm was like. The battle with Li Honggang had ended too quickly, so he still wasn't clear on how typical Spirit Elixir realm combat was conducted. But then again, the 5th channel's pretty hard-headed, challenging the 2nd channel that's ranked 3rd among the top 3. As soon as the fight began, the 2 disciples conjured their lifebound magic artifacts and commenced long-distance combat by quickly casting spells. Various spells were unleashed, causing continuous explosive sounds. The combat platform was exceptionally sturdy. No matter the spell it endured, its surface remained as smooth as jade, without a scratch. The disciples residing in the sect's main city were all watching the battle, discussing with their friends, keeping the entire city bustling with noise. The first battle lasted the duration of half a stick of incense. The 2nd channel's disciple was victorious. Instead of stepping down, that person continued to face the next challenger. "Master, who will go on stage first later?" Liu asked, not as excited as the other disciples from different channels, since the recent iterations of the 9 Veins combat method had been nothing but days of humiliation for them. Yang Yuanzi, with his eyes closed, said, "You decide." Upon hearing this, Liu turned his head towards the other disciples, his brows slightly furrowed. Who could be White Garment Astonishing Swan? Liu thought to himself, the name of White Garment Astonishing Swan was famous throughout the cultivation world, and of course, he had heard of it. Anyone capable of utilizing the Jinghong Divine Sword art must belong to the 3rd channel, but Yang Yuanzi and the elders of the 3rd channel all denied this, which led him to boldly surmise that White Garment Astonishing Swan might be a direct disciple. Soon, Liu's gaze fell on Fang Wang as he asked, "Fang Jr. brother, would you be willing to take the lead?" Fang Wang nodded and said, "Naturally, I am willing. But if I go up, then you'll have no chance at all. Brother Fang will definitely do it." Zhou Bo sycophantically said. Indeed, Zhou Bo also made it into the 9 spots for the 3rd channel, which made Fang Wang suspect that he might have gotten in through backdoor connections. The other disciples looked at Fang Wang with curiosity and scrutiny. As a direct disciple from the get-go, this halo was too heavy, leading many disciples to hold him to even higher expectations. Guli shook her head slightly and sighed silently. It seemed she wouldn't have the chance to go on stage today at least. The match between the 2nd channel and the 5th channel continued for an hour, culminating in the defeat of the 5th channel. The 5th channel suffered 5 severe injuries, a rather tragic outcome. The elders surrounding the combat platform were numerous, and with Greedy Sleeper on the platform, there was no chance of a disciple dying. Next up was the 9th channel, which, starting out at the bottom, surprisingly challenged the 1st channel. Fang Wang then found out that in the previous 9 Veins combat method competition, the 9th channel had ranked 4th. The audacity of the 4th challenging the 1st, as hard-headed as the 5th channel. The first contestant from the 1st channel wasn't Lu Yuanjun nor Zhou Xue, but this disciple was strong, winning 4 consecutive matches with a magic sword before calmly stepping down to make way for another. Fang Wang silently compared the two, and Li Honggang probably was no match for this 1st channel disciple. The 1st channel was truly the strongest peak. In less than half an hour, the peak competition came to an end with the first channel declared the victors. They only lost one match and had only 4 participants in the entire event. Zhou Xue did not take the stage. It seems like Zhou Xue holds a high status in the first channel. Fang Wang was curious. Zhou Xue had been gone for 3 years. Upon her return, what abilities did she demonstrate to gain such a status? Disciples throughout the city lamented the first channel's strength, while the disciples of the first channel shared in the glory, each one brimming with pride. Which channel would like to challenge next? Greedy Sleeper stood on the combat platform and inquired. As his words fell, the voice of Yang Yuanzi rang out. The third channel challenges the fifth channel. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city erupted in commotion. The fifth channel had just failed to challenge the second channel, suffering 5 severe injuries. How much time had passed, and the third channel was taking advantage of their weakened state. This was Yang Yuanzi's initial plan. Fang Wang had thought that after the fifth channel's defeat, Yang Yuanzi might change his mind, but he didn't. Goodness me, it appears that the 9 veins combat method is serious business, with hidden currents flowing beneath. The disciples of the third channel looked towards Fang Wang, who, without a word, walked to the edge of the pavilion, leaped, and landed on the combat platform. It's you, kid, you've grown up fast. Greedy Sleeper winked at Fang Wang and teased. Chapter 42, One Move. One move. Facing the jesting of Greedy Sleeper, Fang Wang could only nod with a smile. Seeing Fang Wang take the stage, Guang Qiuxian, sitting in the main pavilion, adjusted his position and looked at Fang Wang with a trace of expectation in his eyes. Zhou Xue saw Fang Wang but was indifferent. Lu Yuanjun, knowing that Fang Wang was the white garment astonishing swan, chuckled softly. This is the third vein's Fang Wang, junior brother. He's very strong, definitely the strongest in the third vein's lineup this time. Upon hearing this, the first vein disciples who had doubts about Fang Wang were all taken aback. They would not question Lu Yuanjun's judgment, they were merely puzzled about when the third vein had such a disciple. Meanwhile, all around the city, criticism arose. The third vein is really kicking the fifth vein when it's down. Now, the fifth vein will end up last. Ha ha ha, this junior brother must have just started. The 9 veins combat method is so cruel after all, since what's at stake is the cultivation resources of a vein. Of course, interests are paramount. Don't hurry, this is just the beginning. The third vein will soon be besieged. Even if the third vein wins, it's not a glorious victory. If they lose, that would be a huge embarrassment. Who is this person? He's quite handsome. The Fang family disciples in the city got excited seeing Fang Wang on stage and started introducing him to their fellow peak disciples. In a guest house, the emperor of Qi, Zhao Xue, sat by the window, looking at the golden mirror in the sky and Fang Wang's figure, his sword-like eyebrows furrowed. Not long after Fang Wang took the stage, a disciple from the fifth vein leaped onto the combat platform, holding a long sword. He had won 2 bouts against the second vein earlier and was definitely the strongest in the fifth vein's lineup. Fang Wang lifted his right hand, and his life spirit treasure gradually formed above his head. Heavenly Palace Halberd. He couldn't use the Jinghong Divine Sword art, for that would reveal his identity, and the Great Celestial Thunder technique consumed too much spiritual power. It would be better to fight with the Heavenly Palace Halberd. As he was about to condense his second life spirit treasure, it was also time to put the Heavenly Palace Halberd to use. A 10-foot-long Heavenly Palace Halberd appeared above Fang Wang's head, grasped by his right hand. Bathed in sunlight, the halberd blade shimmered with cold light, and the dragon design on the shaft seemed lifelike, as if it were a true dragon. Upon the appearance of the Heavenly Palace Halberd, it immediately caused quite a stir. A Polon-type life spirit treasure? Fontaine painted halberd? Rare to see. One of the elders beside Guang Qiuxian stroked his beard and laughed. The other elders followed suit with their comments, seeing that the Heavenly Palace Halberd was no ordinary item. Guang Qiuxian smiled without saying a word, not joining their discussion. Zhou Xue's gaze locked onto the Heavenly Palace Halberd, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She seemed to think of something, her eyes revealing a peculiar color. The 10-foot-long Heavenly Palace Halberd was so large that, just by Fang Wang holding it, it exerted an overwhelming pressure. Is that his life spirit treasure? Gu Li's beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She had previously thought Fang Wang's life spirit treasure would be a sword but hadn't expected it to be a polearm. Greedy Sleeper stared at the Heavenly Palace halberd, his eyebrows knitted together. Having seen much and knowing much, he realized at first glance that this life spirit treasure was not simple. Earth origin spirit treasure? Could it be higher in grade than Lu Yuanjun's life spirit treasure? Lu Yuanjun on the upper floor of the first vein was also drawn by the Heavenly Palace halberd. At this moment, 90% of the city's attention was captivated by its design. What a domineering life spirit treasure. Fang Hanyu's eyes were obscured by white cloth, but in truth, he could see, and he was astonished in his heart. Fang Wang isn't a sword cultivator. On the combat platform, Fang Wang rotated the Heavenly Palace halberd in his right hand and then slashed forward, the tip of the halberd pointing at the fifth vein sword cultivator disciple. He smiled and asked, "Senior brother, are you ready?" If they were going to compete, then let his edge be completely revealed. After all, Fang Wang still had an even stronger card up his sleeve. The sword cultivator disciple from the fifth vein, being pointed at by the Heavenly Palace halberd. Felt an immense pressure hilt wouldn't show. Weakness under all these watchful eyes. Come then. The sword cultivator disciple said coldly. As soon as the words fell, Fang Wang suddenly released his hold, and the Heavenly Palace halberd burst forth with terrifying speed, tearing through the air with a piercing explosive noise, like a cold light aiming for the sword cultivator disciple. The sword cultivator disciple's pupils shrank, instinctively lifting his sword to block. Clang! The halberd blade struck the sword blade, and an unimaginable force hit, directly sending the Spirit Elixir Realm sword cultivator disciple flying backward. In the blink of an eye, he crashed against the formation light curtain on the edge of the combat platform. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and then he fell to the ground. Silence. The entire city suddenly fell silent. Inside the 32 golden mirrors, Fang Wang still maintained the gesture of raising his hand, while the Heavenly Palace halberd remained where the sword cultivator disciple had previously stood. All the people on the various pavilions of the 9 veins and main meridian were shocked. Overwhelming victories had occurred before, but none so exaggerated. Yang Yuanzi pinched his beard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Fang Wang might use the Jinghong divine sword art. After this battle, in the eyes of the disciples of the Great Abyss Gate, Fang Wang was not related to sword cultivators anymore. Amazing, Brother Fang. Zhou Bo suddenly cheered, his voice breaking the silence and causing discussion to spread amongst the pavilions surrounding the combat platform. An elder quickly landed beside the sword cultivator disciple to check on their injuries, then carried them out of the formation. Soon, the second disciple stepped onto the platform, a female disciple with a face full of anger. Without a word, she directly condensed her life spirit treasure, a silver longsword, and unleashed her swordmanship. The vibrating sword blade created blossoms of sword qi aimed at Fang Wang. Fang Wang waved his right hand, and the Heavenly Palace halberd hovering in midair burst forth with terrifying speed once more. Great perfection sword control technique. The Heavenly Palace halberd powerfully exterminated every sword qi blossom, frightening the female disciple to the point her face paled, and she quickly leaped up, only to find the Heavenly Palace halberd tracking her, drawing a perfect arc in the air. In midair, the Heavenly Palace halberd smashed into the female disciple's abdomen with its halberd staff, sending her flying off the combat platform and crashing into the formation's light screen, then tumbling to the ground. The female disciple, with her hair in disarray, tried to withstand the pain and stand up, only for a mouthful of reverse-flowing blood to rush up her throat, making her involuntarily spray it onto the ground. Whoosh! Another victory with a single move. Although the disciples of the fifth vein had experienced fierce battles, their strength couldn't be that disparate, could it? That was the thought in most disciples' minds, and their gaze toward Fang Wang changed. The elders of the various veins also looked at Fang Wang differently. The peak master of the fifth vein furrowed his brows tightly, and a disciple behind him followed suit, leaping onto the combat platform. Come! This was a burly middle-aged man who raised his hand to condense his life spirit treasure, which turned out to be a long whip. Fang Wang immediately charged towards him, and at the same time, raised his right hand to draw the Heavenly Palace halberd back from midair, swiftly landing in his hand. The middle-aged man leaped into the air, a flying sword flew out of the storage bag at his waist, rapidly expanding in size. He stood on the flying sword, wielding the whip in his right hand, and countless golden arrows shot towards Fang Wang like a torrential downpour. The sound was tremendous. Fang Wang used Shadowless Step to easily dodge, then suddenly stopped, and with a fierce throw, hurled the Heavenly Palace halberd into the air. At that moment, with less than a 5-yard distance between the two men, the middle-aged man was so frightened by the might of the Heavenly Palace halberd that his body tensed up, leaving him no chance to dodge. Dang! A deafening collision sounded. A golden mirror appeared out of nowhere in front of the middle-aged man, somewhat similar to the 32 mirrors suspended above the main city, and it firmly blocked the Heavenly Palace halberd. Fang Wang frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Alright, this battle is won by the third vein. The fifth vein, send out another person. An authoritative voice rang from the platform. The speaker was none other than Greedy Sleeper, who gestured with his hand, and the golden mirror swiftly flew into his sleeve. So it was the elder who acted. Fang Wang relaxed, having thought his opponent was that fierce. The middle-aged man in the air was sweating profusely, looking at Fang Wang with eyes full of fear. 3 consecutive victories, each with absolute strength. All the city's disciples grew excited, as no one had displayed such boldness in the previous combat. Suddenly, the talk of the third vein's victory being undeserved ceased, replaced by inquiries about Fang Wang's identity, and soon, the name Fang Wang spread throughout the city. The news of his status as a direct disciple upon his entrance also spread, adding a legendary aura to Fang Wang in the eyes of the disciples from various peaks. The fifth vein forfeits. The peak master of the fifth vein declared, his expression still calm as if he didn't feel disgraced. Greedy Sleeper immediately ordered, the third vein has won, replacing the fifth vein's ranking, now placed 7th. Fang Wang raised his hand to retrieve the Heavenly Palace halberd, ready to step down, when Yang Yuanzi's voice came. The third vein continues the challenge, now challenging the sixth vein. Greedy Sleeper was also taken aback and inwardly cursed Yang Yuanzi for stealing his lines. Fang Wang was already too lazy to keep track of the ranking of the veins. No matter who Yang Yuanzi chose, he was willing to fight. Fang Wang shouldered the Heavenly Palace halberd, his gaze fixed on the pavilion of the sixth vein, his posture and eyes giving the sixth vein disciples the impression of a challenge. The disciples of the third vein were excited, as such a domineering brother Fang had not appeared in their vein for a long time. Big Brother Liu was kind to people, which was a diplomatic way of saying it, but in reality, many thought Liu was too weak, pulling down the image of the third vein. Chapter 43, Highly Skilled. The disciple from the sixth vein who stepped forward first was a male, with the cultivation of the spirit elixir realm. After landing, he raised his hand and offered up a little tower that burst into rings of red light. My name is Chu Xiao, let me test your strength. The male disciple said coldly, holding the tower in his right hand while casting spells with his left, infusing spiritual power into the small tower. Fang Wang, with the Heavenly Palace halberd in hand, nodded toward Chu Xiao. Should he give his opponent a chance to show off? Forget it. There's no time. There are still 8 more from the sixth vein. Having thought it through, Fang Wang once again loosened his right hand, preparing to use the sword control technique. Chu Xiao had already witnessed the terrifying speed of the Heavenly Palace halberd, so he immediately leaped backward, his small tower emitting countless red rays to set up a net between him and Fang Wang. A smirk appeared on Fang Wang's lips as he charged forward, stepping once and immediately being enveloped in a fiery aura that quickly gathered behind his head to form 3 fireballs. Both the blade and the tail end of the Heavenly Palace halberd were ignited with Solaris True Fire as well. At this moment, Fang Wang seemed possessed by a fire god, startling disciples within the main city who watched in astonishment. Faced with Chu Xiao's net, he raised the Heavenly Palace halberd, his speed suddenly increasing as if he were a streak of fire stretching at an incredibly fast rate, penetrating through the countless red light beams. When the Heavenly Palace halberd reached Chu Xiao, the numerous red rays behind Fang Wang were dissipating, with the flames of the Solaris True Fire still hanging in the air. How is this possible? Chu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had mentally prepared himself, but only when facing the Heavenly Palace halberd did he truly feel the terror of its pressure. In his eyes, the blade of the Heavenly Palace halberd was drawing ever closer, soon to occupy his entire pupil. He immediately raised the small tower in his hand, its doors swinging open as talisman papers flew out, rapidly enlarging and then igniting to form a spectacular sea of fire. However, the sea of fire had barely formed before it was shredded by a mighty surge of energy, the heavenly palace halberd hitting Chu Xiao's small tower with an unstoppable force. Boom! Chu Xiao was sent flying by a formidable energy blast he couldn't describe, slamming into the formation's light barrier and losing consciousness the moment he spat blood. Fang Wang halted his advance, extending his right hand forward, his palm less than 10 centimeters from the tail blade of the heavenly palace halberd. The fireballs behind Fang Wang absorbed the sky full of flames, resembling a massive cloak of fire. The scorching waves of heat swept in all directions across the combat stage. The third vein, Fang Wang wins. Greedy Sleeper shouted out loud, announcing Fang Wang's name this time also as a mean to promote his fame within the Great Abyss Gate. Another move. A louder buzz than before arose in various areas of the main sitf. Fang Wang standing on the combat stage and hearing exclamations from everywhere. So strong. It ended in one move. That brother from the sixth vein is definitely powerful, you can tell just by looking at how the spiritual power is manifested. Fang Wang, another Lu Yuanjun? Can he even compare with Brother Lu? Brother Lu's reputation isn't built only within the section. If you ask me, if White Garment Astonishing Swan were really a disciple, she might be able to compare with Brother Lu. White Garment Astonishing Swan uses Jinghong Divine Sword Art, could it be a disciple of the third vein? Unlike the battle with the fifth vein, the disciples of the sixth vein were first-timers on the stage, ranked higher than the fifth vein, but still overwhelmingly defeated by Fang Wang. This proved Fang Wang's power was indeed formidable, and not just because he preyed on tired disciples. Liu commented thoughtfully. Junior brother Fang is really smart, such a way of fighting reduces spiritual power consumption. The other disciples nodded and offered their own remarks. Shobo chuckled. Smart for sure, but it's a tactic we can't afford to use. Guli did not make a sound, her focus remained on Fang Wang. Disciples from various veins discussed Fang Wang's strength, some interested, some wary, and others anxious or fearful. Up in the second vein's attic, Zhou Xingshi listened to the remarks of his fellow senior brothers and sisters, regarding them with disdain. This is a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure. It cannot be measured by ordinary standards, you might not be his match at all. Zhou Xingshi's gaze fixated on Fang Wang, filled with fervor. As Fang Wang grew stronger, Zhou Xingshi's perspective on his own plight began to change. The wondrous spring-autumn parasite might not be a calamity to him but an opportunity instead. In the Qi cultivation realm, a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure had never before been born. But the Zhou family was a cultivation family, which gave Zhou Xingshi a sense of how expansive the outside world was. Perhaps clinging to Fang Wang's coattails could take him further. Zhou Xingshi's heart grew even hotter as he thought of the promise made by Zhou Xue. Fang Wang grasped the heavenly palace halberd and turned to look toward the sixth vein's loft. At the fourth layer of the soul sculpting realm, he was already capable of killing in 1 second those at the third layer of the spirit elixir realm. Now, with his cultivation reaching the 9th layer of the soul sculpting realm and armed with the heavenly palace halberd, which was suspected to be a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure, coupled with great perfection in the Solaris scripture, he had the confidence to sweep through the spirit elixir realm. In the upcoming battles, he would maintain this dominating stance. Soon, the second disciple took to the stage. In less than 10 breaths, the battle was over. As soon as Fang Wang approached his opponent, the battle ended. No one could withstand the attack of the Heavenly Palace halberd under the Great Perfection sword control technique. The Heavenly Palace halberd itself contained immense power, and together with the technique, anyone hit by this attack would either die or be gravely injured. Disciple after disciple from the sixth vein took turns entering the stage, only to meet continuous crushing defeats. The clamor from the main city grew increasingly intense until after 5 disciples from the sixth vein had been defeated, the noise began to die down. It wasn't until the 9th disciple from the sixth vein fell outside the combat platform, unconscious, that a complete silence fell over the entire city. The 9 disciples from the sixth vein at most survived 2 moves from Fang Wang. Standing on the stage, Fang Wang held his head high and puffed out his chest. Even without a smile, he seemed full of vigorous spirit. third vein wins. It will take over the ranking of the sixth vein. Greedy Sleeper shouted loudly and then looked toward Yang Yuanzi. Yang Yuanzi remained silent. Fang Wang waited for a while before flying toward the loft of the third vein. Really, master, even if you're not challenging, you should at least speak up, Fang Wang thought helplessly, but when he approached Yang Yuanzi, he still bowed respectfully. Yang Yuanzi didn't comment on Fang Wang's performance. Instead, the disciples crowded around him, showering him with praise and flattery. The 9 veins combat method continued. The 7th vein challenged the 2nd vein. After dealing with his fellow sect members, Fang Wang sat down at the back to meditate and recover his spiritual power, striving to maintain his peak condition. 12 consecutive wins spread Fang Wang's name throughout the sect's main city. The disciples who opened betting pools now believed that Fang Wang had the strength to stand out and become one of the 9 representatives for the Great Abyss Gate, thus they began adjusting his odds. In the next 5 hours, no peak dared to challenge the 3rd vein. The 9 veins combat method lasted for 7 days, and the 3rd vein was clearly on the rise this year. As night fell, the 9 veins combat method was still underway, and each combat began to take longer. The 6th vein, defeated by Fang Wang alone, had fallen to the very last place. Facing challenges from other veins, the peak master chose to forfeit, indicating to Fang Wang that he planned to strike for rank on the last 2 days. It must be said that 7 days were indeed enough to test every vein's peak. Those disciples from weaker veins but with strong abilities would not be buried in obscurity. The disciples from the 1st vein were challenged from time to time, as if the peaks had made some sort of agreement to take turns depleting the 1st vein disciples' spiritual power. From the current situation, it seemed that the 1st vein was handling challenges with ease. On the 2nd day, close to noon, the 1st vein encountered a challenge from the 2nd vein. This time, Zhou Xue was the first to step onto the stage. Fang Wang got up, ready to watch Zhou Xue's combat. "You seem quite concerned about her," Guli said as she walked up to Fang Wang, speaking softly. Fang Wang, keeping his eyes on Zhou Xue, answered, "After all, she is part of my clan. I heard you two are not blood-related, and she is just an adopted daughter. The Fang family has never treated her as an adopted daughter." Guli said no more and watched the battle alongside Fang Wang. Zhou Xue's life spirit treasure was a zither. As soon as she played it, her opponents became utterly confused. The light ones staggered while the more affected ones stood frozen in place. Such a life spirit treasure sparked discussions among the various veins. Zhou Xue swiftly gained 6 consecutive wins and was eventually substituted by the peak master. Her strong performance caused a great deal of discussion in the main city, but in the hearts of most disciples, her performance still fell short of Fang Wang's. Fang Wang was the epitome of dominance, while Zhou Xue was inscrutable. "Fang Wang, your clan member is extraordinary, quite a high level of cultivation," Yang Yuanzi said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Fang Wang asked, "How high?" Yang Yuanzi shook his head and didn't answer, leaving Fang Wang speechless. Liu then asked, "Master, what grade is Zhou Xue's treasure?" Yang Yuanzi answered, "It's a lower grade Earth origin precious spirit. The news hasn't spread yet, but after this 9 veins combat method, at least 5 disciples from the Great Abyss Gate will become famous throughout the Cultivation realm." Chapter 44, Battle the Spirit Elixir Realm. 9th Level 1. 5 disciples? Fang Wang raised his eyebrows, curious. Other than him, Zhou Xue, and Guli, were there 2 more disciples with Earth origin spirit treasures? This piqued his interest in the upcoming battles. After Zhou Xue was switched out, the 2nd vein lost another match, and their peak master gave up their rights without sending the last 2 competitors. By evening, finally, a vein peak challenged the 3rd vein, but this time, Yang Yuanzi took over the conversation from Liu and had other disciples go first, saving Fang Wang for the end. This arrangement aimed to allow Fang Wang to recover to his peak state as much as possible, while also giving the other disciples an opportunity to showcase their abilities. The other competing disciples from the 3rd vein all smiled. They too were worried that Fang Wang alone would block all opponents, leaving them no chance to fight. The 9 veins combat method was about fighting for the glory of the vein peaks, and the number of individual victories mattered for the upcoming grand opportunities. Everyone wanted to take a chance. Zhou Bo was the first to go, lasting 100 rounds before being defeated, fortunately without severe injuries. The second on stage was the eldest senior brother, Liu. With the cultivation of the Spirit Elixir Realm 7th level, he won 3 consecutive matches before being defeated. Liu's performance didn't surprise the disciples from the various veins, they all felt it was to be expected. The peak masters, however, sighed lightly, feeling somewhat disappointed in Liu. Fang Wang knew that Liu was already over 200 years old and was still at the Spirit Elixir realm, which was enough to prove his ordinary talent. The third to go up was Gu Li. The disciple who had defeated Liu was replaced by the opposing peak master. Relying on her Earth origin spirit treasure and the Gu family's inherited 5 sacred sword technique, Gu Li dazzled the entire city. Even with a soul sculpting realm cultivation, she defeated an opponent at the Spirit Elixir realm 1st layer. Each vein has its inherited cultivation techniques and spells, but disciples from families like Gu Li's have their own techniques and legacies. They were inducted into the Great Abyss Gate more for the resources held by the 9 great sects. Among the disciples who had previously taken the stage, many were sword cultivators, but none were as pure as Gu Li. With her brilliant 5 sacred sword technique, Gu Li's name began to spread. The opponents that followed were all below the Spirit Elixir realm 2nd layer and even included disciples from the soul sculpting realm, making Fang Wang suspect that Yang Yuanzi had signaled the other side. After winning 3 consecutive matches, Gu Li was switched out. The subsequent battles had both wins and losses, but in the end, the third vein maintained its current ranking, which made the other vein disciples realize that the third vein was truly rising. In the following 3 days, Fang Wang did not make an appearance, and the other disciples had all taken their turn. They were challenged in turn by the vein peaks ranked lower, and ultimately, the third vein stabilized their ranking. The fights in these 3 days were very exciting, essentially the battles of the top 5 vein peaks. Surprisingly, the second vein also produced a genius with an Earth origin spirit treasure who was at the Spirit Elixir realm. His name was Yixiang, who had been inducted for 14 years and did not participate in the previous 9 veins combat. He had not taken part in the earlier battles, so his fame was not yet prominent. This time, however, with 7 consecutive victories, he became famous throughout the Great Abyss Gate. He represented the second vein in securing the 2nd place, unable to defeat the first vein but unbeaten by the following vein peaks. The first vein's fight against the second vein was a complete sweep, and the second vein's battle against other vein peaks also showed a sweeping momentum. On the morning of the 6th day, another vein peak challenged the first vein, and this time it was Lu Yuanjun who acted. Lu Yuanjun achieved 9 consecutive victories, each battle ending within 2 moves. He didn't even move his feet and seemed more at ease than Fang Wang, although his opponents were stronger than those Fang Wang faced. Even though Lu Yuanjun won quickly, his opponents were almost unharmed, merely quickly sealed and forced to give up helplessly. Thus, Lu Yuanjun also secured 9 victories, locking in a spot among the final 9. Afterward, he no longer participated, allowing other disciples to take action. At noon on the same day, as soon as the battles between the 2 veins ended, Yang Yuanzi instantly spoke up. The third vein challenges the first vein. The moment these words were spoken, the entire city was energized. The third vein, lying dormant for several days, was finally making a push for a higher ranking, and this time they were directly challenging the top-ranked first vein. The disciples watching the battle were not just anticipating the third vein's performance but Fang Wang's participation. Facing the strongest ranked first vein, the third vein was bound to send out Fang Wang, otherwise, they stood no chance. Fang Wang, you go first, Yang Yuanzi ordered directly. Fang Wang nodded and walked to the edge of the platform, encouraged by his fellow sect members. His heart was ablaze with excitement. The first vein was filled with experts, and the one he wanted to challenge most was Lu Yuanjun, to see how big the gap between himself and Lu Yuanjun was. However, at that moment, the entire city erupted into an uproar as a figure from the first vein leaped onto the combat platform. How could it be him? Liu exclaimed in a voice filled with dismay. Fang Wang looked intently and saw a man in blue standing on the combat platform. His long hair was casually tied with a straw rope, and though his features were handsome, the stubble on his face gave him an unkempt appearance, exuding a carefree demeanor. Su Lang, Spirit Elixir Realm 9th level, a top-grade mysterious elemental. Spirit was once the most outstanding disciple next to Lu Yuanjun in the first vein, and the former #1 genius of the Great Abyss Gate. He stepped down after losing to Lu Yuanjun. Brother Fang, you must be careful. Zhou Bo quickly explained, briefly introducing the other party's background. Spirit Elixir Realm 9th level. Far from being intimidated, Fang Wang felt a surge of excitement within. Bring it on! He leaped gracefully like a white crane, lightly landing on the combat stage. Su Lang rested his hand on the bamboo stick at his waist, tilted up his chin with a scornful look towards Fang Wang, and laughed. Junior brother Fang, Lu Yuanjun said you are very strong. I hope you won't disappoint me. Fang Wang raised his right arm, and the Heavenly Palace halberd materialized in the palm of his hand. Grasping it in his flow, he replied. I will certainly do my utmost, but I also hope that senior brother Su won't blame this junior if you happen to be defeated by me. The 32 golden mirrors not only reflected the images but also carried the voices of the fighters on stage to the audience, and everyone could sense the tension in their dialogue. A female disciple from the first vein, smiling, said to Zhou Xue, your clansman is quite confident. Zhou Xue laughed. He's only 19, at the peak of his vigor. If not confident now, when will he be? 19. The faces of the disciples from the first vein changed slightly, except for Lu Yuanjun, who maintained his smile, seeming to look forward to Fang Wang's performance. In response to Fang Wang's domineering reply, Su Lang snorted coldly and drew a long sword from within the bamboo stick. Without another word, Su Lang threw the bamboo sword with a flash of cold light. Its speed was not only comparable to Fang Wang's earlier throw of the Heavenly Palace halberd but even faster. Fang Wang's eyes focused as he shot the Heavenly Palace halberd from his hand like a cannon, its roaring noise tearing through the air, heading straight to meet the attack. Boom! At the moment of collision, the bamboo sword burst forth with an incredibly powerful sword Qi that shook the combat stage. Almost simultaneously, Fang Wang and Su Lang stepped forward, even though Fang Wang used Shadowless Step. As he gripped the Heavenly Palace halberd, Su Lang also grabbed the hilt of his bamboo sword, and noteworthy was the farther distance Su Lang covered. Both holding their weapons, Fang Wang swung his halberd with great force and weight. Su Lang, nimble, dodged and took to the air, inverting his grip to slash his sword at Fang Wang. The two engaged in a fierce close combat, with the sounds of halberd striking sword echoing incessantly, blades flashing, cold light shining. They moved too fast, interweaving within a radius of 15 feet, and the disciples below the Spirit Elixir realm couldn't see clearly. This made the whole city fall silent, with the audience anxious not to miss a single moment. Disciples from the third vein were anxious for Fang Wang, while those from the first vein were surprised. Senior brother Su is wielding a top-grade magic artifact, obtained in exchange for 1,000,000 contributions. This shows that Fang Wang's life spirit treasure must be of high grade, likely an Earth origin spirit treasure. It's surely an Earth origin spirit treasure, just compare it to Yi Qiang. To fight at 19 against the 9th level of the Spirit Elixir realm. And bear in mind Su Lang is not ordinary, he's also a genius. No wonder Lu Yuanjun said he's stronger than any of us. Pity such a genius didn't join our first vein. Zhou Xue watched Fang Wang's performance, her lips slightly raised, with her eyes reflecting only his silhouette. Boom! Su Lang unleashed an even stronger sword intent, slashing with his sword and generating over 100 streaks of sword Qi that swept toward Fang Wang like a storm, with a tremendous might. Fang Wang planted the Heavenly Palace halberd into the ground with one hand, erupting Solaris spiritual power to form an invisible barrier for defense. His robe billowed violently, yet his posture remained unshakable, exuding an air of unyielding resolve. As the sword Qi collided, a wall of Qi shot up instantaneously, reaching a height of 30 feet, a truly magnificent sight. Su Lang leaped into the air, gripping the bamboo sword with his right hand while his left hand summoned his life spirit treasure, also a sword, but one without a blade. Inverting his hold on the hilt, one could vaguely discern the outline of the sword blade under the sunlight. Fang Wang looked up, Solaris true fire aflame in his eyes. His right hand ignited with Solaris true fire, rapidly covering the heavenly palace halberd. Releasing his grip, he then kicked the butt of the halberd fiercely. The halberd, ablaze with roaring flames, spun through the air. As the blade turned downward, he quickly grabbed the shaft, lifting it to strike upwards. Majestic Solaris true fire transformed into a mighty dragon soaring to the sky. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye, dazzling to behold. Before Su Lang could make his move, a massive fire dragon had already appeared before him, the dragon head several times larger than his entire body. Chapter 45, Promotion. Facing the colossal fire dragon before him, Su Lang's pupils suddenly narrowed. He wasn't scared but instead immediately twisted his waist and grasped his sword, his body spinning in midair, sending out fierce sword chi that swiftly severed the Solaris true fire dragon. Streaks of sword chi rained down wantonly, Fang Wang wielding the heavenly palace halberd to block the dueling platform being bombarded by sword chi, even causing ripples to appear on the formation's light screen at the edge of the platform. Such immense spiritual power. Brother Su Lang is so strong, his sword chi is wide open and fierce, extremely sharp. Fang Wang is also very strong. He's not a bit inferior. Only 3 years since he started, and Fang Wang has already become this powerful? Even if Fang Wang loses this battle, he has proven that he has the potential to match Lu Yuanjun. All the disciples from various parts of the city were discussing, giving Fang Wang and Su Lang extremely high praise, with the Fang family disciples holding their breath in anticipation, even more nervous than Fang Wang himself. Fang Hanyu stood in front of a window, looking up at the golden mirror in the sky, his expression calm as he muttered to himself. How much longer do you intend to test him? In his heart, Fang Wang was unbeatable. As if he had heard Fang Hanyu's words, Fang Wang suddenly leaped backward, evading the range of Su Lang's sword chi attack. Before touching the ground, Fang Wang raised the heavenly palace halberd high, his left hand casting a spell swiftly. Spiritual power surged through his right arm into the heavenly palace halberd, and, above the dueling platform, thunderclouds materialized out of thin air, swiftly enveloping the entire platform. At this moment, all the elders around the platform were moved. Greedy Sleeper's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. No way. How is this possible? The peak masters from all veins straightened up, and all the elders and disciples turned their attention to the thunderclouds above the platform. Su Lang, suspended in midair, quickly landed, holding his sword with both hands and looking up, his sword-like eyebrows tightly knit as he slowly uttered the 5 words. Great Celestial Thunder Technique. Peals of thunder could be heard by disciples all over the city, the atmosphere intensely oppressive. Before the Great Celestial Thunder Technique, other disciples had cast grand spells, but none were as sensational as this. Guang Qiuxian, Yang Yuanzi, Lu Yuanjun, and Zhou Xue all remained indifferent, but even those who knew the true identity of White Garment Astonishing Swan, including Zhou Xingshi, Gu Li, and Fan Hanyu, couldn't help but be moved. In their memory, Fang Wang was a master skilled in swordsmanship. This was the first time they had seen him cast the Great Celestial Thunder Technique. Started 3 years ago, mastering the Jinghong Divine Sword Art's 36 forms, and now he has also perfected such a powerful lightning spell. Having previously heard about White Garment Astonishing Swan casting the Great Celestial Thunder Technique, it was only facing it directly that they realized the terrifying nature of this technique. Fang Wang held the heavenly palace halberd high, with thunderclouds churning overhead, lightning interweaving, the terrifying oppressive power getting ready to strike. At this moment, he appeared like a deity wielding the power of heaven and earth, his long hair dancing in the wind. Su Lang, sensing danger, immediately charged at Fang Wang. He threw his bamboo sword first, which turned into a streak of cold light, racing toward its target, aiming directly at Fang Wang's head. So fast. Greedy Sleeper almost intervened but managed to restrain himself. Fang Wang used Shadowless Step to dodge. Su Lang followed, closing in on him, his left hand gripping his life spirit sword inversely, the invisible sword blade slashing towards Fang Wang's neck. In a flash, Fang Wang swung the heavenly palace halberd downward. Clang! As the 2 life spirit treasures clashed, Su Lang felt a dragon's roar exploding by his ear, causing him a moment of disorientation. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Wang had already soared into the sky. Above him, thunder and lightning raged, Fang Wang looked down indifferently at Su Lang and then swung the halberd downwards. The great celestial thunder technique erupted. Dozens of bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, varying in size but enough to cover the entire dueling platform. Facing the apocalyptic might of the lightning, Su Lang released the sword in his hands. Casting a spell with both hands, the bamboo sword and the invisible sword revolved around him, rapidly spinning, with sword Qi emanating from his body. Lightning struck him, only to be dispersed by the crisscrossing sword Qi, failing to harm him. The interweaving sword Qi around Su Lang swiftly grew stronger, forming into an array, a sword Qi storm rising from the ground, equally awe-inspiring, but soon he was engulfed by lightning bolt after lightning bolt. Boom! 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 The dueling platform trembled violently, and even the formation's light screen at the edge trembled. The whole city was silent, all disciples fixated on the scene within the golden mirror. Greedy Sleeper held a golden mirror, shielding against the impact of the great celestial thunder technique. His gaze locked onto the place where Su Lang stood before, and even as the lightning was dazzling, he didn't blink. After more than 3 breaths since Su Lang's figure vanished, Greedy Sleeper could no longer hold back and immediately threw the golden mirror in his hand. The golden mirror burst forth with golden light, dispersing the lightning along its path, quickly reaching the center of the dueling platform, its powerful glow blocking the sky-high lightning. Seeing this, Fang Wang cut off his spiritual power, no longer sustaining the great celestial thunder technique. The thunderous roar in the sky faded, but the dark clouds couldn't dissipate swiftly, and all eyes looked beneath the golden mirror. As the lightning receded, Su Lang's figure appeared. He was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, with his robe tattered, hair disheveled, and wounds all over his body. Bloodstains were everywhere, and the 2 swords orbiting him slowed down before clattering to the ground with 2 sounds. Struggling to raise his head, Su Lang tried to locate Fang Wang but collapsed before he could, losing consciousness. The scene made Fang Wang breathe a sigh of relief. Su Lang truly was formidable. It was difficult to defeat him with just the Solaris True Fire. That's why he used the Great Celestial Thunder technique, a superior spell art of the Great Abyss Gate, not as difficult to learn as the Jinghong Divine Sword art, so it didn't risk exposing his identity as the White Garment Astonishing Swan. In aiming for a strong victory over Su Lang, Fang Wang did not hold back when using the Great Celestial Thunder technique. It's a pity I can't challenge Lu Yuanjun in my prime condition, Fang Wang thought to himself, his tone casual but his heart heavy with the spiritual power he had expended against Su Lang. Greedy Sleeper immediately shouted. Victory goes to Fang Wang of the 3rd vein. An elder quickly ascended the stage to check on Su Lang's injuries. All the disciples from the different veins looked at Fang Wang with fear, and a hush fell over the entire city. Could that have been the Great Celestial Thunder technique? A male disciple from the 1st vein asked with a trembling voice. The Great Celestial Thunder technique was one of the most potent thunder spells of the Great Abyss Gate, and even though the sect was not known for its lightning spells, the prestige of the Great Celestial Thunder technique was significant, with a considerable reputation even within the Qi cultivation realm. After hearing about Fang Wang's background through the introductions of Zhou Xue and Lu Yuanjun, the disciples in the pavilion of the 1st vein realized his origins. Within 3 years of joining, and with such swift improvement in his cultivation, he had mastered the Great Celestial Thunder technique. Such talent. Could even Lu Yuanjun from those years really compare? After a brief silence, shouts of joy and amazement erupted throughout the city. Fang Wang turned to look towards the 1st vein, and as his gaze sought out Lu Yuanjun, Yang Yuanzi's voice came through. Change. Upon hearing this, the disciple from the 1st vein about to enter the fray released a sigh of relief. Even Su Lang, second only to Lu Yuanjun, had faced a bitter defeat. They dared not step up. The 9 veins combat method had reached this point, and Fang Wang was the most ruthless, leaving every opponent severely injured. Amid cheers from the city, Fang Wang flew up to the pavilion of the 3rd vein to be greeted by the enthusiastic crowd of disciples. Junior brother Fang, you have surpassed me. Liu exclaimed excitedly, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of Fang Wang taking his position as the top disciple. The other disciples also praised Fang Wang's strength. The most exaggerated was Zhou Bo, who seemed almost ready to kneel and worship him. Lu Yuanjun stood inside the pavilion, watching Fang Wang from afar, and chuckled softly. It seems I underestimated junior brother Fang's strength. The disciples from all veins marveled at Fang Wang's prowess. His strength after merely 3 years of joining was unprecedented, not even seen in Lu Yuanjun in his early years. With Zhou Xue, Yi Xiang, and Guli having all made a name for themselves previously, all the disciples felt the rise of Great Abyss Gate was imminent. Once, an Earth origin spirit treasure appearing every 100 years was rare, but now 4 had emerged in succession within the Great Abyss Gate, surely a blessing from heavens unto the sect. Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, due to their formidable strengths, were considered Earth origin spirit treasures as well. Fang Wang, take a good rest now. You don't need to go up on stage again, your wins are enough to secure you a spot in the final 9. Yang Yuanzi's voice reached his ears, calm in tone as if Fang Wang's performance hadn't shocked him, but a closer look would reveal his tightly gripped chair armrest. Inside the main Meridian Pavilion, sitting beside Guang Qiuxian was Vice Sect Leader Qianengshi, who appeared just over 50, his build slightly lean but more commanding than the affable Guang Qiuxian, exuding a pressure through his demeanor. Brother, with this child being so formidable, could he be that person hiding in Xuanhuan that day? Qianengshi glanced at Guang Qiuxian, his gaze sharp as he slowly asked. Guang Qiuxian smiled without a word, seeming composed while feeling deeply moved inside. Is this what a Heaven Yuan spirit treasure is like? Such power in just 3 years. Unaware of the thoughts of the sect leader, vice sect leader, and the elders, Fang Wang, learning he could ascend to one of the 9 final seats, began excitedly envisaging his second life spirit treasure. After entering the great saint's grotto heaven and gathering heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would certainly break through to the spirit elixir realm, which should allow the formation of his second life spirit treasure. If the first life spirit treasure was a halberd, what should the second one be? He had to think carefully. Perhaps the heavenly palace wouldn't interfere with his second spiritual refinement. Chapter 46, Divine Nurturing Sword QJ, Sword in the Eye. After Fang Wang's battle with Su Lang, more information about Fang Wang began to circulate. Before joining, he was only at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, and 3 years after joining, he defeated a direct disciple at the 9th level of the spirit elixir realm. This news spread like a whirlwind through the city after being released by a disciple of the 3rd vein, causing shock among all who heard it. The legendary peerless geniuses of the legends had appeared right beside them, making it feel unreal. Many people were questioning this and believed that Fang Wang was just as low-key as Yi Xiang, allowing others to mistake him for a new disciple. Time would prove the truth. In an inn within the main city, Zhao Xun sat by the window, not looking at the golden mirror in the sky, but pouring himself a drink, his right hand trembling as he did so. The disciples inside the inn were discussing Fang Wang's strength and didn't notice his abnormality. If someone were sitting across from him, they would have seen him sweating profusely with terror on his face. After Fang Wang's match, although the subsequent battles were spectacular, they felt somewhat lackluster to the spectators. The 1st vein had hidden a genius with an Earth origin spirit treasure. Excluding Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, this genius along with Yi Xiang, Guli, and Lu Yuanjun meant the Great Abyss Gate had 4 geniuses with Earth origin spirit treasures. No wonder they could become the strongest sect in the Qi cultivation realm in another timeline. Until the very end of the last half-day, there were challenges from the lower-ranking veins to the 3rd, and Yang Yuanzi sent Guli to meet the challengers, who were 3 disciples of the spiritual refinement realm and one of the 1st level of the spirit elixir realm. It was confirmed. Something fishy was going on. After Guli achieved 4 consecutive victories, she returned to Fang Wang's side with an expressionless face. Fang Wang wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but it felt like she was deliberately avoiding his gaze. When the other disciples praised her, she merely nodded slightly. Thinking back on Guli's previous opponents, it was likely that those above the spirit elixir realm had intentionally held back. That's right, she was a genius with an Earth origin spirit treasure. How could the Great Abyss Gate not focus on cultivating her? There are gray areas under any set of rules. Time flew by. The 7-day period of the 9 veins combat method finally arrived, and the 3rd vein managed to secure the 5th place position, their best result in 50 years. After Guang Qiuxian announced the rankings of each vein, the vice sect leader Qianengshi stood up and said, "The 9 disciples representing the Great Abyss Gate to seek opportunities in the cave heavens are Lu Yuanjun, Fang Wang, Su Lang, Yi Xiang, Zhou Xue, Gu Li, Yin Feiyue, Tang Ju, and Xiao Ling. 1 month from today, at noon, report in front of the Xuan Hall to wait. With that, this 9 veins combat method came to an end. The disciples from the various lofts flew out, heading towards the loft where the 3rd vein resided, all aiming for Fang Wang. Faced with the overtures from the direct disciples of each vein, Fang Wang had to be polite, and even the elders from various veins came to him eventually. It took him an entire hour to finally make his escape, and he quickly returned to the gate of his own mountain abode, finding Gu Li waiting at the entrance. As Fang Wang landed and was about to say hello, Gu Li spoke first. "You must be disappointed. But I couldn't refuse. Even if I didn't want to, the sect would have pushed me forward, and I myself desire this opportunity. My father had mentioned this to me before." Fang Wang blinked and replied. "Disappointed about what? I'm only envious." "Please, are you bragging or what?" "Fair? What a joke. In this world, apart from life and death, nothing is absolutely fair. The very existence of cultivation might make even life and death unfair." Gu Li's mood lightened a bit at his tone. She rolled her eyes at him, then took out 2 blue-covered books from her storage bag. Handing them to Fang Wang, she said, "My father heard that you defeated me with the 7th level of Qi cultivation during the entrance examination and wanted to befriend you. Here are the records of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi, a unique skill exclusive to the Gu family. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures record all the treasures between heaven and earth, which can help you in collecting treasures within the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven. The Divine Nurturing Sword Qi is the essential swordsmanship method for legitimate descendants of the Gu family, but very few can truly master it. If it reaches great completion, it possesses the wondrous divine skills mentioned in legends." After saying this, she turned and walked away. Watching her leave, Fang Wang wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Li left quickly, seemingly in fear that he would refuse, and hurried back to her own abode. Fang Wang shook his head with a chuckle and then entered his own abode. Sitting on his bed, Fang Wang began to flip through the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Each page contained illustrations followed by textual descriptions about various plants, trees, fruits, and also many peculiar ores, which captivated him thoroughly. Although it wasn't a secret manual, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures still pleasantly surprised him. After spending a good half hour, he put the book into his storage bag and then picked up the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi to examine it. He didn't have high expectations for the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi, having witnessed Gu Li's 5 sacred sword technique. As he read on, his expression turned serious. The Divine Nurturing Sword Qi was not simple at all. This sword Qi was cultivated within the Dantian. The longer it was nurtured, the stronger it became. Generally speaking, the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi was very weak in the early stages, and it would be difficult to form combat power within the first 10 years, which was why Gu Li had never used it. Fang Wang was different. If he could cultivate the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi to the Great Perfection realm from the start, then his cultivation speed of this sword Qi would far surpass that of the Gu family members. After all, they had to cultivate it step by step and spend a long time just to gather the sword Qi. When Fang Wang was about to turn to the last page, his hands trembled slightly. God knows how long he had to stay in the heavenly palace, but thinking of his imminent visit to the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven, he felt it would be a good thing to have another combat technique. Fang Wang took a deep breath, then turned the last page and began to read. When he finished reading the last character, his mind exploded, and everything before his eyes became blurry. Fang Wang opened his eyes again to find himself within the heavenly palace, and he did not waste any time, immediately starting to cultivate the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi. There were no clear realm divisions for Divine Nurturing Sword Qi, but the cultivation process was extremely difficult. It was not like ordinary sword Qi but more like an exploration of the soul. Just like that, years passed by. Eventually, Fang Wang spent 120 years to cultivate the Divine Nurturing Sword Qi to the Great Perfection realm. At that moment, he finally believed Gu Li's words. The Divine Nurturing Sword Qi indeed had its divine mysteries. The Great Perfection Divine Nurturing Sword Qi was not in the Dantian, but within the soul, which caused an immense increase in Fang Wang's spiritual consciousness, allowing him to introspectively view his own soul. Essentially, the great perfection divine nurturing sword Qi was like a part of the soul that could extend out from the eyes, under his control, and return to the body after killing an enemy, untainted by any filth and possessing terrifying destructive power. The most crucial point was that there was no upper limit to divine nurturing sword Qi. The longer he nurtured it, the stronger it became. Fang Wang's consciousness then withdrew from the heavenly palace, and, as he opened his eyes, he saw his own cave dwelling. Suppressing the urge to go out and experience the world, he began to cultivate divine nurturing sword Qi. As spiritual energy entered his body, within less than the time it took for half a pot of tea to brew, his soul refined the divine nurturing sword Qi. From now on, whenever he gathered Qi, a part of the spiritual energy would automatically feed the divine nurturing sword Qi. This was the great perfection divine nurturing sword Qi, which no longer needed his separate cultivation. Of course, if he felt that the divine nurturing sword Qi was affecting his cultivation speed, he had the option to sever its connection with the outside world on his own. Fang Wang's eyes suddenly brightened, sending a streak of sword Qi from his eyes, swiftly moving within the dwelling, as fast as lightning. With a quick gesture, the sword Qi rapidly re-entered his eyes, returning them to normal. Comforting. The moment the divine nurturing sword Qi left his body, Fang Wang felt as if he had gained a clone, able to perfectly control the sword Qi. Everything around him seemed to come to a standstill. In future battles, the divine nurturing sword Qi would be his trump card. Centuries later, divine nurturing sword Qi would become his major move, his eyes glaring fiercely as sword Qi filled the air, with the power to destroy heavens and obliterate the earth. Just the thought of it excited Fang Wang. He immediately got up, walked out of his dwelling, and went to the edge of the cliff, gazing upon the snow flying through the sky. He felt an urge to shout out loud, to vent the frustrations of 100 years of arduous cultivation, but he held back. No! He had to get out and talk to people. Fang Wang immediately set out to visit his clansmen. Aside from Zhou Xue, they were all in their own cave dwellings. It was not until 3 days later that he returned, hesitating for a moment before the mountain gate, then making his way to Gu Li's dwelling and asking, "Miss Gu, are you there?" Before long, the mountain gate opened, and Gu Li walked out. Puzzled, she asked, "What's the matter?" It was rare for Fang Wang to seek her out proactively, and she thought that something must have happened. "I have been studying divine nurturing sword Qi for the past 3 days. May I ask, how many people in the Gu family have mastered it? To what extent can the strongest among them wield it?" Fang Wang asked earnestly. Having been bottled up for 120 years, he needed to make a comparison. Gu Li replied helplessly, "Fang Wang, you indeed are a genius, but you must not rush the cultivation of divine nurturing sword Qi. Currently, there are less than a handful in the Gu family who can use divine nurturing sword Qi in battle. The strongest is my grandfather, who can exhale sword Qi from his mouth. Nothing can withstand it. He can even shatter superior grade spiritual weapons." Chapter 47, Qi Devil Sect. Exhaling sword Qi? Wasn't that my level after practicing for 40 years? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Fang Wang was certain that his mastery of divine nurturing sword Qi had already surpassed everyone in the Gu family, well, everyone alive that is. So that's how it is. No wonder it's so hard to practice, Fang Wang said, pretending to agree. Gu Li, worrying that she might have dampened Fang Wang's enthusiasm, consoled him. "Don't lose heart. With your strong talent, even the sword control technique you could practice to such an unbelievable degree. Given time, your divine nurturing sword Qi will surely become extraordinary, surpassing even my grandfather." "Thanks for the encouragement, Miss Gu. I'll have to practice more then, can't disappoint you," he replied. Do remember to tell me when you've mastered the divine nurturing sword Qi." "Oh? Why?" "My father is very much looking forward to your results. It's not that once I master it, your father will betroth you to me, right?" "How could that be?" "You wish. With my talents, my father would never arrange my marriage. I'm only pursuing cultivation in this lifetime, it's impossible for me to marry." Gu Li said with wide eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly. Fang Wang suddenly couldn't tell whether she was just shy or actually angry, but he dared not say that he had already mastered divine nurturing sword Qi. As for his own talents, he preferred to keep them under wraps. "I won't talk to you anymore, I need to cultivate." With a humph, Guli turned and headed back to her cave dwelling. Fang Wang smiled, thinking this side of Guli was quite interesting, at least not as standoffish as usual. He followed her back to the cave dwelling, preparing to practice. He might encounter cultivators from other dynasties in the Great Saint's Grotto heaven, so he needed to become as strong as possible. A month quickly passed, and the winter snow of the Great Abyss Gate had yet to melt. In front of Xuanhuan Hall, at the main meridian, Fang Wang and Guli flew in on their swords, landed on the ground, and were joined by 5 other disciples who were already waiting, including Zhou Xue and Su Lang. Su Lang looked uncomfortable seeing Fang Wang but still took the initiative to nod at him. Fang Wang didn't put on airs either and returned the nod. Zhou Xue walked up to Fang Wang and teased. "Looks like the two of you get along quite well." Fang Wang raised an eyebrow. "After all, we're neighbors." Guli cast a glance at Zhou Xue and quietly stepped aside, giving space to the two of them. She wasn't left out, though, as the other disciples began to talk with her. Fang Wang said softly with a laugh. "It's still you, Han Yu. They all say they've been helped or guided by you, you haven't overlooked anyone. I can't match this point of yours, you truly are our big brother." "Big brother?" Zhou Xue pursed her lips with a smile. "That title doesn't sound very nice. Don't think too much about it, just focus all your energy on your own cultivation. If I have to leave for something, I'll tell you in advance. Normally, you don't need to worry about the Fang family." Fang Wang nodded. The two had gone through life and death together and could be trusted. Moreover, throughout their journey, thanks to Zhou Xue's presence, he really hadn't had to deal with other matters. Even when saving Fang Hanyu, Zhou Xue was with him. Even the matter of revenge was taken care of by Zhou Xue. Fang Wang had no objections outwardly but was brewing with determination inside. Once he had the strength to confront Lu Yuanjun and the forces behind him, he would certainly take his revenge. Before long, Lu Yuanjun and another disciple arrived, and for the first time, the 9 representatives of the Great Abyss Gate gathered together. Naturally, Lu Yuanjun was the central figure. He was very good at dealing with people, attentive to every disciple's needs. Zhou Xue was similarly skilled, casually chatting and laughing with Lu Yuanjun, appearing like a very friendly brother and sister duo. Fang Wang, who knew the truth, sensed the murderous intent within her. At this moment, the doors of the Xuanhuan Hall opened, and Guang Qiuxian emerged with a group of elders, and right behind Guang Qiuxian was the vice sect leader Qianengxi, who had an even more imposing aura, attracting more attention than Guang Qiuxian. Vice sect leader Qianengxi is a spy from the Qi Devil sect. The demonic path's future siege on the Great Abyss Gate will be orchestrated by him. Stay away from him and don't believe any of his words. Fang Wang suddenly heard Zhou Xue's sound transmission, his heart pounding. "Wow, aren't you afraid that the vice sect leader might hear you?" Fang Wang didn't dare look at Zhou Xue or Qianengxi. Instead, he focused on Guang Qiuxian. He knew his sound transmission technique was definitely not as good as Zhou Xue's, so he didn't dare to respond. Guang Qiuxian approached the stone steps and spoke. "This expedition will be led by the vice sect leader and the inheritance elder. They will inform you of the specifics along the way. Although this is an opportunity, it is also fraught with the risk of death. Be cautious, I'll await your return at Great Abyss Gate." Fang Wang's gaze landed on the inheritance elder, Zhao Chuanqian. It was Zhao Chuanqian who had initially taken him to see Guang Qiuxian and then led him to the 3rd meridian. Zhao Chuanqian, feeling Fang Wang's gaze, maintained his dignity, merely exchanging a glance with Fang Wang without responding. Qianengxi stepped forward, waved his right hand, and a small wooden boat flew out from his sleeve. It swiftly grew in size, becoming 10 zhan long, complete with a pavilion on it, painted red and adorned with lanterns. The wooden boat hovered in midair. As soon as it appeared, Fang Wang distinctly felt the surrounding nature's spiritual energy rushing towards it. Qianengxi, Zhao Chuanqian, and 5 other elders immediately leapt onto the boat, followed closely by the 9 disciples. Standing on the deck, Fang Wang used his spiritual sense to examine the boat, discovering that below the wooden planks were various talisman papers and intricate parts of magic artifacts. Soon, the wooden boat set sail, its speed rapidly increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the snowy mist on the horizon, out of sight. Guang Qiuxian stood on the steps, gazing at this scene, while the elders behind him left one by one, until Yang Yuanzi emerged from Xuanhuan Hall and came to his side. Only the two of them remained. The cold wind blew past, stirring their temples. "Brother, I always feel that Qi's transition into a cultivation dynasty is unreliable. I fear this trip to the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven will lead to grave trouble." Yang Yuanzi spoke up, his tone detached. Guang Qiuxian, expressionless, replied, "I know, but luckily, the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven is not controlled by any section. We cannot let such an opportunity pass by. It will allow these disciples to grow much faster, especially Yuan Jun. Great Abyss Gate needs his strength." Yang Yuanzi furrowed his brow and said, "Lately, some negative rumors about Lu Yuanjun have been circulating within the main meridian. Brother, you must keep a close eye on him, don't spoil him too much, and do not forget his origins." Guang Qiuxian glanced at him and answered, "Junior brother, the grievances of the previous generation belong to them. As for those rumors, as long as they don't have much impact, let it be. Have you not also learned some spells from Green Cicada Valley? Should I hold you accountable for that? Humph. Then let's see if your favored Lu Yuanjun can stand against Xia Qingchan from Qi Devil Sect and Su Qiuming from Suspended Vast Sword Sect." Yang Yuanzi said coldly. Guang Qiuxian shook his head with a wry smile and turned to walk toward Xuanhuan Hall. The sun was setting, with half of it obscured by the horizon. Fang Wang stood on the deck, facing the wind. He marveled at the magnificent landscape passing by, feeling carefree and content. Having been cooped up in the heavenly palace for 120 years, he needed to relax, otherwise, he feared his mentality might suffer. In his previous life, he read cultivation novels of various genres, but he never expected that once he embarked on his own journey of cultivation, it would be a different path altogether. What was this? Prison-style cultivation? Fang Wang mocked himself inwardly. Although his years of training in the heavenly palace were monotonous and tiresome, the sense of accomplishment that came afterward was immensely satisfying. He was still grateful to have the heavenly palace. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Xue's voice came over, as she walked up beside Fang Wang, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Fang Wang glanced at her and said softly with a laugh, "Thinking about nothing much, just appreciating the scenery of the moral world. Seeking carefree existence is the pursuit of cultivation, isn't it carefree to behold the world from here?" Zhou Xue looked towards the horizon, not replying. Fang Wang also said no more, immersing himself back in the grandeur of the mountains and rivers. At dusk, the firmament was ablaze with red, the sea of clouds resembling spilled blood. The mountains below were shrouded in darkness, yet their peaks glimmered with light, giving the whole world a dreamlike quality. The Great Saint's Grotto Heaven will be a turning point for the future of the Qi cultivation realm. Once inside, you must be extremely cautious. If you meet disciples from other sects, you cannot trust them. If someone shows you malice, you must either kill or flee, do not hesitate, Zhou Xue said, her voice reaching Fang Wang's ear through the sound transmission technique. Fang Wang did not respond, fearful of being detected by the disciples and elders behind him. Then, Zhou Xue continued to use the sound transmission technique to introduce to Fang Wang other exceptional individuals from different sects and even listed a few whom he should not provoke. Guli was meditating by the side of the boat. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the silhouettes of Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, and under the glow of the setting sun, the two of them looked so well matched, causing her to fall into a daze. A month ago, having witnessed Zhou Xue's performance, she knew she was no match for her. Thus, she had added another goal to her ambitions. "If I cannot defeat Zhou Xue, how could I be worthy to challenge you?" Guli thought to herself, her eyes hardening with determination. At that moment, another person was watching the pair, standing at the edge of the second floor of the pavilion. It was Lu Yuanjun. Chapter 48, Do Not Provoke. The Great Saint's Grotto Heaven was located outside of the western borders of the Qi Dynasty, a chaotic place at the seam between Qi and Wei, frequented by cultivators year-round, and thus beyond the control of the dynasties. In the past, cultivators were drawn here by the abundant spiritual energy in the area. No one expected that behind it lay a hidden cave heaven. The morning sun skimmed across the deck, illuminating everyone on board. Vice sect leader Qi stood on the deck, introducing the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven. The Great Saint's Grotto Heaven is a secret realm left by an ancient Great Saint, a self-contained world. It was once controlled by the Jihao sect, which has now vanished. The artifact spirit of the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven still exists and maintains its rules. This time, as you venture inside, the great cultivators of the 9 great sects will not be able to accompany you, you'll be on your own. This exploration will last 6 months, and whatever you find will be yours to keep, with no need to hand over to the section. After 6 months, I will be waiting for you at the entrance. None of the enmities formed inside can be brought outside, meaning competition will be fierce. You represent the greatest talents of the Taiyuan sect, and you must not only strive to survive but also bring honor to the sect. Do you understand? Qi spoke sternly, his sharp gaze sweeping across all the disciples. Fang Wang thought to himself that hiding undercover required an impressive acting skill. If Zhou Xue hadn't reminded him, he truly wouldn't have noticed that Qi was a spy from the demonic path. TSK, this man must have already leaked their information to the Qi Devil sect. It seemed that the inside of the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven would be fraught with lethal dangers. The disciples listened attentively. According to Qi, the artifact spirit limited the threshold for entering the Grotto Heaven to cultivators below the 5th level of the Profound Heart Realm, and each sect could only send in 9 people. As for whether only 9 sects were allowed, the artifact spirit was ambiguous, so Qi warned his disciples that they might encounter cultivators from the Dewey cultivation world. Having defeated Su Lang of the Spirit Elixir Realm 9th level, Fang Wang, now facing the Profound Heart Realm, was wary but not afraid. His most powerful spell had not yet been cast. Half an hour later, the lost ship flew into a barren wilderness, the land scarlet and sparsely vegetated, with fissures crisscrossing the surface forming a complex network of canyons. 2 sheer peaks appeared ahead, about 30 feet apart from each other, as if cleaved into halves by a sword cultivator's single strike, magnificently breathtaking. The lost ship descended, and Fang Wang, along with others, followed Qi off the vessel, Zhao Chuanqian and the elders trailing behind. Fang Wang fixed his gaze and saw that cultivators had already gathered at the foot of the mountain, identifiable by their attire as belonging to 6 different sects, numbering over 100 individuals. The arrival of the Taiyuan sect attracted the attention of the other sects, and Fang Wang felt many scrutinizing gazes, which irked him. Humph. Qi let out a cold snort, resonating like a muffled thunder, instantly erasing the probing spiritual senses from Fang Wang, and the complexions of the other disciples also improved. Ha ha ha, isn't this the vice sect leader of the Taiyuan sect? Qi, when will you step into the condensation spirit realm? An elder asked with a loud and clear laugh, his voice easing the tense atmosphere as other sect elders greeted him. Vice sect leader Qin, this batch of Taiyuan sect disciples is impressive indeed. Who's Fang Wang? Cultivating for 3 years and able to defeat someone at the 9th level of the Spirit Elixir realm, truly remarkable. With Fang Wang and Lu Yuanjun, plus 3 Earth Origin Spirit Treasures, TSK, it seems the leading position among the 9 great sects in the future will belong to the Taiyuan sect. Alas, what a pity that my Taiqing Gate doesn't have such fortune when we share the same roots as the Taiyuan sect. The great cultivators of various sects gathered together, heaping praise upon the Taiyuan sect. Su Lang, Yi Xiang, and other Taiyuan sect disciples couldn't help but look towards Fang Wang, their eyes equally complex. Fang Wang hadn't expected that in just a month, his reputation had spread so quickly. It seemed that the Taiyuan sect had its fair share of spies. When Lu Yuanjun heard others belittle him to praise Fang Wang, he remained indifferent, a harmlessly pleasant smile on his face. Qi snorted. No matter how talented Fang Wang is, he is still young. I hope the other sects will be considerate. After all, in the future, the 9 great sects will join hands to develop the Qi cultivation realm. Our opponents are the cultivation worlds of Wei, Chu, and Zhao. With those words, the other sects' great cultivators no longer joked and switched the topic to the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven. It seems your troubles have just increased, take care of yourself. Zhou Xue's voice reached Fang Wang's ears. He couldn't help but glance at her and gave her a look that told her to figure it out herself. Seeing this, Zhou Xue pursed her lips in a smile, moved to his side, and took out a manual from her storage bag, handing it to him. Fang Wang glanced at it, the cover inscribed with 4 characters, Spiritual Refinement Manual. He felt a rush of joy and immediately stowed the Spiritual Refinement Manual into his storage bag. Guli, who was not far away, noticed this scene and, through her veil, faintly saw her biting her lip. An hour later, the remaining 2 sects arrived. Fang Wang was drawn to the suspended vast sword sect, his gaze sweeping around, trying to identify Su Qiuming. Zhou Xue said that one absolutely shouldn't provoke Su Qiuming of the suspended vast sword sect. The Great Abyss Gate would become the strongest sect in the Qi cultivation world, but Su Qiuming would become the strongest individual. Only after he left the Qi cultivation world to seek opportunities overseas did Lu Yuanjun then rise to the top. According to Zhou Xue, Lu Yuanjun was formidable, but he was merely a person of influence within the limited realm of Qi's cultivation world, whereas Su Qiuming was someone who could genuinely pursue the path of immortality. When Zhou Xue reached the highest realm among mortals, Su Qiuming was at the same stage, except Su Qiuming wasn't destined to ascend. It seems that the youngest youth over there is Su Qiuming, Zhou Xue said through a voice transmission. Fang Wang's gaze landed on a black-clothed youth who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. His features weren't particularly handsome, barely passing as delicate. Unlike the other suspended vast sword sect disciples who all wore treasured swords, he alone had nothing at his waist, nor did he carry a sword on his back, showing no hint of a strong person's demeanor. Feeling Fang Wang's gaze, Su Qiuming looked toward him and flashed a teeth-baring smile, which surprisingly revealed a bit of shyness. Fang Wang nodded to him immediately, then withdrew his gaze. The vice sect leaders and elders of the various sects engaged in conversation, while the disciples from each sect stood apart, clearly demarcated. Until noon, the 2 straight mountains in the front suddenly began to tremble, disrupting everyone's attention. The great saint's grotto heaven has opened, all sects prepare to enter. An elder from the Taiqing gate shouted loudly, and the disciples promptly got to their feet. A blinding light appeared between the 2 peaks, too dazzling to see what lay behind the gorge. The 9 disciples of Green Cicada Valley were the first to walk into the strong light, their presence vanishing as they did so, followed by Taiqing Gate and the Qi Devil sect. Qinengshi turned around and instructed, "Remember, be extremely careful in everything. Do not trust others lightly, and your objective is to seek out heavenly materials and earthly treasures and inheritances, understand?" All the disciples nodded in unison. Aside from Fang Wang and Zhou Xue, they all felt that the vice sect leader, though stern in appearance, had a warm heart. Soon, it was Great Abyss Gate's turn, and Lu Yuanjun led the way into the gorge. Fang Wang followed behind Zhou Xue, with Guli behind him. An uneventful journey ensued. When Fang Wang stepped into the strong light, he was enveloped by an unimaginable force. He then felt his body uncontrollably falling, a strong sense of weightlessness that made him feel uncomfortable, but he couldn't open his eyes. A full 10 breaths passed. Fang Wang finally felt his feet touch the ground. The extreme dizziness almost caused him to fall, but he managed to steady himself forcefully. As he progressively regained control over his body, Fang Wang felt a spiritual energy far richer than that of the Great Abyss Gate's cave dwelling rushing towards him. He felt invigorated and subconsciously opened his eyes. The first thing that met his eyes was a series of rolling mountains stretched out before him, thunderclouds boiling over the horizon, with faint sightings of massive demonic beasts soaring. He was standing on the edge of a cliff, just 5 steps away from plummeting down. He immediately turned around and surveyed the area, not seeing anyone else. His divine consciousness spread out but likewise detected no traces of people. Indeed, as Qinengshi had said, upon teleportation, everyone was scattered, their actual locations dependent on the whims of the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven's artifact spirit. In half a year, the artifact spirit would transport them out, so there was no need to search for an exit. Without hurry, Fang Wang sat down at the edge of the cliff to meditate and took out the spiritual refinement book Zhou Xue had given him. Spiritual refinement required heavenly Tao spirit stones, which only the 9 great sects in the Qi cultivation realm controlled. Even if noble families possessed them, they had to hide them, or else they might attract deadly trouble. Fang Wang had originally planned to return to the Great Abyss Gate for spiritual refinement after this event ended. Now, it seemed unnecessary. The first page of the Spiritual Refinement Manual was about how to create temporary heavenly Tao spirit stones. Besides the method of creation, some special locations were also suitable for spiritual refinement, only they hadn't yet been discovered by the Qi cultivation realm. While it was called a Spiritual Refinement Manual, most of the content dealt with how to condense spirit pills. He suspected Zhou Xue had written it specifically for him. Chapter 49. Have you ever heard of the Great Saint's Heaven Subjugation? A period of time equivalent to one tea session later, Fang Wang set down the Spiritual Refinement Classic. The difficulty of making a temporary heavenly Tao spirit stone was quite high, requiring some special materials. It was better to find a place where spiritual energy was so abundant that it formed a whirlwind. Then, by setting up a special formation, it would be possible to create an effect comparable to that of the heavenly Tao spirit stone. With his eidetic memory, Fang Wang noted down some key points and then got up to take action. Before coming, he had exchanged for the largest capacity storage bag at the Great Abyss Gate, specifically for collecting as many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as possible on this journey. He descended into the forest below the cliff, and upon landing, he was attracted by some brightly colored flowers and fruits. He took out the catalog of natural treasures given to him by Guli. Regarding this book, he had only memorized the patterns and specific page numbers, not the detailed contents of each page. He flipped directly to a certain page and then made a comparison. Luwang fruit, good for enhancing one's vitality and energy. Not bad, I'll take it. Fang Wang thought contentedly to himself. To have a find at the very start, he followed the tips in the catalog of natural treasures, avoiding the poisonous thorns of the surrounding weeds and easily picking the luwang fruit. On the rest of his journey, Fang Wang's pace wasn't fast. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through the forest. This was his first time collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so he was quite excited, feeling like he was playing an adventure game. In this life, aside from cultivation, it was all about traveling. He had never really relaxed. Considering his actual age, he had lived for over 1,000 years, and most of that time had been like being in jail. If he didn't relax properly, he feared that he might develop a heart demon. This forest was vast, with trees taller than those in the outer world and denser undergrowth. Some of the bushes were even taller than Fang Wang himself. An hour later, Fang Wang had already gathered quite a bit, but they could only be considered good materials, not reaching the level of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To break through to the spirit pill realm, some special heavenly materials and earthly treasures were needed, and they also had to be of a particular attribute. During the breakthrough process, the more attribute-specific spiritual power absorbed from these materials and treasures, the stronger the created spirit pill would be, and it would also transform one's own attribute of spiritual power. In Zhou Xue's Spiritual Refinement Classic, she cautioned Fang Wang against focusing on fire attributes and instead advised collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures of all 5 elements to balance his spiritual power attributes. Although she didn't explain why, Fang Wang was willing to trust her. Perhaps focusing on particular attributes of spiritual power could make a cultivator stronger in the earlier stages. But to become an immortal, one certainly had to reach the level of natural harmony between heaven and earth, which meant the unity of the 5 elements. To combine the 5 elements is to give birth to even more properties. Suddenly, Fang Wang stopped in his tracks, faintly hearing the sound of a woman crying. As a cultivator, he was not one to have auditory hallucinations. The women capable of entering the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven wouldn't cry so easily, would they? Could it be a demon from the Great Saint's Grotto Heaven playing tricks? Fang Wang was not apprehensive. Instead, he felt some anticipation. Demons also cultivated, and some great demons could even cultivate a demon core. A demon core was also a treasured item that cultivators could use when condensing a spirit pill. He immediately headed toward the source of the sound, simultaneously cultivating his white rainbow evasion technique to make his aura disappear. As he advanced, the mysterious crying of the woman became clearer and clearer. Gradually, Fang Wang sensed demonic qi. It was undoubtedly a demon, yet the distance between him and the creature was greater than he had expected. After traveling several dozen miles, Fang Wang saw the end of the forest. He began to slow down and move through the branches. It was obvious that the crying sound was intentionally made to lure him here. Fang Wang's right hand gripped the hilt of his Qingjun sword. His movements were as agile as a monkey yet as light as a wild goose, not making a single sound. He arrived at the edge of the forest, using the dense leaves as cover, and looked towards the open area beyond. Ahead lay a hillside sparsely vegetated and strewn with rocks of various sizes. His gaze quickly locked onto a figure halfway up the hillside, that of a woman in white standing on a cliff, disheveled, preventing a clear view of her face. She was holding a green snake in her right hand, which was continually emitting the sorrowful cries like that of a woman. Fang Wang frowned. The green snake emitted an extremely strong demonic qi, the strongest he had ever felt. As for the woman in white, she emitted no aura at all. If one closed their eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense her presence. The woman in white stood motionless, the green snake in her hand trembled slightly, and the whining sounded even more pitiable. Just by listening, one could easily imagine a delicate and wronged woman weeping quietly. Fang Wang was unable to gauge the strength of the woman in white and thus dared not act rashly. He observed patiently and soon noticed a deep yellow rock embedded in the mountainside behind the white-clothed woman. Earth element ore. A heavenly material and earthly treasure for forging magic artifacts and condensing spirit pills. The earth element ore harbors an extremely high concentration of earth-attributed spiritual energy, and the ore is far larger than it appears. It could very well be that this entire mountain is made of earth element ore. Fang Wang began to ponder. He must find a way to cut off a piece. If only someone would emerge and test the waters. Just as this thought surfaced, a swooshing sound broke the silence, startling Fang Wang into a focused gaze. From another direction, a flying sword shot out of the woods and streaked towards the woman in white with incredible speed. So fast. This was even faster than Su Lang's sword. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword reached the woman in white, and suddenly came to a halt mere 5 centimeters from her head. The sword blade trembled but could not move any further. Swoosh! A figure sprang from the woods, a young man clad in black garments. Fang Wang instantly recognized him as a cultivator from the Suspended Vast Sword sect. The disciples of the Suspended Vast Sword sect wore black robes with a sword pattern embroidered on the back, and the number of swords signifies the disciple's rank. The man bore 5 swords, indicating he was a direct disciple of the Suspended Vast Sword sect. The man in black leapt forward, grabbed the hilt of his flying sword, and raised his left hand, flicking 2 fingers. A sword qi shot out, instantly striking the woman in white, piercing through her body, and then hitting the earth element ore behind her, causing shards to fly in all directions. The man in black tried to leap away with his sword, but found he couldn't lift the flying sword at all. An invisible force had fixed his sword in place, causing his complexion to drastically change. He leaped away fiercely, abandoning the flying sword. Midair, his hands moved swiftly to cast spells. Rings of sword qi enveloped him and shot up into the sky. His right hand pointed towards the heavens, and the sword qi followed the direction of his fingertips to quickly condense into a colossal sword qi, 50 feet in length. As the saying goes, easier said than done, but the whole process was over in the blink of an eye. The man in black used his palm as if it were a sword, slashing towards the woman in white. The giant sword qi crashed down like a heavenly punishment, striking the woman in white. The mountains trembled violently as sword qi spilled out in every direction, like wind blades rampaging across the landscape, slicing even the peripheral trees with deep gashes. Fang Wang's pupils suddenly dilated, and the man in black turned as pale as death. They saw his sword qi hovering above the woman's head, unable to fall. The woman in white slowly lifted her head, revealing a ghastly pale face. Her features were undeniably beautiful enough to topple empires, but her skin was so pale it sent chills down one's spine, and her eyes were numb, as still as dead water. Suddenly, she let go of the green snake in her hand. The snake fell to the ground, and as it tried to escape, she stepped on it. The snake's body twitched and then lay still. Feeling an intense killing intent, the man in black immediately turned and fled. With sword qi clinging to his body like a flying sword tearing through the sky, he rapidly disappeared on the other side of the woods, while the woman in white floated up and vanished on the spot. Now was his chance. Fang Wang immediately moved, transforming into a white rainbow, and swiftly arrived at the edge of the cliff. He swung his sword to cut off a piece of the earth element ore from the cliffside and threw it into his storage bag. Before leaving, he glanced at the half-dead green snake on the ground, hooked it with his foot, grabbed the snake's head with his left hand to prevent it from biting, and took off with it on his flying sword. To prevent the woman in white from catching up, Fang Wang immediately used the white rainbow evasion technique, fleeing at full speed. Fang Wang felt a thrill of excitement in his heart, having stumbled upon such great fortune just upon arrival. Heaven was truly aiding him. The earth element ore could be used as one of the materials for spirit pills, and the green snake in his hand had an astonishing amount of demonic qi. Perhaps it contained a demon core. He needed to find a place to dissect it and check. Fang Wang's white rainbow evasion technique was incredibly fast, and he sped over 100 miles. He even encountered 2 disciples from other sects along the way, who were so startled by Fang Wang's speed that they too fled in different directions. After escaping for 200 miles, Fang Wang finally slowed down. He looked around for a suitable place to rest. Just then, Fang Wang felt a chill run down his spine, followed by a cold voice that entered his ears. "Have you ever heard of the great saint's heaven subjugation?" He turned his head to look. Into his surprise, the woman in white was behind him, not even 3 meters away. An exceedingly dangerous proximity. Chapter 50, Legend, True Skill Map, Seeking Monthly Pass. Upon first sight of the white-clad woman, Fang Wang immediately sped up, deploying the white rainbow evasion technique again. His right hand smoothly sheathed the Qingjun sword and summoned the Heavenly Palace halberd. Only by holding the Heavenly Palace halberd did his sense of safety increase to its maximum. He glanced back once more and discovered the white-clad woman had vanished, but he had no intention of stopping. Then, 10 breaths later, "Have you ever heard of the great saint's heaven subjugation?" The voice of the white-clad woman echoed once again. Fang Wang dared not respond, fearing that it was a trick, especially since he had read Journey to the West. Fang Wang stole a glance and noticed the white-clad woman appeared behind him yet again, and this time, she was even closer. Without a word, he turned and thrust the halberd. The blade pierced through the body of the white-clad woman without a drop of blood flying out. Her garments didn't even tear. A ghost! No wonder he couldn't sense her presence. Fang Wang's eyes narrowed as the Solaris True Fire blazed from his right hand, swiftly climbing along the halberd toward the white-clad woman, reaching her in the blink of an eye. The Solaris Flame, capable of burning souls. As expected, the white-clad woman immediately stopped, and the distance between them widened quickly. The white-clad woman furrowed her brows slightly, then with a wave of her sleeve, she dispelled the Solaris True Fire surrounding her, and the next second, she disappeared into thin air. Fang Wang could not afford to be careless. This creature had a knack for appearing and disappearing unpredictably, so he had to remain vigilant. Throughout the journey that followed, Fang Wang maintained full speed, and the voice of the white-clad woman did not reach him again. He frequently looked back but did not see the figure of the white-clad woman. Half an hour later, Fang Wang landed on the riverbank, an open plain that allowed him space for rest. He stabbed the Heavenly Palace halberd into the ground and looked around for a good while. Once he was sure the white-clad woman wouldn't appear, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He wondered how the man in black, who was previously being chased, fared now. Fang Wang tossed the green snake onto the ground, then drew the Qingjun sword and stabbed it into the serpent's belly. A delicate, feminine cry sounded. As the green snake opened its eyes, Fang Wang's left hand instantly seized its head, suppressing it with his spiritual power. The demonic qi of the green snake was startling, but it wasn't enough to instill fear in Fang Wang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring it with him. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can lead you to treasures." The green snake cried out in a panic, its plea enough to soften the hearts of most men, but Fang Wang remained unaffected. He couldn't afford to pity a snake. The hand holding the sword began to tighten, causing the green snake to shriek even more pitifully. "I know the location of the inheritance site of the great saints. Grotto Heaven." Upon hearing this, Fang Wang halted his hand, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "What inheritance site?" The great saint's Grotto Heaven used to belong to the Ji Hao sect and might contain its legacy. Even today, Fang Wang still coveted the heavenly Gangsheng Tizhen Gong. It was said that the heavenly Gangsheng Tizhen Gong was no less formidable than the 9 Dragons' divine transformation art, a cultivation technique Zhou Xue did not acquire before her rebirth. After ascending to immortality, Zhou Xue could not return to the mortal realm, and many regrets became eternal. Many inheritance sites, the green snake replied between sobs. Fang Wang narrowed his eyes and asked, does the great saints Grotto Heaven have the heavenly gang Xingtian Gong? The heavenly gang Xingtian Gong? That is the strongest cultivation technique of the Jihao sect. No, but I've seen its map somewhere. The green snake answered promptly, fearful that Fang Wang might act, as it still had a superior grade magic artifact embedded in its belly. After some consideration, Fang Wang decided to give it a chance. He could encounter another demon core, but a guide was hard to find. However, he had to be cautious of a sneak attack from the green snake. Fang Wang pulled out the Qingjun sword, stepped back, and took the Heavenly Palace halberd with him. The green snake turned over, coiled itself, and looked at Fang Wang, its tongue flickering out, somehow managing to look wrongfully accused. After retreating to a distance of 5 zhang, Fang Wang settled down to meditate and began qi gathering. He seemed to have his eyes closed, but his consciousness remained on the green snake. If the green snake tried to flee, he would not hesitate to kill it. Even if it managed to escape, it would be no great loss. Before long, Fang Wang sensed some of the nature's spiritual energy in the vicinity being absorbed by the green snake, indicating that it was healing itself. Silence fell along the riverside. Time slowly passed. The mysterious woman in white no longer appeared, seemingly scared of the Solaris' true fire. Dusk gradually descended. The river water glistened, with tiny fish stirring within. The green snake raised its head, looked at Fang Wang, and kept flicking its tongue. It plucked up the courage to ask, "Young master, how did you escape the evil spirit's pursuit?" Fang Wang didn't even open his eyes as he replied, "I just used some small tricks. By the way, she kept asking you whether you had heard of great saint slaying heaven. What does this mean?" The green snake heard that his tone was no longer filled with intent to kill, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It answered, "The evil spirit is not simple, she is a servant of an ancient great saint. Legend has it that in ancient times, the heavenly Tao was ruthless, the heavenly gods descended and wreaked havoc on the common folk. The great saint stood up, slaughtered the heavenly gods, but as a result, calamity befell him, and he eventually fell. The reason she's asking is to see if the people of later generations remember this. If they do, she would grant them a way to live, if not, then death." Fang Wang raised his eyebrows slightly. At first, he thought slaying heaven was the great saint's name, but it turned out to be a legend. "Since you know the legend, why did you get caught?" "Because I have been trapped here for over 300 years. She has caught me several times, and now even giving the correct answer is useless." The green snake said grievously and then opened the floodgates of its complaints. "Originally, I was just a helpless little green snake. 300 years ago, on a certain day, an eagle snatched me away, but halfway through, a cultivator killed the eagle, and I fell to the ground. I survived against all odds, and later I accidentally crawled into a crevice and somehow ended up in the great saint's grotto heaven. It's been 300 years, and I want to leave, but I can't escape no matter what. Young master, I know you can't fully trust me, but please believe that I also want to leave. By following you, I could have a glimmer of hope for survival." Fang Wang decided to test it for a while, saying, "For the next month, I'll cultivate here. You help me collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you perform well, I'll take you out." The view here was wide and open, and if any enemies approached, he would be able to detect them early on, which was better than being trapped in a dead corner. Hearing this, the green snake asked cautiously, "May I rest for a few days?" "Of course." Upon hearing Fang Wang's answer, the green snake relaxed a lot. In the following days, the green snake didn't disturb Fang Wang and focused on healing its injuries. After 6 days, the green snake left. Fang Wang's spiritual power had recovered, and he began to walk along the river, looking to see if there were treasures nearby. Unfortunately, after walking for several dozen miles, he found no heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he had to return the same way he came. Rumble. The ground suddenly vibrated. Fang Wang looked up toward the edge of the sky and land, feeling the direction of the vibrations. This time, he didn't join the commotion but continued his cultivation in place, waiting for the green snake to return. If the green snake didn't come back after a month, he would leave on his own, as if nothing had happened. If the green snake did come back, he could use it to search for treasures and legacies. As the sun set and the moon rose, Fang Wang sat within the boundless world, facing the river as he cultivated, feeling the essence of the sun and moon and the breeze of spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a state of mind was more comfortable than cultivating in a cave dwelling. Occasionally, cultivators passed by, but none dared to disturb him. Disciples of various sects were very cautious within the great saint's grotto heaven. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the green snake finally returned. Fang Wang glanced over, frowning as he watched it slither toward him, annoyed. Nothing at all. Could this snake be playing tricks? The green snake quickly came to Fang Wang's side, opened its mouth, and spat out fist-sized stones, each a different color, numbering 5 in total, and then it spat out a scroll of paper. Fang Wang raised an eyebrow, quite intrigued. Young master, these stones contain rich spiritual energy and should be considered heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In this map, it's a map for the heavenly Gangsheng Tijan Gong cultivation technique. It took a lot of effort to find it. Now you can trust me, right? The green snake said, flicking its tongue. Fang Wang stared at it and asked, I almost killed you, why didn't you take this opportunity to flee and find other cultivators to take you out? Almost killing me is not the same as killing me. Besides, other cultivators may not be as strong as you are, to have escaped from that evil spirit. Your strength must be very formidable. There are countless evil spirits and terrifying demons in the great saint's grotto heaven, it's safer to follow you. The green snake's answer seemed sincere, and Fang Wang reluctantly believed it. He drew out the Qingjun sword and used the blade to spread open the map. After carefully memorizing it, he activated the Solaris spiritual power within him, igniting the Solaris true fire, and directed it down the sword blade onto the map. The map instantly ignited, causing the green snake to exclaim in shock. Although it didn't understand, it did not dare to intervene. Fang Wang did this out of fear that the green snake was up to some trick, perhaps poisoning the map. Smoke rose and created a barrier between Fang Wang and the green snake. Fang Wang suddenly frowned. Why was the map so difficult to burn? The might of the Solaris true fire was fierce. After 10 breaths, only 1/5 of the map had been burned, which was enough to show its unusual material. Just then, as the rising smoke condensed into a figure, Fang Wang stood up, immediately conjuring a heavenly palace halberd. The green snake was also startled and leapt farther away than Fang Wang.